their money to pass a change. Takes all their time to heal pain. Heartbreak will light the fire. Heartbreak will light the
You're so cruel, cruel. So stick around. You're so cruel, cruel. You're so cruel, cruel. You're so cruel, cruel. So stick around. You're so cruel, cruel. You're so cruel, cruel. So stick around. You're so cruel, cruel. You're so cruel, cruel. You're so cruel,
Another lonely night, sitting with my memories, haunting me for life. You told me if I just believe, it'll be alright. Do you believe it? Do you believe it? Yeah. Tell me honestly, do you really practice what you preach faithfully? And does it make you wrong or right? Judging me. How do you decide? How do you decide? Why you wanna leave with fear when you could go and leave with love? I'ma just stay right here, cause I can never give enough. Hey pretender, come on, take me back down to phony lie, something you keep selling me, something I won't buy. I know that you keep telling me how to live my life. I won't believe it, I won't believe it. Tell me honestly, do you really practice what you preach faithfully? Will you ever let me be? Or will you just keep judging me? Keep judging me, yeah. Why you wanna lead with fear when you could go and lead with love? I'ma just stay right here, cause I can never give you enough. Hey pretender, come on, take me back down to the river and tell me all the ways that I'm a sinner. If I follow, will I be delivered? Am I delivered? Oh, defender, come on, take me back down to the river and tell me all the ways I should surrender. If I follow, will I be delivered? Am I delivered? You'll be free when I set you free. I breathe you in, but all your sins won't disappear. You can see it's true that I want only you when we'll break free. Together, you and me. Take me in your arms and let us rise high up to the stars where we can fly. So come with me and pray. I want you to play my games and fulfill my black desires.
tried to find. Tried to avoid it, but I was stuck. You turn up the heat when you back it up. Tried to stop the flame. Oh, this has been out to wait.
It isn't enough to wish for change. You either give in or pull away. We have the will to choose our fate. Whether it's wrong or right, I'm holding on for life. For the it's hard to apply restraint. I'm trying to stay away. It's so magnetic. Ooh, I gotta have it now. Let's keep it a private thing. I'll give you a secret name. Let's build a life on a lie.
Every time I try to find. Try to avoid it, but I was stuck. You turn up the heat when you back it up. Try to stop the flame. Oh, this has been out to wait.
It isn't enough to wish for change. You either give in or pull away. We have the will to choose our fate. Whether it's wrong or right, I'm holding on for life. For the
I pack my suitcase, headed out the door. I keep my shoes laced. 2,000 miles away from home. A couple dollars in my pocket, never stopped the boy before. I load my bags and hit the road.
Miles past, turning back, found my track, face the fact, she a cold one. Never gonna settle for none. Stay up every night till I won. Don't want a slow rise now. I'm confident opulence isn't a long ride out. When I look back now, I'm astounded. A quiet boy from old age, but always felt the world was a stage, yeah. I celebrate one last late night. My old life ain't staying.
I pack my suitcase, headed out the door. I keep my shoes laced. 2,000 miles away from home. A couple dollars in my pocket, never stopped the boy before. I load my bags and hit the road.
I'm headed to LA.
Miles, throw it on the dash. Shit, the 10,000 hours, can't let them pass. Yeah, well, I was putting time in, you was pulled up wildin'. You always had shit to say, now when I see you, it's silence. Thought I'd have a Grammy by 25. Commas after commas next to dollar sign, yeah. To remind myself why I'm living this life. Look at all the late nights, it'll all come in due time, yeah.
Made for the fight, for the pain and the climb. Tied to the life I chose. Stay through the night, another day, not a dime. Race against time. I couldn't just lay by and wonder what I could have made mine. I'm closing on the moment, no one's gonna hold me down.
I pack my suitcase, headed out the door. I keep my shoes laced. 2,000 miles away from home. A couple dollars in my pocket, never stopped the boy before. I load my bags and hit the road.
time I wasted on something. Growing up, I dreamed just nothing. Ooh, what are you? People talk loud, I get what they're telling me. I fucked up, but I didn't care a bit. Ooh, what did you? Hey, I gotta say, something's going wrong, and everything's upside down. I'm falling. Hey, I gotta say, I'm always on a run. I'm getting closer to the light. By the time I'm changing my remedy, blowing up, I get sick and tired of this. Ooh, what a truth. No one talk now, I'm feeling lost on it. Silence is loud, I get it safe from it. Ooh, what a truth. Hey, I gotta say, something's going wrong, and everything's upside down. I'm falling. Hey,
ESL One Bangkok is brought to you in part by Intel Arc, Acer Predator, DHL, Kadia, Monster Energy, 1xBet, and the United States Air Force.
Hello, fellow gamers, and welcome back to ESL One Bangkok, powered by Intel, of course. My name is Cryptic. I'm here with Z Quixotics, and I hope you are all excited for an incredible day of Dota 2 to kick things off with this group stage. I'm super happy to be here, man. Before we get started, how you feeling? How you doing?
I'm good. You know, I'm always ready for some high-level Dota.
Yeah, dude. I feel like this is the fun thing. Like, we're, coming off a little bit of a break, but last big event of the year, and we have some great teams competing, some teams that have really struggled to qualify for some events, upsetting others in their region, making it here. So I love that. We're gonna have a little bit of a new mix of teams from what we've seen in the past, but very excited.
Yeah, we got an interesting mix of teams, like you said, which I think we have a little pop-up for that in a second here. But I'm always interested to see how these teams will do, because you kind of see them play within their region, but how do they actually compare to the international groups? That's, we're about to find out.
Yeah, let's go ahead and take out the groups.
The journey is about to begin. For these competitors, there's no room for flair and magic. Only pure focus will make the difference. Underdogs have broken their limits to be here, defeating former champions in their way.
Gaming Gladiators knocked out.
Veterans are back on LAN to prove they still have what it takes to be at the top. The best teams in the world will have to fight to keep their title. When it matters, can their strength stay consistent? With so much of the unexpected already taken place,
GG called, Abolus qualified.
there's no telling how the battle will go down. But what we do know is that they'll do whatever it takes to come out triumphant.
Get the fuck out!
The 12 best teams in the world, here to prove they're worthy of joining the list of players who have lifted the ESL One trophy. Will these players find the path to become legends? It's time to find the answer.
Man, these videos are epic, dude. I love the production quality that always goes into the ESL One events. This is a super hype event, like they stated. Obviously, there's a lot on the line for these teams. The EPT points make up a big deal as we go later and later into the tournament year. Yeah, what do you think, Zach? What can we expect so far?
I think there's probably a couple teams that people expect to be at the top. Maybe get a big portion of this prize pool in the points. Some of those favorites like Falcons and Spirit, teams that have been doing well for a lot of this. Bet Boom just won a big tournament, right? So a lot of big teams. And then we have those smaller teams we were mentioning earlier that maybe people aren't as familiar with, but they knocked out some of those other big names to get here. Tundra, Gaming Gladiators, right? So can they keep up that consistent performance, make it towards the top of this prize pool, or sometimes you just get a little lucky in the qualifiers. These teams certainly hoping that's not the case, but you have to prove it now that you're on LAN.
Yeah, so let's take a look at the teams here joining us for the group stage. Now, this is all of the teams, right? So this is the 12 teams total competing here at this event. We're going to have 2 groups of 6. Now, you and I believe we're going to be covering Group A the whole time. So I'm excited to see, what teams are going to kind of crawl their way to the tops of the group, because it matters not only for seeding, but first place in the groups, which this is one of my favorite changes this year. They actually get EPT points as well. So there's still a lot on the line. Even if you do not manage to, take first place in the event, you can still get a decent chunk of extra points for placing well in the groups. So Falcons, Spirit, Avalus, Boom, Na'Vi, and of course Shopify will make up Group A.
Yeah, and I think both these groups have a couple teams that look at the top. Like here at Group B, we got Bet, Boom, Paravision, Team Liquid. I'd say those are probably the 3 favorites to remain near that top. But Gaozu, Beast Coast, and Enigma Galaxy, can't sleep on them, right? They all want to get to the top as well. They got some solid players there. Maybe haven't been doing as well in the rest of the season like some of these top teams, but there's no reason you can't start right now.
Yeah, better late than never, right? I think they always like to say. So we got a lot of games going on here today. So let's go ahead and just jump into the schedules for each stream. On the main stream, we're gonna kick things off with the Falcons doubleheader versus Spirit and then Avalus. And then they'll finish things off with a Bet Boom doubleheader against Paravision and Team Liquid. Absolutely stacked day over there on the main stream, so make sure to go check those out. On the Ember stream, we're going to have Avalus versus Boom Esports, followed up by Na'Vi versus Spirit, Team Liquid versus Gaozu, and then Enigma will be taking on Gaozu at the end of the day. And then Zach, do the honors for our stream.
Our stream, the games you don't want to miss. We got Na'Vi versus Shopify. Shopify is going to do another one versus Boom Esports. And we'll have a double Beast Coast versus Enigma, and then Beast Coast versus Paravision, which I'm pretty excited because we get to cover Shopify Rebellion, which is straight back from North America, where we're usually at. And they looked really good. This team came together a couple months ago, and a little shaky, new players together. Nouns was kind of beating them out, but this recent qualifier, the team formerly known as Nouns ended up losing to Shopify, where they looked really good together, right? They were power training over the last couple months, but that was in North America, which maybe not the most competitive. But here we are now at the international. Really, always hoping for an NA team to do well. No bias here, of course, but I am excited to see how these guys will do now that they're here at the LAN.
I've never once been biased for an NA Dota team in my entire life. Never once. So while we're here for this event, everyone, you can get in touch with us by tweeting at tweeting hashtag ESL1. And as we get some maybe juicy, some fun ones, maybe make sure to keep watching. We'll look, check that out. We have a tweet already locked and loaded. Let's go and take a look, see what you guys are talking about. Can't wait for hashtag ESL One Bangkok to kick off on Monday. It's the first time our new squad is playing a LAN tournament together. Really looking forward to meeting the local Dota fans. All right, TLO, very interesting.
Legendary pick there.
Very cool.
But this could be you guys.
Yeah, exactly. This could be you guys. If you guys want to, get your stuff thrown up on the stream here and you have some cool stuff to say, tweet hashtag ESL1. That simple.
Thoughtful insight, funny jokes. Who knows? Who knows what'll get picked?
I do like funny jokes. All right, let's talk about our teams, right? So our first team here today is going to be Na'Vi. This is a team that I feel like has moved around a lot, but this roster, Boom, QBFY, Sanctify, Shad, and Kaori, obviously kind of a mix-up here from what we've been seeing, right? But has been looking pretty good.
Yeah, I think they have a lot to prove for themselves here. They were formerly Puck Champ very briefly, then got taken over by Na'Vi, which is a great org to have you backed up. And we have some experience between these players, some of them newer, like QBFY. So this is kind of the first major appearance for these teams. And I believe we have a video. Let's see how they're feeling.
Navi is back, baby. After failing to qualify for most events the last few years, Navi decided to pick up an already qualified up-and-coming team, PuckChamp. But even then, PuckChamp, they spent most of their time struggling, and so they've recently rebuilt their entire roster. The team formerly known as PuckChamp has finally made it to a big LAN event.
PuckChamp, they're going to move over and play at Bangkok.
The roster contains Kaori, mostly known for his time in PSG Quest, QBFY of Palinizia, Boom from Team Secret, who also played on Gaming Gladiators before they were cool, Sanctity, who's on loan from Navi and now back on to Navi, and lastly Shad, who's played with a ton of different players in an endless amount of mostly smaller events. It's an interesting mix of players, and despite being backed by one of the most legendary names in Dota, they're coming into this event as a big underdog for sure. But maybe, just maybe, they'll be able to work some magic here at ESL One Bangkok.
Well, dang. Thank you, Lyrical. That was like all the stuff that we were going to say, but summed up in a much better way and a video format. So I appreciate that a lot. Thank you.
Yeah, I'm looking forward to seeing them play. Something you and I have mentioned in the past is that it seems like there is a rise in teams that are finding success that are a mix of older players and newer players. You got that experience and wisdom from the old players, but you got the like quick reflexes, the endless grinding from the new players. That seems to a lot of teams are finding success like that, and Navi kind of fits that bill. So we're gonna see if this could be some of their breakout success. You know, maybe Boom and Kaori have found the most success of those players from the past, but always looking for more, of course.
Yeah. Well, we can talk about their opponents now, which, of course, the NA powerhouse Shopify. Not much of an NA roster, I'll be honest. Tomato, Skem, Yopaj, Hellscream, and Amaterasu. This is an international team, if I've ever seen one. You know, hailing from all over the world. Probably the most well-known player, I guess, who has played in the NA region for quite some time would be Tomato. And obviously, like, Yopaj has been in and out, but the rest of this team, very new to the region.
Nothing more NA than having a mixing pot of a team. They're all NA now, man.
I guess technically you could say Skem like has some NA roots from like really back in the day. I think he was like involved in Complexity like back in like TI 6 or 7 era. I can't remember entirely, but yeah, this is a very new roster. They have looked very good in their recent qualifiers, so it's time to put them through the meat grinder, see how they do up against some of these other international teams, and I'm excited.
Yeah, I think I don't know if they're going to bring a new style, right? You never know with these teams. But from what we have seen of them as a relatively recently formed team, they seem to have been focusing on very strong early tempo lineups.
Yeah.
Amaterasu has a lot of micro heroes he seems exceptional with. So he wins the lane. Skem has played a lot of like tempo 5s like Chen and Enchantress when we were watching them. And they would just go really fast and it looked really smooth. But again, this is now international stage. How are these teams going to handle it? And there's been some development in the meta. So is that style still the best? You know, we're going to see. But they did seem to be going for that style a lot as a recently formed team. You can't have the deepest pool of strategies, you know, just having come together. You can't really have like 50 million different strats. It's not going to work out that well. So I like the approach. I do wonder if that means the teams are going to know what to prepare for.
I know one of the things that we saw a lot was their love of the Brood Mother and some of, like you said, the micro heroes in the off lane, but you also have the micro capabilities of Skem as well, who plays a mean Chen. And I feel like Chen has been a staple of a lot of the NA teams for a long time, but we'll see how it ends up going. We are on a slightly I feel like there was a slight patch since since we like really last saw some of these teams, but 7.37E was mostly just like more nerfs to some of the good things, I guess, that have been in the patch. I kind of expected a little bit more item tweaks than what we saw, but do you have any predictions on what we can maybe, like what we think we're going to be seeing more this patch than maybe some of the others in the past?
Yeah, I think, like you said, it wasn't the biggest patch, but some of the heavier nerfs were to some of the more popular carries, especially ranged carries, heroes like Luna and SF Medusa. So a couple of them still get picked, but we're seeing a lot more melee carries come up. I say a lot more. There's like 3.
There's more than 0 now.
Dragonite, Magnus, Alchemist seem to be the top picks. And then after they get banned or they're countered already, we kind of go from there. So curious to see where we actually end up with. Like you said, 7.37E, I think was either just before this qualifier or after. I think before, but that was so new. Maybe it was after. I don't know. It doesn't matter. We're here now. We have the patch, and it's been developing. It's just how Dota goes. Even if we were on the same patch, things do change over time, just from the teams finding new counters. And it's like, okay, that's not good anymore. Now we move on to the next stuff. Yeah, some melee heroes as the carries. Broodmother, I do think is going to be something we can keep an eye out for. Maybe will already be banned, but for those of you that don't know him, Amaterasu is a brood specialist, has a lot of games on it. Tomato also learned how to play that brood carry, so it's a hero they are very comfortable picking early if it's given to them, and then you just flex it wherever it makes sense as the draft goes on.
Yeah. And speaking of the draft, we should have that pulled up here in a moment, but I will say when it comes to Shopify, they are a team that will overall first pick an Alchemist if it's left in the pool, which, there we go. So we're looking at the bans. As you mentioned, they are a Brood specialist team. They are an Alchemist specialist team. They are not going to make it through. The Naga Siren Enchantress still widely considered the best 5 positions in Dota, despite receiving, I think, 5 nerfs in a row. They're still too strong.
Yeah, I mean, they just offer so much. You win your lane, and then in the case of Enchantress, you bring a really fast tempo. In the case of Naga, it's just a total team fight reset with the song, even as other elements have been nerfed. So hard to argue for banning them out or not banning them out. Though Magnus slipping through, he has gained a lot of popularity, and he goes into every role. Besides 5. Every core player is pretty interested in playing him right now, and then even some people will experiment with position 4 as well, which Hellscream, he's willing to play weirder supports. Early adopter of like the Morphling support, Terrorblade support when those were kind of like a thing. Haven't seen him play the Magnus support, but I fully believe it is something he would be willing to practice for his team to give them more flexibility options with this Mag first pick.
I will say right now, one of the things that I've been seeing a lot more is Lion just becoming more popular. And in terms of heroes that are good at countering Magnus, Lion has kind of always been one of the better supports at doing so. So it's not super surprising we see the Lion pick here. Now, we don't really know what role the Magnus is going to be in, but the fact that Blink like Skewer or Blink Horn Toss Skewer or whatever it is that you want to do is pretty easily countered by a Lion just sitting back and holding down the Hex button with Quick Cast, right? And just waiting for the Magnus to blink in. So it makes it a little bit difficult to surprise, the Lion teams, but depends on where the hero is going to be played, I suppose.
Yeah, I think it's also nice to I think it's also nice to steal away the Lion, because Lion has that AoE stun, so if you already get a really nice RP, it's great follow-up from just a very... It's not like you're going out of your way to pick a new like AoE stun. Like, Lion's just a solid pick overall. So I do think it makes sense to steal it for the reasons you said. And whether it'll be 4 or 5 remains to be seen. The Beastmaster lane's maybe not the strongest, but it's also kind of okay. You could just mana drain, give him mana for the axe spam, and then go double stack for him. So that lane is fine if you want to run that.
Looking at the other bans here, so they get rid of the Chen, which again, one of the Schem classics. So it's not super surprising we see the Chen removed here. It's also just very good against the Beastmaster. So Na'Vi with this right now, they don't really have a direct lane hero that they have to worry about. You could look for like a Crystal Maiden, and then Crystal Maiden Mag could be your safe lane duo, which I think is actually pretty strong in terms of the spell spam. Nope, they go straight for the Drow, a hero that has been rising in popularity after the nerf to some of the other ranged carries that were just far superior. So now the question is, what 5 do you want to pick? Because like you said, you don't really see the Magnus in the 5 position, but you do have things like Clockwork still available. Even the Ogre Magi, which we see a little bit, is in the pool. Oh, baby.
Good call.
There you
this
go.
Ogre, we've got some nice synergies going here. So Ogre level 1 with Learning Curve, which is the more popular facet, and not doing too much, but that's fine. Drow will be okay as a ranged hero. Hit level 2, that's pretty strong with the double ignite and then usually Fire Blast. And then from there, I assume he'll still max ignite, but then he can go for Bloodlust level 2, and then you'll also have Empower for a hero like Drow. Now she's not melee, she's not gonna get the cleave, but she tends to build tons of agility, so she'll get a lot of value from Empower and the Bloodlust. So that's looking like a really nice combo. Even if it's not about Drow, then guess what? You can still Bloodlust Empower the Magnus or whatever other cores end up being picked here. So you got some nice combos there.
Yeah, you have some serious stims, like stims as I like to call them, right? Like different types of buffs that you can put on a hero. And I will say when it comes to Drow Ranger, one of the things I do think is important is to have a hero that can stop the jump onto the Drow. So like a mag, or like just like some form of like hard AoE disable that pierces BKB. So it's, things like Black Hole or Golem, or in this case, Magnus. Like if they manage to find your Drow, Magnus can always come in and bail her out. And I think that's a really important thing to have in a Drow lineup. So cool synergy there. The Batrider pick, though, quite nice from Nigma. I think this makes a lot of sense. And the Spectre is out. Ooh, that hurts a lot.
Oh, but they were ready for this.
This is cool.
Okay. Yeah. Oh, I'm liking this. They were so prepared for that. So Spectre, not the most popular, but she is very good versus certain heroes like Drow, who does not like people getting right on top of her. And in this case, you have like Batrider, Beastmaster, Lion. Eventually they get blinks, they find the Drow. You could Spectre Haunt right on top, get her killed off before she could do anything. But Spectre has her own weaknesses. And maybe they were thinking, oh, versus Magnus, I can kind of be okay farming lane, but they actually just go for the Lycan. We were talking about those buffs, the stims already. Lycan, another very fast-paced hero who could also get Bloodlust Empower. That is looking very scary. I'm envisioning just another active hero for their last pick on Shopify, and they're just going to look to push the tempo before the Spectre can even get scary with her ultimate.
I mean, this is just a Lycan who can go pack leader here because neither of these supports can deal with the summons. So you just go pack leader, and then you build into like maybe one aura or two, and you can look for Wolf Bite, honestly. Because I mean, Drow Wolf Bite's kind of interesting. Yeah,
Do you bite the Drow or would you bite the Magnus?
I was gonna say, or
Magnus
you bite the
better.
Magnus. Yeah, both are good. Like you have good Wolf Bite targets.
The Ogre.
Yeah, core Ogre, get the 80 attack damage talent or whatever he has.
Dude, he's gonna get the Midas. No, not with this lineup, but in your pubs maybe. I think he'll just get like Solar Crest or Drum. Something just, early 1-2 items, add more auras on top of the auras we're already gonna see here. So I'm thinking maybe this is for Magnus and you're looking for a mid hero then. Because this is I really think this should be Lycan in Amaterasu's hand. Magnus mid is doable, so if they want to go for something flex, they can. They go in the last pick of 4.
I think that is the nice.
Actually, maybe
part
you do want to do that.
Here.
Magnus Lycan sounds awkward though. Though I guess
he just goes
line's not that
Shockwave,
strong
right?
of a lane either. Yeah, so maybe you can get away with it. Wolves are pretty good. Yeah, I guess you could. Well, it looks like they're not fully sure either. They also banned out of support.
This is good.
And yeah, okay.
This is a way better pick. I like this a lot. Very good against the supports, really strong lane dominator. It brings another big hybrid of damage because right now you're pretty physical damage heavy, right? Between Drow, Lycan, and Magnus, like you're looking to build around your right clicks. And now you bring in the Dark Willow, one of the highest one of the highest magic damage 4s in the game. So this is a really good way to balance the lineup, gives you more control as well. I like it. Very good.
Yeah, Shopify, so we were saying earlier, they seem to like these early tempo strategies. I think that's exactly what they've got their hands on. They're going to be feeling pretty comfortable here, which I think is good because this is kind of the first, I think, LAN experience for some of their players. So you can always have those nerves. We kind of forget because Dota's an old game, so a lot of these players are pretty experienced, but I believe, like for their off laner, this should be his first LAN.
I think
some
it
comfort
is.
Yeah, so some comfort picks, comfort strategy should be solid. Navi's lineup isn't looking too bad either. Looks like they're going to grab that Tiny for Sanctity as their last pick, a Playmaker, which I think is perfect. That's how you want to enable your Spectre, which after Haunt got changed to Shadow Step, it's so low cooldown. You just want people on your team to find someone, throw a stun, she pops in, gets a kill, she can stay there to farm, or she can just go straight back to where she came from to farm. And now all 4 heroes set that up. The challenge for Na'Vi is surviving the early game. Shad, Spectre, it's not like anything on the player. Spectre just doesn't do as much early as a Drow will. So you have to get through that period. But if you do, that's the point of the Spectre, right? Is that, okay, from the mid to late game, I've got Drow's number. You guys find her, blink, avalanche, toss, I haunt in, she's dead. We take the fight from there. So I think that's what we're going to see going into this. Na'Vi got to go for that mid to late game. Shopify's hoping for strong lanes into a quick tempo win.
Yeah, well, once the game actually loads and, you know, the facets that these people are choosing are actually like confirmed, I want to talk about a couple of them. Well, I guess one in particular, but we'll see when we get there. I think overall, your kind of assessment is pretty spot on. It does seem like Shopify is again leaning towards that kind of early game aggression that they like. It's a Lycan draft. That's just what you're going to get out of it. You have the learning curve on the Ogre, who's going to play to dominate the lane at that level 2. And we'll see what ends up happening. Na'Vi, however, very heavy playmakers, right? Like you said, with the Tiny, the low cooldown of that Shadow Step, and of course a Beastmaster into the off lane. They could get active around the map. So we're going to jump into game number 1 here, and we're going to see how this goes, as it is going to... Okay, the big one I want to talk about is the Beastmaster facet. We're finally seeing people get away from the previous facet and go towards Wild Hunt. And this is one that I think is pretty good, but was just overshadowed by the other one for quite some time.
Yeah, so we were talking about how the Na'Vi supports maybe can't deal with summons the best. That's kind of true for Shopify Rebellion as well. These supports don't love facing summons, though the cores, especially with Empower, I'd say maybe don't care as much about it. So I am kind of curious on that. I guess he still thinks it's worth it. Especially, I guess it's more early power, which is maybe what you have to survive through. Can't have all your heroes aiming for the late game. So maybe they're hoping Boom will help make space early for the Spectre. Okay, I'm going to break the smoke, but he actually doesn't see this.
Oh, boy.
The ward is just a little further out.
That is a very good ward. We'll see if they can actually connect on the kill. Great Earth Spike into the pushback. Blood grenades are out, and that is an absolute guaranteed kill. Going to Sanctity on the mid lane, Tiny. It's a fantastic way to start out this mid lane.
Yeah, I think you need that too, because you need Sanctity to be the playmaker to start. Batrider needs to farm up a blink. Lion can do it later, also needs a blink, right? That's going to be slow from the supports. Fortunately, Magnus shouldn't be the worst matchup. It really should just be a farming lane, especially now that you got First Blood, helps you out. So I think that's a great start for Na'Vi. Nice smoke.
Yeah, and the fact that the wave is under their tower as well is a pretty big deal, right? Like, oh, good denies. So they're going to have really good lane position here in the bottom side. And Ogre, of course, being late to the lane means he's not going to get that level 2 super quick, which is the lane that they need to get that level 2 on to start dominating. So overall, just really good decisions there from the side of Na'Vi.
If you don't do something in that lane, the Boars can be good versus Drow, who is actually also now facing a lot of pressure from the slows from the Boars and the line, though maybe he stepped up too far. Ogre still hits kind of hard, even though he doesn't have any spells.
Yeah. He doesn't need spells to bonk. He has amazing base stats. Now, that being said, Yamato will be able to squeak away. The Hawk dive bomb ends up going to a creep.
Lion's got to be careful. As Kim gets close to level 2, that learning curve damage is pretty crazy once you hit it, is the trade-off. Yeah, good positioning from Lion, staying far back. He knows what's coming. I guess that most of the action will be in this bottom lane, because mid's really just a farming lane. As people get close to 6 and get the runes, I think we'll see a little more action there. Top lane, I mean, it's a Spectre and a Lycan, right? I think they're just going to look for farm, and it should be Lycan favored thanks to his wolves and his passive. He's got more damage. Bat Rider, which we didn't really mention, ends up being a Bat Rider 5 as opposed to Lion, but I think for the lanes it kind of makes sense. But he won't actually get that much done here, I think. Like, you just try to do your best for Spectre.
Yeah. I think at the end of the day, you're trying to stem the bleeding in that off lane as Na'Vi, because as soon as Lycan gets that Helm of the Dominator, your tower's not going to last very long. That's just kind of the nature of how this is going to go. Like, they'll be able to dive. Spectre and Bat Rider don't really have a stun, really. You can't punish them with a lot of napalm stacks and maybe a TP from the Tiny or the Lion. So that's pretty much what they're looking for. But if the other lanes are also under pressure, this should be a pretty early tower coming out from the side of Shopify, assuming the Lycan continues to farm how he is, because he's having a fantastic lane.
Okay, what if Lycan... We haven't seen Lycan versus Beastmaster in a while. What if Beastmaster... Oh, wait, Lion? Getting pretty low with that Ignite damage.
Dude, good old frog or fish. Yeah, I mean, this is learning curve, man. The early points at Ignite, Bloodlust is nuts.
You just got to survive through this. But if you do, and like Beastmaster gets his Helm of the Dominator at the same time, maybe you could just swap lanes and just you just take turns trading creeps up there.
Dude, it's true. You could see it. Yeah.
Maybe you could hold a tower that way. But I don't know if Spectre ends up jungling or in this bottom lane. I don't think she'll have a great time. So maybe that's not a very viable strat. Interesting. Lion going for a deep ward and then just denying himself.
Yeah,
he was pretty low from that play earlier.
Yeah, he also knew the Ogre was at least in a position where he could cut him off. So, because he saw him going back that way for the rune. So,
yeah, Sanctity maybe wanted a bottle refill too. He's like, yeah, could you just go die to tower or something?
Can you be a good support and trade your life for my bottle refill? Unfortunate there for Hellscream. Not quite on the mark with that Bramble, but Lycan with good micro, which is what we have come to expect with this offlaner. He is there. One thing, if you're unfamiliar with this player, you will see he's going to be playing a lot of micro intensive heroes. Things like Visage, Broodmother, Lycan, Beastmaster. These are his type of heroes. So
yeah, and he's real good with it. Which I do think over time, right, he'll expand his hero pool. We've seen this a couple times. Like ATF broke onto the speed of 3 heroes, and then slowly expanded from there.
Yeah.
I'm kind of expecting Amaterasu to be somewhat similar, but maybe starting with the micro heroes.
Oh, that's a really good ignite onto both heroes. And they do get the Earth Spike into the Hex bottom. They're doing a lot of damage here with the Beastmaster, but he's going to survive thanks to a nice Lotus. Good flame break out from Kaori, but Skem is just beating him down. The TP in for the Dark Will. A great Bramble onto 2. They don't have the damage, though. Boom's going to survive, and Hellscream trying to chase after the Bat Rider and cannot do it. The Boar and the Slow is enough to keep him back in a really good series of events here in the bottom lane from Na'Vi.
Opted for the Cursed Crown at level 3 on Hellscream. Kind of gives you another crowd control, but often we see people sometimes go a second point in Bramble or Shadow Realm first, which might have given him enough damage to get the kill there.
Yeah, Bramble scales so well if you can guarantee you're going to hit the actual root, right? We're going to see the rune. It's going to actually spawn tops the haste rune, but a lot of damage coming out now as Skem, with the help of Hellscream, trying to work on this Lion. The Tiny up onto the high ground, though. No spells kind of left in the tank, so they'll just back away. And Yopaj will look for the sweet, juicy haste rune.
I guess the damage is a little lacking in these early levels from both teams. They got some tanky heroes, and the supports need a good chunk of levels before they start doing tons of damage. So relatively low kill so far, 2 to 3. I guess
their level 6 is going to be huge, though. Yeah, exactly.
Bedlam coming out, Finger, Lasso, so a little slow pace till then.
Radiant's bottom tower is under attack.
Yamato's rotated over to the top lane. They're trying to pressure this tower with the catapult, and they are keeping it alive, zoning the Spectre off. There's no way she can contest. So it looks like it is going to be the top tower for them.
Yeah.
Boom's going to try to match that in the bottom lane. But I
He
think
can do
their
pretty
catapult's already
quick.
dead.
Yeah. I don't know how they got the catapult, but the fact that it is dead is absolutely massive. Now, they might get a kill on the Schem here. He's realizing they're going to chase. Now, does have boots. Going to get knocked back, but top lane and RP will pull back the Spectre, and the kill will go to Yamato. And a pretty worthy sacrifice from Schem. Delays the tower push even longer. The Helm of the Dominator is completed, and that top tower is gone.
You get the Ogre, but that trade doesn't even feel as good because you lost your Spectre off to the haste rune we saw Yoposh pick up earlier. But also, because of that chase, they actually haven't damaged this tower very much. So I feel like if Shopify Rebellion wants to defend it, they could TP down there. They don't have the greatest heroes for defending, I suppose, like the safe wave clear, especially now that Magnus already used RP. So maybe they are just going to trade it off, use this time to farm.
Yeah, both
Seems
Helm
like
Doms
no
are
one's
up.
coming down.
They're going to pressure mid, it looks like, actually. So they know that with Beastmaster bottom, wow, okay, this the Troll Summoner with this facet is actually kind of sick.
That's a lot of
That's
damage.
a lot of attack speed. 66 AoE attack speed with 2 points of Inner Beast. Yeah, that's pretty cool. All right, I like this. That's pretty neat. Yes, I did not consider Troll Summoner counting for that many instances. Up top lane, big fight breaking out here. Dark Willow buying a little bit of space. The Avalanche, the toss isn't enough to finish him off for now. He's all right. The Hex comes out. Hellscream getting finished up here by Shad. Just needs one more auto attack. He's not going to get it. He throws a blood grenade and dies to the Bat Rider. But Amaterasu is going to go ahead and pop that shapeshift. Look for the kill. Instead, finished off by Yopaj. A 2-for-1 top side as your Beastmaster is looking for tier 2. This is ridiculous pressure from this facet.
Yeah, and I mean, he's going to have to put it into action because joining team fights clearly looks pretty tough for them right now. That top fight not going the best. He's coming mid now. He does have Roar. I don't know. You don't have that great follow-up damage until your supports. They're still level 5.
He stole it.
Lion close to 5, so.
Yeah, these are where the games begin. You kind of have to take the Troll Summoner away from the Beastmaster. Like, he just destroys these towers. That is wild.
I guess Amaterasu can do the same thing, though. He's got the Troll. I hope this Troll lives the whole time. I hope it just changes hands throughout the whole game.
That'd be fun. Overall, very even game, 5-5. Very small gold advantage for Shopify, but ooh, that's a very good block with the Wolf there. There, he's gone for his own Centaur. He's going to go straight for the Helm of the Overlord, which I have to imagine is going to be the same play from the Beastmaster. Oh, the Blink Reveal, RP up from Yopaj. They find him. It pulled into the Centaur stun, the Curse Crown. This Tiny is going nowhere. He's quite tanky, but not tanky enough. A beautiful setup there from Shopify. As they're going to look for this mid-tier 1 with the help of the Catapult. They should be able to finish it.
I don't think you can fight this without the Tiny. And you kind of need Tiny Blink too, which is the tough thing about Tiny versus Magnus. Magnus has more natural farm speed and doesn't really need that many items. So the Blink timing is way sooner. He's already got 1,000 gold over the Tiny. So Tiny is like a little less than 2,000 away from his own Blink. And this is where things are pretty tricky for Na'Vi. We're talking about how they have to survive through this early game. This is that window. And fortunately, Boom is doing pretty well. He's actually at the top of the net worth, so they have to play around him. You see both supports with him. It does kind of mean, right, like that their level's still a little slow, and they kind of, these are like supports who like to be a little greedy. Bat Rider likes to be doing stacks. Lion likes to be given some space so he can get a blink. So that's where there's like a bit of counter synergy. They're gonna have to make it work though. The Spectre just has to like catch up and farm right now, and Tiny's got to get to that blink.
Yeah, I think like looking at the supports here, I'm a little bit surprised that Ogre is the one that is the farmed, quote unquote farmed support. I guess maybe he's gotten lucky with the bounty runes. It's hard to say, but this is not a hero you typically see. He's like known as like a sacrificial support kind of, right? Whereas your Bat Rider, like you said, wants to be doing stacks, getting towards that Blink Dagger, and He's only about 800 away, so he's closing in.
I think Ogre was on the winning side of those trades we saw in that bottom lane. He's the one who ended up with quite a few of those kills, which is, as a support, you're always like, oops, sorry, carry. Oh, no. I got the kill. My bad.
Don't worry. I'll build you a Solar Crest later, you know?
You have it queued, but you buy the Midas later.
Mind games them. It's like 20 minutes into the game, and you're like, all right, let's go push. And you're like, all right, throw that Solar Crest on me. And you click your Ogre, and he's
Solar
like Midasing you. He's Midasing the lane creeps and right in front of you, and you're like, wait a minute. Something doesn't add up.
He's got 900 gold. He hasn't bought anything, which he certainly could if he's getting a smaller item.
We'll see. We'll see. I'm sure it'll end up being a Pavise, but yeah. Good smoke to the top side. Now, that being said, Na'Vi is dodging this expertly. They know that they want to start pressuring this top tier 2 tower. They've got the Black Dragon here pushing in. Spectre in the trees. They actually get a glimpse of her for a second. I don't know if they're going to be able to find her. Smoke's going to pop Hellscream. They know something's up. They do find the Spectre hiding in the trees. The Terrorize is going to connect. He pops the Blade Mail, but will he be able to escape? He is so alone. And it's just going to be Shopify trying to slowly run him down, pulled back in, surrounded by 4, and Shad will end up falling to Yopaj. So it ends up being quite a nice move from Shopify at the end of the day.
And he has nowhere to go there. Sometimes you'll see Spectres haunt somewhere else or Shadow Step somewhere else to get away. Yeah, I don't know if intentional or not, but Yamato stayed in the jungle during that gank attempt. He's like, okay, if he came to me, I would not be able to finish the Spectre. So let me just jungle. He'll have nowhere else to go because my whole team is looking for the Spectre. So I mean, sure, you could do it, but you're just hopping from one death to another. So very nicely done from Shopify. Slowly growing this lead, especially as the tier 2 gets finished up. Starting to close out the map on this Spectre. So she does not have a ton of space to farm.
It's the Blink Daggers right now. Legitimately is the issue. They don't have a Blink Initiator outside of oh, now they do. The Bat Rider comes in, gets the lasso onto the Magnus. They need to finish him off before he can RP, and they will be able to do so. The Roars managed to catch the Dark Willow as well. She's got no way out. 2 dead on the sides of Shopify, but here comes the Lycan, baby. He's got these wolves. He's got the dragon doing some serious damage, but he's going to be able to back away now. A 2-for-1 trade, a big win from Na'Vi.
Excellent find with that blink. I thought it was looking good at first because Dark Willow broke the smoke on the high ground, but they still had vision from the ward on that cliff. It actually just expired. So just long enough to find the perfect kill on the Magnus. He didn't get to use RP, didn't get to do anything in that fight. Just threw everything on him.
Yeah, this is a
got a nice
really
replay
good
here.
find. Yeah, the blink onto the Magnus is the absolute best target.
Everything. Yeah, everything, and then everything besides roar. So you get 1 extra free kill since you get to roar something else. This game is going to be tough for supports. We've already seen it a couple times, but Lycan running down people, all these core heroes like Spectre just shadow stepping onto a support. Life is not going to be easy. They're going to have to stay out of sight as much as they can, and when they commit, they're going to have to know it's probably going to cost them their life to do whatever they're trying to do.
Yeah. I think the Lion's going to be the one who's going to have the rough, like the saddest game, because it's just so easy for a Lion to die against these heroes where, I mean, Dark Willow at least has like Shadow Realm, and Ogre is naturally tanky, but we're going to see Na'Vi go for the Roshan here. 15 minutes with that Helm of the Overlord. Pretty typical, right? Anytime, a Dire team Beastmaster sees the Roshan switch to their side of the map, they're going to make the pressure for that and should eventually fall.
Maybe you wouldn't fully expect this with a Spectre lineup. And Yamato actually drew the arrow thinking they're coming to gank him. So this is going to go uncontested. And this is quite nice for Na'Vi because as the tempo lineup on Shopify, they've been taking towers. You eventually want to pick up that Roshan, clear up the rest of the towers. Maybe you do a little poking at the tier 3, but you'd like the Aegis to do that. And that actually just got stolen away from you. So you're going to have to wait 8 to 11 minutes before you can maybe get it for yourself. And it's the delay game for Na'Vi. Just keep extending it until this Spectre is online. So stealing the Roshan, that's step 1 towards making it to that late game where they're going to look a lot stronger.
Yeah, they had no idea that was going, clearly, because they could have pressured mid-tower. They had 3 heroes kind of floating around there. They could have looked to bottom, but they were actually afraid of the smoke gank instead. Hell's not going for the courier? Maybe he's waiting for it to pick something up before killing it. I don't know. Could have just gotten a free courier, decides against it. Both teams will lose their off-lane tier 1 tower. A little bit of a map advantage technically for Shopify Riders. They've got a little bit more towers at this point, but the Aegis is going to put kind of a wrench or a kink in that plan for a little bit.
And Navi, they're losing a lot of towers, but you can't actually contest it. This is a mistake a lot of pubs make, is like you think you need to defend. Hey, I didn't know it's in the name of the game, but sometimes you can't. You're just not equipped to deal with the enemy team. So Navi has identified that. They're doing their best to just split up on the map. And so we see, even though they've lost quite a few towers, they're only about 2K behind. And that's not that bad considering you're the spec
immediately
player.
pops. Huge RP onto 3. The Terrorize connects. Lasso is there. In comes the Lycan, but where is the damage? Got to finish him off. It's going to be Yamato with a huge amount of damage coming out as well. Now Shad, he reflects a lot of damage with the Blade Mail, but Sanctity, he's out of mana. He is too tanky to finish off, but what a find from the RP of the Magnus. And the Hellscream follow-up, it's all there. We're going to get a replay, I am sure, in a moment, but my goodness, that is the best thing you could have asked for into an Aegis lineup.
Yeah, that's why Magnus is so popular right now. Yeah, here we go. They had the ward on that high ground, so even as they come up smoked, it's just not where you want to be. The Magnus was in the perfect position. He pays with his life, but you're happy to do so as everyone else. Actually, he didn't even die. For some reason, I thought he died here.
Yeah, that gust into Curse Crown. That's what it was. I didn't realize I saw the gust come out, but yeah, the Curse Crown immediately just stunning up 3 more heroes after the full duration RP terrorize. That, I mean, they just didn't get to move.
All right, I was saying it was just a 2K lead. Jumped up the 4K, doubling their advantage into the Aegis, which actually they still have the Aegis thanks to the fact that Tiny waddled away out of there, but
yeah.
That is not what they were hoping to find there.
No, not at all. I mean, the multi-shot of Drow is starting to become a serious threat. With this facet, the sidestep, the fact that she can move while using the multi-shot is pretty nuts. It gives her the ability to position or kind of... Yeah, I guess just be in a better position. Like, Drow is probably one of the most position-oriented heroes in Dota, like when it comes to fighting. And having that ability to move while multi-shotting is pretty huge. A 5K lead Manta style now done for the Drow. That'll help her out quite a bit. But it's going to be Na'Vi looking for an opening themselves. They've got these Blink Daggers. They've got the Shadow Step available for when they want to use it. But it is the tail end of nighttime here. Being a little bit harder to find their opening.
Catch side of the Spectre, but I don't think you can actually jump the Spectre without Magnus. Who's pretty close to finishing the BKB, so it looks like he just wants to chill right now till it's done. I said that. They're actually, yeah, going a little aggressive.
I thought they were going to try and steal the Tormentor for a second with the Lycan, but they are TPing back on Na'Vi. They do not want to give this up. They've got the Wolves here to try and scout this out. Amaterasu trying to block the toss back with his own Golem. Very nice movement there. And now he's just going to scout this one out. Kaori's actually losing a decent chunk of HP here just to these Wolves. And they'll just turn their attention to finish off the Tormentor, which I think is a wise decision.
They're going to hope it goes to Lycan over the Bat Rider. This is actually slower than I thought it would be. They're gonna really work for this one.
All right.
Oh no, to the Bat Rider.
You know, it do be like that sometimes. Time for Shopify's turn. Lycan can just solo it, of course. That's why I was surprised they made the movement to show on the lane there. I legitimately thought Amaterasu was just going to solo their Tormentor really quick and try and back away. But this shard goes to Skem. It's not, again, not the best shard, but it's better than nothing, you know?
Better than Bat Riders.
I think you would have definitely preferred Dark Willows. It is a terrifying shard to play against, but...
Yeah, the extra Brambles would be really nice as a combo with the RP, but...
Potential
well,
smoke.
Fire Shield's not too bad.
Yeah, again, it's just, it might keep someone alive. We'll see.
Yeah, especially the Drow, right? If she gets jumped, that's kind of all he has to do. Stay near the Drow, keep her alive. So in that sense, maybe it is something they want more than the extra combo with the RPs.
Got their eyes on this mid tier 2 tower. Shieldrun's going to spawn top, which is actually going to be very fortunate there for Shopify, as Batrider was there ready to look for a Blink Lasso. And they're going to have to address this split push of the Lycan here at some point. Like, these summons will take your tower if you allow them to, especially now the fact they have, you know, multiple Manta styles as well to tank the towers. Both teams know exactly what's up, but yeah, that mid tier 2, it's got to be dead soon. There's no way it's got much HP left. Oh, Skem just throws his body on in, trying to get some vision for the enemy team. Shadow Step onto the backside, will find the Dark Willow. He's gonna go back to his team. So we'll just lose the Ogre. Managed to hold for the tier 2 at the moment. Yopon is looking for an RP. He manages to find the Tiny, pulls him down to the low ground. They got him. The silence is out. A big Terrorize connects as well, sending back two, as Amaterasu is looking for the back line, and he 3-shots the Batrider. Tiny's dead, and now they look for more. They find themselves the Spectre in the trees, but boom, trying to get away from this freaking Lycan, man. He's doing so much damage, but finally, that shapeshift will expire, but not without cost for Na'Vi. They lose 3. They get the buyback of the Ogre, but now the high ground siege about to begin.
This is Empower Bloodlust with Lycan creep, so this should be pretty quickly. Oh my goodness, yeah. All right, they're going to fortify for now. I think if they really wanted to force it, they could, but they're going to play it safe. They know Roshan could start to spawn soon, so if you overextend and you give this up, you give up the second Roshan, that'd be really bad. So they're just gonna be happy with the fortify.
You're going
a nice
against like
find from the
Blink
Magnus.
Lasso and Tossback, right? So
Yeah.
don't give them the
Just too
opportunity
scary.
type of thing.
Yeah, that was looking better for Na'Vi. It started with a kill on Ogre. I guess because they weren't defending the tier 2, they thought, oh, maybe they're on our half of the map. I can like step into the triangle. That was incorrect. They were just playing very patiently. But in the chase for more in the 5v4, just kind of got a little scattered. And then Tiny got separated from his team. Switch up from the usual tossback. Gets skewered
Dude,
back.
those wolves just gave so much vision and info to the side of Shopify. They were about to make a smoke play, and they scout the TP in, and they're just like, oh, dang, there's wolves here, guys. Go spread back out, I guess.
Yeah. I mean, we were saying it earlier. He is really good with his micro.
Yeah. Roshan's about to spawn. 1 second away, so it was a quick respawn. It will be moving dire side in about 10 seconds. Now, like we talked about, they killed it just at about the 16-minute mark. So we'll be seeing Roshan move his way top. They'll know about this. Next Roshan, if it goes the way of Shopify, could be the Aegis to crack the high ground. If it goes to Na'Vi, they could maybe stall this one out to get this Spectre a little bit more farm. That's what they need at the moment.
Yeah, I don't think you can actually fight Shopify in a 5-on-5 around the pit, though. I think it's
they
too
saw the
scary
lion.
against the Lycan. Well, if you get a free lion kill, then especially.
He dodges every spell. Fortunately, they're like, surely he's walking towards his base, right? So they try to block off where he's going, but he actually just didn't move. He had no idea that they saw him. Oh, man.
Did catch sight at the end as he blinked away.
Yeah.
Maybe if he starts his TP right away, he could get out. But it does mean you can't contest this Roche. You need everyone if you're going to try, but I think it's difficult. You need to somehow find the Magnus and kill him first, but that's really tough because you only have so many jumps. And if all of you jump the Magnus and he gets BKB off and doesn't kill, then he's just going to RP all of you. So it's a very tricky fight to take, especially into the Invis Wolves always scouting you out. So as his pause ends, whether Lion survives or not, it is looking to be a Shopify Roche. Give that to the Drow Ranger. They actually finished double Lincolns. Drow has hers on the way. Lycan has his. So really all you have to do now, get the Aegis on Yamato, double Lincolns him, just let him poke, right? And all you have to be careful about is the tossback and lasso. That's a lot to be careful of, but that's what the double Lincolns is for. It's really tricky to break Lincolns and then lasso and then like Force Staff away. If you use the Force Staff to break, you're going to lasso her, but they're just going to stun you there before you get Drow away. So this is looking like a tricky timing for Na'Vi.
They've also got Manta styles to just throw at the high ground as well for like vision for the Magnus to go fishing. But Drow could also potentially dodge like a blink toss back with a Manta as well. So that is, it's not an easy thing to do, but it is definitely possible.
Are you ready to have some fun?
Yeah, I think the Linken's purchase is super smart this game. It stops the initial blink Bat Rider, but also potentially roar in the middle of a fight, or even just a single lion stun, something like that, right? So, all right, he does
the
immediately
lion
TP
does
out.
get away.
Yeah, I thought that's what he would do, and I think you're right. They're just going to give up the Roshan and look to push lanes. The lion already being drawn down mid, still pressuring bottom with the Bat Rider as well. So, why not?
Boom did get a Crimson Guard, so that'll be pretty nice. There's a lot of right-click damage coming from Shopify, and it'll help you kind of delay their tower push a little bit, but man, with Empower, they hit hard, so I think they'll still do a good chunk of damage through that Crimson Guard. But if you can get, I don't know, it's got to be like, maybe Lion breaks the Lincoln with Hex and Earth Spike, and then you get the toss back or lasso from there. You need something like that, and then maybe if Shopify overcommits to defend, you get the nice haunts on the back line, something like that, you can win a fight. And if you can survive and win one major fight as Na'Vi, I do think they'll extend this to the late game, and it'll start being a lot better. Like, Shad's getting close to the point where any support who shows is just dead. And that's where life gets a lot better for Na'Vi, but he's not quite there yet, and they're knocking your tier 3 right now.
Yeah. No fortification, of course, like we talked about. Now, they are going to counter fort with this, or not counter fort, but drop the banner, Roshan's banner, which will give them Yopaj goes in. He only finds one. BKBs will pull the Spectre into the enemy team, and now Shad, no chance of escape. Now, they do manage to get on top of Drow, but she just gets saved. And the damage out from Amaterasu. What in the world was that? The tiny ripped apart like paper. And another pullback. They are falling apart on the side of Na'Vi. The Bramble is going to catch the Beastmaster. And Amaterasu, this shapeshift is lasting forever. These extra kills extending that. Still such a threat. Now, right now, the mid lane was cut, so they are at least going to prevent, 2 lanes of barracks going down here. But this is such a devastating fight for the side of Na'Vi.
Yeah, I actually didn't see who pushed out mid, but that was a fantastic call to do so, because otherwise you lose 2 barracks right off that one fight. Now, you might still lose them because actually Aegis is still available, and Shopify is just headed on back. They don't have RP this time, so maybe they'll wait for that. And yeah, you have enough Aegis time if you want to do that. There's still 2.5 minutes on it, so you could wait for all the spells and then just go again. I think that'd be the very safe way to do it. I don't think they actually have to do it. If they don't want to, it doesn't look like they do.
Around. They're going to try and play this from the backside, see if they can find. It's going to be Scam on the Ogre. The Shadow Step on in. They take him out, and that's going to be a dieback from his earlier buyback. So removed from the game for quite some time. He's looking for the Lion. The Lion will escape. Bat Rider as well gets the TP out. So clean escape. Oh. Well, not for Lion anymore. He gets 2-tapped by Yamato.
Looks like he wanted to try to make his way back for the gem, but it cost him his life.
And he's still got the Aegis. Oh, Tiny gets caught on the side. Brambled over and over. Terrorize connects. Yopaj, he's got an RP in 1 second. Looking for an opening here. Who's it going to be? It's going to be a roar out from Boom. He pops the BKB. They have the Lincolns to protect him, and Yopaj doesn't seem to care. He's just going to go ahead and pull the Spectre right back into his team. Does get saved for the moment with the Force Staff, but it doesn't matter. He's dead again. 50 seconds, no buyback, and now Sanctity able to dodge this one out. A nice juke from him. Goes south. We'll avoid the side of Shopify. Might be able to get a lane cut. No, not going to risk it.
I think maybe he should, though, go for another one, because you can't fight without your Spectre, and she's in that buyback.
1 minute left on Aegis.
Cut creep somewhere.
16,000 gold lead all of a sudden. Shopify are firing on all cylinders. I mean, every single hero they seem to get their hands on, they managed to kill.
looking like they should have this one outside of getting a little too tempted to get near that fountain. Some endless tossbacks and lassos in there. I don't think Na'Vi will be able to defend this from here.
Oh, they got the Beastmaster. Another skewer back. Yules will put the Tiny into the air. Yamato in a little bit of trouble. They managed to get on top of him for now, but he's still got the Aegis. Glamour caped up. Nobody on the side of Shopify is going to go down here, and instead, it's a disaster for Na'Vi. 3 dead, make it 4 as the Tiny goes down, and the GGs get dropped. Game 1 going to Shopify.
It was looking good at first for Na'Vi. I feel like they were hanging on for a bit, but I think we see a little bit of the weakness of the draft, which is that too many heroes needed a Blink Dagger before they could really do anything. And in that, like, about 5-minute window, Yopaj was able to find tons of plays on that Blink Magnus. The support's able to contribute without needing the Blink Dagger in the same way that Na'Vi supports do. So they were just able to get, that starting lead, take a lot of towers, start to climb that gold lead, and then they hit everything they needed with that second Aegis and clean that up very nicely. Very clean finish from them. No throws on that high ground.
Yeah, absolutely. And when you have a hero like Magnus, it just makes it so much easier to find these essential pickoffs. And it all starts here with this first RP Blink reveal from Yopaj, slowing down Sanctity's Blink in the process. And that was kind of the key to their game, right? Without the Blink Daggers, it becomes very difficult. And this was probably the fight that broke the game open, right? The 3-hero RP, the 3-hero Gust, the 3-hero Cursed Crown. Like, what more can you ask for?
Yeah, this got them like 2k gold just off that one fight. Yeah, maybe that is the turning point, because 2k at like 18 minutes is really not that bad for a Spectre lineup. You're approaching that point where she just starts threatening anyone who shows on the map, but yeah, it just gave too much money over to keep up the momentum going for Shopify. And we said this is their preferred play style, and we see exactly why, right? They did a really good job of this. No over committing. Like, sometimes you see teams do this, but then you get too excited. You feel too much pressure. Like, oh, we have to go end now. We have to hit the tier 3 now. They were very patient. They knew what they needed. We needed second Aegis. We need 2 Lincolns, and they won't touch us. And they did not. They could not go through that double Lincoln's Aegis.
Yeah, I mean, this is exactly what we have come to know for Amaterasu on his offlane pool. 7-0 and 16. He absolutely crushed this game. It was a perfect Lycan pick when they grabbed it. You see both supports that are not capable of dealing with this hero. Even the core matchup of things like Spectre and Beastmaster, who cares? He doesn't mind. He'll dominate the lane, and then your supports have no ability to slow down him for the rest of the game. So very smart draft from Shopify. You give what we would kind of consider your least experienced player in terms of this roster, one of his most comfortable heroes in a good game, and he absolutely performed.
Yeah, credit to the man behind the screen that we don't get to see. Bulba cooked with that draft. I feel like he knew they were going to respond with the Spectre. That Lycan pick was so fast after the Spectre came out versus that Drow. So I think they were set up for success from the draft. They did have to execute well. But a great first start for Shopify Rebellion. I don't think Na'Vi was totally outclassed there either, right? We got a second game to play here. They had a good start. I do think that was a bit unfortunate, that high ground move where they get 3-man RP. That is not something you can will into existence, but it was great positioning from Shopify. Maybe with some tweaks to the draft a little bit from Na'Vi. And I mean, honestly, if you run that exact same game back, I do think they could win it if you don't get caught up like that. But yeah, I just think like they do have a shot going into game 2.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, it's the first game of the event, right? It's one of those things like there's a lot still to be learned, a lot still to be played. Shopify looked as good as we remember. Like, you and I have been watching and covering this team for quite some time, and this is right up the alley from what we saw from them in the qualifiers. Very early domination, very few mistakes being made at all, and it lends themselves to a really strong mid game. So I am curious to see what they're going to do to adjust the draft here in game 2 on the Na'Vi side, because you still can't give them the things like the Broodmother or the Alchemist. But if Na'Vi have first pick, maybe that changes things in terms of the ban priorities. So we'll have to see. But right now, though, we're going to go to a short break, everyone, and then we'll be back with game number 2 here of Na'Vi versus Shopify at ESL One Bangkok. Stay tuned. We'll see you in just a bit.
to the finish line. 'Cause you're never gonna stop me trying. Yeah, what's real is never gonna die. So take me to the finish line. Take me to the finish line. Keep on rolling until I get to the top. I'll never back down. I won't ever stop. Take me to the finish line. 'Cause you're never gonna stop me trying. What's real is never gonna die. So take me to the finish line. Take me to the finish line. So take me to the finish line. 'Cause what's real is never gonna die. Yeah, you're never gonna stop me trying. So take me to the finish line. Take me to the finish line. Take me home.
Ooh, that day that boy walked my way. Don't forget his pretty face. It was like we both had something to say. Yeah, but as soon as I saw him, his fine ass was gone. Think I should have followed him home. I'll put my number into his phone. A moment in time, so divine. Hope I see you again. Hope I see you again. A moment in time, so divine. Hope I see you again. Hope I see you again. You looking so good, make me wanna know you. Feeling the groove, and I got to show you. Come back, better come back. Want you to know that you're looking so fly. I wanna get to know you, but you can set me by in just a moment in time. Oh my, boy, you better come back. A moment in time, so divine. Hope I see you again. Hope I see you again. A moment in time, so divine. Hope I see you again. Hope I see you again. You're looking so good, make me wanna know you. Feeling the groove, and I got to show you. Come back, better come back. Want you to know that you're looking so fly. I wanna get to know you, but you can set me by in just a moment in time. Oh my, boy, you better come back.
suffering. Trouble is rising. Mountains are melting. There's gonna be nothing left to breathe. Raise the sirens now. Break the silence now. Our hearts are trembling. This can be the ending. We must begin to rise.
We are back here at ESL One Bangkok with more Dota action here on the Storm screen. We've got Shopify versus Navi game 2 about to begin. And Zach, let's talk real quick about what happened in game 1, because we kind of know the game style that Shopify likes to bring to the table. Maybe caught Navi off guard a little bit.
Yeah, I'm not sure how much they knew to prep for it. I imagine they did, right? The teams do their research, but I think maybe draft-wise, Lion Batrider as a support duo, both of them, they're really good supports, but they both need that blink, right? So if you know Shopify wants to play fast, then maybe that's a little bit of a weakness. Maybe you need someone who's just ready to go, just right off the bat, doesn't really need anything. And you can help make space for, you can go like one greedy pick in the Batrider, and then you pick a more active counterpart support, or swap that, whatever you want to go for. But when both of them are like, kind of want this blink dagger before I do anything, then that's where you have Yopaj running around, skewering you back, getting a couple extra kills for his team, and can't really react too much. They tried, they went around the Beastmaster. Boom was top net worth, he was having a great game, but can't get the Drow to the Beastmaster, right? She's just keeping her distance away from him. So maybe that's something they can look to adjust. If not that, then maybe Tiny could be shifted, because he's also a mid hero who needs to get the blink. And usually that's okay, because, mid's usually richer than the supports, but it is still at window, which things don't quite go your way. We did see Magnus ended up with a 1,000 gold lead. And you're kind of stuck waiting for that blink from the Tiny as well. Something different, like Storm, Puck, Invoker don't quite need an item. Now, they don't have the greatest matchups into the Magnus, so I don't know exactly what they want, but that idea, something that doesn't need 2,000 gold to get active.
Yeah, I would say it's a little bit surprising that they went for the Tiny when they did, because it is one of those heroes that, yeah, it is also a blink dependent mid laner, but it just did not work against this Magnus like I think they thought it would. And they're gonna try and cut their losses.
It's about to come out here.
Yeah, they ban the Magnus, but this leaves in the patented Broodmother for Shopify. So it's a pick your poison scenario when it comes to playing against the first pick of Shopify's team. There's the mastermind.
It's easy
itself,
to say,
the old Bulba.
Yeah, it's easy to say, oh, they should have banned Magnus. How could they let it through? But drafting is always a game of trading, and maybe think you have an answer one way or the other. They tried it, did not, so they are going to ban it. But yeah, that Broodmother's pretty scary. If you haven't seen it, then there's a good chance you're about to. But they don't have to take it first, right? They could pick it a little later. It's just something that they've shown to be very comfortable doing. Oh, they're actually going to go Chen first before that can get banned out.
That's cool.
Which I believe it did get banned out in the second phase in the last game. So
it did, yeah.
That is your tempo hero for Skem. He is very good with Chen. Could still do the Broodmother. That is still a very tempo-based hero, but he has other options, right? Like the Lycan from the last game's in here, Beastmaster. A number of micro offlane heroes love playing with the Chen because They don't have to buy every aura. They can still buy the ones they want to buy, and then Chen will buy all the others, and you just group together and you're like, wow, we have 50 million buffs between the two of us. It like barely even matters what the other 3 heroes are at that point.
Yeah, we talk about Shopify wanting to play a fast tempo game, group up and try and take the pressure to their opponents, and Chen is a perfect hero for doing this. So we'll see what they pair it with. It does also kind of block heroes like the Beastmaster being picked, like we saw last game. You know, Beastmaster looked good from Na'Vi. Like they managed to get some pretty decent item timings, but it just fell flat against the lineup that Shopify had, and this would just make it a little bit more difficult. So first response is going to be the Bristleback, a hero that we've seen climb the ranks quite a bit, and it is as either an offlane or a carry, right, with the Seeing Red facet.
Yeah, he is solid versus these micro heroes we were just talking could be coming out. Quill Spray, you know, you don't have to do that much. You just kind of kill a lot of them. Though maybe we'll see them pick up some break creeps or a break hero. That could be a cool response to the Bristle that you don't always get to see. But he should be generally okay. We'll see where he ends up. I think carry or offlane could be possible. Take the Gyrocopter. He's a good carry versus the Chen and potential other micro heroes you might want to pick. Just press flak, kill everything. It's also just generally good as a carry, slowing down the kind of pacing that Shopify has shown to like, where you can defend your towers with the ultimate and flak cannon, pretty safe distance, you know, relatively far back. Your attack range is small, but the flak range is large. So you're usually able to clear out creeps and at least extend the time it takes to kill a tower.
All right, they get the Earth Spirit. Now, was probably the strongest hero of last patch in the mid lane. I think what we ended up seeing was just this hero start to dominate quite a bit. Now, still a pretty good pick, of course, but was nerfed a decent amount. Boulder Smash being the primary one, kind of hurting his ability to farm in the mid lane as easily, like one-shotting range creeps and stuff like that with the bonus damage it used to do to creeps. It kind of makes it even more so that we're not going to see this hero as a support though, right? Because he farms even slower, and you know, for positions specifically need to have scaling and farming speed. So probably just going to be the mid lane. I like the responses here. Dragon Knight and Bat Rider.
Yeah, I'm not sure if I believe in the Earth Spirit very much right now. Team still tried it out, but it has a horrible win rate. So we'll see. It technically still does what it does on paper. It just has a tougher time getting there because of the nerfs.
I mean, they mess with the talents as well. The early talents.
That's true. Yeah,
is pretty massive. Like the rolling distance at 10 is now at 20, and that was a huge part of this hero's early game momentum. Like he gets his level 6, he starts killing lanes, he has like a blade mail, gets level 10, and then suddenly he can roll like 1,000 units across the screen, you know, chasing heroes. Which you can't do that anymore. So now you get Spell Amp, which was also nerfed, so that doesn't feel great. Yeah, I don't know. I understand why its win rate went down, right? They hit him pretty hard.
Yeah, well, we'll see how it plays out. The Dragon Knight Bat Rider is actually not really a direct response to the Earth Spirit. You could do Dragon Knight mid. It would be a pretty even matchup, I'd say. But Tomato is a very good Dragon Knight carry, and it pairs really well with Chen, because Chen actually loves to play greedy. You win your lane, and then you like going to go farm or dive towers. But if your carry gets killed in the meantime, then you know, you don't feel so good as a position 5. But when you pick someone sturdy like Dragon Knight, you give him a good start, and you're like, all right, I'm going to go jungle right now. You'll be okay here because you're a sturdy carry, and it's legitimately good, right? It's actually jungling on Chen is pretty solid because you pick up an aura or two just so fast that other position 5s just cannot match.
Yep. I do say
looking pretty good.
Dragon Knight's probably going to be for Tomato, right? I think it's probably the Dragon Knight Chen lane. He's a very sturdy laner to where you can just kind of leave him and then Chen can go farm. He's probably one of the best safe lane carries with like the Armlet Mask of Madness. And there it is, baby! The Brood Mother coming in on 18 for the side of Shopify. I mean, we had mentioned it, right? It is a specialty. If they want to pick it, they will go for it. And similar to last game, they pick it on 18 where they did the Lycan, and you're like, kind of owns both of these supports. So I'm now very worried for Na'Vi.
Yeah, this is... So Nyx into Chen makes sense. It's also very good versus Batrider, but you're on this timer now where pre-6 is okay, and then as soon as level 6s come out, especially that Broodmother, she kind of just takes over a part of the map. Now, Bristleback is a hero that's hard to kick out, right? With a kill spray, so that's something they kind of have going for him. That maybe you could just park him where the Broodmother is. The thing is, I think you're okay with that on Shopify because Brood will farm faster than the Brood, or the Bristle. You'll just trade the lane creeps, but then you will farm multiple jungle camps that the Bristleback cannot match what the Brood does, and you'll just get more farmed. So I think Shopify's going to be pretty happy, even if that ends up being a Bristle carry that can survive versus the Brood, which technically there's some flex. I'm going to say this as it's necessary to admit that there's like flex in Dota, which you could do like carry Brood, off Brood, mid DK, carry DK. But I feel like these players are known for like the carry DK and the offlane Brood. I don't think there will be a flex, but one day they'll do it and they'll catch all of us off guard and they'll win a game off of it and it'll be sick. I don't think it'll be this game, but one day.
I really like the Terrorblade ban here. I think they are anticipating offlane Bristleback because carry Terrorblade is actually one of the really difficult matchups for the Broodmother to play. Like the fact that you can reflect incapacitating bite back onto the Broodmother, so that she just like misses and can't really like sustain the lane anymore is really difficult. So it's a heads up ban for sure. They get rid of the Pangolier now would have been a very good team fight initiator for them. Plays well into the Earth Spirit mid as well. But Shopify, I will point this out. You could actually Batrider mid if they really wanted it. You could stick the Batrider mid and you could pick a new 4 position. I don't think they will, but it's something to consider.
That would be kind of sick. I haven't seen that matchup in a while, but you're usually quite good versus these melee heroes, though he has like kick and roll to get away. But if you have to use it to get away, you're not going to farm very well. And we already talked about Earth Spirit not being as good as he used to be. So if you're not succeeding in the lane, I think your impact going to drop a lot, especially into what's probably a pretty early pipe. Like Broodmother or Chen can pick up a pipe very quickly.
Right, they just steal the Tiny for themselves. So this matchup a little bit, it's a little bit better than like the matchup of Tiny versus the Magnus. Like Magnus is just, he's got way more damage, right? Thanks to the Empower. Earth Spirit still has a great animation and good damage, but Tiny should be okay.
Yeah, this is a matchup we used to see in the last patch when Earth Spirit was better. And I'd say it was generally Earth Spirit favored just because you don't need that blink that we've been talking about to get active. You just have roll really early. As soon as you have 6, you're pretty happy moving around. Still kind of true, but you just won't be as strong as you used to be, which lessens that pain point. And if you can actually outlane in the mid, because you have help from supports like Chen and Batrider, who should be relatively free to come over, then that helps alleviate that. You can get that blink faster than we saw in the last game and be the playmaker you need for your team, because these cores, like, it's kind of on Tiny to start. Yamato will probably go for a more early build on his Dragonite, and they honestly give a lot of space to Amaterasu. They're helping him feel comfortable, I think, at the team. So I think Dragonite will become a playmaker for them as well, but it'll be Tiny to start.
And he's someone that even in like the bad games where for the Broodmother will still take the Feeding Frenzy. A lot of people have gone necrotic webs even after the change to where they're not global, right? They have to be in the same like web network. But Amaterasu, he really likes Feeding Frenzy on the Broodmother, and I think a lot of people who have been watching him play this hero are kind of taking note. It just amplifies his farm speed so much. The moment he gets level 6 and he has these spiders running around and he has the ability to just pop Insatiable Hunger for, the Feeding Frenzy bonus, like he just clears through camps and jungle camps or in like ancient camps so fast.
Yeah, he's good with the micro. So I feel like if you're not using the spiders to the full extent, then that's where you lose some value on the feeding frenzy. But he's pretty good with it. Keeps his hero away from them against like Earthshaker type heroes where you don't want to get them cleaved. Uses them to farm safely. Doesn't feed too many. So it gets a lot of value out of that facet.
Yeah, absolutely. I am excited. This should be a very fun game. The Tidehunter last pick, not something that I really expected, but it is going to do decent in the lane, and it does give you someone that can stand into the Broodmother lane and try and stop him from taking towers. So eventually, that may help out as we have a little bit of a pause. But for everyone who is just tuning in, welcome, as it is game number 2 of Navi versus Shopify here on the Storm stream, and Shopify currently up 1-0. Yes, okay, he did this on the Batrider. He went Arsonist, which is why I was considering a potential mid Batrider, right? Because you could go for the Arsonist facet in the mid lane, but he goes for it anyway as the 4 position overstoked. Give them even more push potential.
Yeah, he likes this one. And I think it makes sense. It really does help you off of 1 kill, really punish those tier 1 towers. And then it's not really needed for the later towers that much. You're probably waiting for like the blink lassos rather than, sieging a tower, especially when you have like Brood on your team. But, sometimes you want to fight. It does help you have just a bit more pushing power. And that's really what their lineup is, again, going for on Shopify. Navi has tried to adjust with that Tide. I kind of get the idea, but I'm also wondering, like, let's say you delay the game with the Tide. Do you reach a point where you're that much stronger? I know I've seen some Bristlebacks pop off, but I've also seen Dragonites pop off a lot. And I can see him picking up a Silver Edge, and then I would favor him in that matchup. I'm not quite sure where the timing for Navi comes in. I guess it's, like Ags plus 1 item on the Bristleback, and you try to get a lot done in that time. But I feel like Shopify has 5 signature heroes in a very cohesive draft.
It's actually, when you put it like that, it's a little bit scary. But yes, you are correct. This is very much signature heroes for the side of Shopify. Now, one thing I will mention, like you said, is there does Shopify outscale them? I kind of feel like you do. Like Dragonite is just such a massively dominant hero in the mid late game. You're against Bristle and Tide. Like this is such a simple Silver Edge game. You're absolutely going to build it. There's no way that you don't. Tiny also is a hero that can build Silver Edge from the mid lane. So you're going to have multiple forms of break as this game goes on and plenty of damage. So it's going to be up to Navi to try and get something out of this Tidehunter and Earth Spirit combo early, like combining with their supports, because you have high damage supports, but you're going to have to find some big kills and start slowing down the Shopify draft early on.
Yeah, I think that's maybe step 1. You have to have a strong lane, which nice flame break from Hellscream. All right, 2-2 split, actually. I thought they were going to get 3-2. I guess looks like Boom maybe stole the top rune. He's pretty tanky. Can do that quite safely. Something actually we see on screen right now. Chents usually take the Satyr facet, and it's stronger in the lane. The Hellbear is the other one we sometimes see, and it's when the attack speed aura is really good, which we've been talking about the tempo. You're going to have like a million Brood Spiderlings and a Dragonite, and you suddenly give them extra attack speed. That's kind of a sick idea. They're really all in on this fast pace, like synergy between the heroes.
Yeah, people kind of forget. Like you just throw the potato. Wow. Okay. Yeah, he is taking a beating here, but you just throw the potato, the little Hellbear, into the fight. It dies and death rows and gives your entire team a massive buff, right? That's kind of the idea behind it. And so kind of a cool play from Skem to go for this.
Yeah, we are going to get into some wacky creep shenanigans in the top lane. This is not going to be a great lane for the Tide. Unless you do kind of weird stuff like this, but see Skem's pretty comfortable running creeps around as well. Yamato playing the Dragonite, very tanky to not You try to do this with a Drow, you're dead. You know,
Yeah.
it is many creeps. But a Dragonite, he just runs them around. Laning as usual, ×3. This is some turbo mode lane right here. Let's see how well they can last it. This many creeps dying at the same time.
I will say, when it comes to Nyx Assassin in bad lanes, like that's pretty common, right? They'll just take Mind Flayer, drag the wave, like Mind Flayer some hard camps in the process, which just does exactly right there. And he just continues kind of dragging. But Chen is kind of a beast right now. He is just right-clicking him to death.
Strongest potato you've ever seen.
Dude, this potato owns.
You also see this camp didn't spawn because they actually used an observer to block it. And you have a sentry in the triangle as well blocking that one. So some good ideas versus the Chen, knowing he wants to farm like this.
Well, your Tidehunter is getting some good experience. He doesn't have amazing CS, but, you know, that's kind of the nature of playing a weird and wacky lane like this. And when you pick the Tidehunter where they did, it makes sense looking at how like, considering this was their idea, like, all right, we're just going to ignore the lane. We're not going to play it normally. So Tidehunter, just don't die next to your wacky stuff.
Yeah,
perfect type of hero to put in the lane.
Yeah, Nyx could help get a lot done. A lot of it's a solid Nyx game. Good versus these supports. Maybe he picks up his own break. Pretty solid versus the Dragonite. Maybe he can help get some of these burst kills early.
Ooh. And it's gone.
Mango Mind Flare. But the Tornado's actually still alive.
Yeah.
I kind of didn't realize that.
As the Wild Wing. Little guy.
You gotta instantly take it out if you want to prevent the tornado from coming out.
But overall, lane and mid, very even. Off lane, a little bit of an advantage for the Broodmother, but not by much. So right now, better lanes from Na'Vi for sure as compared to last game. Yopaj in the mid actually going to take a decent amount of damage there. The fortification came out just a little bit too slow. He tried to fort the wave to prevent Sanctity from actually finishing it off, but in comes Hellscream on the Batrider. He's got a roll in a moment. As long as he can block this, they get this kill. The toss is out, and this might be your first blood. He gets
Nice
the roll.
kick.
What a grab from Sanctity.
Oh, a scam coming in?
He's out. Dude, what a beautiful kick roll. Now, it does hurt him. He had to TP to Fountain.
Yeah.
So that's still
Having a
pretty
TP
sick.
home. Yeah, having a TP home is still a relative win, but a nice play to at least limit it to a death or limit it to not dying. But it does mean Yopaj can start picking up that XP advantage and continue to get the CS towards the Blink Dagger that will eventually be him being active. I guess Earth Spirit having roll makes TPing home not the worst compared to other mids. You get out pretty fast. He's already back in that mid lane.
Yeah. Watching these two just Earth like creatures fight for last hits is just hilarious.
Two stony boys in the mid lane.
Bottom lane looking for
Kaori.
Kaori. This should be a kill, but ooh, does he get? He loses them in the trees. Oh man, that is unfortunate there for Amaterasu. They do know of the rotation in, maybe from Sanctity, and that's going to be first blood. Beautifully done from the Earth Spirit.
Pretty slow first blood, 5.5 minutes. I guess it makes sense. If you look at all the core heroes, they're all so tanky.
Yeah.
Dragonite, Tide, Earth Spirit, Tiny, Brood, Bristle. Like, Brood's probably the squishiest of them, which is really saying something.
Well, for now, I mean, Na'Vi are actually doing quite well with these lanes. Like, I thought it would be going better. But Amaterasu goes in really aggressive, and they just turn on a bottom and finish the job. You didn't even need the stun.
Thank goodness. You'll feel real bad bringing 3 heroes and not getting a stun, or not getting a kill, so.
God, this top lane is hilarious. Just Boom is just clicking the Dragonite, who just seemingly doesn't care. And he can't even bother clicking the Tide because it's Tide, you know?
Yeah, it's just a farm lane. I always see it. They're both at the top, 36 to 34. You get what denies you can, but it's mostly just a farm lane. Looks like Sanctity's coming back bottom. See if he can make a play, and I imagine steal the Wisdom Rune off this. Nick's already in a very aggressive position. Oh, caught by the creep wave, though, so rotation's already coming in.
They're forwarding to keep the wave here. Yopaj will block the roll, actually, which might keep Hellscream alive. The boulder kick does connect. He's trying to get to the rune in time. He throws the blood grenade. Does he get it? No! The avalanche isn't enough to slow him, and Sanctity will steal the wisdom rune away. Now they're going to try and finish off Yopaj here at the tier 2 tower. And the dive, it might be successful. He's trying to bottle up and survive. Shad taking a lot of damage. The toss, he gets the kill, and he's going to survive thanks to the bonus armor from the tower. And now Sanctity, he needs to bail. He's got no mana for a TP quite yet. Will they find him in the trees? They do. Here comes Amaterasu. What a turn of events. This was looking so good for Na'Vi. Ends up being a massive win for Shopify because they still managed to steal the enemy wisdom in this. Skem got it.
Yeah, I'm trying to... But in the end, you lose so many core heroes. It was a case where I don't think it actually is worth it. Usually it is. Usually stealing it and dying is okay, but that was the Earth Spirit and the Bristleback dying. Kind of getting baited in by the Tiny. You forget the facet reduces your damage.
Yeah.
So that, along with the tier 2 buff, just kept him alive. It looked like he was so close to dying. He was, but never actually died. Gets the return kills. Just not enough mana. Earth Spirit, maybe, like with enough mana and ETPs out, maybe that becomes okay. But losing the Earth Spirit as well, just so painful. That's the 6 on the Brood, 7 now, actually. So she's about to start popping off.
And during all of this, Yamato's just farming it up on the top lane Dragon Knight. What this hero, I mean, he's just Sven, but better, right? I feel like this is why we just see this hero so much. It's like, why pick Sven when you can just pick Dragon Knight, who can't lose a lane and basically farms just as fast? So he's going to be very happy. Now, top side here with a ward. They're going to go in onto this Chen, but the TPs are coming. Dragon Knight hits the Dragon Tail, trying to put some damage out here onto the next. Big avalanche comes through. Yopaj to finish the job. Tomato just surviving, but there's the Ravage finally, and the damage is stacked up. In comes Sanctity as well. Now looking for Yopaj, boulder kick on the mark, and there's the Magnetize. He's going to turn his attention towards Hellscream as they've got themselves the kill onto the Tiny. Roll off the mark. He should be able to keep this one going. Another boulder kick. The urn is out, and Hellscream will certainly take down under the tower. Blood grenade's out, though. Dude, what a turnaround from Hellscream. That's a sick kill.
Overall, still a win for Na'Vi, especially as I think they should be able to get that tier 1. Oh, maybe not, actually. It took so much to kill the Dragon Knight. It's the benefit of a tanky carry who looks like he already finished an Arma, so extra tanky. And in the meantime, Amaterasu took that bottom tower. She do pick up a couple kill. I don't know, with the Brood farming so quickly, that might still not have been worth it, even though it was a 3-for-1. I don't know. It was still like a big gold win for them.
Yeah, that's true. It's one of those things you're like, oh, nice. We did some good stuff topside, and then you're like, yeah, but the Brood mother. It's like he took the tower, he's taken over the jungle, and it's only a matter of time before he takes the mid tower as well. It's already down to about a 3rd HP. This is what he does. He pops the Feeding Frenzy, and the tower will disappear. But with Hellscream here now, and the Arsonist facet, it's gone. That's a quick cleanup for them. So more map pressure being applied from Shopify, very similar to what we saw in the last game.
Yeah, that gold lead starting to grow. 2K now for Shopify. They're just better at farming on these heroes. That's the scary part. So Na'Vi trying to find these plays. I do think it's good. It's what they need to do, but they're gonna have to keep doing that. Get 6 on the Nyx, maybe. That should make it easier to find other kills. Spirit Vessel on Earth Spirit will also be very strong versus many of these tanky heroes. Good versus Hand of God as well.
I'm just looking at the map right now, trying to see what they can do. I mean, Boom is like an unmovable object top lane. on this Tidehunter. Like, they don't really have the damage they can kill this hero outside of like tossing him back into a tower and waiting for the Kraken shell to proc before going for a lasso or something, which he's not going to give him that opportunity. So it's very similar to last game where like on his Beastmaster, he kind of has the ability to kind of do what he wants, but you've got to do something with it. So that's what we're going to have to see what they can accomplish with this Tidehunter, who is having a pretty good game right now.
Yeah, we saw him having a good time last game as well, but they weren't able to quite convert that into anything and play around him. So far that one Ravage play wasn't too bad. We'll see if they can get a bit more.
All right, well, they're going to smoke to the top side. And
if I damage rune.
Yeah, it is just a Chen sitting in the trees, which he's going to see them. The smoke pop. Skem knows exactly what's going on. Off the mark with the roll, and because of it, he dodges it out. Now, they will know about the ward there, for sure. Now, the question is he going to know about the Nyx assassin? Clearly not. So they do manage to finish him off anyway.
Classic Nyx things. Well, this is kind of what you need to find, but that is 4 heroes in one part of the map.
Yeah.
So it's a little scary.
For the Chen only, too.
Yeah, we see the gold lead not changing off that play. Like, that's the worrisome part.
There's the blink reveal out from Yopaj. They managed to get them hands onto the bristleback. The lasso is there, and Amaterasu eats him alive. The Broodmother getting scarier by the moment, and you know, just like last game, the blink reveal nets them an important kill. Same thing this time.
And the nice thing about that is that Hellscream was there too, so he's also getting close to his blink.
Yeah.
Soon it won't just be the tiny. Yeah, I see Yamato. So he's got the Armlet, Mask of Madness, really good farming speed. He's got BKB queued up, and then he's going to go for that Silver Edge we were talking about earlier. That break is going to be extra value versus the Tide and the Bristle.
Uh-oh, Broodmother pigging out, trying to get away here, but Nyx Assassin, not an easy hero to run away from thanks to the Scuttle. Dodges the stun. Rolling Boulder will connect, picks him back into the Ravage. Nice. Very nice grab there from Sanctity.
He made them work for it, but fortunately that roll connected. I think if that roll misses, I think that Brood's out.
Yeah,
that'd be a big win for Shopify. But fortunately they grab it. It did cost them the Ravage.
Uh-oh. A little bit off the mark there in the mid lane as they're going to be able to just chase him down. The Magnetize doing some work. Yopaj does have an Invis rune, which they can keep this Magnetize going. They're dropping sentry after sentry to try and keep vision. They kick him back into range. And with that Spirit Vessel, the Life Drain, they get themselves big kills across the map. And now it's Navi's turn to take over the map. They're going to take the mid-tier 1 tower and even this game up.
Yeah, this is much better. Starting with the Brood kill, like the previous plays we saw at the make, we kept saying, you know, it's like, you got kills, but Brood's farming. This time by starting with the Brood kill, you can now commit a lot of heroes to the mid play, and you don't feel so bad because you're not worried about that Brood just popping off and farm somewhere else.
Heads up TP out there from Skem, runs into the Pug Gun. He's like, nope, I'm out. All right, I think for Navi's sake, this game's in a really good state. I kind of expected Shopify to have a larger lead. Chen is not as farmed as we typically see on these Chen heroes, right? He's still working towards his Solar Crest, doesn't have like the mech or anything yet. So thanks to the pipe already from Boom, they're feeling pretty good. Tossed in towards the enemy team. Kraken Shell will come out. He pops the pipe. Hellscream. He's going to get a lasso there onto the Nyx Assassin. The cleave damage from the Dragon Knight is what's killing this Tidehunter. And now he's trying to hobble away. Roll in, saved by the Decrep, but another toss comes out. Amaterasu trying to find the backside of this fight, but unable to do so. And now they're turning attention back towards Sanctity. Roll in one, but he cannot make it out. Dude dead on the side of Na'Vi, but you get the Tidehunter out.
All right, Shopify finding a play for themselves now. Brood getting more involved. Like earlier, she wasn't She's involved in some small plays, mostly just farming. Now with the Manta, feeling more comfortable to start joining in on these fights. Bring a lot of damage with that. You will eventually be able to kill these spiders pretty quickly, but not quite yet. And if they're alive, they'll kind of tear through some of these supports. Skem found 2 trolls. Imagine trolls with feeding frenzy spiderlings.
Oh yeah, sign me up, baby.
I need to see that.
Not gonna be able to find Sanctity there. Looking for a potential opening. Don't manage to find it, but Amaterasu comes through the portal bottom.
I feel like
and
I
he's
just
being
saw this before.
One bug versus another. Who wins?
They're baiting this though. They have a
They have a ward,
time.
yeah. They see him. They know what's up. They're gonna give it up. But they're bringing numbers on Na'Vi. The rest of the team is here. They do put a nice ward up onto the high ground, so they're gonna know what's going on. Boom, looking to find an opening to roll in. BKB immediately from Yamato. The avalanche, the toss onto 2. Can they finish off these heroes? They get 1. Lasso's gonna grab the Pugna. He's dead, and the Ravage is finally out, but it's too little, too late for a Boom. Pulled back in thanks to the Bat Rider. It's a triple kill for the big bad Dragon Knight. They look for more. Will they find Sanctity in the trees? For now, he's gonna survive, but this is the best fight you could have asked for. Oh! Hellscream finds him, sacrificing his life potentially to help finish off this. Earth Spirit tanks the roll, and Yopaj will be credited the kill.
That BKB got so much value for Yamato.
Yeah.
So we see him. He's in the middle of the fight. BKB, you just got to ignore him. And in the past, sure, you can ignore a Dragon Knight. Nowadays, with the red facet, it's just so good. He has so much damage that he is freely raining into this, and they just couldn't do anything to him in that entire time. What was that? Like 5,000 damage in the fight recap from just him. So that's the scary thing about this hero. And that's going to be a nice chunk of gold going towards that silver edge.
He's getting hunted here once again by the next assassin, but he's just going to stop him on the portal, I'm sure, right? Spike Carapace. Oh, a little awkward.
I actually don't know if he would get that kill anyways.
Nah, he
would. But yeah, it's just... I think it was a big brain play, is like making him think he messed it up.
Yeah. Bat Rider is absurdly tanky. We've talked about it, right? He has like the highest base HP in Dota.
Yeah, at least to start. Of ranged heroes. There's melee heroes that are higher, but as a ranged hero, he's the highest starting strength.
All right, quick grab of the tier 2 bottom. As mid lane also being sieged by the Dragon Knight. Yopaj in a position to find an opening, but that's going to be 2 towers dead, and they don't seem to care about going Roshan. They want to force Na'Vi back onto this side of the map, and Navi's trying to finish Roshan first and see if they can maybe fight with the Aegis. They get it, and they're going to TP back right away, but these towers are dying. So with that, decent chunk of tower damage plus the fortification in exchange for the Aegis on Na'Vi. I feel like a little bit of deja vu, maybe.
Yeah, but I think they knew they weren't in position to defend Roche, so they wanted to try to at least get something out of it. Didn't break the high ground, but they did soften it up for the future, which Brood, I mean, she's going to be parked down here, right? I mean, you're going to back out now because you're kind of scared of them, but eventually she's going to be out here, and if you ignore her for a little bit, she could rat your base. So they're going to be very careful of that on Na'Vi, but getting this Aegis is really nice. They stick it on the Bristle. He's getting scary, right? He has that Aghanims, now has the Aegis, and he's working on that Bloodstone. So he will be pretty strong. He does have to be careful of the break, but that break's not out yet.
This is a really big kill. Shadowblade comes out, but of course, you've got the innate from the Nyx Assassin. Yamato, he just doesn't have a TP. He's going to slowly tick down here. Not even slowly. A fantastic kill found by this Nyx Assassin. They get a BKB charge in the process as well.
Yeah, tipping QBFY. That's exactly what you want on the Nyx. You just gotta find people for your team to connect on. And yeah, actually, you'd prefer to stun before the BKBs can come out, but actually The fact that he didn't have the TP worked out even better. You got the BKB and the kill.
Yeah. He pops that Shadow Blade and he's like, oh, I just got to run. And then, you know, the Nyx sense or whatever, you just kind of forget that innate exists sometimes, and you ain't getting away from this guy. Tier 2 tower topside will go the way of Shad. Getting a little bit of help there from the Pugna.
Do you see Boom forced to return, though? This is that pressure in that bottom lane we were talking about. If that tower's full health, you have a bit more room to like keep making a play top and then go back to defend. But with it already being half dead, have to be here early. And Tide's safe here to do it, but he's a huge part of the team fight, right? So Shopify kind of knows. They see the Tide bottom. They're like, they don't want to fight us without Tide. We should go look for people. Smoke up top. Currently not finding anyone, though. So good read from Navi.
Yeah.
Looks like everyone's out. Yeah. Now, QBFY staying around with his ult is fine. Just kind of trying to break a potential smoke, or at least just confirm that they were coming up here. Sees Brood, but the rest of the heroes are actually still smoked. Maybe they can find something somewhere else. Nah, they're playing it safe. They're picking up the Tormentor. Ooh, they got it on Nyx, so that is quite nice this game, having that 4-second break for the Dragonite.
Yeah. We don't really see people prioritize it that often, but this is one of those games where it's definitely nice to have. Top lane, tower, gone very quickly. And still a slight gold advantage for Shopify, but it is not much. At this point in the game, it is pretty much even. About minute 50 left on that Aegis. We'll see what they can get done with it.
Yeah, Navi did not like get running down last game with that Spectre, so they've gone for a much stronger lineup, and so far doing much better with it. Yeah, this could still kind of go either way, even as there's a slight gold lead for Shopify, but 2K is not really anything.
They're kind of stalking the bottom lane here with Hell Screams, seeing if he can find the Tide Hunter if he was going to stick around. Is the Silver Edge done on the Dragon Knight, or is it still just a Shadow Blade? I feel like it's close.
It's close.
Mid lane. Shield Rune is there. Buys Yop. Okay. He at least gets the kill onto the Nyx Assassin, but he's perfectly happy to trade his life for that one.
The Silver Edge is 200 gold away.
Okay.
So very close. They're probably just going to wait out this Aegis, get that Silver Edge. There's a minute left on the Aegis, so you'll give up a tier 2 mid. Looks like they're going to fortify. Maybe they don't have to give it up. But the next fight now with the Silver Edge should go a lot better for them.
Silver Edge, Vlad's both picked up. I like the Aether Lens here for the Pugna as well. It's always a nice grab. But Shad will just continue to put his body in front of the tower. Should be able to finish it off here in a moment. Well, never mind. Kaori's courier dies. Gets sniped by the Broodmother, so that's painful. No Aether Lens for you.
Shopify wants to find a fight with the Silver Edge reveal. They're gonna find the Tide. Fast blink. What? Oh, he had the sentry on the cliff. Yeah. Okay. They spotted out. Okay. Very, very good escape. If you lose the Tide, he's a big part of your team fight. You don't want to buy back or fight without him. But, I mean, it's a Brood and Dragonite. You'd lose your base.
There it is. The Blink Ravage, the breakout from this Nyx Assassin. Yamato just turns around the BKB. This Bristleback is stunned, facing the DK. A disaster as he 3-shots the Pugna as well. Yamato is so strong as Amaterasu's looking for the rest of them up onto the high ground. The Blink, the lasso, and now Earth Spirit delivered into the hands of this Dragon Knight. 3 dead as they continue to look for more. The Avalanche does connect. The Dragon Knight break catches the Tide Hunter. It's just 5 dead immediately on the high ground. No buybacks, no fort. This might just be game.
They're going for the end. They're not even hitting the racks.
Don't hit the racks.
You got, well, man, where are those trolls now? Yeah,
they
usually this would be a great jump on the Dragonite, but he's so tanky, plus the Chen heal, and all the auras come out. He pops his BKB, has Vlad's to heal up, and just survives throughout this entire fight. I mean, then from there, you just keep going. You need the Bristleback damage, and he didn't have enough for the Dragonite, who's so farmed this game.
The break did so much work in these fights for Shopify. The Bristleback goes in with the Aghanim Scepter, gets broken as soon as Yamato gets the BKB off and just chews right through him, and then it secures the kill onto the Tidehunter as well. So, and we talked about how value Silver Edge is going to be this game. It's already paid off. They decided, you know, settle for the lane of barracks. They get both fortifications out of Na'Vi, so they are... they're in a little bit of a rough spot now. A 12,000 gold advantage. Very similar to last game.
Yeah, if you can burst Dragon Knight there, I think that's a pretty good fight.
Yeah,
but it's just it's a tall order. Maybe shouldn't have forced that. We got a little excited. They didn't quite end there, but they did get one set of lane, one set of barracks. They forced the fortify because otherwise they could have ended there. And that means you're no longer allowed to make another mistake. If you die anywhere on the map, we're getting to the point where death timers are long enough for these heroes to just run it down, and then you won't have a fortify to protect your last two barracks, or if they just choose to go straight for the ancient if they're close enough. That's another option for them. Otherwise, for now, they'll just wait for the next Roshan, which is about 20 seconds from potentially spawning.
Yeah, I'm curious what they want to do with that. For now, they have the ability to control the whole bottom side of the map here pretty easily. And with the Daedalus coming in soon here for the Dragon Knight, I mean, we've seen the amount of damage he's been putting out so far. It's just going to get worse. So, he's a very scary boy. Amaterasu once again on the high ground here with the spiders, just chewing through the tower, gets the tier 3. He's going to pop the Feeding Frenzy to try and do what damage he can. The breaks out from the Nyx. They get the stun, the Force Staff. The Guardian is just able to bring him back to half HP. He pops the BKB, doing what damage he can. Sanctity trying to hobble away, but it's not enough. And now your lane exposed. Toss from Yopaj doesn't quite connect. Well, they're going to do what they can here. Yes, you did get the BKBs out of Shopify. You're going to buy back here on the Earth Spirit. Maybe you can get Yamato, but he does so much damage. He gets pushed up to the high ground. There's going to be the Ravage. They have the damage, ticking him down, and finally the DK will expire. Hellscream trying to TP to safety, taken by that Earth Spirit. Great roll connecting there. So 3 kills from Na'Vi, a very worthy buyback.
Getting a lot out of that, realizing without the BKB, Dragon Knight is susceptible to the Spirit Vessel and the buildup of damage over time from the Bristleback. We've all experienced it. The Nasal Goo, the Quill Sprays, they build up, and it's tough versus a hero as tanky as Dragon Knight. But because he went for that Daedalus, he's not as tanky as he could be if he opted for something else, like another Dispel, or now he's going for a Satanic, so that'll tank him up, give him a Dispel and Lifesteal. It'll be very hard to do that again once he has that. But off that find, they actually managed to push up to the high ground themselves. I think they can get this tier 3, but
Bat Rider's coming, man.
One more.
You always got to be careful of like the toss back into lasso. No, at every stage of the game, it's a threat. Oh, yeah, Yopaj just playing with him, but Nyx Assassin actually goes in. He's going to disappear as well. Oh, Amaterasu doing a lot of damage here on this Broodmother, and there he goes. Does manage to find the kill onto the Nyx as they continue to hunt outside of the base. I mean, the Conda damage plus spawn Spiderlings is a massive nuke. Once he has the if he has the Insatiable Hunger running, he has like 500 damage. They just adds into that nuke.
Yeah, it's a lot. Off that Nyx kill, they are just going to go for Roche. If they wanted to play it safe earlier, they could have done that. But at this point, I mean, it's fine. They're back at it. Perhaps Na'Vi should have gone for Roche instead of going for that tier 3. Because they didn't get the tier 3, but yeah, it's just a little bit scary. If they really wanted to commit to it, they could have probably finished 1 barracks, maybe 2, but you're really at risk of the tossbacks and the lassos as people respawn. So I kind of feel like maybe it wasn't even worth it to wait or to go for the tier 3. Maybe you should just go grab yourself the Aegis and the banner.
You go straight to the top side of the map. Unfortunately, they get seen, so they're not going to be able to surprise anybody on Na'Vi, and they will go back through the portal bottom and play on this section of the map. He did send the spiders through, so he's trying to get some vision on the top side on where Na'Vi are. Satanic, the next item. I mean, that's a pretty big pickup. Needs to be able to dispel this, the Spirit Vessel or even the Magnetize. That's causing some issues for him.
Shopify's going to try to force them to come back. They think a play's happening, perhaps in the top lane.
It's a
Is
really
smoke
good
coming
smoke.
to wrap around.
Hellscream's in a decent spot to break this, but they're going to find him first. The scan actually connects from the Dire just barely in time, and it does allow him to blink to safety, but the Ravage connects onto 4. They get both supports to open this fight. They do have buybacks. They're going to use them to try and get back into this, but can Yamato carry this fight on the Dragonite? He gets the roll away to safety. He's looking to go for Boom, but it's not enough. It's up to Amaterasu. He takes down the next assassin. He's going to buy back into this Kaori with the Glimmer Cape to buy himself a little bit of space. The Silver Edge is here. They're trying to break the Bristleback and finish him off. They do it. Yamato with the BKB on that second life. It pays off big. But now,
Force her back.
In comes Batrider. Can he find the lasso? He does. It gets onto the Earth Spirit. It's enough just in time. They're falling on the side of Na'Vi. Can they escape? He's got that Silver Edge. Yamato, he just needs one attack. He gets it. Dragon Tail. It's going to be a nice decrypt to buy him a second of life, but it's not going to be enough. Boom. Trying to hobble his way back to the base, but Hellscream is there to push him back. And just like that, an ultra kill for Yamato and Shopify with all 5 members alive versus this Tide. I don't think he's making it out of this one, baby. That is going to be it. Game 2 for Shopify. Going to go their way. A nice series from them.
It was looking like a pretty good jump. They removed the Shopify supports immediately, but you kind of had to commit a lot to it, right? So then as you go for the remaining 3 cores who are pretty tanky, a downside is the supports bought back. Took him forever to get over there, but Chen has a global ultimate, so he was still able to contribute, keep his cores alive as they take that long TP to the top one, twin gate over, walk over as well. But their tanky cores plus that Aegis lived long enough to make it back, win that fight, and they had enough heroes. They lost the Brood, but the DK can finish it himself. A very strong finish for Shopify Rebellion for their first series.
Yeah, I think that's exactly what this team needs right now. They, like we've talked about earlier, they have definitely struggled to qualify for, you know, different events. And this is a big one for them, right? They didn't look super great in Elite League earlier this year, but we'll see how they do here at ESL One Bangkok. And yeah, starting the day off with a 2-0. Absolute perfect scenario for them.
Now we see this is maybe the moment that Shopify took control of this game. It was so close. Yamato fell so low, but they just don't quite have enough damage on the side of Na'Vi into a very tanky hero like Dragonite, which is part of the reason we see these heroes become more popular. This Dragonite, Magnus, Alchemist. They're such tanky cores. Even as carries, you have to commit so much to kill them, and if you don't kill them, there's huge turnaround potential for those heroes. Kind of the same thing. Again, a really strong Ravage to start it off, but you just kind of like run out of damage.
The difference is you had to BKB early in this fight on like the Bristleback and stuff, and the second life of the Dragonite here with this Silver Edge BKB is just too much.
Yeah, gets it here, kills off even from the back, kills the Bristle since he got that break. Yeah, just not enough damage. Finally, supports come back. It took him forever. Took him like 15-20 seconds to get here, but the fight just went long enough with all these tanky heroes.
Right there, like TPing top, coming through the portal, walking from the Radiant portal into the lane, right? It is a long journey to get back into this fight, but it pays off. And Batrider just having so much, so many like spells to kind of kite them around in this fight and allow them to chase down whoever is left. It just worked out really well from Shopify. 2 really slick drafts. Definitely on brand for how we've been seeing this team play over the last couple of months. So glad to see they're sticking to their guns on this in terms of how they feel, you know, what the strategies work for them, and they get themselves a 2-0 and big one.
Yeah, I don't even know if I have a specific MVP from Shopify. It feels like their draft really, maybe Bulba gets the MVP, you know. It just feels like a really nice draft. The players are all on the same page. They're all doing well, all filling their roles, right? It seems like currently playmaker from Yopaj, supports kind of like winning their lanes, getting active. They give a lot of space to both Tomato and Amaterasu to hit their timings, and then they just go together. And at least in these 2 games, right, it just feels like everyone was doing their part.
Yeah, absolutely. And Dragonite, again, just is one of those heroes that seems to be just this really strong scaling late game carry. He doesn't really have to worry too much about the lane. Like, yeah, the Tidehunter was annoying for a while, but eventually he gets his Silver Edge, he gets his Daedalus, and it just becomes too difficult to kill this hero. So speaking of the Dragonite player, we do have an interview here with Tomato, so I'm very excited to speak with him. Tomato, hello, how you doing? Congratulations.
Hi.
Yeah, so you guys, we have a couple questions for you. It's been a bit since we've seen you guys here at a LAN, and you're kicking things off with a 2-0. So how does that feel for like team morale coming into this tournament?
Good. It's the first LAN for a couple players, so it's like definitely puts them on the happy side to have strong games, strong showing on their first series ever.
Love that. I'm gonna give Zach a couple questions for you here.
Yeah. So speaking of that, you do have some new players. I guess we'll start. Are nerves an issue? Are they kind of nervous about their first LAN? You've got a bit more experience. Are you helping keeping them calm?
I think they were a bit nervous, as anyone would be. But I think honestly, like younger players nowadays, they're like not that nervous. Like compared to like what I remember was like. I remember my first LAN, I was like super scared. These guys are like, they just want to play good, if that makes sense. Like they put a little more pressure on themselves to showcase good Dota for like maybe more experience, just kind of playing. But we try to help them. Yeah, I mean, everyone tries to help each other in whatever way they can. But they don't need any like extra help with the nerves.
Mm-hmm. Gotcha. Then I guess going into the actual game, it does seem like, especially for Amaterasu, it seems like you guys give him a lot of space to just pop off with his heroes. Is that part of helping him as one of the newer players feel comfortable that you guys give him that priority? Or is it you just like the heroes he has and you know he can take over the game?
He's really good at his heroes. He's a TikTok master. He makes a lot of guides about Brood and stuff. Yeah, I think when it comes to young players, they're like a weapon, you know? Like you gotta know how to use them, how to utilize them, and if you enable them, you get the best of them. Sometimes themselves, they don't know how to enable themselves the best, so it's up to you to like understand this and do it for them. And that's something that we've been doing for like the past couple months. I've been like practicing a lot. So yeah, we're in a good place with him. Where like he feels comfortable. We're comfortable with his playstyle, his hero. So he looks good. He's a good player.
Awesome, great to hear. All right, final question from me. Are we going with Yamato now? Tomato? Where the name pops up 2 different ways. We're never sure.
Yeah, I mean, you can call me Tomato. I think I'll always be Tomato. I changed my name because it was like new season, and like last season it was like a bit rough of the ending. So I with new players, I felt like, I mean, just get a new name, you know, start again. You know, here we go, another Dota year, starting from scratch, building a team. So I thought it was kind of fitting to just choose this name, and the name is from the Devil May Cry. So I'm a big fan of that game series.
It is,
so.
Okay.
We were debating where it came from. We were like, Deadlock, StarCraft, Devil May Cry. Like, where is it coming from? Okay, good to know. We have the origin story.
I got one last question for you before we let you go. Obviously, we saw you guys do really well in the qualifiers to make it to this event. We have noticed you guys are definitely playing like these type of zoo kind of snowball into the mid game, like early tempo lineups. Obviously, you guys have more in the tank, but is this something that you guys are doing to accommodate your newer players, or is this just kind of feels good for the whole team?
I think it feels good for the whole team. I think ever since TI, it's been a bit like this. I mean, of course, there's always 2 ways to go about meta. You either play the meta, or you try to make things that counter the meta, right? For us, it's like we got such a good player on Su that we go with the Su, and I also have a lot of experience with Su because on TSM, Kasane was also like really good Su player. So like I know a lot of things. Bulbo was like a great Beastmaster back in the day, so like it kind of we roll with it. It's not out of our comfort zone to run these strategies.
Yeah, clearly you guys are looking really good, man. And yeah, I just want to say congratulations kicking off the tournament on a very solid win. we're going to be covering a lot of your games, so hopefully we get to talk to you again soon. But I'll let you go. Prep for more Dota you have coming up ahead.
Thank you guys. Have a good day.
Yeah. Thank you. You too.
Thank you.
It's always nice to speak with Tomato. I think he's probably one of the most grounded Dota players, I feel like, in the scene. He's got a good head on his shoulders. He's always really positive, and he's always like putting in the effort. And yeah, it's nice to speak with him. He's got it going.
Yeah, and it sounds like he's not even that old, but he is like one of the more experienced players on his team. And it is like we were saying, like some of the veteran players helping the younger players out. He mentioned himself. I don't know. We're gonna have to go find his social media account, go see these Brood guides, so I can be like a fraction of as good as he is. But yeah, it does sound like they recognize there's a lot of potential in these players, but they need some help getting there, right? They don't even know fully themselves. So far, paying off well. We'll see if they can stay strong with that.
Yeah, absolutely. Well, that is only Series 1 for the day, everybody. So we've got more Dota coming up. But for now, we're going to go to a short break, and then we'll be back with Shopify in their second series up against Bet Boom Team, a powerful, just a powerhouse of the recent patch. So stay tuned, everybody. We will see you all in just a little bit.
for me to feel, yeah. Tell me why you're on your knees, yeah. Now I thought I had a dream, yeah. Kicking off the covers, I'm too hot for this bed. Give me space, I need to breathe, yeah. Giving face, giving it beautifully, yeah. Yeah, it's just me and my clique, yeah. We might be the hottest, but we let you in. Angel energy, let you sit with me. Angel energy, angel energy, angel energy. We got sympathy. Angel energy, angel energy. Yeah. Take the time to breathe and rest. Let yourself feel the best. Feel it all so deeply, so deeply. Divine with how we be, yeah. Aligned with everything, yeah. More than a dream, vulnerable and strong, yeah. We feel everything. Angel energy, let you sit with me. Angel energy, angel energy, angel energy. We got sympathy. Angel energy, angel energy, angel energy. Let you sit with me. Angel energy, angel energy, angel energy. We got sympathy. Angel energy, angel energy.
Can you hear the voices calling? Longing for your dirty souls, the wolves are hauling. Can you hear the voices calling? Do you feel how they are dragging? Waiting for a second to push you to your limits, going stronger, feeling better. But do you feel them? Can you hear them say?
Welcome to the other side.
Do you feel how they are dragging? Do you feel them? Can you hear them say? Do you feel how they are dragging? Can you hear them say?
Welcome to the other side. Cross the line. Seems a little dark in here. Trust me, you have nothing to come in. Take the start. Follow, leave it all behind. Welcome to the other side. Come in, cross the line. get so much faster, gonna get so much stronger. Gotta find my eyes and put it inside. Gonna get so much faster, gonna get so much stronger. Gotta find my eyes and put it inside. Gonna go so much bolder, gonna go so much better. 'Cause nothing can stop me now.
I can feel it, I can feel it in my blood, through my veins like a melody. I can feel it, I can feel it, so alive, floating high, I can finally breathe. Lately, I've been feeling lonely. Want you to call me, promise me you'll always be there. I've been getting so high, I can feel it. I can feel the gravity is pulling me away, pulling me away. Pulling me I can feel it, I can feel it in my blood, through my veins like a melody. I can feel it, I can feel it, so alive, floating high, I can finally breathe. I can feel the gravity is pulling me away, pulling me away. I've been getting so high, I can feel it. I can feel the gravity is pulling me away, pulling me away.
Another lonely night, sitting with my memories, haunting me for life. You told me if I just believe, it'll be alright. Do you believe it? Do you believe it? Yeah. Tell me honestly, do you really practice what you preach faithfully? And does it make you wrong or right? Judging me. How do you decide? How do you decide? Why you wanna lead with fear when you could go and lead with love? I'ma just stay right here, cause I can never give enough. Something you keep selling me, something I won't buy. I know that you keep telling me how to live my life. I won't believe it, I won't believe it. Tell me honestly, do you really practice what you preach faithfully? Will you ever let me be? Or will you just keep judging me? Keep judging me, yeah. Why you wanna lead with fear when you can go and lead with love? I'ma just stay right here, cause I can never give enough. Hey pretender, come on, take me back down to the river and tell me all the ways that I'm a sinner. If I follow, will I be delivered? Am I delivered? Oh, defender, come on, take me back down to the river and tell me all the ways I should surrender. If I follow, will I be delivered? Am I delivered? Serotonin slide, sequel in the light, embarking your energy, riding through the night. Serotonin slide on over here by my side. Stars up in your eyes, desire, caught up in this chemical high. Angel, can you take me high? I'm on fire from the dopamine. You're all I need tonight. Promise I'll give you all of me, darling. Serotonin slide with me, sequel in the light, embarking your energy, riding through the night. Serotonin slide, slide, slide. Serotonin slide, slide, slide. Serotonin slide, slide up out of here like we're tired, but really we just about to get wired. Loving at the speed of light. Your body, I can help but admire. I'm on fire from the dopamine. You're all I need tonight. Promise I'll give you all of me, darling. Serotonin slide with me, sequel in the light, embarking your energy, riding through the night. Serotonin slide, 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 slide. Serotonin slide, 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 slide. Serotonin slide, serotonin slide, chemical high. Dopamine dive, love, take it higher. Serotonin slide, chemical high. Dopamine dive, love, take it higher. Serotonin slide, chemical high. Dopamine dive, love, take it higher. Serotonin slide, chemical high. Dopamine dive, love, take it higher. Sequel in the light, embarking your energy, riding through the night. Serotonin
So stick around. Yes,
ESL One Bangkok is brought to you in part by Intel Arc, Acer Predator, DHL, Kadia, Monster Energy, 1xBet, and the United States Air Force.
Welcome back, everybody, here to ESL One Bangkok. My name is Cryptic, here with Z Quixotics, of course, and we are jumping into the second series of the day. It's a doubleheader for Shopify as they took their first series 2-0 over Navi, but now going up against a Southeast Asian powerhouse, Boom Esports. So we'll see how they do. Zach, how you feeling, man? What did you do during your short break?
Just sat for a little bit and checked out what Boom did in their last series. They went 1-1 versus Avalis, which, if you're not familiar with Avalis yet, they're kind of an up-and-coming team, but they've been looking pretty good. There's like a consistency issue there where they're not always at the top of their game, but when they are beating these like top-tier teams. So they just gotta get more practice in or something, figure out that consistency issue, but they're looking very good. So Boom to go 1-1. That might be perfectly fine. We'll see how they do here now versus Shopify, which they went 2-0, looked pretty good. That was versus Navi, which is another team that needs to prove itself. I'd say Avalis is probably more established, so I don't know where that puts us in the power rankings, but we'll find out as we watch some fun Dota here.
That's the thing. Like, who knows how these teams are all, stacked up until we get towards the end of the group stage. But for now, let's take a look at Shopify for those of you who maybe missed the first series and is a little out of touch with this roster, because boy, is it very different from what you've probably remembered. Tomato, Skem, Yopaj, Hellscream, and Amaterasu. We spoke with Tomato after their last series. They've got 2 players where this is their first LAN experience. I'm sure you can figure out which ones those are pretty easily, but Hellscream and Amaterasu, fairly young players, very new to the scene, but are performing like absolute beasts. So off to a good start. Happy to see it.
Yeah. And their opponents, Boom, so they kind of moved around a little bit. Originally an SEA org. They had an SA team for a while, but just recently switched back. So we have Jackie, Januel, Tims, FBZ, and Mac here playing for Boom Esports, and they kind of struggled after coming back to SEA, dropped some qualifiers. This is the first time we're going to get to see them on the international stage, though. So hopefully that was just, kind of some growing pains, sorting things out as a team, and, hopefully they've reached something that is going to be able to compete with some of these other top teams.
I got to say, just out of no particular reason at all. I'm a big fan of Januel already. This guy is rocking a very specific and slick cut, so I'm very happy to see. We'll see if we can get him on camera later. I hope he's still got it. This guy's he's swagged out. Boom.
No, what if he went for the bald buff?
Dude, I hope not, man. He's killing it. This is another team where you're bringing together some absolute staples in the SEA scene, right? And kind of putting together with some slightly newer players. Like they all have some experience for sure, but you know most of these guys have been around since I would say like 2015. Like I think the latest maybe 2000. So they've got some years under their belt at least.
Yeah, we'll see if. We mentioned last time the experience with the newer players. They don't have too many newer players on Boom Esports this time, but I'd say like, maybe like Mac. I don't know him as well. I think others like he's been on Polaris and Geek Fam, but I think we haven't seen as much of him on this these big stages. Excited to see what he can do from that mid lane.
Yeah, and Jackie's had some pretty good performances previously. Like he was on Boom before they left to go to South America. He was then on Bleed, and now he's back on Boom. He's got some pretty good performances. So I think when it comes to the carry matchups this game, like this is something we can expect things to be a little bit closer between Jackie and Tomato, as opposed to Tomato just being so much further ahead in a lot of these games. And some of that may come down to the drafts themselves, but I know Jackie definitely likes to play a similar style of hero, and definitely is a he can farm. He can keep up to Tomato's speed.
Yeah, we'll see if they can deal with the early pressure though that we saw. Shopify Rebellion. Wasn't sure if they'd bring a new strat idea, but so far we heard from Yamato. I don't know. He said he kind of like the new name for the new season, which I appreciate, right? Kind of like new year, new me type thing.
Yeah.
But it seems like they're pretty comfortable with these fast-paced strats. They executed very well. Sometimes it's interesting. If you were an old Dota player and you saw an early strat, people talking about that, it felt like, oh, you have to be winning from the laning stages, like 15 minutes, 20 minutes, you got to be winning. It's not really like that nowadays. You can go pretty even, and it looks like, oh, maybe this early pace lineup's not really working, but you hit your timing of whatever level or item, and suddenly it just snowballs massively. It goes from like a 2K difference, and it's like, it's 10K now, and I've lost my barracks. It is very sudden. And so Shopify Rebellion, they've been really good about that. It is sometimes like, is this a really strat working? But they always seem to know what that timing is, at least in the games they're winning. They seem to know what that timing is, they hit it, and they just take over the game.
Now, there is something that I do want to point out as well, because it may have been a little while, but a lot of these players have played together. Skem as well as Yopaj for former members of Boom back in the SEA days. So they've got experience playing with several members of Boom Esports currently, but also just with the org. So it's kind of a nice, maybe a competitive rivalry or friendly rivalry between these teams. But we're going to jump into the draft here for game number 1. And to no surprise, we're going to see the Alchemist and Enchantress removed here right out of the gate, since Boom will have first pick. And a little bit of a more niche, but a targeted ban is going to be that Monkey King. This is something Boom really likes to play on multiple heroes. It's a Jackie classic, one of his most played carries by quite a bit.
Yeah, it's funny. I'm not sure how good I think Monkey King is, as opposed to there are some players who are just really good with Monkey King.
Yeah.
Because he does not seem to be a hero that is always prioritized in the way we see like Magnus, Alchemist, those type of heroes. But some teams, it's just, this is a first phase ban, do not let them have Monkey King, right? And other teams is like, yeah, I don't care, just let it slip through, it's not a concern. I don't really know where it is, but it is going to be banned out here, which means heroes like Dragonite are going to slip through, steal that away from Tomato, but that means you're going to give over that Beastmaster to Amaterasu. We've been talking him up, being very good at these micro heroes, bringing out a new one here in the Beastmaster, but we've seen him play it before. He looks very good with it.
Yeah, and I mean, the last series, we can talk about how big of a difference this is. He got 18 pick twice, whereas now he's getting the second pick, or, second overall pick on the Beastmaster, but it is because he sees his lane opponent of the Dragon Knight, and this is a hero that Dragon Knight actually kind of struggles with a little bit. You can go the Aghanim Scepter build a lot more with this matchup as opposed to going for the Helm of the Dominator, and it gives you some kill threat into the Dragon Knight early. I like it. It's a good lane matchup. We'll see where they want to pair it. I think Dark Willow is probably the top of my list right now in terms of lane pairings with the Beastmaster, especially against a hero like the Dragon Knight. So we'll see what they want to do with it. They ban out Hellscream's Bat Rider, unsurprisingly.
Yeah, it feels like Shopify right now. Each player has a couple really signature heroes. Maybe Yopaj to me is the most open. Right now it just seems to be like whatever playmaker he does well with. But Hellscream, like very good with that Bat Rider. Dark Willow is another one that he's been playing a lot, like you mentioned, which that early magic damage would be very nice versus the Dragon Knight. Any micro hero for Amaterasu, Beastmaster, Brood, Lycan. You'll probably see him playing those a ton this tournament.
I have to say, I didn't even realize it until I saw him on camera there. But Mushi, the coach of Boom, that is super cool to see him
bringing in that experience.
Yeah, back on a land, like bringing that experience. Yeah, like you said, that's cool. Big fan. Yeah, that guy is old school. Is all heck.
They got one more ban before their next picks. Maybe debating how to protect this Beastmaster. So it looks like
those are smart.
Okay. So ban the Bristle, who would have done well versus the Beastmaster lane, but then you actually steal this Gyrocopter. Not a hero that every team likes, but I have seen Tomato play this a couple times. Technically, you could say you could flex it, but I think it'll probably just be their carry. I have mixed feelings on how I feel in the late game Gyro versus Dragon Knight. Dragon Knight nowadays is just so tanky that it feels like he can ignore Gyro and out DPS him with his own splash. But the way we've seen Shopify play is that they're probably not really thinking, oh yeah, how are we going to deal with this late game Gyro versus DK? It's we are going to win at like, we're going to set the tempo from 20 to 30 minutes, and it's not really about the direct matchup so much as like we'll have a really farmed Gyro that they can't deal with quite yet. Though they just grab themselves a Shadow Demon who's pretty solid versus that. The ultimate is not so much about kiting, so much as just like the disruption, and the damage amp is really good at dealing with this tanky Gyrocopter.
Yeah, absolutely agree. I really do like the Shadow Demon pick. I think the Gyrocopter is also just a classic hero for Shopify. I mean, Tomato is super skilled on this. It's one of his probably more successful carries. And it does give you the hybrid damage into the Dragon Knight matchup, which you just love to have. So we'll see where they want to go with this on the side of Boom. And I would like a flex pick here so you don't give too much away rather than just picking the double support. But there's not a lot of... I'm trying to think what flex picks are actually still in that they could go for. Otherwise, you're picking kind of like a 4 as like a little bit of a deny pick away from Shopify. I mean, you could just Jake the Dark Willow, and I wouldn't hate it, so.
I'd be okay with that. I wouldn't mind some kind of stack stealing hero. Okay. Maybe Snapfire kind of fits that bill. But we currently see like the Beastmaster Gyro. I expect to see a lot of ancient stacks in that triangle, stacks throughout the map for these heroes to farm up, hit some really strong timing. So if you can grab some heroes to steal it, which Dragon Knight kind of can, Snapfire will help with that. Shadow Demon maybe not the best, though. You can spam poison to eventually do it. Maybe a mid hero who can get active and have the potential to steal some stacks. These will be some pretty strong early supports, though. I think you still need a clear initiator, unless this does end up being Dragon Knight mid, goes blink first. Carry Dragon Knight usually goes a little bit more farm before getting the blink. But you want someone to be able to set up that Snapfire ultimate to help you get early kills.
Lion, and this is a surprising pick because you're picking this into the Snapfire, but they feel like it is still good enough for the game and good enough for their lane, so they will grab themselves the Phoenix, which I would imagine this is going to be a 5 Lion 4. Well, nah, you just put the Phoenix in the Gyro lane and say screw it. Maybe they're
you can
counters a
wait to
specific off
see.
lane.
Potentially, yeah. I think you can wait to see. I do think it helps give you more team fight and a lot of heal for the early style we've seen from Shopify, the Sun Ray just being very useful. And when you're just Sun Raying people, you know, that's where the Snapfire ult doesn't come into play. I've heard from a lot of Phoenix players, like, I don't care, Snapfire, whatever. I use my other spells. I'm broken that way. And then other times you see the Phoenix get killed with the little shredder, and you're like, well, that's why it's a counter pick. So you just have to be very careful with the egg placement. But when you do have good egg placement and they come in to kill it, right? Gyro's just got free reign to flak, and you have multiple stuns now to maybe protect the egg, bait the Snapfire in, stun her up, still get the kill. They're going to go ahead and grab the Mars, which really good against the Gyro flak because the walls just block everything, but also kind of I guess you don't really have to be worried about stealing it from Shopify because they probably weren't going to take it with a Beastmaster on their team. But it is like a classic combo, the Mars egg.
Mars just also has good damage against Phoenix. Like it's one of those things where like in the lane, like God's Rebuke isn't really affected by the fire spirits, and they are heavy physical damage against the low armor heroes. So if they manage to find Phoenix out of position, you can disrupt into spear back and then maybe find the kill. So I think it's for that aspect kind of a good pick, on top of it already being good against Snapfire, or good with Snapfire and against Gyrocopter. So it kind of checks a lot of boxes. It's not something we see super often, but I think this is a very solid game for it. For the mid lane bans, Tiny, Invoker, probably a Puck here is at the top of my list as well. In terms of ban priorities, it depends on if Boom is comfortable playing it. But I feel like it's a pretty sick Puck game, so Shopify might want to opt to ban it since they do not have the ability to pick it coming into the last phase here.
You have the potential counter pick though, so if you felt good about your options versus it, they could ban something else. But I do think just some kind of playmaker could be nice for Boom. Seems like they're looking to match the pacing. I guess you could still pivot. It could be Dragonite mid, and then you go for a late game carry. But I feel like you can just match the tempo that Shopify has with their current draft. Go for an active mid hero who could be that stack stealer we were talking about, and also just start plays off for his team. Jump the supports before they can do anything. These supports do not like being found first. So, like you said, the Puck could be great for that.
I think the Puck is very good for both teams. The one thing you have to be careful of, yeah, there's the Puck ban. Okay, so I think Storm Spirit is quite good for Boom. I don't know if you can pick it for Shopify. They'll go for the Pango. Okay, I keep forgetting this hero exists. So you have the Pango. The question it comes down to is how much do you want to try and cheese them versus just pick something you're comfortable with? Because the Primal Beast is in the pool, and it is a pretty good Primal game.
10 seconds remaining.
I think Primal into Shadow Demon can be kind of iffy though. And I feel like with the new change to priorities, the Lotus on Pango, which is it's kind of decent anyways versus Roar, Rocket, and Lion. It saves your ultimate versus the Primal. So yeah, it looks like they're gonna go for a different approach, a more direct lane counter than the Primal, and they're gonna go for the Timber to do well versus the Pango, and is looking pretty good in general for that Timber. Actually, this is 3 tanky cores. Snapfire, pretty tanky herself. They're all gonna be very scared of this Timber Saw.
Yeah, I was gonna say it is gonna have an incredibly quick tempo, which is, again, we come back to this on Shopify every time. They are looking to play around a couple really strong heroes early. You know the Beastmaster is gonna have a good lane into the Dragon Knight, which is your carry, and now you have this Timber Saw where, assuming he doesn't get killed in the mid lane from an overextension, he is going to be very scary at around the 20-minute mark. He'll probably have like his blink, like Kaya built items, you know, like it just makes it really scary to play against him on the map at that point. So we'll see what happens. I like both teams' drafts. I think this Mars can get a lot done. I think Pango can get a lot done, and then we're kind of just hoping to make space for Jackie here on the Dragon Knight.
Yeah, we did mention that earlier, that the late game scaling seems to be more towards Dragonite than the gyro nowadays. Of course, it depends how the game goes, if you're truly ahead or not, but I guess they could opt for that route. If they do well in the lanes, right, their heroes can get active early, go for their own snowball type of gameplay. I think that looks tough now with that last pick Timber. So maybe you are planning to just, find the plays you can, but you're okay going a little later. Trust your Dragonite to carry you. I guess you just see how the lanes go and then adapt from there.
Well, we'll have to see as we get ready to jump into this one. I do think, again, Shopify playing to their strengths that we've been seeing. So I think they're pretty happy with their draft. But Boom Esports, they've got some good counters, and the carry DK has been a pretty big staple of this patch. So we'll see if Jackie can make it work. As for those of you that are just tuning in, welcome on over to the Storm stream. It is Shopify versus Boom Esports. Game number 1 now underway, as they are smoked up on Shopify, making their way out to the side of the map.
A lot of lines drawn already. Thinking about maybe invading that triangle. Something we do see a lot versus the Beastmasters. Block up those camps early so that he can't get some of those stacks that Beastmasters love, just to clear out with the axes to hit whatever item timing they're going for. I think it's fine to go the Helm of the Dominator this game. It's the more popular build nowadays, but sometimes you don't do it if they have an easy way at dealing with it. But this game, it should be fine.
Is that what he has queued up, the Helm Dom?
Yeah.
Okay, interesting. Yeah, I wasn't sure if he'd go for the Ags build because you're against Dragonite, but yeah, Helm Dom will work fine. Give you some...
With the Timber, you're probably trusting the Timber to do the damage.
Yeah,
the magic damage, so you don't need to do it yourself. Yeah,
I guess you have Lion Phoenix too. Like, there's a lot of magic damage from your supports, so just give your team the kind of push that you're like the tower taking, pressure that Beastmaster can do. As Boom are all here in mid, they're gonna see them and back away. So no fight at the runes.
Yeah, smoke broken with that Watcher from the low ground to the high ground, so they know what's going on. They get out. He already pings that the camp's probably broken, so he's dealt with it. He's a Beastmaster player. He knows people like to do this, so as soon as he sees that, he's already pinging it. Hello, supports. If you could find time to deward that for me, that'd be fantastic.
That wouldn't surprise me if Lion's like sending out a... Oh, he's got Salve Tangos coming out, but he might get a Sentry coming out here fairly soon. He doesn't need to unblock it immediately. I don't think he's going to have time to stack right away because this is one of those lanes where you're going to be having to play pretty aggressive here into the Shadow Demon. But
I think he could have unblocked it if he wanted to because he has a Sentry, but I think he's saving it for the lane first. Like you said, you don't need to stack like literally minute 2.
Where are you watching?
Did the gyro go secondary? He did go secondary strikes. Okay. Because I've seen some like gyrocopters prefer the, is it called Afterburner? I think it is. Yeah, Afterburner facet.
So. Mm-hmm.
Because it allows you to find some early kills in lane, but you're against Snapfire and the Mars. So it doesn't really give you a lot of options there to like run people down. So I like secondary strikes here. I think it makes a lot of sense.
Yeah. I think it's easier if you have a melee support as well. For that afterburner aggressive plays, like you said, a combination of like Phoenix and then several escapes or knockbacks. Probably just go for like the farm and the extra damage with the secondary strikes.
Yeah. I have to imagine mid lane for Yopaj should be pretty easy. You did go with Pangolier getting pretty heavily nerfed again, which I mean, let's just be honest. This hero cannot get nerfed enough in my eyes. I would be perfectly fine if this hero gets like absolutely dumpster tiered for like a solid 3 years, so I don't have to see it every game. But yeah, gets nerfed again. We're back to double jump facet away from the Thunderbolt, Rolling Thunder facet.
Yeah, they gutted Thunderbolt.
Yeah, they're like, what if we just basically removed half of what this facet did? That made it good.
Yeah, it'll be like Yopaj should pick up an early lead, but we'll have to see the support rotations. I think it's a... Well, I don't Oh, Lion's pretty good at 2. Well, we'll see what happens. But the reason Pango's so good, like you struggle through the tough matchups. You hit 6, find a return kill, right? You're so bad. We'll see if they can do it with some rotations, probably around the power rune times. EZ getting a little low, but should be okay for now.
Expected
More
with
regen,
Phoenix.
so he'll have to be a little careful. Scam, actually.
Scam. I mean, he's gonna get the first blood here on Tim's, trying to go for the deny. Nice patience there from Yamato, as he will secure the cleanup kill. But yeah, first blood picked up on the Snapfire. That's a nice play. Once Phoenix uses those spells, it's a pretty weak hero.
Yeah, and Snapfire, a lot of nuke damage. So as you get low on the Phoenix, you do have to be careful of getting finished off.
Did he go Dying Light on Phoenix? I think we usually see Dying Light, right?
Yeah, Dying Light's the popular one now. Usually helps you trade really well, but Snapfire is just also a very solid, tanky hero. So she can survive the like Dying Light harass.
Yeah. Yeah, that's why you don't go Afterburner. You're like, oh, I'm gonna go hit him with this, and he just God's rebukes you back, and you're like, all right, never mind.
What's this top lane going?
Well,
Actually, I was about to say relatively even. He has a lot of denies though, although some of those might be his bore, I guess. Or maybe it's not.
Yeah,
it's not that crazy.
But yeah, overall, fairly decent lane for them. This, to me, does not feel like any team is going to like run away with the lane stage. Like, all of their lanes seem pretty stable. It's only the bottom lane I can see being a little bit volatile, just because of the Phoenix like factor, like the hero that is super high damage. As well, Scam doing some damage here to Tim's, but needs to be very careful. They don't get the God's Rebuke there to interrupt the dive, so... Nice salve break there from Yamato. I always want to say Yamato because I've been playing Deadlock, but what can you do? Mac in the mid lane getting a lot of damage thrown his way here with the rotation in from the Phoenix. Great scatter blast there to slow him down as Tim's now getting the attention of Shopify underneath the tower. Yopaj just needs a little bit more, but it's not going to be enough. And now Phoenix actually falling low, but Yopaj will finish the job there with one last little timber chain away. As Mac will grab the kill onto the Phoenix. All right, very well played. That's going to be 5 stacks. All right, not enough to find the kill, but he'll get a TP in most likely from the Phoenix to refill the bottle.
Yeah, a lot of attention being brought to that mid lane. I do think this is where the game will change. Like we said, the side lanes doesn't seem like too much in the early game will happen, but with those mid rotations could be a lot. So far, the fact that both mids getting kills, like no one's quite pulling ahead yet, but you see the teams trying to get the lead in the mid lane first.
Yeah. He even gave him 2 tangos. Like, that's how much they want to try and secure the Timbersaw's lane. Is he is really he's going to be the space maker in the mid game. Like you're saying, Amaterasu closing in on that Helm of the Dominator, starting to push these heroes off the top lane with the boars. Again, this guy is an absolute master at the micro game. Ooh, mid lane, a great rotation in from Tim's. Managed to bring down the Timbersaw. Very sick play.
Also quite a lot of early magic damage for a hero like Timber.
Yeah. Top lane, Amaterasu in a little bit of trouble, but does get the vision on over to Jackie, and there's going to be the Dragon Tail out as the Rolling Thunder's in from Mac. Now, he can't chain stun completely, but he's going to do a decent amount of work here. But Yamato, he's going to join the fray. He's got plenty of damage to find the kill, and now the Hawks rooting up. Mac gets away here with the double jump and the dive underneath the tower. The burn damage isn't enough. It's going to be close. They get the kill. Skem gets a double kill now on this Phoenix as the boar is still here with Hellscream as they just are now looking for this Shadow Demon. He's got no mana quite yet for the disruption, but he can pop the stick if needed. Beautiful chase here in the top lane, bringing in everybody.
I thought they were overextending at first with the Pango rotation coming in, but that's the Thunderbolt nerf coming into play. If he had Thunderbolt, the old Thunderbolt, he would have chain stun killed the Beastmaster and then just gotten out. But the fact that the turn rate is so slow, he ends up kind of going around, doing some other damage. And that means Beastmaster had enough time to heal up, rejoin the fight. He got hit by another roll, but he didn't care at that point. And then they actually just killed the Pango. So the big win for Shopify off of that. I say big win, I mean, it's still relatively even, but that was a rotation from Mac, got him killed, and might get killed again in the mid lane. Is the stun? He's already up in the safety of his tier 2.
But this is the thing. Like, they're just gonna keep putting pressure here because how do you push the Beastmaster out of lane now? And
oh yeah, Mac, he's got to be careful.
Well, you either kill Gyro with the arena, which FBZ doesn't quite have yet, but he's closing in.
Just got it.
Yeah. So I think that's going to be their next objective here. Maybe trying to find a kill on the Gyrocopter. He did go for an early Falcon Blade, so he's going to have a little bit more HP than, you know, typical for the carry Gyrocopter.
Some teamwork to clear that hard camp stack. It's getting close to the level 6 on Snapfire. Maybe that's what they want to wait for. Gyro's kind of tanky with the Falcon Blade start, so might not have enough damage even if you arena him. But with the Snapfire ult, you definitely have enough damage to kill anyone in the game. So she's at 5.5 now. That's really good. It's only 8 minutes into the game.
Really smart choice to come top, actually, and grab this. So
yeah, I think he was worried about that arena play. So let me just get out of there, go open up a new place on the map for me to farm and avoid dying. That's a very good carry move.
I also like not dying. One of my favorite pro tips in video games.
Try not to die.
So with Matt coming bottom, it's likely that they are going to be able to secure this tower. Now, they are bringing back the Phoenix as well as the Gyrocopter. It's unlikely they'll be able to keep the tower alive, but they don't really know how many heroes they're bringing back. So it's kind of a bluff potentially from Shopify here. And they will see the other 2 heroes. Well, no, actually, they're under a smoke. Hellscream and Yopaj.
It scared them enough, though. They know heroes are missing, and they're scan connected, so they weren't fully sure what was happening. They could have forced it, but that's, of course, we have the benefit of full vision. So they do back off. That tower stays alive for now, but it's pretty low. So I mean, next time you're out of there, it will fall.
That is a roar. I don't know if you have the damage. He was slowed up so much. Now Hellscream on the bottom side gonna get found. Gonna be able to find the Shadow Demon. Now Rolling Thunder is he does just walk him to death with the summons. You are kidding me. What is happening?
Yeah, this is all right. Okay, so I guess the idea was I think Lion and Timber were still smoked, so they were coming top. So I was hoping to buy enough time with the roar. The roar failed, so DK thought he was fine. He's like, "Oh, I'll clear out these creeps," and then Timber just throws in a couple spells. Has the Chakram facet, so it's like double ult. Oh, another.
Oh, that's a good secondary strikes proc, but yeah, that's a costly death, I think, on your Gyro and Phoenix. Gonna try and TP out, not gonna make it. Nicely done from Tim's. Get the last second, but no Fire Spirits cast, so easy cleanup. Those are 2 really costly deaths.
I thought he was out. Maybe not.
I don't know.
Yeah, that's. They were trying to punish that. I guess because the plays were happening top, right? They thought, oh, not a lot of people can rotate to deal with this, but just enough heroes could rotate to deal with that.
That's an amplify damage. Yopaj is going to be very scary. They still have they don't have any arena, excuse me, and Yopaj will just beat down the backline, chasing the tier 2s. Now, the question is, can he hold them at bay while his team finishes up the Mars here? Spear will send Tomato far away, but Amaterasu, easy cleanup for him as, again, Yopaj holding both supports off this fight as they get the tier 1 tower in the mid lane, and they actually find themselves a massive stack in the triangle. This is a massive economic blow.
Yeah, those kills, nice 100 gold, win. That stack, though, that's like 1,000 gold swing.
Yeah. I mean, that's like 1,000 gold of just creeps. That's a 2,000 gold swing. Like, the creeps alone are worth over 1,000.
Yeah, and it also hurts because the supports spend time doing it, right? So now, like, Januel, for example, is still not 6. He's really close. He's going to get it from the mid lane. But it's painful. You spend time doing that, and you're not going to get any money from it.
And you've got your own stackies on the other side of the map. They are feeling very good now on Shopify. So not only do they take a massive amount of gold away, but Yopaj is going to soak up his own, get himself that. He has the Kaya done. I'm curious if he's going to go for the Blink, the BKB, or like the Sanj component first. A lot of times we see Blink Kaya as the early pickup, but he's got options. They are starting to pull ahead on all of these cores by quite a bit.
Yeah. It's an interesting choice too, because Amaterasu could have finished those stacks to finish up the Helm of the Overlord, but they're giving it to Yopaj, who we said this Timber should be able to pop off. He's doing well so far, but it is interesting showing where they're trying to put the priority, and they want to make sure he hits whatever timing he ends up going for. He has several items queued up. We'll see what he ends up buying. Sometimes the players put them in different order, just buy what they ultimately decide on.
Yeah. I mean, and that Helm of the Dominator, or Helm of the Overlord, is really not that far away anyway. Like, he will get it soon. So, once he does, he'll feel very happy about that. Mac looking for the Rolling Thunder initiation. Does see Hell Scream. It is a Diffusal Pango, not a Blink Dagger, right? So it takes a moment for him to get to his hero without Thunderbolt. It's a little bit easier to see it coming.
Radiant's middle tower is under attack.
I do think Boom has some solid team fight right now between Arena, Snapfire ult, and the roll, but so far not quite finding anything with it.
Your Arena has to find the Timber Saw.
Yeah, I think if you pick Timbersaw, you can kill him, but you just got to make sure no one else can interrupt that, like the Beastmaster in the back or something.
He does have a blind in the arena, right? So they can't see him. So there is that going for him. Makes it a little bit more difficult to save the arena target, but I really like this build for Gyrocopter. This is so Giga Chad. He's just going straight BKB after the Chrysalis. He's like, I don't need an Ags. I want to be able to fight with my team. They're coming online super early. That's cool.
Makes a lot of sense versus roll and arena. You got to make sure you can get in there and do the damage, which the Mars did pick up a blink. It's about to arrive. So maybe this can be where they find something. But both teams actually have wards in this area. I don't know if you'll be able to sneak anything in.
Tim's going to take a decent chunk of damage there from the Phoenix, but Phoenix actually gets it kind of sent right back. So Helm of the Overlord is done. We've got the Granite Golem. He's always got himself a couple of boars.
5 million lines being drawn on the map. Usually there's only like one line drawer per team, but I just saw a rainbow of colors come out there. Everyone's got an idea on what to do.
Yeah. So Armlet's done on the DK. He's almost got his Mask of Madness. He's going to TP over, grab himself the Wisdom Rune. It's not that he's really under farmed. Like the fact that Boom is kind of keeping into this game despite the last fight going quite well for Shopify. They're pressuring bottom and mid right now. Shopify not really able to grab anything themselves. They're going to smoke up, see if they can find a kill instead, but Boom will do the exact same thing. They're going to walk into each other head on. The question is who finds who. The Roar, he's looking for his target, doesn't quite connect. The roll is out. Nice interrupt there for the moment, but Tim's doing his best to just get away from Timbersaw. It might just be the only kill we see for the moment, but now they dive in aggressively. Scam, he gets vision of the Shadow Demon, and that's a very easy kill. Finished up by the call down. So 2 going the way of Shopify as they smoked across the map. They didn't really find the big kills, right? They're looking for either the Dragon Knight or the Pango, but you get both supports without committing the Roar.
Yeah, and usually you'd say like, oh, it's just a support. But Snapfire is actually so much of the early damage this game for Boom that without her ultimate, you actually just can't really team fight. Like, oh, you drop Arena, you drop Roll. It's like, is that really killing a Timbersaw? Oh, I guess we're about to find out.
They're going to try. Now, with this Arena, with that Blink reveal from FBZ, they do bring down Yopaj. So a very nice kill.
In my defense, that was 3 core heroes. But I guess you don't need the Snapfire ult if you got the 3 core heroes killing the Timber.
Yeah.
But I do still think, like, for a proper, like, 4-on-4 type fight, you really need that Snapfire ult. So as soon as she was caught in a bad position, everyone else was just trying to get out.
Yep. He did go for the Blink Dagger, so he is still fragile on the Timbersaw. He's not super tanky at the moment. You know, it doesn't have, like, Kaya Sange like we see sometimes. Oh, Skem's going to be able to find Shadow Demon. He's looking to TP out, but there is a line up onto the high ground. They're just going to hand this kill on over to Amaterasu. Now, Scam will grab it at the last second. But aggressive TP in. FBZ trying to TP home. He's going to make it.
Lion almost got a second TP cancel. Got the challenge for it. Elsewhere's looking for this Pango. I think they know he's in here. They're looking around, but he's actually in the camp to the left.
Dude, he's been sitting so deep on the enemy jungle. Black Dragon now picked up here for the Beastmaster. One of the better creeps you can find. Great for cutting lanes.
Used to be even better. I don't even remember what they nerfed on him, but that thing used to be so broken.
Yeah.
To just sit it at the tier 3 and cut every single creep wave. No one could deal with it. Wants to make a play. They're all together.
They're comfortable baiting the BKB. Oh, very good attempt from FBZ there with that God's Rebuke and aggressive dive on in. FBZ just burns. The secondary strikes is enough, and they do manage to get vision of Mac as well. The finger from downtown. The roar on the other side. It's managed to catch Tim's, but a disruption there from the Shadow Demon. Tries to bail him out. It's not enough, and the chase continues as Yopaj looking to just go for the high ground, but doesn't really have too much to chase with. He's got a regen rune if he wants to use it, but 3 kills for the side of Shopify.
It's not quite. They were in position. Oh, yeah, we got to replay. So Yopaj getting out of there. It revealed their position, and they all just have to retreat at this point. But, man, secondary strikes did so much damage. It connected on so many heroes there. And then from that point, you just get to run in, do whatever. Supports. Oh, what are they going to do to a Timbersaw, man? Feels so bad.
This is where I feel like it's going to get scary because I don't know how they deal with the Timbersaw. Blink the Hex out from Hellscream. They get the start of the Pangolier, and he's brought down. That's a big kill, and I think the blink reveal off of that Lion. He's been waiting. The tempo's picking up.
Well, Hellscream only has 1 stack, actually.
Yeah, that was his first finger I think I've seen him use, was to kill the Pango in the previous fight.
I mean, he didn't really need to use him earlier. It's always the weird part about playing Lion. It's like, I want to build the stacks early, but I know I'm not supposed to use it for this kill because we have it secured, so I should save it for the next kill. Then the next kill, you don't need the finger, and you're like, I should just finger the last kill. I'd have it again. It's always an awkward part about playing Lion.
Yeah. Now that they've got the BKBs done, he's feeling comfortable going back for the Aghanim Scepter on the Gyrocopter, which is such a good item. Just gives him so much more damage and teamfight potential. They're going to take the enemy Tormentor at the 20-minute mark. This is a very big deal. You already have quite the lead, and now taking the Tormentor away, they can secure their own if they want to TP back as well.
Shards are all really good this game, at least for the 4 supports. All of them really solid. So should be both Tormentors for them whenever they want to go back.
The fact that Hellscream gets it is so annoying.
Yeah, his is good.
Oh, Tim's in trouble. The Blink Hex out. Quick kill once again going their way. And now they're looking for more. They see Mac on this Pango trying to run away. The dive in from Skem, trying to slow him up just a little bit. Can the Timbersaw close the gap? He's going to be forced to pop the Rolling Thunder. I mean, that's a worthwhile cooldown to get.
Yeah, that might give them the confidence to just go high ground, actually.
I mean, it looks like they are.
You have
Beastmaster Gyro, why not? Fortifications out, that'll clean up the catapult. As Skem gets the double Wisdom rune, by the way. He was actually letting that 14-minute rune cook as it, the second one spawns. So it gets that extra XP.
Support levels are really good this game.
Yeah.
For the finger death cooldown and the egg. Both of them pretty high level with that. Level 12 on the Lion, 13 on Phoenix. Shopify. It's a little slower this game compared to the earlier series we watched where it felt like Shopify suddenly just popped off and won the game, but they've been slowly and methodically finding good fights across the map, taking objectives like Tormentor and Wisdom. Now going to grab the Aegis for themselves. If you plan to go high ground, I think you give it to Yamato.
Yeah, it's definitely on the gyro. It has to be.
Okay.
Like he's your building hitter, and you have the ability to go high ground now. So why not? They do actually see a lot happening around their own triangle, it being invaded. So they're kind of TPing back, maybe trying to bait a fight out of Boom, but they will not get it. So Boom backing away across the river. Ag's done on the Pango, so that's a nice little damage boost for him. So we'll smoke up on Shopify now.
You have to be careful of the high ground. This is where you got like the spear backs into like the roll and the snapfire ult as everyone tries to help out. So the high ground is not easy for Shopify, but you could just hold the map and continue to grow this 11K lead, which is already a ton at 23 minutes.
It's such a good push to the bottom lane instead of being top. Like, you know, they're not going to have vision over here on Boom. You've been down here yourself for quite a while. Now they do get some wards placed on the high ground. Have to get rid of the sentry immediately. But FBZ, like you said, he's looking for that blink, the spear back. He has a BKB of his own. Mac has an option. Amaterasu, he gets all the spears off the market. Scam, he's got the egg available. Will he be able to cast it? He does at the last second. That egg, it's going to get cleaned up by Tim's, but the damage is done. It's Tomato on the gyrocopter, ripping through the back line. 4 dead on Boom, as they will buy back on the Snapfire. But can they get out of this one? I don't know.
Push so fast. They didn't... Okay, you lost the Phoenix, but Phoenix doesn't contribute anything to the building damage. This is the tricky part about that Snapfire counter. To hit the egg, you have to come in really close. But we've been talking about how you need that Snapfire ult for damage in the team fights. But when you walk up this close, you get killed by all the random AO. I don't think they even focused the Snapfire. He just happened to kill her with everything else he was doing. So that means you don't get to just sit in the back and throw in the ultimate. And I see 4 healthy heroes on my screen, despite that being a fight on the enemy base. Now it looks like the second rack is going to fall. So just a very tough spot for Boom. These fights are so tricky now that they've fallen this far behind. I'm not really sure how they come back from this.
This is, you said all the shards are super good. Like Skem in that fight, he throws fire spirits, eggs, gets his sunray off once he's in there. Like between that and all of the AoE damage he's getting from the gyro, like you said, it's like they're not really focusing any specific target. They're just all dying. Well, more are dying now. Blink Roar comes out. They find themselves a quick victim as Yopaj on the Timbersaw, just looking for an opening. Actually, off the mark there with the Earth Spike. Unreal, says Hellscream. But they get the BKB out of the Dragonite at the end of the day. The Rolling Thunder now coming in, but this is where Thunderbolt feels so much better, and it's so awkward when you don't have that blink to set this one up. The blink in from Hellscream here, looking for the mana drain. He's going to connect with it for now, but the BKB out from Yamato, and that is it. You're going to lose your DK. He's looking to chase for more here. The flak damage, it's not enough to finish off anybody else, but he still has that Aegis for another minute.
Expected and back off for now. They just want to clean up all the high grounds. I mean, you could force it, but why not play it safe? It's day 1 of the group stage, but every game when it's all best of 2s, it doesn't matter, right? So if Shopify Rebellion can get themselves 3-0 already, that's a fantastic start. Maybe even a 4-0, but we'll see about that next game.
They have a ward, a really good ward on the high ground, so... I was like, you actually have to be very careful. The bait the Hex, though, from Hellscream to stop the counter initiation. They've got an egg down. FBZ is going to BKB, try and hobble away, but you've lost the Pango. Oh, man, they were ready and waiting. The GG comes out. Hellscream's Lion on point in that fight, and the egg once again doing some work, making space for these cores to kind of do whatever they want on Shopify.
That's really tricky. Like, if you don't have... So early game, it was the Snapfire ult. Then Pango felt the damage issues his team was having, so like, okay, I gotta go Ags, right? So one of those two things needs to be the damage. They're trying to get the Phoenix because Egg is really good, but also the Sunray is adding to your damage problem that like there's just healing up everything you do. So you got to finish that off. But that arena at the end comes in and Pango's being focused. No Snapfire ult because it got used earlier. There's just no damage to finish it, even if he didn't get insta-hex by Hellscream.
Yeah. This is, again, Shopify playing to their strengths. You get the good hero matchups for the lane, and you just know that they're gonna, you just trust in your team to perform how they need to secure the game, and they do, right? Amaterasu, once again, a deathless game on his offlane. Beastmaster, 4-0 and 15. You have Yopaj getting super aggressive early on this Timbersaw, using these runes to perfection. And we can't really not talk about Yamato/Tomato, who is playing super active on the gyrocopter from the lane stage and rotating to top multiple times, not only to secure towers, but kills as well.
Yeah, I really liked his rotations, and that might be the true story of this game, because although the draft, in the end, it clearly worked out for Shopify Rebellion, I kind of like what Boom had. I don't think they were in a terrible spot off the laning stage, but it felt like their attempt at plays just did not find the success that Shopify's did, right? Like, the early power with the roll, the Snapfire ult, the Mars Arena, I don't really remember seeing them find anything until more of that mid-game section where that is just much less effective into the BKBs coming out from the core heroes on Shopify. Whereas we saw those early rotations from the Gyro, Timbersaw was popping off, right? It felt like they had a lot more success on the team plays.
I absolutely agree. They've clearly got a lot of options here with Shopify in terms of how, like, what they can draft, and I think that's a big strength for them. They're just looking super clean. We saw it in the qualifiers, you and I, watching them make it to this event in the first place, and I was hopefully optimistic, right? It's one of those things where you don't know what's going to happen when you get to the main event, and this is still only day one, but for like a team and a roster that has kind of struggled to prove themselves, this is a really good first day for them already.
Yeah, especially with some new players on, right? Sometimes you see the nerves come out and you know they can do more, but you're just not playing your best. Currently, it seems pretty good. So 3-0 so far. We'll see if they can go for the 4-0 in the next game. For Boom, again, I don't know. You can adjust the draft a little bit, but I do think it comes down to like how they make the plays, which maybe is like some smokes, warding. It's kind of tough to see that in like the heat of the moment. So hopefully they're having that discussion right now. I'm sure they have more insight on it than us, but that does seem to be where that game fell apart for them.
Yeah, it definitely, I agree. It definitely did. Failure to connect on some of those early level 6s can also hurt. So we'll see what happens in game 2. I think Boom definitely has what it takes to get a win here. It's just gonna require that they have the right draft, I think. And teams are, it's like so far teams definitely seem to be struggling with the tempo that Shopify is bringing. And I think a lot of it is the offlane player, like as well as the way that Tomato likes to play from the carry role. So I'm curious what the answer is going to be, because I certainly have not seen it, and we have not seen it, really stop Shopify yet, but it is still a lot more Dota to be played. So I think for now, we're going to go to a short break, and then we'll be back with game number 2 of Shopify versus Boom here. Stay tuned, everybody. We'll see you in just a bit.
working all year, getting by. Looking for the high, taking all my time. Breathing in new life, feeling fine. Like I don't gotta be something society wants me to strive to be. Got my own energy. So magnetic in the spotlight. Shaping my own world with my own mind. Don't talk about me unless you alright. You gon' see I'm feeling real free, protecting my energy. Gotta protect my mind. I'm breathing in new life. It's time that I realize what feels good ain't always right. Making changes, I got me a new strut. No more settling, I'm running out of good luck. Never chasing, I attract, I'm busy going up. If you see me come correct, then keep it on the book. Get it, how I live it, that's the motto, how it goes. No more reaching in the distance, hit the lotto, I'm the one. Not denying myself anymore, I'm done with it. Sky is the limit, I'm living like we know. Energy, energy, energy. Feeling free. Energy. Gotta protect my mind. I'm breathing in new life. It's time that I realize what feels good ain't always right. I'm feeling good, feeling free. Feeling good, feeling free. All I need is me and my new energy. Feeling good, feeling free. Feeling good, feeling free. All I need is me and my new energy. Feeling good, feeling free. Feeling good, feeling free. All I need is me and my new energy. Yeah. Far from me. Girl, what's this shit about? You told me I was different than them. Now you got yourself another man. I hate to see you out with him. I guess I'm a little
It's hard to apply restraint. I'm trying to stay away. It's so magnetic. Ooh, I gotta have it now. Let's keep it a private thing. I'll give you a secret name. Let's build a life on a lie.
Every time I try to fight,
Trying to avoid it, but I was stuck. You turn up the heat when you back it up.
try to stop the flame.
I put discipline out to wait.
It isn't enough to wish for change. You either give in or pull away. We have the will to choose our fate. Whether it's wrong or right, I'm holding on for life. For the
Never pressed, but I got the juice. Taking the lead, that's just what I do. I made mountains move with one hand tied and still this world.
Welcome back, everybody, here to ESL One Bangkok. My name is Cryptic, here with Zeke Exotics. As we jump into game number 2 of Shopify versus Boom Esports, and a big day for Shopify. If you are fans of NA Dota, they are currently 3-0, looking for the clean sweep in game number 2. Zach, do they have it in it? Do they have it in them? Can they get the 4-0, the clean sweep on day 1?
Sure seems like it. I can't really point to a significant mistake that I've seen any of them make. They all seem to be playing quite well. The main like exploitable thing seems to be, you know what they're gonna do. It feels like they're gonna go tempo. There's gonna be some kind of aura micro hero on the off lane, a playmaker for Yoposh. Tama's gonna play some stable carry. I feel like I know what they're gonna do. The heroes aren't hugely different. Yet the order they pick in the draft so far has been very good. It feels like, despite not having like the craziest mix of heroes, the way the drafts have all been going, all seem pretty solid for them. I can't say like anything has felt bad. So that's tough to adjust game 1 to game 2 to like suddenly come up with a even better, smarter draft. But maybe the teams tomorrow, as they like prep for Shopify Rebellion, they're gonna have to come up with some cool idea. But of course, that doesn't mean Boom is out. Like we said, I kind of liked what they had. It just felt like it didn't quite connect. So maybe they discussed that in between the break. As we get into it, looks like Shopify seem in relatively good spirits. Everyone seems focused up, getting ready for the next draft.
Yeah, I do not blame them. They have first pick here this time around, so they will go ahead again and ban out the Monkey King. They get rid of the Dragon Knight, or the Doom, which leaves the option for an early Dragon Knight pick on the table for themselves. On the side of Boom, they get rid of the Chen so far, the Naga Siren, there's going to be the Alchemist, and then, yeah, they're forced to ban out the DK, seeing the Doom ban there, so I do not blame them. Now, question is, what do they want to do with that first pick now?
That Broodmother we talked about before.
It's also Enchantress.
Yeah, you could go for the Enchantress. Magnus still in the pool, also very strong.
They banned the Enchantress, okay. And they go for the Mag.
They go for the Mag.
You would be correct.
So a lot of teams have been flexing this all over the place. It doesn't quite seem like a hero that Amaterasu plays. So far, he seems to be very much like the micro type hero, zoo hero player. I'm not saying he can't do it, you know, it's just we haven't seen it yet. So it'd be new to us. But otherwise, Yoposh looked really good on it earlier. I wouldn't be surprised if Tomato or Hellscream I could see playing it, but we haven't seen that yet. Maybe it will just be mid Magnus, which is perfectly fine to reveal at the start. This hero, you just pick up a blink. Your timing is going to be good because you have Empower and Shockwave for the laning stage. Where you are going to see the classic counter, the Rubik. The instant lift, really good to break up the combo. And then, of course, you steal the spells, which are very strong on Rubik. But the reason we don't see much Rubik nowadays is that his laning stage is not as strong as it used to be. So we'll see if that comes into play here, that although you on paper counter the Magnus, maybe you don't even get to that point if you're not having a good laning stage.
Yeah, it is a little bit weird to me. We see Lion a lot as the counter in the support role to the Magnus, but earlier we did see that attempted against Shopify and it just didn't kind of work. It didn't quite work out. So I guess with Boom, they're going to give themselves a shot with the Rubik instead. Still not super sold on this as like a first phase counter pick, you know, but we'll have to see what they can do with it. They're going to ban out the Morphling and Primal Beast. And Boom will have one more ban here before we go into phase 2.
Yeah, 4 teams that are willing to flex the Magnus to support, that helps bypass a lot of what the idea of the Rubik counter is. You know, it's like you're reacting to a core and you're countering that core, and it's like, well, I'm just support. I'll just wait till I can get the RP. You know, like I'm fine doing that. And the fact that Empower contributes a lot. Yeah. Oh, there. Yeah, we could just see the same lineup, like Drow, Ogre.
Drow, Ogre, right? Like it's one of those things where we saw this Beastmaster pick into the Magnus earlier. The response was Drow, Ogre, and you still have a Rubik, which doesn't seem great into this lane. So, sorry, I cut you off mid.
No, yeah, you're dude, good.
I cut you off,
so
and I was like,
okay,
they go Drow Phoenix. So it's, I guess, a little bit different, but yeah, it's the Drow lane into Beastmaster is pretty dang good.
Yeah, I wonder if there's some like slight nuance there that Rubik instead of Lion, they want the Phoenix instead. But you can still, I mean, you can flex it, right? You could do like the Phoenix 4. You could still go Ogre just a little bit later. But perhaps the repositioning from Rubik is a little bit annoying on the Ogre. But also the spell steal, right? You just get Bloodlust yourself, the super powerful Ignite that you can now launch from even further.
Yeah,
maybe that's some of the reason they decided to go for Phoenix, which there's a couple heroes that spell steal is not the best against because you need a synergy of spells, and Phoenix is one of them. That if you don't have all of Phoenix's spells, it's kind of like Fire Spirits is not bad. Sunray's like okay, but it's really all the spells that come together that make Phoenix. Same with like Earth Spirit. You can steal one spell, but if you don't have the others, it's not very impressive.
Feel like right now with the Phoenix pick, it is also a hero that almost plays a little bit like Ogre, where it is kind of a lane bully, but like you said, it fits in the matchup against the Rubik a lot better. So it should still just be the 5-position Phoenix who can kind of play aggressive into the Beastmaster Rubik. And now with the Earth Spirit pick, that makes things a little bit more difficult, but you could... I feel like we saw Magnus versus Earth Spirit, or no, it was Magnus versus Tiny is what it was. Okay.
Yeah, not today, but in the past probably.
Yeah.
I think you're fine just doing mid Magnus. Like I don't think you'll crush the Earth Spirit, but I think you'll just get what you need, which is really all you want. Yeah, so they're gonna go for Visage. That's another one we haven't mentioned. Another hero that Amaterasu has been really good against, or good with, and it's going to be good against a Crystal Maiden, a very squishy hero. You could get some easy death toll kills there. Now there is the final pick going to be carry, so you're gonna have to ban out some carries probably to protect that Visage, to make sure Visage has a good game. And they've left it open, right? I feel like this is the second draft in a row we've seen it where the idea of the Magnus support is possible. So is it a last pick mid coming out, or are you just running the Magnus mid? You pick a 4 support that's good with Visage, but I think Mag is good with Visage. Like I think that's fine.
Yeah. I mean, you also just have Drow Visage. Like
Yeah, yeah. he's
Precision
running it
aura
back.
is still
The
very
buffs.
good with this hero. So you're going to have a lot of damage that comes out from them. You don't really have a good counter to the Visage at the moment. I thought they might have gone for the Lycan again because you can just run the summons at the supports. And then what does Crystal Maiden Rubik do? Like you root one, but then die to the rest. I think Visage is a little bit more of an aggressive style. So I'm a little bit unsure as to why they opt for the Visage this time. But I guess maybe for the, a different Drow synergy or just kind of experimenting. They actually do ban the Ogre. Interesting. So they are a little bit afraid of it being a 4-position Phoenix instead.
I mean, it'd be a pretty gross combo. Empower plus Bloodlust again.
10 seconds remaining.
What carry can you take versus this? You need to lane well versus Visage. You don't have the greatest egg hitters, so an egg hitter could also be good. Got to deal well with Drow. Kind of tricky. I'm not sure. Like, no one's popping into mind right away. I guess you could ignore the Drow in that equation, lane well, and trust like Beastmaster with Blink or Earth Spirit to just get to the Drow later. Okay, they removed the Medusa. I don't think she has the strongest lane, but she is kind of good versus Drow in the sense that you just like hit each other, but you have Stone Gaze.
I mean, in general,
it might have been a bit slow.
Okay, they go back for Hellscream's Batrider. So it is, dude, we have 3 winged heroes on the side of Shopify. They are really going for the synergy. I think Medusa is one of those things where it's like you want to pick a carry that doesn't suffer to the armor, like that Drow can just ignore, and Medusa literally does not take or like does not factor in armor or resistances into her mana shield. So it is typically a pretty good matchup into Drow. It is slow pace, but it is just one of those things like maybe they just don't want to risk it. I am very much at a loss for what you can go for, because Gyrocopter would actually be like one of the better picks, but you banned it yourself.
There's been a lot of carries banned. So I'm curious to see what they're going to bring up. I don't have the ideas, I'm like, I am not the coach, failing my job as an analyst, but I don't know what you're going to get that solves all your issues here. I think you just have to lean. Go ahead.
I was going to say it's something weird like a Weaver or like you can't even pick Sniper because it really needs to be a mid laner. So my only real thought is something like a Weaver. But it just struggles so much into things like Gust. And you need to build early Lincolns and you'll have to build a BKB. They just go to the Spectre again. Wow.
So, I mean, on paper, right, you're going to get to the Drow, but the worry is you're just going to get run over. I don't feel like this is the strongest lane versus a Batrider Visage. Like, you have what? Crystal Maiden Spectre? That's not that scary. I think you have to go like QE and just spam out waves, keep them at bay. But I feel like while Spectre's trying to farm up, you're going to get run over. This is kind of what Shopify did in the first game we watched them play today. The Spectre came out sooner. They ended up with a Lycan counter pick. But I feel like you're not that upset. You're like, oh, I have Visage instead of Lycan. Well, I'll still kind of do the same thing.
I think Crystal Main's okay into the Batrider lane. It's definitely one of those things where that she's kind of always been one of the better supports at dealing with Batrider. But we saw the Spectre matchup in a Drow earlier. It wasn't super good. I don't know. I think Shopify are cooking a little bit extra with this draft when maybe they didn't need to. So I am a little bit curious to see how this Visage is going to play out as opposed to of just doing something like Lycan, which we know worked really well earlier for them. So they definitely had an idea. They're like, all right, we wanted to do Visage. For some reason, this game, and we'll see how that ends up paying off. I think it still should be good, but the lane is going to be really hard for the Spectre.
Yeah, that's... we were kind of talking about earlier. It's like Shopify's going to go early, so I guess teams currently trying like will survive through that, go late. I see the value of the Spectre, but I'm not convinced it'll get late enough for that to come into play.
It is time to find out for all of you that are joining us here on the Storm stream. It is going to be a bloodbath here in game number 2 of Boom Esports versus Shopify. Currently, Boom sitting at 1-2 for the day. Shopify at 3-0. Looking for the clean sweep. We'll see if they manage to do it. Let's take a look at some of these facets. Beast Mode, Frugal Filch, Resonance, the kind of just the standard ones here, and then Drought, or the Crystal Maid's actually gone Frozen Expanse. All right. Anything standing out to you at the moment?
Nothing too crazy, but I guess what stands out to me is that Shopify has a lot of their comfort picks again. Like they're going to play a very comfortable style. I like what they got. I don't mean to be like so much of a Shopify fanboy, but so far they just keep repeating this winning formula. And I don't know. I haven't been convinced away from it.
I am curious.
Thinking about going to the triangle, but didn't actually quite commit to it.
Yeah, we don't see that ward get placed there that often, but they do have the 2 wards around mid. Amaterasu smoked up bottom. They will see Mac, and they will push him off of this. At least try and do some damage as well. I mean, that is not some. That is 3/4 of his health to start the lane, so I think you're pretty okay with that. As you do manage to get 3 of the bounty runes as well. So, good stuff there.
And like you said, no kill, but losing a lot of health does affect the early CS at this level. They will abuse that. And I do think Earth Spirit has a lot on his shoulders. He's got to be that early playmaker. It's certainly not going to be Spectre. And Beastmaster, like he'll get active early, but he doesn't have that gap closer, right? We don't see fast blinks on Beastmasters. It has to be the role since you have 2 backline supports. So already starting off on the back foot. Have to be careful in that lane. I say that. He's actually 4-0 on the last hit, so maybe it doesn't matter. Maybe he upped his game. He's like, oh, I got to really focus up here.
He just pulled it straight under the tower. I think he realized he can't actually CS against a Magnus. Like, Magnus just does way more damage. And once he has Empower at level 2, like, he's just going to get more and more denies. So he just pulls it under tower, manages to secure all the CS, boulder kicks to the range creep. So it's really, really clean stuff from the Earth Spirit there just to get himself a solid start to the lane. But it's going to get more difficult as the lane goes on because Magnus just gets Bottle, Empower, more raw stats like Treads, stuff like that, and eventually just out CS's his lane opponent.
Rotation options are not too bad. I think that's part of the idea behind this river ward.
Ooh, that is easily first blood here. It wasn't even the level 2, right? That was just the burst damage of the Visage and the Bat Rider we mentioned. It's not going to be a fun lane for the Spectre, but an even worse start than we thought. And Hellscream, he has been an all-star on this Bat Rider for the last few months now.
Yeah, definitely a guy to keep your eye on if you want to learn Bat Rider support. Check out how Hellscream plays this hero.
Oh,
it's tough.
That's a flame break back. That's so much damage out here. They're looking for the death toll. Instead, they'll throw it over to Jackie instead. A little bit more chip damage into the Spectre. Crystal Maiden will have a little bit of time to regen up, but yeah, really, really rough bottom lane here for the side of Boom Esports.
Yeah, like that's the thing with the Crystal Maiden. Technically, you stop Bat Rider from running at you, but when you play with just Flame Break and Sticky Napalm, if you get knocked out of position and then just the Soul Assumptions come in, you don't really need the rundown from Firefly because Visage actually just does so much with Soul Assumption. So this matchup can be very volatile, and it kind of comes down to the cores, and in this case, Visage is going to do a lot better in the lane than Spectre.
Man, that Visage set is so cool. That was one of my favorite ones from the recent crown fall event. It's very, very, very neat.
The one of handful of Visage sets.
Yeah. As someone who appreciates Visage, it's a cool one.
Next one in 3 more years.
Yeah, it's only a matter of time. But take a look at the top lane here. Tim's and FBZ. They're doing okay. I mean, they're actually got a decent number of denies on the Beastmaster. Some of them probably his own boars, which was, you know, something we see quite often. But keeping up to the pace of the Drow Ranger, which is important.
And we weren't sure about this Rubik. We were saying he's, you know, a bit of a weaker laner nowadays, but so far it's okay. I feel like it's getting better for the safe lane though as time goes on. It gets harder and harder to use the boars to do anything without just feeding them. So we'll see if it's good enough, right? We're reaching the point where Earth Spear could start rotating soon, especially as you hit level 5. Ideally, you wait for level 6, but as the mid lane gets less and less favorable into like Mag's damage, you know, maybe you are making an early rotation.
Level 5 is pretty common, right? You'll have the 3 points in roll or in boulder kick, 2 points in the roll. You can pretty much do whatever you need with just that. You don't need to magnetize usually, but
if you can roll on to the drow and kick her back, that's enough. Like the boars and the fade bolts will do the rest. But that's why they have that ward in the river, right? To like see him coming over. He's actually TPing in. Maybe this will catch him off guard, but FBZ is already so low.
There it is. Kicks him under the... They get out on just a sliver of HP. I mean, it's a really good attempt there from Mac. Now, he should still finish off Skem, as he is stuck on a straight line path there, so no escape. And they forces the Drow back. Actually, really smart TP from Tomato. He actually TPs to his tower, not the base, so he is going to be at least somewhat nearby to continue farming as he sends out some regen.
Instant. No hesitation on that. If he did not do that, he would have died. We saw how close that got. They're immediately going to pass over tons of tangos to him.
4 HP is what it was. I just saw it on the live. Yeah, literal 4 HP. That is wild.
I guess it's... I mean, you're definitely hoping for the core kill with that rotation. It's the teleport from your mid, but at least he gets the Phoenix, and it does set the Beastmaster up to have a good time for a while Drow is healing up. And actually, they're bringing over Crystal Maiden, so looks like they are going to finish up the kill on Drow now. Set up
very nice
your
kill.
Spirit from earlier. That's exactly what he needs to do.
They're going to fort the wave as well to try and freeze this a little bit. Looking like they might be trying to put some pressure on bottom. But they're actually bringing the numbers top. Magnus, he's going to get scouted on a ward, but... Oh, no, he's invis. They do not see him onto the ward. That is going to be a shockwave. No skewer, actually. Yopaj, he's just going to chase him under the tower? Hold up. That's a lot of damage coming out here from this tower. You got to be a little bit careful. Bottom lane, they do manage to find Amaterasu. Yopaj maybe bit off more than he could chew here. They will find Tim's. As, ooh, Skem on the Phoenix with a lot to follow it up here. Nice silence out, but Yopaj just burns to the Magnetize. They buy back on the Rubik as well. They're now looking for the Drought. I don't know if they're going to be able to... Well, he's got the roll on over. That's going to connect. He's got a boulder kick in one. Pulls him all the way back. Very good series of events here from the side of Boom. Tomato accepting his fate, just standing still. All right. They just got kills all over the map. That's huge.
Yeah, we weren't... we were saying this Earth Spirit's going to have to rotate around a lot. He's doing a great job so far. Finding what he needs to around the map. That felt like a little bit of an overextension from Shopify on that top tower, and I wonder if there was a misclick. He actually doesn't have reverse polarity on Magnus. You sometimes see this, but I feel like if you're making the plays and the rotations, you probably want RP. So I don't know if there was a misclick that maybe cost them there. Jack Boys looks pretty dead in his lane though. The rotation from the Phoenix and Hellscream. They're gonna clear up the kill, get another death toll. I
feel like we're just going to see Shopify kind of resorting a little bit to the farm game plan now. You do have level 6 on the Visage, so your familiars are up. Drow's actually rotated bottom to avoid the push top. And Shopify is going to bring some more heroes bottom to finish off. Just trying to trade towers at the moment. Crystal Maiden came through the Twin Gate here. She will find the Drow, and they're bringing in some more help. The question is, can he get out of here? That's an amplified damage. No shot. Kill goes the way of the Crystal Maiden. And they still don't manage to take the towers. All right, boom. Looking very good now. Roll on in. They do manage to still have the Magnetize, and with that, that should be a quick kill here on Amaterasu. Snipes one creep before he dies, but he might lose his familiars. Gets him over the tree. And Beastmaster's just pushing mid.
Yeah, he's on fire with these rotations. Looks like we're not even done. We're going to the mid lane.
Oh, the Gust just catching barely. With the Drow's damage, should be enough to finish the job.
Just want to highlight real quick why this is so important. That Magnus is farming very well, right? He's at like 73 last hits. Earth Spirit's at 40. Yet when you look at the net worth, you see Magnus being, just about on par with Earth Spirit. So the fact that Earth Spirit has successfully rotated so many times is what's keeping this close. Otherwise, he would have just been out-farmed by Magnus, and you'd just be falling further and further behind. Instead, plays have happened all over the place.
Bottom lane. We're going to see a potential bait here from Amaterasu. The team smoked up behind him as Jackie's coming in. The familiar stun onto 2. As now Jackie in some trouble. The egg comes down, placed super aggressively as they just try and back away. Mac, he actually interrupts the whole engagement on the backside. As now Crystal Maiden going to get found here by the Drow. Another great familiar drop there to find the kill. But Yamato, he's dead. Sniped by the boulder kick and the nukes from the Rubik. A big win from Boom Esports. A 4v5, and it nets them a kill onto the Drow.
Guess you get a death toll kill out of that, but certainly not what you were hoping for. Crystal Maiden for Drow. All right, things looking... Okay, it's still a pretty even game, all things told, like the net worth, but that's pretty good when you have the Spectre.
Yeah.
So that the fact that you're not getting rolled right now by death toll Visage is quite good. I'll see if they can keep up this pace. This bottom tower should eventually fall. Start opening up the map for Shopify, who have already lost their own safe lane tower.
They really need to find FBZ. Yopaj is trying to get him to pop the roar, but he has not fallen for it. Now Yopaj will have to dive away. Meanwhile, bottom lane, looking for Jackie here once again. He's going to go ahead and immediately pop that Shadow Step to the mid lane. Hell Scream. Going to try and just TP onto safety. He'll be able to do so, as this should open up the mid lane tower. So they'll trade bottom for mid. Another win here for Boom Esports.
Items. Looks like Spectre's going for Blade Mail into Radiance. Already got a Blade Mail from Earth Spirit. The armor's really good versus Drow. Return some of this damage. I'm just trying to think how long you have to keep this up before you actually feel like you're winning on Boom, right? Like, you feel pretty good right now, but you haven't reached that point where Spectre is just a death threat to everyone.
She needs some moments. Blink reveal out here in the mid lane from Yopaj. They managed to get themselves into a nice RP follow-up. It's onto 2, but the Magnetize from Mac is doing a lot of work. A really aggressive egg, beautifully placed. Should stun up the Crystal Maiden. No, she gets away for the moment, but Shadow Step takes down the Magnus onto the backside. Amaterasu trying to find himself the kill onto the CM. Should be able to. Death toll would be a nice kill for him if he can get it. It's going to be close. The GG branches drop, trying to chase him under the trees, but he knows he's gone a little bit too far. He's going to be forced to back away now. Well, I say that maybe. Never mind. You gave him a target there with that Soul Assumption and gets himself another pick off. So nice grab there from the Visage.
In the middle of that fight, there was a stolen RP from Rubik. That's what helped them kill the Magnus. So maybe he can hang on to that. Maybe he can find another fight later. But good find on the Beastmaster. He didn't really get to do much this fight. Just 2 ults comboed, killed him off. Pretty solid magnetized, but the Earth Spirit also killed thanks to that RP.
Yeah, unfortunate there for the Crystal Mage. She tried so hard not to die. Oh, okay. There's some stacks here for the side of Shopify. Tomato desperately needs these. He is struggling on the Drow Ranger at the moment, trying to close in on his Yasha, which we'll have it now. They're smoking up to the top side of the map, trying to play towards their Beastmaster, but they will not find anything quite yet. The tower, though, not a bad objective.
Radiant's middle tower is under attack.
Yeah, these death tolls for Amaterasu are helping get closer and closer to the Pipe of Insight. I think he's almost there, and that's going to be huge to reduce the damage from both these supports are magic, and then the Earth Spirit, all his damage right now is magic. You know, eventually, like, he starts right-clicking kind of hard with Resonance, but not quite there. So once you have that pipe, it'll be a lot easier to win fights.
Dire's top tower has fallen.
This smoke, if they find Spectre, would be pretty sick, but will they? This is such a good read from Shopify. They know. Hellscream goes in. His smoke pops. He knows he's up onto the high ground. Then they've got him. There's going to be the lasso. He gets the blade mail off, but 4 heroes for that gank. And then similar to what we saw last time, the Drow staying off the map to make sure there's no Shadow Step target to get away.
Very nice find. It did cost them a little bit of map efficiency. I mean, that's 4 heroes there. So the rest of the map being farmed out by Boom. But that is the Spectre, and she is struggling, right? We kind of talked about Drow catching up, but actually Spectre's even further behind. Part of that feels like expected because it is a Spectre. Typically not known to be the strongest laner, so you usually are playing catch up till you reach that late game threat, but 5k at 15 is pretty rough.
Yeah, it's not fun. Definitely not fun. And those deaths keep making it worse because Spectre really is the late game counter to the Drow. Like, you do need your Spectre to be farmed enough to find this hero.
Yeah. And I mean, this is not a bad lineup to protect the Drow, right? And if you're initiating first and then Spectre jumps your Drow, okay, maybe you got problems. But if you're letting Drow hit buildings while you wait for them to do anything, when Spectre goes in, that's when you can have like the egg and the RP to protect her. So it's not the easiest game for Spectre versus Drow, but it is generally good throughout the chaos of a team fight. Shopify is under a ward. I think Boom should have all the information they need to dodge this out. Ooh. Almost goes for the ult, thinks better of it.
It's like, never mind, there's a Rubik here somewhere, I'm sure. But she was correct.
Playing.
There was a Rubik nearby.
Was the pipe for Visage, so I think they were trying to find a fight off of that, but didn't quite get what they wanted, so it looks like they're scattering back for farm. Boom's actually going to be the one to smoke down here, maybe look for that Visage. It would be a little bit of a slow kill because of that pipe. It might give time for Shopify to react. Although actually there is the Spectre with the Haunt. They actually kill the familiars from smoke. So I guess you get something out of this smoke. 200 gold and the cooldown on the ultimate.
Yeah,
it's going to reveal what's going to happen. Oh, they're going to go through the Twin Gate and try to sneak Roche, though. That's actually kind of a cool idea.
Yeah, normally we see it happen earlier for like dire side teams. Like, they want to grab it, you know, in the first nighttime, and then like Radiant typically wait till 20 minutes. But yeah, they don't want to bother waiting. They just go straight for the Roshan. This should be Aegis, I would guess, into the hands of FBZ. A lot of times we see it go into the Beastmaster, but no, they drop it on Mac. All right, he's going to be that initiator, so why not? Arsonist
got a bit of a
right?
Beastmaster's got a bit of a hybrid build. when he takes the Aegis, we often see him with like the Ags or the Overlord already. But this time he's got like the Helm of the Dominator, but now has drums going into pipe. So he's more like middle ground. So I guess
that's true.
Maybe that's some of the reason why they put the Aegis onto Mac.
I was like, he needs to drop those immediately. He cannot afford to lose his familiars again. And, well, with Rubik and CM here, I'm pretty sure they're dead. Yeah, that's a rough one. And they actually get Batrider on the top side of the map. A very quick kill set up from the Roar of FBZ and the Shadow Step in from the Spectre. Looking for the mat. Oh, they do manage to find Mac. Pulls back, gets the Magnetize off. He does have an RP, but you don't want to RP the Aegis. And now Drow, forced up off the Mantha, does manage to dodge out the roll. They will back away. The Magnetize expiring here. Getting at least a couple cooldowns out from the side of Boom here, but
they didn't have familiars when they started that. I'm a little surprised they went for it, but maybe just, I think he maybe still had a bit of a haste rune, maybe just trying to bait something out and then just get out. They did not commit the RP.
Oh, were they looking for it? They find Crystal Maiden. That's a pretty easy egg drop right on top of the RP. It doesn't even get dropped again. Just gonna wait. Mac dodges out the egg perfectly with a well-timed roll. It's a 2 for 1, only getting the CM, and now Skem in a terrible spot. Chase down here from FBZ and Jackie Boys again. 3 dead on Shopify as Boom starting to really find control of this game.
Vector's getting close to that Sacred Relic. Her farm speed prior to the Radiance is pretty bad, but Shopify has not really been able to find what we've seen them do for the last 3 games. We saw them take a lot of good fights, but this game, it's all been the Earth Spirit rotating everywhere, finding lots for his team. Now the Shadow Step is starting to come into play a little bit more. Seeing like Roars plus Shadow Step getting kills.
Whenever you play with Spectre, you need to have a hero on your team that is going for just like guaranteed single hero kills. There was a meta for a while where Treant Protector was really common, and you would see like Treant Protector just roaming around with Shard. Oh, we're gonna see a fight break out here. Hellscream dips the opening, but a nice RP onto 3 of the Magnetize connects 3 heroes caught inside of the Gust as well. Yamato trying to dish out what damage he can. The Roar is there, takes down the Phoenix, but he's just gonna get dove under the tower. Mac with this BKB doing so much work. That Magnetize still ticking on through. It's up to now Hellscream and Amaterasu to finish the job. Mac at just a sliver of HP. He picks up the Wisdom Rune, rolls on in, kicks him down. The kill will finally come through, but Yopaj dies on the backside. 8 heroes dead here, as the Aegis will bring this Earth Spirit back to life. But another seemingly big win for Boom Esports is that's a done Radiance, baby. Jackie's online.
Yeah, so it was a really nice RP, but they don't quite have the damage because Skem didn't get to do much. Got caught by the, doesn't have egg. Got caught by, I think, Silence, or maybe it was on cooldown, because we don't really see those spells come out into that combo. And then Drow gets close and is like, wait, I'm too close, and just has to run. So no damage to actually combo with that RP. Eventually, they do slowly get kills, but at a pretty high cost.
Yeah. All right. They'll go ahead and take up Tormentor. Goes to Hellscream. Not the one that you'd like. He at least does have Arsonist, so it's good if you do manage to like push towers, but it definitely feels like Shopify's on the back foot at this point. Your Magnus is definitely struggling in terms of net worth. Your Drow is now falling behind the Spectre, and that is just going to be kind of a trend we see for a while here.
They might have... We've been saying you just got to get through Shopify's early game and make it to that mid to late game if you're going to draft that way. And As we approach 22 minutes, and it's pretty close.
Roll in.
Like they've done so.
Silence. They've got Yopaj. The silence. Is it enough? Long enough to get the roar as well. Mac with this BKB is doing so much work. Scam tries to dive. Doesn't get a chance to egg. Hellscream's dead as well. And now Amaterasu stuck inside the freezing field. A triple kill for the Earth Spirit. Another disaster for Shopify as they are just crumbling in this game.
These plays are so good from Boom, just going around finding fight after fight after fight, which at the start is kind of rough, but this is the nice thing about Shadow Step. It is so low cooldown. Earth Spirit really does not have a bunch of cooldowns either. Yes, Magnetize takes a little while, but if it's a smaller fight, you can still get pickoffs at a low cooldown. If it's a bigger fight, you know, maybe wait for Magnetize. But they've just been going and going and going. It started quite slowly, but kills are racking up. Ooh. That would have been a nice find. Yopaj is getting close to BKB. He's having a harder game this time. Earlier, we saw him doing really well on the Magnus. Fast BKB that allowed him to just jump into team fights. No worries. This game without that BKB, he's really struggling against that magic damage. We see him dying before he really gets much off in a lot of these fights.
Tormentor, this shard going to Tim's. All right, that's a good one.
Shiva's just finished on Earth Spirit. That is very nice to reduce the healing coming out from Phoenix. Not that we've even seen that much, because it feels like they just clean up the Phoenix before too much happens, but in the case of Sunray does connect on a lot of heroes, it will not be as effective, which is very nice for them. Also helps to amplify this Radiance and now the Ags on the Beastmaster. See if someone's going to defend this tier 2.
Looks like it will just be the flag. Shadow Step on over. They find Yopaj, and he's forced to BKB up onto the high ground. The Magnetize is rolling, and he's not going to stop. The RP, it breaks Lasso. Oh, what a disaster. Max just going to BKB this and walk away. Chase for Yopaj. The pipe actually allows him to blink for now, but they've got the Phoenix on the front line. The Roar, Force Staff up to the high ground. Can he get the egg off? He does. Yamato has some space here to try and do what damage he can here on the Drow. The egg, it's going to pop, but they just walk away. Nobody dies. Except for the Visage, of course. But, oh man, what a disaster.
Having some damage issues. I mean, that was a quick reaction to the Earth Spirit, right? So they're both like, oh, I want to ult him, you know, as he comes in. So they both throw out the reverse polarity and the lasso. Can't really blame them, but that overlap does cost them. And actually, it's not even done yet. Drow being found now by the Spectre. Like, this is the advantage of Shadow Step being so low cooldown. They're protecting their wards as Shopify, at this point, just needs to split up and farm. But that is so scary versus Spectre. And Spectre was struggling. She's at the bottom of the cores, but the way this game's going, she's now surpassed everyone on Shopify, and she is truly becoming a threat.
Yeah, I don't know where the comeback is going to be for Shopify at this point. I feel like the difference with this draft, what we saw earlier, is your offlaner was able to just dive the back line, right, and find these supports, whereas you don't have that this game. It's basically another high damage kind of feast or famine type hero, and you're in the famine stage right now, dude. So it feels like they went for a little bit more greed and wanted to try a little bit of a different style with this like Magnus Drow they went earlier, and it's not really coming together.
You always have RP skewer backs plus lasso pullbacks at the high ground. I think that's probably something Shopify is going to be looking to play around. Just try to minimize how much you spread out on the map without like you have to check everywhere you go, which is tough, right? And these are pro teams. They're going to put weird observers. So you're always going to have to be careful of this Spectre just catching one of you. So you don't get to be as efficient as you'd like. You kind of have to stay in groups or farm in inefficient paths. So that is the tricky part. Looks like the second Aegis also going to go over to Boom. No contest.
At some point, the Drow's going to have to get the Glacier, like Shard, because it at least prevents your ult from not being broken when you have someone like Spectre on top of you. And you can't, even though Spectre can get up there, it at least gives you somewhere to maybe stand your ground. I don't know. It's going to be... I feel like you're desperate for so many items at this point. He just didn't pick up the shield rune. He must have been microing and just didn't see it. Oh, that hurts. That will be a free shield rune for the side of Boom Esports instead. And that's, of course, is going to go on the Earth Spirit, who is already very difficult to kill at 10-1 this game and has another Aegis.
Yeah, man, we weren't sure about that Earth Spirit, but clearly, Mac not too worried about the nerfs. Perhaps this is the adjustment, right? Like, the nerfs hit him a lot in terms of farming in the lane, and Mac's just like, yeah, I'll just go at like level 5, I'll start TPing around. And, you know, maybe that's the way you have to play this Earth Spirit. You have to just really lean into the ganks. I mean, it's kind of how you played him anyways, I guess, but maybe even more so now if you want him to still work. Phoenix has an early gem. I do think this is necessary to counteract the Spectre's threat, the global threat with Shadow Step. You just have to remove as many wards as possible. But you gotta be careful. You gotta keep going as a group. Make sure you don't just feed the gem.
There it is. Shadow steps in aggressively. They see them under the ward. Scam just gonna TP immediately, as well as Hell Scream. Oh, he lifts the ally instead. A fortunate break there, but bottom lane, that's just a solo kill from the Beastmaster. Just beats down this Visage. This man is farmed.
How much time do we have on the Aegis? 2.5 minutes. So Boom clearly has really good map control, and they're still growing this gold lead. I feel like they might actually just continue doing this, because as I try to imagine them going high ground, it's really not that easy. Spectre's not a hero who sieges the high ground. And then you have like the Beastmaster and the Earth Spirit. You know, it's not actually that good. So they will probably just continue to try to hold the map until they eventually find a really good fight. Go high ground off of that. There's a pretty solid smoke from Shopify. Let's see if they can kill this Spectre. Oh yeah, you definitely can.
Yeah, it's like you gotta commit the RP. They do manage to do it, but it's a lot in the process to do so. Yamato with his own BKB committed. He didn't have the TP yet. He's gonna try and make it out, but
that was close.
Oh my god, that was so close.
If everyone gets out, which looks like it is, that is a very nice rotation. The Spectre Blade Mail and Dispersion did reflect quite a lot of damage, though. Just if one other hero had been in the area, if our Spirit's able to get there even faster somehow, that could have been pretty bad. That's the kind of plays they need to make. Unfortunately, they're so far behind, they're going to have to do that like 8 more times to really get back into this.
I'm trying to think item-wise, like what is going to be the thing that brings them back into this. Like Drow does need a lot, but so does your Visage and your Magnus. Like you're not going to have enough damage going into the late game without those two heroes also bringing damage.
I mean, I'm a believer in Magnus always being able to win a game just because of how conceptually broken 2 of his mechanics are. Is forced repositioning and then debuff immunity piercing stuns, and it's AoE, right?
Yeah.
So like there's always a world that Magnus can come back and win. But it does depend a little bit on mistakes from the enemies, of them like grouping up a little too close, and you all get caught, or maybe you're too scattered and then you get skewered and you get picked off one by one. So it does take a lot of discipline to prevent that, and that's, you know, that's what, in the chaos of a professional match, there's a lot of pressure going on. That's where you can slip up. It is looking pretty good for Boom right now, though.
Dude, this build from the Magnus is wild. He went like Blink Shard into BKB. Now has Kaya going for the Yasha.
Just doesn't want to jump in too much. Spam out Shockwaves?
Yeah, he's just playing Shockwave gaming at this point. I guess he has cast speed from Kaya Yasha. I don't know if he's like thinking that the cast speed bonus might help him get his spells off before Rubik can react.
Yeah, dude, maybe that's the next level. It's like he can't out-click me. I do think you need someone to like easily wave clear to defend, right? You don't want Drow to have to reveal herself.
Yeah.
Through the split shot, which is relatively safe. But I mean, if you can just do it with a simple Q on Magnus, you can drag this out, which for a lot of this, we've seen Shopify want to take an early game. Usually this is around the time they're winning from the last couple games. But at this point, you just have to go late, right? There's no, you can't just force the game to end early when you're in this far behind. So dragging it out with the shockwaves.
Ooh. Yopaj, he's gonna get found. Lasso does come through. They're just gonna burst the Magnus, and the Rubik lives. The Yules comes out just in time. Mag has this magnetized running, and Yamato, he's trying his best. He's gonna TP home. The egg's gonna get popped. Amaterasu doing his best here in stone form to try and survive, but he is all alone once again. 4 dead on Shopify as Boom Esports are crushing this game, and that might finally be the first lane of barracks that they were looking for. There's no buybacks on this Magnus.
Does RP still? So let's see if Boom like gets overcautious, but they're gonna force it, right? They know they can go until at least the buyback happens if he has it. So until then, you can push. And as he doesn't buy back, you know, you're thinking you got yourself a free set of racks. And this is kind of what we expected. They can't siege, so you just gotta wait for a good fight like this. And in this case, they just control up the Magnus. Again, just not able to do very much in this fight.
Yeah, and Yamato just has to pull the Nightfall. BKB TP out in the center of the fight, realizing that there is no way he survives if that BKB expires. So full lane of barracks down now for the side of Boom Esports as they push their gold advantage to 26,000. This is getting really rough.
You know, we weren't sure in the drafts how good Rubik is. Oh, hold that thought. Looks like another fight has been found.
Yeah, they were trying to gank a Crystal Maiden, instead get ganked in return. Yopaj tries to pop this RP and find an opening, but just never gets the chance. His BKB gets spent. He dies, and now Amaterasu trying his best to run away, but the Yules from Tim's is going to catch him, and he will go down as well. There's just too much damage. You are too far behind, Shopify. Boom Esports
gonna go for this,
trying to close out this game as they actually make the play for the Drow Ranger bottom on this Spectre. Trying to dive into the base. The Blade Mail is out. He's just gonna burn him, chasing him back down to the base, but there's gonna be the buyback in from the Spectre. They do have the familiar drops, but no damage. Or the buyback in from the Phoenix, sorry.
I'll kill the Drow, but forcing that buyback is already a nice economic win. And in the meantime, the rest of your team was taking the top set. So should be another set here. Maybe just one Rax if you want to be careful. They are getting close to spawning.
Oh, that's a nice lasso. Do you have the damage? He just pops the BKB. He does not care. Yamato's forced to back away as they will get themselves another melee barracks. But the question is, do they stick around? It doesn't look like it. A roar comes out from FBZ as he was looking on the Magnus to get the skewer into the base, but does not quite connect.
I don't know. Boom has such good control of this game. They're being very careful. I'm really happy to see them not try to siege the high ground, right? They're just holding the map, waiting for fights, and then they go when it's free because they just won the team fight. and they can win team fights. I mean, they got a 33k gold lead, but the high ground is where things get messy with the RPs. But they recognize that. They just totally avoided it. Really good awareness of the game. And at this point, I think you can just force it, right? As you get this third Aegis, you're gonna get a free Ags. Who even still needs one? Does the support get it? Tim's has been having a great game. Maybe give it to him. Classic, or just gonna take it anyways and get
yeah, and then just sell it. I could use another item.
Like, I've interrupted RP 5 times this game. Maybe I could have the Agnes.
Bottom lane, FBZ. They're looking for him in the trees. He's got a ward underneath him though, so he is plenty safe. The TP is quickly coming in from Boom Esports. They just want to fight. They jump in aggressively now with the Spectre, trying to get a kill here immediately on a Hellscream, and he's got him. Just a solo pick is now, it's going to be Mac on this Earth Spirit, looking for another opening. He's got the stone form. He's going to kick that Visage on over, force to BKB immediately. Now the question is, can they find anything with this? Amaterasu in a really rough spot. He's gonna be able to stone form for the moment himself, but there's the roar out from FBZ onto the Drow Ranger, the blink, the lasso. Yamato trying to get some space. The egg is out, but Mac, he closes the gap, and just like this, they will be able to bring down the Beastmaster, but it's going to be so costly. 3 dead on the side of Shopify as Skem trying to dive away. A stolen RP from Timzo will lock down this Magnus. 4 dead and make it 5. Shopify have no grasp on this game whatsoever as Boom are looking to close it out. They walk up onto the high ground, and there it is, the GG. They get the 1-1. Showing Shopify what's up. They were looking quite good, but this 4th game didn't really come together for them, and Boom punished them for a lot of mistakes.
I was a little concerned after game 1 and the plays just didn't seem to be connecting. Even if you have another good draft, you know, if you're not bringing it together, it won't really matter. But it seems like Boom perfectly, yeah, we had a good team talk. We figured out what wasn't connecting. Because this time it felt like that Earth Spirit was just all over the place. They had successful fights everywhere. It was a little bit of a struggle, right? Like the Spectre started off at a very slow start, but like 10 minutes onward, actually even sooner than that, as soon as Earth Spirit was like level 5, it just felt like over time they found more and more fights over Shopify.
Yeah, I mean, that's pretty much what we're going to see here from 10-minute onwards, right? This bottom fight, you finally get something like Crystal Main, but you lose your Drow in the process. And, you know, this mid engagement here, this was probably the best fight we saw from Shopify this game at 12 minutes. And then we never really see them get much else.
I think you're right in that it is pretty different from the first game we saw with them with the Lycan helping to be able to just like run in and set things up for the Magnus. This time I felt like there was a lot more pressure on the Magnus to find every fight with the blink RPs, the skewer backs. You know, maybe you have the lasso too once that blink comes out. But it was just much trickier this time with a Visage than a Lycan. And I thought it would still work out. Clearly, they probably believe it did too if they're going to draft the Visage, but something didn't quite connect for them. I do think there was a point where Visage had the pipe, was top net worth. It seemed like they should be able to group up and take fights at that point. But I think Boom maybe just did a great job of preventing Magnus from ever really getting anything. They always found Magnus first, took him out at the start of nearly every fight.
I feel like most part of this game as well comes back to the Phoenix pick for me, where the Drow needs a steroid to be able to kind of farm and stay ahead. In this game, you just don't really get one, right? God, look at that hair. So magnificent. But you just don't really have the steroid that you need for the Drow Ranger, right? You had the Ogre previously. They banned it out going into the last phase here from Boom, and it paid dividends, right? Like it completely shut down the ability from Shopify to team fight. And yeah, I mean, Phoenix Batrider, not necessarily a super unorthodox support duo, but I think combined with the Visage, it feels a little bit awkward.
Maybe, because it's not only the Bloodlust loss on the Drow, but also the Magnus himself, right? He hits pretty hard when he does find the RPs, which, maybe this game he didn't. So maybe we are going to see Rubik's come back. Magnus has been very popular lately, and people have been trying all sorts of stuff versus it. Rubik has been out of the meta, so haven't seen as many attempts at Rubik against the Magnus, but made a good case for it in this game. Tim's playing pretty well. I think two RP steals, right? Didn't get like a massive RP reverse with it, but hey, you find the kill on the Magnus or another core hero with it, you're perfectly happy with that. Interrupt his plays with the telekinesis. We saw that come in a couple times. Yeah, successful.
I think it was definitely just a comfort pick preference, right? If the Rubik versus the Lion, because we see the Lion a lot, but obviously he's a Grandmaster Rubik. He has faith in his ability to perform better with the Rubik in that matchup. And yeah, seeing it overall second pick where we're like, oh, maybe it's not the pick you want this early into a draft, but yeah, it ended up doing really well this game. And yeah, shout out to Rubik. Good stuff this game.
I think every Rubik player believes in themselves, right?
True.
You don't get the Grandmaster Rubik and you're like, oh, I'm not so confident in my ability to steal the spell. But all like, yeah, pick me Rubik. I'm great at Rubik. I feel like it's every Rubik player.
Yeah. Looks like we will have an interview here. So happy to say we're going to be joined by FBZ of Boom. So congratulations on your win here in game number 2. How's you and the team feeling?
Thank you. I think we're feeling good today. We just the mood is good today. The play, I would say, just fine. We're not playing so well, but we'll try to improve for tomorrow. Yeah.
Yeah. So you guys finished today so far with a 2-2 score. You managed to come back in this series against Shopify. I just want to ask, like, what was the difference you think between game 1 and game 2? Because Shopify seems to be drafting very similarly, but you guys kind of get the upper hand in the draft here, and every fight seems to go your way.
I would say the difference is the first game we don't have the right support to play the game. I think we made a mistake in the draft, and we fixed that in the second game. And our approach to the game in the second game is more active than first game. So yeah, it works better for us when we are more active as a team.
Nice, I like that. Zach, what kind of questions do you have?
I'm actually curious on that because being active in Dota can be pretty tough. So as a team, well, it sounds like you all decided you wanted to do that, but how does that actually happen? Is some player pushing it? Like Earth Spirit seemed all over the place. Was he making a lot of the calls, or is it a whole team effort to make that happen?
In our team, it's mainly the 2 supports and our mid laner. But yeah, overall, everyone need to work together to like push the map so we can play aggressively. Yeah.
Gotcha. Okay, I don't know if you want to reveal the secret information, but Beastmaster we've seen a lot, and he often goes like Aghanims or Helm of the Overlord. This time you did like this middle ground build, like Helm of the Dominator, but then you went into like some other auras. How do you figure out between all these different builds? Is that just something you decide, or does your team help you like say like, hey, we want some auras sooner?
It's something that I decide. For me, I don't really like to buy Domi 2 as a Beastmaster because it's really expensive and it doesn't make you scale in the game. So Domi 1 is fine to like play fast, and then you can choose like scaling item after that. Yeah.
Got it. Thank you. I won't make you reveal too much more. Final question for me then. I know you mentioned you don't think you're playing like at your best. Roughly where do you think that is? Do you think you guys are playing at like 60%, 70%? You know, like how much more do you think you guys can do?
Maybe we only do like 60% today, but if we can fix our weakness and our like problems, I think we have a chance to win against the big teams tomorrow. If I'm not mistaken, we play against Falcon and Spirit. Yeah.
All right. We'll look forward to it. Definitely sounds like a lot of room for improvement there than the 60 to whatever. So to the full percent. So it sounds like we can see a lot of improvement from you guys.
I have one last question, which is, do you guys feel any pressure being kind of like one of the home crowd teams for this event to obviously make it through to group stage or to main event? Or is it more of just you take it day by day?
I don't think we have any pressure as a home crowd team. I think we just take it day by day. Yeah, just try to learn from the big teams here in this tournament. Yeah.
Awesome. Cool. Well, hopefully we get to see you guys on the main stage, because we all know it would be absolutely wild. But very good day one. Hopefully we'll see or talk to you guys again soon. So congratulations on the win here in Game 2 over Shopify.
Thank you, guys.
Yeah, we'll talk to you soon. Thanks.
Thank you.
Yeah, Boom Esports looking good in Game 2, finally cracking the code that was Shopify's kind of early game momentum. I do feel like Shopify maybe got a little lost in the sauce on this draft. I'm not sure if it's something that's they didn't respect their opponents enough, or if they thought maybe they would snowball the lanes harder. But Boom really did a great job at kind of addressing what was going to be their pain points this game and just rotating accordingly, and just took over the whole game. It was beautiful.
And that was only 60% of their power. So
they got so much.
Yeah, it's tough. It's tough to get everything together, right? And we mentioned this. These are relatively experienced players, but it is still kind of a new team coming together just about a couple months ago. So not always the easiest to pull out that full power, but being able to beat Shopify Rebellion at one of their strongest strategies, which is early group up, even as you're saying maybe there's some rooms to improve on that last draft. Maybe they were trying out some other things. I kind of saw what they were going for. I think it was sort of working. I feel like that Earth Spirit rotations were just all over the place. And there was a couple times I think they overcorrected to Shopify. It's oh, too much is happening. We need to find something. And there was some really deep dives that got punished hard by Boom. So I like that they, FBZ just let us know. They kind of recognized we should be a little bit more active. It feels more comfortable as a team, and they really showed it. They had active heroes in the first game, but the supports were pretty different. This time the supports were able to contribute more early on. And combo that with the Earth Spirit, the Beastmaster, eventually the Spectre with the Shadow Step, and they looked really good with it.
Yeah. Well, this was a fun start to the first half of the day, but we've got a lot more Dota still to be played, and you guys are going to be joined by a different set of casters taking through the second half of the day, but it's going to be Beast Coast versus Nigma Galaxy coming up next. It's in about 40 minutes, everybody, so stay tuned. Go check out the other streams, the mainstream ESL, Dota 2, and of course the Ember streams if you want to stay watching all the action here for ESL One Bangkok, but stay tuned for Here on Storm, as we'll see you in just a bit.
Sometimes don't let it stay on your mind. Don't let it stay inside. Gotta let it out with the sunshine. Maybe walk it out. Sometimes gotta scream and shout. Let them know that you're here, no doubt. Took a long time, but we here now. I know you're ready for the hardships. Know you're ready for the progress. I know you living your truth, but don't forget to always stay honest. So do a little dance, do a little wiggle. Yeah, it's your turn. Learn how the universe works. Yeah, come on. You can't control the world, chat. That's why hard work and dedication can get you to a better place, better spacing. You ain't got time to be wasting, but don't chase it. We can't control the world, but I'm trying to control myself. I'm trying to control myself. Yeah, yeah. We can't control the world. No. What we doing? But baby, I just can't hold it. I'm just trying to control it. Control it. Yeah, yeah. Just trying to control it. Hey, just trying to control it. Yeah. Let it out. Let it out. La 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 la
Takes more than money to force a change. Takes more than time to heal the pain. Heartbreak will light the fire. Heartbreak will light the fire. Fire will light the fire. Fire will light the fire. Takes more than money to force a change. Takes more than time to heal pain. Heartbreak will light the fire. Heartbreak will light the disappear. You can see it's true that I want only you when we'll break free together, you and me. Take me in your arms and let us rise high up to the stars where we can fly. So come with me and pray. I want you to play my games and fulfill my black desires. So break my heart and leave me. I only need your body. So I'm saying I'm in love with you, but I don't care much about you. When you've gone, I would find someone new. I cannot lose. Fall into my arms and let us rise high up
my eyes, you're on my mind. I try to quit a million times, but it takes me high, like you're so divine. You give me everything, don't know what's happening. I need you like medicine, you're my everything, everything. And when I think about us, sweet lullabies, I wanna keep this moment here forever, no goodbyes. And when I think about us, sweet lullabies, I wanna keep this moment here forever, no goodbyes. Think about it every night when I close my eyes, you're on my mind. I try to quit a million times, but it takes me high, like you're so divine. You give me everything, don't know what's happening. I need you like medicine, you're my everything, everything. And when I think about us, sweet lullabies, I wanna keep this moment here forever, no goodbyes. And when I think about us, sweet lullabies, I wanna keep this moment here forever, no goodbyes. No goodbyes. And when I think about us, sweet lullabies, I wanna keep this moment here forever. No goodbyes. I pack my suitcase, headed out the door. I keep my shoes laced. 2,000 miles away from home. A couple dollars in my pocket, never stopped the boy before. I load my bags and hit the road.
Miles past, turning back, found my track, face the fact she a core one. Never gonna settle for none. Stay up every night till I won. Don't want a slow rise now. I'm confident opulence isn't a long ride out. When I look back now, I'm astounded. A quiet boy from old age, but always felt the world was a stage, yeah. I celebrate one last late night. My old life ain't staying.
I pack my suitcase, headed out the door. I keep my shoes laced. 2,000 miles away from home. A couple dollars in my pocket, never stopped the boy before. I load my bags and hit the road.
I'm headed to LA.
Couple thousand miles, throw it on the dash. Shit, the 10,000 hours, can't let them pass. Yeah, well, I was putting time in, you was pulled up wildin'. You always had shit to say, now when I see you, it's silence. Thought I have a Grammy by 25. Commas after commas next to dollar sign, yeah. Had to remind myself why I'm living this life. Look at all the late nights, it'll all come in due time, yeah.
Made for the fight, for the pain and the climb. Tied to the life I chose. Stay through the night, another day, not a dime. Race against time. I
case. 2,000 miles away from home. A couple dollars in my pocket, never stopped the boy before. I load my bags and hit the road.
Am I wasting time? 'Cause I'm already gone. So long, can you stay the night? 'Cause you're the thing I want. I know you're feeling different when you're stressed out, but even with no makeup you still stand out. 'Cause no one makes me feel the way you do now. Like you do now. The way that you move your body, you make it look like a hobby. Every time that you touch me, it's electricity. Things we discovered underneath last night's covers. Everything came so easy. It's electricity. Electricity. Whoa. It's electricity. Electricity. It's electricity. When it's late at night, I feel you on my skin. My skin. You're all that's on my mind. It's finally sinking in. You're it. I know you're feeling different when you're stressed out, but even with no makeup you still stand out. 'Cause no one makes me feel the way you do now. Like you do now. The way that you move your body, you make it look like a hobby. Every time that you touch me, it's electricity. Things we discovered underneath last night's covers. Everything came so easy. It's electricity. Electricity. Oh, it's electricity. time I wasted on something. Growing up, I dreamed just nothing. Ooh, what are you? People talk loud, I get what they're telling me. I fucked up, but I didn't care a bit. Ooh, what a true. Hey, I gotta say, something's going wrong, and everything's upside down. I'm falling. Hey, I gotta say, I'm always on a run. I'm getting closer to the light. By the time I'm changing my remedy, blowing up, I get sick and tired of this. What a truth. No one talk now, I'm feeling lost on it. Silence is loud, I get it safe from it. What a truth. Hey, I gotta say, something's going wrong, and everything's upside down. I'm falling. Hey,
doubt if I'm good enough. Looking straight in your blue eyes makes me feel better. Better than this, better than that, better than anything I ever had. Better than this, better than that, better than anything I ever had. Than anything I ever had. Than anything I ever had. So take me to the finish line, 'cause you're never gonna stop me trying. Yeah, what's real is never gonna die. So take me to the finish line. Take me to the finish line. Take me to the finish line, 'cause you're never gonna stop me trying. What's real is never gonna die. So take me to the finish line. Take me to the finish line. So take me to the finish line, 'cause what's real is never gonna die. Yeah, you're never gonna stop me trying.
get so much faster, gonna get so much stronger. Gotta find my eyes and put it inside. Gonna get so much faster, gonna get so much stronger. Gotta find my eyes and put it inside. Gonna go so much bolder, gonna go so much better. 'Cause nothing can stop me now.
Talking my, I've been working all year, getting by. Looking for the high, taking all my time. Breathing in new life, feeling fine. Like I don't gotta be something society wants me to strive to be. Got my own energy. So magnetic in the spotlight. Shaping my own world with my own mind. Don't talk about me unless you alright. You gon' see I'm feeling real free, protecting my energy. Gotta protect my mind. I'm breathing in new life. It's time that I realize what feels good ain't always right. I'm making changes, I got me a new strut. No more settling, I'm running out of good luck. Never chasing, I attract, I'm busy going up. If you see me, come correct and keep it on the book. Get it how I live it, that's the motto, how it goes. No more reaching in the distance, hit the lotto, I'm the one. Not denying myself anymore, I'm done with it. Sky is the limit, I'm living life with no energy, energy, energy. Feeling free, feeling free. Energy. Gotta protect my mind. I'm breathing in new life. It's time that I realize what feels good ain't always right. I'm feeling good, feeling free. Feeling good, feeling free. All I need is me and my new energy. Feeling good, feeling free. Feeling good, feeling free. All I need is me and my new energy. And my new energy. Feeling good, feeling free. Feeling good, feeling free. All I need is me and my new energy. And my new energy. Never pressed, but I got the juice. Taking the lead, that's just what I do. I make mountains move with one hand tied, and still this world ain't satisfied. Everywhere I go, they stop and stare. I tell the truth, I take it there. Call me vicious, persistent, overzealous, that's fine. Main character energy, I stay taking what's mine. You need a foot on the gas, or put my name on the line. Main character energy, I'm just taking what's mine. And it's written in the stars, I'm a king like my sign, yeah. Raising the bar, the jaws drop like a surprise. Don't be mad
broke, they said cast her. I'm the 911 response in a disaster. I don't ask, I just take. Treat the world like a man, I just blow him away. Yeah, I'm a #1 fan. Don't need a bark, I'm a bite. Switch me on, dark need light. Don't need pity, don't need spite. I just plop, plop, plop on sight. Could take your girl in 2 seconds. I just flash her a smile. I make petty look pretty. They run an inch, I run 3 miles.
You need a foot on the gas, I'll put my name on the line. Main character energy, I'm just taking what's mine. And it's written in the stars, I'm a king like my sign, yeah. Raising the bar that just dropped like a surprise. Don't be mad about it. 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 I don't play the game, now I make the rules. Rolls close to the chest and I don't play no fool. Don't be mad about it. Don't be mad. Don't be mad.
Another lonely night, sitting with my memories, haunting me for life. You told me if I just believe, it'll be alright. Do you believe it? Do you believe it? Yeah. Tell me honestly, do you really practice what you preach faithfully? And does it make you wrong or right? Judging me. How do you decide? How do you decide? Why you wanna leave with fear when you could go and leave with love? I'ma just stay right here, cause I can never give enough. Hey pretender, come on, take me back down to the river and tell me all the ways that I'm a sinner. If I follow, will I be delivered? Am I delivered? Oh, defender, come on, take me back down to the river and tell me all the ways I should surrender. If I follow, will I be delivered? Am I delivered? Another phony lie, something you keep selling me, something I won't buy. I know that you keep telling me how to live my life. I won't believe it. I won't believe it. Tell me honestly, do you really practice what you preach faithfully? Will you ever let me be? Or will you just keep judging me? Keep judging me, yeah. Why you wanna leave with fear when you could go and leave with love? I'ma just stay right here, cause I can never give enough. Hey pretender, come on, take me back down to the river and tell me all the ways that I'm a sinner. If I follow, will I be delivered? Am I delivered? Oh, defender, come on, take me back down to the river and tell me all the ways I should surrender. If I follow, will I be delivered? Am I delivered? Learn to let it go sometimes. Don't let it stay on your mind. Don't let it stay inside. Gotta let it out with the sunshine. Maybe walk it out. Sometimes gotta scream and shout. Let them know that you're here, no doubt. Took a long time, but we here now. I know you're ready for the hardships. Know you're ready for the progress. I know
truth, but don't forget to always stay honest. So do a little dance, do a little wiggle, yeah, it's your turn. Yeah, learn how the universe works. Yeah, come on. Can't control the world, but I'm trying to control myself. Yeah, I'm trying to control myself. Yeah, we can't control the world. But baby, I just can't hold it. I'm just trying to control it, control it. We gon' celebrate like we never have. Slow wine with your better half. Never hesitate to get the bag. Money talks and we always chat. That's why hard work and dedication can get you to a better place, better spacing. You ain't got time to be wasting, but don't chase it. We can't control the world, but I'm trying to control myself. I'm trying to control myself. Yeah, yeah. We can't control the world. No. What we doing? Baby, I just can't hold it. I'm just trying to control it. Control it. Yeah, yeah. Just trying to control it. Hey, just trying to control it. Yeah. Let it out. Let it out. La 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 la
Took too long for me to feel, yeah. Tell me why you on your knees, yeah. Never thought I had a dream, yeah. Kicking off the covers, I'm too hot for this fit. Give me space, I need to breathe, yeah. Give a face, giving it beautifully, yeah. Yeah, it's just me and my clique, yeah. We might be the hottest, but we let you in. Angel energy, let you sit with me. Angel energy, angel energy, angel energy. We got sympathy. Angel energy, angel energy. Yeah. Take the time to breathe and rest. Let yourself feel the best. Feel it all so deeply, so deeply. Divine with how we be, yeah. Aligned with everything, yeah. More than a dream, vulnerable and strong, yeah. We feel everything. Angel energy, let you sit with me. Angel energy, angel energy, angel energy. We got sympathy. Angel energy, angel energy, angel energy. Let you sit with me. Angel energy, angel energy, angel energy. We got sympathy. Angel energy, angel energy.
Oh, I don't know how to put it together. Ever since I found you, my life just got better. Better than this, better than that, better than anything I ever had. Better than this, better than that, better than anything I ever had.
ESL One Bangkok is brought to you in part by Intel Arc, Acer Predator, DHL, Kadia, Monster Energy, 1xBet, and the United States Air Force.
And welcome to ESL One Bangkok. I am Math Magician. That's Hanskin, and we are powered by Intel today. And you've already been powered by Intel for a little bit here. How's your day gone so far?
It's been good. I've enjoyed the opener of Group A, of course, and now we're gonna move into Group B, and it's been really cool so far. A lot of upsets and just a lot of good games overall.
Yeah, no, a lot of great games already. I mean, although Group A has kind of been a little bit of a mix-up, as you said. Didn't expect everything happening there. I know we do already have the schedule for today. And which one of these do you think is the bigger? I mean, I guess the biggest one is Falcons and Avalos. Avalos has kind of been up and on the run, but a lot of people have still said that Falcons may be top team in this tournament.
Yeah, I mean, Avalos, they've been looking pretty solid. You know, basically qualifying to pretty much every tournament this season, I want to say. And, you know, they haven't really been beating the sort of the S-tier European teams, but getting a 1-1 against Falcons is really huge for them.
Absolutely, especially in a format like this where every single game matters. Being a team that can say you took one game off of Falcons, not going to be many of those in this tournament.
100%.
Next one on the Ember stream here, we also saw both coins, right? We have the Avalos that 1-1 versus Falcons, and now we have the 1-1 versus Boom, and a team that's trying to potentially show themselves as top in this in this group. That one is one that you maybe don't love it as much, but Broom Esports, they're having a great time versus the Avalos team. That's a team you definitely need to perform versus. And then they also, I know, had a 1-1 elsewhere versus Shopify, but Boom still in it, 50-50. We take those.
Yep. Yeah, not bad as well. Pretty rough start for Navi, sitting at 0-4 already, which is, I think this is their first tournament since they got picked up from Navi. They were known as Puck Champ before, so
I believe that's true. Yeah.
I mean, still early days, but not what you want to have, not what you want to see, I guess.
Yeah. Gotta get one strong out of the gate. And then on this stream, we've already had the Shopify tool. NA is back, baby. All right, those are my boys. Unbiased caster, but loving that one. 3-1 so far, thanks to that 1-1 versus Boom Esports as well. We do need to probably get a little bit more life into this Shopify tournament, see how many more teams we're going to have these strong performances by, but boy, I hope it keeps on trucking.
For sure. I mean, it's always great to see any teams doing well, right? We have seen kind of the downfall of Nouns recently, and now Shopify, they had a complete roster revamp, and they're doing well so far in this tournament, sitting tied with Falcons already, which is definitely great. And speaking of NA, we're going to have Beast Coast here soon. I mean, they're an SA team, but they recently got picked up by M80, which is who's an NA org, so good signs of life for the region.
Yeah, and actually what we saw yesterday in the released unmuted video that was posted thankfully by ESL, I loved it. I don't know if you got to watch it, but I watched the whole thing.
I did, yeah.
Dude, it was so nice seeing that. Actually, KJ had mentioned, he was like, we're not just going to be best in SA anymore. We're showing that we are best in the Americas. And I feel like that's what a lot of like South American orgs and players are coming through with now. Like, it's not just SA that's up for grabs. The whole Americas is up to see like who is the best team coming out of this one. I'm sure that Beast Coast feels a lot of that as well.
Yeah, I mean, always good to see the rivalry, right? I feel like SA has been in the shadow of NA for a long time, up until like last year, maybe. You know, they've always been a team that they don't really make it far into these lands compared to, you know, XEG and Shopify, which has been, you know, the best team of the whole Americas region for so long. So it's good to see that a bit of a power shift.
Yep. No, we already got that roster up and ready to go here. Pike a carry that I feel I've seen a lot. Pike can get pretty aggressive very often on the heroes that he wants, but I think a lot of Alchemists we've also seen from this team that they want to kind of put a big body going forward. And atypical of SA, we still have kind of the power carry. We're going to put a lot of gold into that guy. We're going to draft for that guy, and we're going to make sure he has a good time.
Yeah, for sure. I mean, it's a really aggressive lineup, right? You also have El Micho. He's a guy that takes a lot of risk for this team. And
oh yeah,
you know, these guys are maybe not as well known as, you know, some of the other players from SA, but they've been around for a long time, especially Moose, right?
Oh yeah.
I think they got what it takes, and obviously they had to beat Heroic to even get here, right? So.
No, they've got a lot of good stuff going. They had to beat, as you said, very good teams to get in. And we have even more information on Beast Coast coming for you guys right now.
Beast Coast is a staple of South American Dota, but they faced big struggles throughout this year. The story of Beast Coast for most of this year has boiled down to either not qualifying for events or getting disappointing results at the events they did qualify for. Lately, things might be looking up for Beast Coast though. After making a roster change last month and replacing Vitality with Illich as their new offlane, joining the rest of the squad of Pike, Lumpy, El Micho, and Moose, Beast Coast has looked like a new beast. The start of the new roster was a success, managing to qualify to this event through the South American qualifiers, sweeping the entire upper bracket and taking the invite over teams such as Heroic and Team Waska.
Looks like it's Beast Coast that is going to Thailand.
I mean, we definitely got to give Beast Coast their credit.
Will Beast Coast manage to keep up their momentum going into the event itself? As the sole South American team at this event, a lot is resting on their shoulders.
Yeah, I mean, it looks like they did have a single player move getting in Illich, and as VG said, they have had some pretty good, attempts now, seeing how much they can do in this tournament. And as somebody, I know you've seen a few roster moves yourself. Can one player really change everything?
I mean, both yes and no, right? It completely depends on the team. I've been in situations where it didn't change much. I've been in situations where it changed everything, you know? So sometimes it's not about the Dota itself. Sometimes it can be about the social aspects and like being a teammate and things like this. And I'm just excited to see what it's gonna mean, because it's really hard to tell without speaking the language and all these things, right? You don't get to know these players as well as you do the Europeans, let's say. I know that Elish is a very competent player, so I don't see why it wouldn't work.
Of course, no. I mean, we're gonna see if that's the change that they need. And on the other side for Enigma, speaking of one-player moves, also not really just one player, but they do have a little bit of a different lineup than what we've been used to. But this team looks pretty stacked to me. Of course, being an NA fan myself, I've always loved to see Sumail play, having Miracle back as well. But Noob rounding out the 5 here. I don't know. This team, it looks like we've had a lot more hype around Enigma in this current iteration of the roster.
Yeah, I agree. I mean, they did look... They had a lot of hype surrounding them. I forgot the qualifier, what it was, but just after TI, when they started playing together, they did look really, really good for a couple of games there, but then they kind of fell off, and now they've been off the, like, I guess, global competitive scene for a little bit. They've only been playing regional tournaments and online. You know, on paper, this team looks really strong, right? You got this offlane duo, Omar and Noob, you know, good friends for a long time, played on many teams together. Miracle, Sumail, GH, don't really have to add much there, right? I think hopefully they've had the time to gel now and maybe like get into sort of a new dynamic, right? Because you don't have Kuro anymore, you don't have this strong leader, so who's gonna really take that role for them and what the dynamic is gonna be like? They have a lot of things to figure out, but with that said, they've had a lot of time to do it now. So I think they're gonna bring something fresh and cool, and I'm excited to see what it is.
Yeah, some of the rosters just need a little bit of time to cook, right? You can't really take that, player switch and then go right at it. Something that's just, whether it's communication, how you draft, a lot of things. In fact, I feel like watching my own long version of the Unmuted that we had posted, it really reminded me of going back to the days where we released the True Site. It really just it brought so much back. But seeing how teams communicate and how friction can be a part of these top teams like Bet Boom. They were not happy in comms all the time.
No,
they were frequently fighting. And on the other side, OG are much more calm and collected. So sometimes they're just finding what is our communication style and what can people handle? How do they, do we still have strong communicators, even though it is maybe with a bit more, friction and anger with it? But I mean, as long as you have some of those,
I mean, it's
we'll see, what they find.
Yeah, I mean, I think a lot of what we saw in the ESL One Unmuted. By the way, if anyone who's at home watching didn't check it out already, I think you should. It's one of the best content pieces. I mean, I love to see this behind the scenes. And yeah, it's a culture thing. I know that Nigma, they're known to be, as you said, Bet Boom is kind of the opposite, where they are very on each other about their plays, about whatever, you know, anything. They're very critical of each other. And I think that Nigma, they are, I know, you know, Kuro, he's bringing this sort of calm nature to the team. I know that they have players that bring a lot of energy, like Miracle and GH especially. They bring a lot of energy inside the game, but Kuro is kind of the guy that brings them all together, you know, with like, what is our identity? What is our culture going to be like? And I think it's a great move for him to actually be the coach for this reason. I think he can inspire them in this way and keep a level head. And especially, you know, in the draft and between games and things like this, I think he's going to be able to bring a lot of value there, even though he's not playing.
He seems like someone who would like thrive in that position, because we've even seen the coaching role from what we saw in that unmuted video. Seems like that is also a lot of like, we need to just manage this communication, and like whenever you're saying something that is legitimate, no matter how you're saying it, we need to focus on those points. And when you're saying things that maybe aren't as legitimate, we need to, you know, we need to back up a little bit. So I feel like Kuro is, you know, the great equalizer in that one. We've seen him even mediate for other teams between their players. So surely within your own team, gotta be something that feels a little bit easier.
Yeah, I mean, for sure. And also, you know, Kuro is a guy that he's getting a lot of criticism from the community, especially, but I feel like as a player, it's hard not to respect him. He's like one of the most successful Dota players of all time, really. And if you're next to him, it's you gotta respect him, whether his results have been good or not the last few years. He's done a lot in this game, and I know that he's gonna be able to bring it together if the nerfs come, or, you know, things are not working out as they should and stuff, and make the proper adaptations.
Yeah, no, he's seen a lot. He's been through a lot of iterations of Dota, and this is still, I'd say, all in all, a pretty worn out patch. A lot of guys already have what their favorites are, and we're seeing a lot of them banned down. Dragon Knight specifically, a hero that really only saw Pure playing carry all the time, and now everybody's willing to play a carry because of how flexible that first pick hero is. And here it is, the Magnus, another hero that just hasn't seen a ton of looks. Some teams would love to pick up a Rubik right next to it. What do you think? What's the proper response to a Magnus now?
Yeah, I mean, yeah, there's no SD in the pool. I would say that is a pretty good one, but no battery. Yeah, the Rubik is is something you can do for sure. I mean, it's not the most popular hero, though.
Right.
I'm surprised it's taking so much time.
Rubik's.
Yeah, sorry, go ahead.
I was gonna say, sometimes first pick Rubik's can get a little bit weird because any initiation in Rubik feels very sad, and that's still very prominent in the meta. So Phoenix, like this, you have Sunray for the heal. It creates some objective that now you have to focus on instead of these RP'd units.
Yeah, also doesn't really care about the skewer back potential in the laning phase, and Phoenix is also a GH classic. I want to say he's like the first guy to really make this hero look good in Pro Dota. So I mean, we're talking like 8 or 9 years ago, right? But he's a really, really good Phoenix player.
And that's at the time that was being played mostly Pause 4. Now we've actually seen more Phoenix Pause 5, if anything. So we'll see.
Yeah, it makes sense. I mean, you don't really need that much on this hero, I think. You can, like, regardless if you're 4 or 5, you can farm. You can get your shard from the Tormentor, and then you're good to go pretty much. So definitely like
I think it's a little bit of a change with like how good people got with Phoenix. It used to be like, man, I need a halberd, I need a Yules, I need something to stop these guys from hitting it. But now people are so much better at like playing with high ground vision and like maybe even Mars Arena, and make it so that you don't need as many items to protect yourself when you're in the egg.
Yeah, I remember when the Phoenix first became popular, like a long time ago. It was all about, I need to farm my Shiva, or I need to farm my halberd, like you said. Or, and then it's just, people realize it's not about the items you have, it's kind of like the team and the composition you have.
Which also, something that we haven't seen as much lately is Phoenix Mars. Phoenix has actually become so good on its own that you don't even need that arena protection anymore. However, you can still go for it. They go in for the Alina, which is high nuke damage, high magic damage in general, and also kind of stealing another counter that they could have picked on Beast Coast to counter the egg.
Yeah, for sure. I mean, Lina is traditionally one of the better Phoenix counters, for sure. I do wonder what they're going to do with it, though. Like, is it going to be the 4 Lina? We saw Crit run it twice earlier today.
Yeah.
Which has been, I think it makes sense. Like, it's a pretty good hero as a support, actually. It's a good laner. Yeah. You just get the Aether Lens, and you can sit back and throw out, you know, a bunch of LSAs in the fight. Because my thing is, I know Lina is a good core right now from the mid lane, but Magnus is typically one of the harder matchups. Like Lina, he really hates this, hard lockdown. You can't play BKB against Magnus, and then you're so squishy, right? You rely so much on your fast movement speed and your mobility.
I think they just solved the other issue too. I mean, you had the mag, you can at least lock down the Lina, but you couldn't really find her. Now Clockwork with those rocket flares, you can find the Lina as well. I think maybe this is kind of the issue. Like this Lina forces out so many picks now against it. So now you see these two. I feel like in my head, it almost has to be Lina 4 now.
Yeah, I think so. I mean, otherwise I wouldn't, because it doesn't have any obvious synergy with Phoenix either, right? I feel like already being somewhat countered and not having the synergy. I mean, who knows? Sumail is really good Lina, but it looks kind of scary for me right now.
That's something you kind of like playing into, a hero that, well, doesn't really love that magic damage. So Lina, very good mixed damage hero, almost puts either carry or mid Lina back on the table, more so mid Lina, but just another hero that you can kind of eviscerate in these fights. But as a support duo, Phoenix Lina, is that too much to be exposed? I mean, you only have one stun between those two really, and it's not exactly reliable.
Yeah, I mean, it depends on what you get to pair with it. If you have like some triple melee core lineup, then I'm sure it's fine.
True.
If you don't, like if you go with a range carry or something, it's gonna look weird. Like if you go for a gyro or something, I'm not the biggest fan. But yeah, the Magnus looking really good right now for Nigma. Combined with Phoenix, Lina, they need the stuns, like you said. It's also pretty good against the Clock and the Muerta.
You said Magnus, but I don't think you meant Magnus.
Oh, I meant Mars.
Ah, there we go. Yeah, I mean, it looks pretty good. It also kind of deters it from being a carry Muerta, since, Mars is always good versus these melee cores. And even, I think both versions of Lina, right? Whether it's 4 or whether it's mid, loves playing with that Mars because it's an easy, spear in, LSA, Laguna. It just makes everything a lot easier for you.
For sure. And it's also comfortable for noob as well. I think he's still fairly new to offlane, being a mid laner before. It's not always the easiest thing to just jump into offlane, especially you have so many niche heroes in this role, and they go for the Dawnbreaker instead.
Ooh, okay.
This is pretty typical for Enigma, I want to say. Like they were always known for, even back into when they were called Liquid, when they played with the older rosters, they were known for playing low stuns, and that was something that everyone was always pulling their hairs about. It was just frustrating. They're so good, but they never drafted stuns, and
I feel like it's gotten... Oh, there it is. So you just have to pick one hero that has lots of stuns and then nothing matters. That guy,
all right,
he fits that role. I mean, I kind of like it. I do think that it makes your team a little bit squishier than I like.
Yeah.
And at the same time, like, we got 4 ranged heroes, or I say 3 ranged heroes, all running in with this Dawnbreaker who needs someone in front. I feel like this last pick has to be somebody who's stepping in front and taking the brunt of this damage. So Beast Coast kind of already know what's coming.
For sure, and then we get some heavy burst as well coming out from the Tiny here for Beast Coast. This is, I mean, the risk when you're running all these squishy backliners is that you're not really gonna have the potential you want from the Dawnbreaker ulti, from the Stun Ray, because heroes are just gonna die way too fast, right? You mentioned no frontliner really, so they're gonna need something who can take a hit here for Enigma for sure.
Yeah, and boy, the Tiny makes it all so much worse. It could be Lina mid now. Lina versus Tiny isn't the worst matchup for you. Your magic nuke early on definitely feels really good. You at least have some sort of stun to CS, even though you're just a lot of poke. And man, Craggy Coat. I've seen Craggy Coat versus a core Lina. It feels really good for the Tiny to take all those essentially like rapid fire hits from the Lina when it doesn't matter.
Yeah, for sure. I mean, I think I really like this Tiny. It's with Magnus as well. So much burst, so much. It looks really good for Beast Coast. The question is whether they're gonna play the Muerta 4 or 1 now.
Oh,
I do want to say it
really
should be 4. Yeah, me too. But then they kind of need another range carry, right, to go with the Clockwork.
I'd say so. And it's still a hard-ish one whenever you're looking at what's in this lineup. It could be Drow. More people are starting to get a little more acquainted with it. But there is overall last pick for Enigma. We still aren't abundantly sure if this is going to be Lina. I guess I'm now pretty sure that it is going to be Lina core, because with Lion and Phoenix, I don't think there's a way that Lina fits in there as a support.
No, it should be Lina mid, pretty much guaranteed at this point, I want to say as well.
So now we're just waiting on a carry from them. It doesn't seem like much of that is going to kind of make your lineup weird, but as we said, we need somebody who's taking hits, stepping in front, and The Spectre's already banned down, in fact, from your side on Nigma, so that could have been one of those heroes. Alchemist already banned down. DK, like these kind of atypical stand in front and take it. I don't think that we're going to see a Wraith King this game. I feel like I see that in my pubs, but I don't think I'm going to see that here.
This is not Falcons. They're the only team who's tried it recently, but yeah, I mean, for Beast Coast are picking first, so I think their pick is actually pretty tricky here. Like, because I think the Gyro would have been the obvious choice here, but Nigma, of course, they're prepared to ban it out.
Yeah.
And aside from that, I think the TA would make sense for Beast Coast, but they go ahead and ban it themselves. So there's like, it's okay. They go for the Slark ban. So is this a Drow like you suggested? Maybe Dusa, perhaps.
I think so. I mean, yeah, Deuce is still in pull. You don't love playing into the mana drain, but sometimes you just gotta, play it. There's a lot of stuff that kind of gets rid of the mana now. As long as you're not playing versus AM, gotta suck it up as a Deuce at some point.
5 seconds remaining.
The other option is, of course, to just go for the Muerta one, right? But then what are you gonna get for your 4? There's not a lot of options as well.
No, and it would be a rough Muerta. It's not the worst one, and there it is. Okay, so they are going to put that Muerta into the carry role. A lot of nuke damage already, but they're accepting that their lineup as a whole still feels much more coherent right now, and just getting some extra nuke damage to take down whatever hero they find first feels the best. Because now, man, this carry's got to be thick.
Yeah, interesting. They look ready already. Like Sumail taking on his headset, Kuro talking about other things. It seems like
they already know. They know what pick is coming down.
Yeah, they know what it is. But what is it gonna be from Miracle though?
Hey, you're the pro player here, former captain. You should already know what pick is coming.
I mean, I'm gonna go with Sven, but it's hard to say. They need someone that can take a hit for sure.
Oh yeah, I kind of like that idea. Yes, it's gotta be a melee strength hero. CK theoretically could be that as well, but there's already Cleave on the mag. Another hero we don't see much of. Doesn't love being into Muerta either. So I could see it being Sven.
Earthshake.
I'm confused. Help me, Henskin.
What is this? I don't know. This is some new technology here. I mean, okay, so Noob is on Dawn, so that means Miracle, he's Shaker. Holy shit.
What?
Carry Shaker?
So is there at all a chance that there is some sort of role swap in the mix where Sumail has played carry before? Do you think there's a world where he's playing just in the safe lane and Miracle is taking his talents to the mid lane? Or am I really going to see an Earthshaker carry?
I mean, Enigma has done things like that before, right? Where they lane swap a lot, especially when they had Weeha, right?
Yeah.
Looking pro tracker right now, Miracle has not played Shaker in his pubs, so...
What an interesting decision.
That is... it's hard to... Like, what is the build gonna be even, you know? Like...
I feel like before I speculate on this any longer, I need to see what lanes these two are going into.
Yeah.
Because I'll admit, it's weird, but damn, I would love to see somebody try and carry Earthshaker right now. I would love to see what that looks like. But in my head, the normal one is going to be, we just toss this Lena into the safe lane. We run back that carry Lena, which, again, in my head, it makes sense versus a Muerta. It has mixed damage. The only thing is, like, this is a counter initiator again on Miracle. So you've got to be very careful having the vision out. I mean, there's a lot now on Omar and Miracle's shoulder to have vision, get quick jumps, and start the fight on your own terms, because if not, it's hard.
For sure. I mean, I guess I can see the idea with the Shaker. He's just going to go Ags, I guess, and, play a lot of vision for his team. He's got a lot of backup, Sunray, Dawnbreak ult.
And it's not like they were like a last minute, like, oh man, I don't know what to do, just choose this. Like you said it, with a minute left in the clock, they already knew. They already knew a hero was coming down.
Yeah, 100%. They just, but yeah, what is it that they know that we don't know?
What did they know? We know that they knew, but what did they know?
Exactly, like it's so hard. I mean, Miracle, he's got the hat and everything. He's ready. He knows something.
You're really vindicated. You said that we were going to see some fresh new stuff from these guys. I didn't realize how new it was going to be, but I'm excited, all right?
Yeah,
I want to see some carry, Battle Fury, Earthshaker, because that's how you make every hero carry, right? If it's melee, you go Battle Fury. If it's range, you go a Maelstrom, so.
Yeah, or Radiance.
Talking with admin, we accidentally picked the wrong hero with a minute left, guys. What can you do? You know.
All right, happens.
Actually,
happens.
I'm not sure.
We saw it in the ESL Unmuted yesterday, right? When Miro he had to play the life stealer, and there was a big argument about it.
Oh yeah. You know, I found it insane. Maybe not insane, but what I found really cool about that video is whenever they were done with that game, they weren't talking about like, I can't believe we took Lifestealer. Like they were still like heated with each other about like how the Lifestealer off player was playing. And I was like, man, that's some dedication. I know a lot of teams have that focus where it's like, once we're done with the game, it's not time to talk about the draft. It is talk about like the gameplay faults and like what we did wrong and how we can do that, because the draft is something we're gonna have 10-15 minutes to talk about before the game even starts. But right now we gotta talk about the game. I thought it was so cool that Beast Coast that BetBoom was so disciplined that they would still talk about how the game was being played with the Lifestealer offlane.
Yeah, I mean, it's a bit of both. Like you said, don't talk about the draft. I think it's always the correct mindset to have, like, because you're gonna have 1 or 2 or 3 people dedicated to having the drafts, in order, and for the rest of the guys, it's not really much of their concern, right? So I think in general, not talking about the draft is the right approach, but at the same time, you gotta wonder, like, are we gonna play Lifestealer offlane again? Is this something we're gonna? They probably were arguing for 20 minutes about that until the coach finally stepped in and said, "Guys, maybe let's just play a normal game, right?" And I think they could have saved themselves a lot of headache there. But who are we to criticize? They went to the finals.
Yeah. Well, it looks like we are still hashing it out here. I have no idea what's going on.
Kuro talking to the referee there, it looks like.
Yeah. Which also, I mean, that's got to give you a buff too. We talk about it as Kuro as a coach, but as Kuro as your dedicated communication with the admin, I'd fold. I'd give him whatever he wants. You want to remake the game? Sure. Want to play a different team? Absolutely. Let's play someone.
Play a different team. Let's go.
Yeah. Let's bring someone else in.
I mean, we saw Kuro is like the mediator. You remember the fight that Soneko had with ATF recently? In another round?
Yeah,
or was the one who resolved it?
Like post a picture.
Yeah.
I hope that is like the new. I want that to just be the meta every time. Anytime there's any beef between players, I just want to see 2 days later a picture with Kuroki, and then it's like, all right, beef squash.
Kuro is kind of the supreme judge of the Supreme Court of Dota.
You go before the court of Kuro. If it doesn't get figured out there, nobody's fixing it.
Yep. But is it a mispick? Or what could it be?
No, it was like an instant grab. I mean,
yeah.
I guess it's the ones that really are the ones that are an issue, right? The times where you like, oh, that's my hero, and then you instantly click it.
I mean,
there hasn't been anything in null chat yet, so I don't think even Beast Coast knows what's going down.
Yeah. Well, they're not ready to resume soon, but GH and Sumail are covering their heads, or their faces rather.
Interesting. Yeah, I don't know. That's I am hoping it's not a misclick, because that one gets a little bit weird.
Yeah, typically you're not allowed to remake for that.
Yeah.
I mean, we've seen it. We just spoke about it, right? The Lifestealer in Birmingham, and obviously the Gyro at TI for Liquid, or X Alliance, sorry.
Even the most simple one, Knoxville is already like, he's sitting and waiting. He does not want anybody to remake this game. It's so much weirder to like parse data whenever you have one game that has like the draft attached to it, and another that has like the actual like game. So yeah, I get it. I wouldn't want to remake either. But we don't know. Actually, it could be something completely different. Maybe they had a TeamSpeak or something on their PC and it's just not working. We really have no idea just yet what they want.
But in that case,
how do pauses like this affect them, you think? As somebody who's been here yourself, do you think that these like pre-game pauses, are they less impactful than like the mid-game?
Yeah, for sure. I mean, the mid-game pauses are the worst. Just because like you kind of have to reset your emotions, and you're so zoned in, right? Once the game is in, you've played team fights already, there's been situations happening and stuff, and then you kind of have to zoom out, and you don't know whether you're gonna start soon or later. Like sometimes a pause is 5 minutes, sometimes it's an hour. If it's really bad. So here it's probably fine. But it's I mean it's never good. I guess.
Our wonderful producer reached out and asked if there's anything that was going wrong, and we got there's an appealing on rolling, which I think gives me nothing. I think I know exactly what I started out with, so I'm still not sure.
Yeah.
I mean, everybody sat down, so that's good. That means that we can have a game eventually. I wonder, I don't know. At this point, we have to assume that the heroes are coming through as they are. And it looks like Sumail does have the mid ward on him, and Miracle, he's queuing up the Treads Null, which is a very popular carry build right now for those safe laners. So yeah, let's do some theory crafting. What's that carry Earthshaker build looking like? You think you just rush an Ags and get that cleave? What's going on there?
Yeah, I would think so, right? You rush that cleave, you play with the Sunray, play with all your, make space for your cores, especially for the Lina, right? And I guess one idea with the Shaker core is that he doesn't mind getting tossed back or skewered back so much. Like, he's tanky as it is, and then he can just jump away and...
Yeah, but that's usually a symptom of mid-Shaker, right? It feels to be one of those heroes that really benefits from that solo XP, solo gold, and kind of using that gold differential, something kind of similar to like a TA, where the hope is that you're so far ahead that like you're just like kind of nuking these people down with your overall levels and items. As a safe laner, you definitely miss out a little bit of that.
Yeah, for sure. And also the build, like, I feel like the meta for safe laners for such a long time now has been, you get a really cheap item, whether that's Mask of Madness to farm, or whether that's, I don't know, Dragonlance or something to start playing the game with your team. It's a very slow build that doesn't, like the Aghanim Shaker is a slow build that doesn't really yield you anything along the way, right? There's no timings until you really get it. And then you might be looking at it, at a good timing it's going to be before minute 15, but then what do you do between then and now?
Yeah, I don't know. At least now we got ourselves a game. So something got sorted out on... I'm gonna... No.
Oh, no.
Okay. Oh, just TeamSpeak. Just TeamSpeak issue. That's fine. That's fine.
I hope it was that all along, like, since we don't know whether it was the picks or not, right? At this point.
He just found out he's being forced to use TeamSpeak for the duration of this game.
Right.
That's actually wild. We still have no idea. Even production, I don't think, has an idea of what was going on, but we've got ourselves a game now. I'm very happy to see it, and yeah, it's gonna be the Shaker in the carry role. I'm excited because this means something new that I get to greet my friends with whenever we pub tonight.
For sure. And it looks like Nigma's setting up to make a smoke here. They're all sitting next to their tier 2 right now. Here we go. They're going to move into Dire Jungle, looks like.
Yeah, they actually hoist 2 wards up immediately up top here on Beast Coast. Playing below as well. Kind of hoping that Nigma just kind of smoke in here. And they've done their research because that's exactly what's happening.
Yeah, very interesting for sure. I mean, if the smoke breaks, they're going to see everything.
Yeah. Some big research. I saw, in Unmuted, Owie was talking about, like, he already knew what people were doing level 1, and some teams even had an atypical move level 1. Looks like right now, even though they got red, is somebody going to die here? I think that Lion hero might be in a bit of danger. Omar gets seen, and even though he gets a huge Earth Spike, I believe that is one dead boy. And who do they give it to here? They give it to Pyke.
That's super nice of them. Although they did have to lose 4 runes for that, so I would argue that's potentially even in Nigma's favor.
Yeah, there are 4 people on Beast Coast who are saying that is absolutely not worth it, but Pyke is sitting here like, guys, I'll do it again. I'd do it every time.
It sort of looks like they had to read that, and then they were just waiting so long that didn't really actually make it to any runes in time, right?
Yeah. I almost wonder if Omar was just like, if this is the trade that happens, then so be it.
Yeah.
I will give my life for the runes. And so far, it is a little bit of a net worth advantage for Pyke, but overall, not a whole lot gained out of that one. And now it's going to be, Shaker versus Magnus here in the safe lane. Not many heroes are able to CS well versus the Mag, and I'm certain that Shaker's one of them.
Yeah, for sure. I mean, Shaker is always really annoying to play into for these melee, or in these melee matchups. You just get, hit by the passive 20 times, and you get to cleave as well, and yeah.
I mean, one of the reasons that we saw, the drag back, yeah, Miracle. They didn't have a lot to use. Honestly, both of them have been trading with their partners in this lane. Mag and Shaker are trading hits, and the Phoenix and Sky, they're trading hits on their own. But I mean, part of the reason we saw DK come into the carry role is because of how strong he was and how he can kind of punish offlaners. I wonder if that's the same theory with Shaker. It's just a strong hero.
Yeah, it's probably a bit similar at least. I mean, he doesn't have this innate regen like DK does, but he's just there. He's just beefing up there and just taking you out slowly, right?
Yeah. If they win with this game, there's going to be a shakeup in how we view the draft because Mag definitely getting a lot more popular as of late. A lot of teams are still trying to find that answer if it's not coming from something like, you know, a DK or Shadow Demon or
Morphling. Yeah.
Oh, true. Morphling hasn't get picked up for that as well.
Yeah, but a lot of those heroes are super contested right now where, as we see, teams, they need new solutions for this Magnus because it's been, for some teams, it's considered like the you know, the top one hero.
Yeah. A lot of people have been prioritizing it, and for good reason. On this other side, of course, we got the Lion Center. And this, I feel like that could be a bit of danger here. Got a few fire spirits. Couldn't get too close, but no, the scythe! He actually gets him, and now he's just going to go into the tower. He doesn't even get the tower hit. He's safe. El Misho, what a dancer.
Yeah, I gotta love El Misho, man. He always goes for these risky plays. Sometimes it looks great, and sometimes not so much. This time it works
really
out.
That's nice. The whole way down.
Right, flower engagement top here.
Oh yeah,
the Lotus.
Got a battle for the Lotuses here. It feels like Lion always has a pretty big advantage for it. That Earth Spike that traverses the entirety of the pool. War Clockwork never had a chance. Now Misho waiting.
You're gonna go for the refill, maybe? No, he's keeping bottom.
Okay, yeah. Sometimes, I guess, early on, it's not so bad. But with Water Runes right around the corner, probably better to just kind of push this lane out and then go rotate for the Water Rune here in about 30 seconds.
Yeah. Yeah, no, for sure.
So if you are just joining us, no, that is correct. There wasn't a draft issue. These guys wanted this one. They picked up the Earthshaker carry fully with their own fruition. They asked for this one, and so far it's going okay.
Yeah, I mean, it's going all right. Magnus is doing really, really good in the bottom lane.
He's still siesting like a madman. You're right. They're not even getting that part of it. I mean, ooh. Surely the part of this pick that you needed to go was that, like, he dominates the lane. It's not just you're winning the lane, you're dominating the lane.
Yeah, for sure. And leaves you to question, what is this Magnus gonna what is this Shaker gonna do later on? It's like, yeah, we don't know. And
you cannot just be an Echo. That will be, if we're sitting here at the end, we're saying we just need one really good Echo, the game's over, you know? You need to be dishing out those crit hits with your totem. You gotta have the Ags jumping around. And thankfully this lane does get better for Miracle later on, right? I mean, more chances and more points in totem means less CS for Illich.
For sure. I mean, one thing about this Shaker that is a bit of a downside, I guess, is that when you're playing this build, you're not going to have Fissure, right? And you're also not going to have the level, so no Fissure is going to come out for a long time, right? This means that GH is basically...
Ooh. Okay. Good job actually saving a totem hit there. Illich almost got the drag back.
But there's... what I wanted to bring up is that there's not that much potential for Enigma on the safe lane here. Like, they're really going to be sitting there farming and stuff, but there's no, like, kill threat or good trading coming out, right? Now Miracle is level 4, but...
Oh, he did it. He went 1-2-1.
Yeah, I guess it makes sense. You're going to have a lot of stick chargers in this lane against a Shockwave Magnus and a Skyref spam, so...
Yeah, it's the only way you're going to get a kill, right? I mean, it has to be... Oh, the portal through. They had a ward on him, and they were waiting, so now GH going to get the dive away at the last second, and maybe Noob can actually get some revenge out of this? I mean, GH doesn't even die just yet. Has to be careful not to aggro Roche, but that's going to be a kill. So somehow this portal play works out, even though they knew the whole time. But Miracle may go down on the other side. One more right click, but the Lotus is enough to save him for now. El Misho, I don't think he's going to get this one.
He really wants it.
He does.
Wait, if he sees him here, he might get him.
I'm going to say, this is a...
Yep.
Yeah, that's what we were afraid of. Mystic Flare is one hell of a drug, all right? You can't trade into that.
Yeah, for sure. And you gotta wonder now, like, Miracle, he's not enjoying life. He was already struggling in this lane, and now he's like close to getting doubled by Illich here.
That's a rough portal play. I mean, thankfully they did get a kill on the other side, and maybe they actually get Pike now. A big Lotus for himself here, but Noob, as we said, a lot of damage for him. And, the last calling didn't actually connect, so he's still got his spells and the hammer. It's enough. El Misho was actually forced to come up here on the top side. He should get the kill on the Lion, which is nice, and it also kind of separates this Earthshaker, giving him the 1v1 versus Mag now.
Yeah, pretty first move by Nigma, but it does work out in this end, in this time. Getting the kill on Pike there, pretty nice, but... Oh, Noob in trouble.
Oh, yeah. Could be some nice revenge for Moose here. And the Mystic Flare. Dude, this Mystic Flare is pulling up names. He's got so many kills with that.
He's got 5 kills to his name. Minute 7 almost.
Good God. So, yeah, we don't see a ton of Skywrath. He's kind of been overshadowed by the carry Earthshaker. Sorry for him. But, I mean, what is the build on this Skywrath? Am I still just seeing an Atos?
Yeah, well, it makes sense, actually. We saw, you know, since Morita got popular, like a month or two ago on the 4.0, Atos was really the build, and I don't see why not on the Skywrath, right?
Yeah.
If you ask Yapsor, it would be probably Axe Rush or something, but I'm not sure what Misho is going to do.
I miss Yapsor so much. I think one of the funniest things is in like every draft, you're sitting there and you're looking at him like, yeah, he's never going to buy a single ward. He's actually just going to buy the Aghanim Scepter as quickly as possible, and that it made it so fun.
Yeah, but you know, Yapsor build, he wouldn't have branches or anything. He would have boots and 2 priorities.
That's true. That's all you need. Just cast more spells, get more farm.
Yeah.
Also, this mid lane's still going really well, despite it being, you know, Lina, which kind of death by 1,000 cuts into this outer layer of Lumpy. Hasn't really mattered, but oh, now this could matter. Get silenced up. It's a nice Earth Spike. Had to choose one hero to kind of section off. And with the Laguna, almost got the damage, but the Sunray, too much to handle for Lumpy. He already got the kill on Lina, though. Now they're going to turn around on the Lion here. A one last stun, I think, from Omar before Moose and El Misho try to lock him down here. Will have the battery salt, and Omar, he'll be the second casualty in this mid lane.
Yeah, for sure. And this is the upside for Beast Coast lineup, as we mentioned in the pregame, that, you know, having this Tiny, this Clocker, getting on top on Lina, it's so hard for Core Lina to play this game. And yeah, he has done a good job so far, sitting at, you know, roughly 1k ahead of the Tiny before this rune engagement, but it's not that straightforward to just go walk into a rune fight into the river with a Lina Lion Phoenix combination against, you know, the Clock and the Tiny especially.
Yeah, no, it's definitely not easy. I feel like Sumail, he was kind of your linchpin as well. With him being top net worth, you don't really care as much about what everybody else is doing. I still hear like just do people. And this, oh, we need this bad. He's waiting for the last slugger hit. And Miracle, he does get it. That's Ag's gold right there. And he loves it.
Yeah, that is really big. Equalizing the bottom lane here. Miracle is going to catch up pretty much all the way from this. And I guess one thing upside we didn't mention for the Earthshaker carry is that he's not a hero that is easily pushed out of the lane, right? He's sitting at 1.7k HP now, minute 9, you know. This is before any level 6 is coming out on the supports and stuff, so...
Yeah, what are you going to do? Bring heroes to the Shaker? That's more people for the Echo. Doesn't matter.
Just throw some bodies, or whatever this new facet, Slugger.
Oh, they immediately go on this Magnus. Do they have the damage? The Echo as well. They got it.
It's so much damage. All right.
Holy
Miracle has a completely turned around bottom. Look at the Nestor problem. Ilish is struggling.
This is 10 minutes of absolute despair, but then they kill the Magnus twice in a row. And he feels pretty great now. He even went for this Bracer instead of going in for the Null. He hasn't really been casting a ton of spells. He just now got the Null. So it's going to be all farming from now on. He feels like he's absolutely set up for the rest of this game.
Yeah, and that's also your first tower of the game as well, getting down that bottom tower. And I think overall, very smart macro decision from Nigma here. You know, prioritizing playing around the bottom lane, not going for the rune fights like we discussed earlier, you know, fighting this Tiny in the Clock. Focusing on the bottom lane, getting these 2 kills on Elish is what sets all of this up.
Oh, and they're going to keep on going. GH is so aggressive right now. He is silenced up, though. Has to be careful. Yeah, dude, they are waiting. Do you really want to throw that RP? I don't think you do. So they still have the Phoenix on the backside. Now they're coming in, and the Egg, you're separated. You have a Dawnbreaker on one side, Egg on the other, and unfortunately, there is just a walk to the left. So they did manage to escape all of it.
Yeah, definitely it could be worse in the situation for Beast Coast. I mean, not able to hit their spike there or, you know, any of the Lina spells, so... Yeah, Nigma playing well. They're using the cooldowns right as they get them. You know, Phoenix getting the sticks. Cool, let's go. Let's use our Dawnbreaker ulti, let's use our Egg. This time it didn't yield anything for them, but I think this is one of the strengths of this team in Nigma. Yeah. They're really good at using their timings, and they're really good at playing together.
But now they have to survive this timing where they don't have their Echo, they don't have Egg, and they don't have Donald. I mean, even the Lion Finger is down for now, so immediate smoke up here from Beast Coast. I think that's exactly what has to happen. If they catch Miracle, I mean, he's the big fish.
For sure. I mean, there shouldn't be that much hesitation now coming out because they know that there's no cooldowns for Nigma.
Right? They don't really have to wait for anything to come out, even though these TPs come in. I mean, what are you going to do with them? In fact, he goes right into the cogs. Sumail's trying to come forward, but there's not a whole lot to help him out, right? I mean, he's got his stuns, but not much else around. So Beast Coast kind of just parry this TP. It's as if you just gathered everybody here for nothing.
Yeah, for sure. And okay. So Nigma kind of did the opposite of what we wanted them to do here. They all reacted instantly. It could be a lot worse for them, to be honest.
Oh, okay, but unless they get this kill, they did use a lot of their magic damage to start off here, and El Micho still coming in. They want to protect this Murta, of course. This is carry, not your usual pause 4, so he will get out of there maybe a little bit too far up. And oh man, the Echo. Yeah, he's trying. Needs a little bit more. The RP connects, so both of them will use their ultis down here. I feel like that slightly benefits Nigma because their other ulti should be coming up very soon.
Yeah, and that's your, like, you just got to blink on Magnus, right? That's not how you want to use the RP as soon as you got your item timing, so.
Oh, yeah.
For Miracle, it's not that big of a deal, right? He's still farming. Right. He's sitting about 3k away from his Aghanims right now.
Oh, he is the carry shaker, so he doesn't really mind that much whether or not he has that spell, but unfortunately, he is kind of trapped down here. Needs to get some friends if they want to save him, and it looks like GH is going to come down and help out because they do have the egg available. Have some stuns. This is a big kill. They certainly want it here, and he does not have a lot of protection from the physical damage. It's going to be a kill there for Miracle, and he's, again, he's farming pretty well now.
Yeah. So far, this game is not about farming. I'll tell you that. Everyone is just going and going. And
they're going for more. They're going up for the wisdom now.
Yeah. Moose is going to do the same up top, but we're going to see here if Nigma is going to be able to reward himself with the wisdom here. Illich is not expecting it.
Oh, Illich could die again. They've been focusing him down so hard, and with the finger of death, they'll get it. Definitely not going to be anybody else coming down here for that one.
Moose getting the snipe here. Very important.
He needed that. Without that, there is some big dangers. And now Blade Mail complete. Just trying to block the hook a little bit. And there it goes over to Alina. But oh no, they're actually chaining back on the Lina here. They actually have the damage. Sumail goes down. Moose is still alive. He got out of this one. A quick throw with the hammer, but Noob, he's not able to close the gap on Moose. I think he'll even have cogs in time to shove them away, and no, he doesn't want to just leave. He wants to turn around to help get the kill on this Dawnbreaker. They'll toss Pike into him, and that's going to be a double kill here for the Tiny. Lumpy certainly getting everything he needs in this one.
Yeah, it's another case of, Nigma reacting to Beast Coast making the move, and this has sometimes been one of their... I mean, it can be both a strength and a flaw, right? In this case, it didn't look so well. I think we mentioned that there's so much going on in this game, right? It's very different from how Dota is typically played lately. Everyone is going non-stop, right? And what can happen is it's very easy to lose track of what is actually happening in the game. And if we see Lumpy here, he's gonna just walk in the dark.
Oh, they're using every stun. They chained it up so well. Not a single chance for the Tiny there. Beautiful communication from Nigma.
Yeah, for sure. I mean, this Shaker it's looking pretty annoying to deal with, honestly, but he's still gonna have to get to his Ags at some point, right? And then we're gonna really have to see the potential.
So what is the impact on the Dota community if Shaker Carry actually ends up winning this one? What happens to us?
I think for matchmaking, pick rate goes up and win rate goes down.
As it should be. And I'll be one of those contributing to the pubs, guys. I'll see you in a few hours.
Sounds good. I'll meet you there.
I mean, so far, I don't know. I kind of like the idea of it. It also is, like we said, they're missing stuns and they're missing a frontliner. And Shaker is the epitome of both of those things. It feels like it fits a very specific hole in their draft that they had, but it was the perfect puzzle piece if it gets this farm it needs.
Yeah. I mean, it definitely makes sense into the Murta, right? Later on into the game. You just get on top of him and, combine with the Dawn ulti, the Sunray, all... make space for the Lina and the Lion to do their job properly, but they might still get a ward on him.
Oh, the huge hex, and then the double stun, but here comes Moose. Yeah, Omar, I think he still is going to die in this one no matter what, so nice ward there. He knows there's vision somewhere, but not sure where.
For sure. The question is this going to be the tower or not, because that's really what's going to
Yeah, they got ultis up. Oh, but they CGH.
I don't think Nigma doesn't look like they would defend this, even though they have got the Aghanims on Miracle.
Right? They seem to be hitting that timing. They've got the Ags on Earthshaker. They have, I mean, both Donald and Egg. Just not too convinced. And I'm a little surprised. I feel like once BKBs come out here for Beast Coast, game gets a lot easier for them.
Yeah, for sure. Nigma, they don't have a whole lot to deal with the BKBs, and it looks like right now Lumpy's rushing it on the Tiny, which I think it's not typically the best build on Tiny, but I definitely see the merit in it in this game.
Yeah.
You know, another thing we didn't really speak about so far is that GHG actually has a vessel, a really fast one, you know, for a +5 Phoenix.
Ooh.
And yeah, Sumail's got his Ag, so I think for Nigma it's pretty much go time right now.
It almost flopped. Omar's kind of the one that's taking the brunt of like no waves, no XP, no farm. He's the one who's really like kind of making these aggressive moves without getting to hit any creeps.
They're looking for moves right here. It's pretty tough into the in nighttime though, by sitting behind these trees.
Yeah. Sitting in the hot tub is not always so safe, especially on the enemy side, but another thing we're kind of lacking here is there's not a whole lot of tower damage if it's not an Earthshaker just batting it down.
Yeah, I mean, the Lina Knit tower is fine as well, but it's always a risk, right? When you're playing into the Tiny, the Magnus, and the Clockwork, it's not something that you're going to be comfortable doing as a Lina here.
I mean, we said at the beginning of the draft, man, you had the Magnus and the Clockwork already. Now adding the Tiny in, it is very hard to play Lina in this one. If you step forward for a tower hit, you're probably already dead.
For sure. I mean, so game is slowing down a bit now. You and I, we spoke about, you know, the Dawnbreaker innate, you know, given the daytime vision, you know, global. If there would be one team to use that, I feel like it has to be Nigma, right?
Oh, definitely. I feel like that's almost like a part of the plan. It's like making sure that you have a smoke ready to go as soon as you get that vision, see who you can find. Especially, it times up nicely with like your early timings, because a lot of teams do like to make these 20-minute moves. Go for an offlane tower, go for a Wisdom Rune, go for the Tormentor.
Yeah, because right now I think, yeah, they're going for the smoke. It's 1 minute to daytime. I was going to say that Nigma could consider going for the Roshan, but it's not like they have amazing Roche taking. You know, Lina, it's going to come down to the spell usage, right? Is this a double smoke? Or is that Omar TPing to apply the smoke?
I think it was a TP to apply. And now, oh, Sumail does find Almisho, but instantly in with the silence. Oh, they're actually a little bit worried. They didn't know who all was around. He'll just get instantly killed, my lord.
Yeah, we saw them using the Dawnbreaker ult there, and it's like when it's nighttime and you smoke like this, you don't really have any information. It breaks and you start seeing, you know, these ultis flying at you. It's really hard to make a good decision, right? And there's no way for Nigma to know whether Beast Coast is all sitting behind the Skyraft there, but so they use a Dawn ulti. That's the, I guess, the downside of using nighttime smokes compared to using it on daytime, you know, which is about to happen right now.
Yeah. And this is where they're going to see everything. They're still making an aggressive move right now, right? They're playing almost entirely on the enemy side of the map. Starting to see everybody here, and everybody's on the other side.
I do wonder if Beast Coast is going to go for their own move now, because Tiny has just picked up his BKB. Pike still wants some time, as we see. We're looking at him. He's got his Mjolnir, going to farm fast, but he doesn't have his BKB just yet. So
this Muerta hero takes so many items really to get online. At least you're farming really well now, but you really don't do damage through BKBs until you have the crit stick. So,
oh, Miracle in trouble.
Once that comes, oh yeah, it could be a lot here. They have the hookshot as well, and they just chain lock this carry Earthshaker on the other side of the map with really no one around.
Yeah, I mean, we did talk about the Shaker being so tanky, but with the Skyrath amp, the clock battery assault, and the Tiny combo on top, you can't survive that if you're Miracle, especially with the Dawn ulti being down and stuff.
Yeah, no, Concussive Shot is just really nice for their game right now. And so far, Almisho doesn't even have, looks like he's going for a Force Staff next, so no Atos even from him. He's still playing a very nice game.
Yeah, for sure. So far, sitting at, 100% kill participation in this one.
It just feels so good, right? You Ancient Seal someone, and then the Avatos, which already does so much damage, does even more damage.
Wait, that amps your Muerta damage as well, right?
Oh, it does. You are totally right. Is that a sick combo?
Maybe it is, actually. I mean, even when you don't press ulti, it's going to amplify the Mjolnir, but when you press ulti, that has to be
Holy moly.
I wonder if there's some kind of, because BKB doesn't give you immunity to medic anymore, right? If there's some kind of idea there that.
Oh yeah, no, it's not immunity, but it's still some resist to it.
It's like 60% or something, is it? Or is it more?
Yeah. No,
oh, here we go.
And the old Avalanche on 2 here. Hookshot coming in as well. There's a shield rune on the Tiny, but the RP coming in on 2 of them here. Can they actually escape with the Lina? She's trying to get out of this, but there's not enough. Noob wants to get some sort of revenge, but I'll still find the Echo, though. Can they turn this one around? They get the kill on Illich immediately. Now jumping back into the Skywrath Mage. He gets 3 kills. Miracle. The Shaker is pulling up. Do they have enough damage to take down the Tiny as well? He has no more mana to escape. But I don't know, we're missing a lot of damage from Miracle right now, it feels, and he will escape, but my god, what a turnaround with the Echo.
What a miracle moment, holy shit. I mean, it looked really bad there for Enigma initially, right? We saw the problems that Sumail has in this game. Once they get caught by one stun, it just leads to another, and then he did actually survive for a fairly long time there, but in the end, he's not able to cast anything, as we're gonna see here. You see, as soon as they get on Sumail here, his whole fight is just ruined, right? He's sitting here. Yeah. Nice silence from Emlicho as well, ensuring that the egg doesn't go off for GH. And then, yeah, Sumail, it's looking really bad here as Sumail goes down for Enigma, and here comes Miracle.
Even Lumpy did have the BKB up, so he didn't take as much damage, but he was still counted in the Echo. So there's so much damage over to the Muerta and the Magnus. So, really well done. Thankfully, though, I feel like it could have been a lot worse for Beast Coast, right? That was a Sumail that didn't really get to play the fight at all. There's still not a whole lot of damage outside of the Echo there on Miracle. So if you keep taking fights like that, it'll only get worse from here.
For sure. And now Enigma, they're looking to make their own move. Do they have a ward?
Looks like they do have the stun to start on Pike, but another thing that you kind of need on that hero, gonna have to find himself a Hurricane Pike here soon, making sure that he can get some mobility on him. And look at how many items this Muerta, even with a pretty good start and top net worth in the game, I still feel like I'm waiting on the items for Pike to really be a force in these engagements.
Yeah, I mean, it has to be the BKB, right? And then the Pike, like you mentioned, but... Oh, the Pike for Pike. But, yeah. I mean, seeing as the pace of the game has slowed down so much, I think he's going to have time to get it. But the question is he going to be the strongest hero once we move, further into this game? Because I feel like he's going to be so reliant on his BKB cooldown this whole game, actually. Like, they just have so much to kill him with. The Shaker jumping him, Lina bursting him, potentially Lion catching him and stuff. And in that sense, late game might not be so bad for Enigma, because with this, pace of the game, that's something that they're going to have to consider. Oh, here we go.
Oh yeah, jumping back in on the Magnus here, just eliminating that Mag. Illich never had a chance. Now Lumpy wanting to get some revenge here. They do have the Dawn ult coming in to make sure even Omar, just so that he can live. And then the blink in further from Noob.
Thinking about it still. Looks like we're happy. As nighttime just hits us well.
All right, yeah, no, it seemed like a crazy blink in, but with the BKB, he was able to just walk on out of there. Still overall getting the kill on a Magnus. They always take those, but they still want more. Yeah, Miracle found here. The heal, it's not enough. Sunray just cannot heal up that much damage. And that's something that we're still missing maybe a little bit from the Enigma lineup, is that we still need so much net worth on the Shaker for him to truly be a frontline force.
I mean, also coming down to the fact that there's no Dawn ulti available there this time, so pretty heads-up move from Beast Coast, going in for the, attempts, even though they were missing their Magnus at this time. So, and I wanted to bring up the fact that seeing as we have this kind of unconventional lineup for Enigma, there's not going to be any Roshan potential really, and there's not going to be any tier 2s taking. I guess for either team at this point, right? Yeah. So a lot of what's going to decide whoever gets the advantage in this game is going to come down to the fact that whoever's going to have the best vision, and ultimately it's going to come down to the team fights. So this means that this game it's a bit trickier than your average pro game, I want to say, as we see here.
That's what happens when you have those spicy drafts, right?
Exactly.
There's always a little bit more that you have to do. And here it is, a jump in on Omar. Once again, the Sunray just not enough.
So fast. I mean, he just dies in an instant, right? Even to just the 2 supports there, so. And no 4-staffs for Enigma just yet. I mean, Omar's queuing up one, which is definitely the right idea. Obviously, you need to get the blink first, so.
still a lot on that wish list. Thankfully, the next Roche, oh, it's already up here, and Beast Coast, they're gonna grab it for themselves pretty quick, and I don't think there's even a chance for Enigma to fight that one. Should provide a lot more on the map for them, especially knowing that Pyke still have a few items that we need for him to survive, so this should be the gap they need for now.
Yeah, for sure. Let's see what they're gonna do with this, because I feel like it should be time to get a tier 2 going. But
right after the absolute massacre we saw in the beginning,
they do
I didn't see
no
as much aggressive move. And
yeah, they saw him on the odds.
Oh, trying to use this. Oh no, just that Avatos right away. He's trying to Donald out of this one actually, but the hook shot does connect still. Now he'll just be fighting for his life here. Actually almost got moves maybe in revenge, but still not enough.
Yeah, really nice job there from Beast Coast. It's important that they didn't use the hook shot to initiate there, because he can just BKB TP out or BKB Donald out if that is the case. So very nice execution. Now they're gonna set up to get this bottom area and the tier 2 potentially. Oh, Misha in trouble.
Should be, and he's in more than just trouble. He's dead. Sumail just choosing who gets to die in this game.
Yeah, that's a bit of a momentum killer there for Beast Coast actually. Oh, they see Pyke, do they? If they can get him here.
And oh, they're just straight up with the Echo and the Egg. They want everything thrown down for this Muerta. Oh, it should. It stops, and that's with the BKB already pressed, so they're just going to back on out of this, taking that one for themselves. A lot invested, but at the end of the day, hey, taking the BKB and the Aegis off Muerta, it feels worth it.
That is huge for Enigma. I mean, that kills all of their momentum for Beast Coast. First getting the kill on Misho, and then, you know, spotting Pyke on the ward, previously placed around the gate area by Omar. Getting that kill at the BKB and the Aegis, now the game is back to even pretty much, and this is going to give you all the time you need to get your next item on these cores for Enigma.
They need that. I mean, it feels like each team is waiting for a specific set of items, and so far, game very close, so nobody really out in front yet with getting those items. And dude, GH, he has actually played so, like, I know we said it was a 5 Phoenix. It doesn't feel that, or sorry, a 4 Phoenix.
Yeah.
All right. No, yeah, it was 5. So he's going in for the Shiva's guard, and really the Lion is the one that doesn't have as much net worth because of it.
Yeah, I mean, it kind of makes sense, right? Lion is not your typical farming support.
Yeah.
You know, that's something we bring up a lot in modern Dota, that supports, they have so much gold all the time, but Lion he's not really that type of hero, but Phoenix is, so
yeah,
I kind of like it. I do wonder if it's the right approach. You know, I like the Vessel, but going into the Shiva after, it's not like your most obvious Shiva pickup here for me. I could see the merit of having a Hex, for example.
It feels like it's almost entirely because of the vision, right? Like they need some other way to scout out these heroes.
That's true, and they also have a shit ton of magic damage as well, which is going to get amplified with the Shiva as well.
He saw the ancient shield, what was it? Ancient seal. Yeah, I need some of that. You know, there's so much magic amp on those guys. I want my own magic amp.
Yeah, if you can't beat it, you steal it.
That's what you got to do. And we'll see if it works out. Like once again, they're seeing everything. They know where they're playing at, but so far Miracle's still waiting on that next item. Looks like he's going in for the Octarine core next, so not really looking to make a move right now. Is there maybe a 20 talent that he really wants?
Yeah, the enchant totem damage, right? Oh, he went for the echo damage actually. Interesting.
Oh wow, so he's really playing around. I mean, the last few echoes have been really nice. Bird goes down, but yeah, maybe in my head it's like, dude, you're playing the carrier shaker, you got to be somebody who's good outside of your echo timing, but maybe they're just looking to play on Echo entirely.
I mean, it is a lot of damage. 50 on Echo. That's like more than a level on your ulti, I want to say, or just about a level on your ulti. So
yeah, Echo is now level 4. Dude, going for the conduit. He's got like, because of this ancient seal, it feels like there's so much more of a ceiling now for the damage on this Tiny. It's because he's getting so much of that amp.
Yeah, for sure. He's also got the Magnus as well to empower him, right? So, you know, he went back for the BKB right after the blink in this one, but it doesn't really feel like he's fallen off at all because of it, which is something you would typically say when there's a blink BKB rush on Tiny.
He's trying to be an assassin, really. Start something for his team to get on into. They do have the hook shot in, finds the Lina, but I think Moo's going to get turned on here. Do they have the vision? No, instead it's the RP. It's onto both of these cores, and they have to immediately run away. There's way too much damage. Sumail evaporates, and Miracle just caught in the crossfire. Didn't get to play on that Echo, and they have to evacuate on Nigma right now.
Dude, this just so much damage. Like the RP, I feel like they just immediately got exploded from this Tiny and this Murta. I mean, we're gonna see it here. So they go for the attempt on the Murta. They don't really get it. They, of course, they hit the Fisher and stuff, but it's not enough to just go for the follow-up. And then, yeah.
Dude, the Pyke damage is insane. That was without the Ancient Seal, by the way. It only gets better from there.
Yeah, I mean, obviously, Miracle doesn't get his BKB off there, but regardless, I mean, Sumail, he doesn't have a BKB, and even if he does, what is he going to do about that? It's...
Right.
I have
we're
to say...
slightly starting to miss, like, a hero that buys S and Y or something like that. Like, something that doesn't take as much from that RP. Because, especially Shaker and Lena both getting caught, that is just a disaster scenario.
Yeah, and it's... You don't really get to use the power of your Dawn ulti and your Sunray if the heroes just die way too fast, like we discussed earlier, so...
Without the Skywrath as well, right? Like, there's only more damage to be put into this. It's not like Viscos were giving it everything. There was only like...
Oh, nice time by Omar.
80%, and dude, huge find. Echo as well. They found their own combo and get Illich and Lumpy taken out. Who else can they find? Looks like El Misho, he'll get the TP away. The LSA just wasn't in time, so they only find 2, but they do get a perfect find from Omar, legitimately bringing his team back into this one.
Yeah, that was so sick by Omar. I'm not gonna lie. I mean, Beast Coast staying around a bit too long there, but Omar just taking full advantage of it. And we see that both teams, they have the potential to blow heroes up, right? So this should be a tier 2 minimum for Nigma. Maybe not Rax, but the tier 2 is gonna die fast.
Feels like we're watching just the battle between, you know, RP and Echo.
Yeah.
Both fights have to start with it, and who gets the better one? Both of them are really nice.
Yeah, I mean, it really comes down to whoever is gonna get the spell usage first, right? And this
that doesn't bode well for Nigma, right? You're playing against the Clockwork. That guy sees everything.
Yeah, he does. I mean, it's gonna come down to good positioning and good vision, basically. That's how you get it done. But the toolkit is definitely in Beast Coast's favor when it comes to vision, at least.
It makes even more sense than why we're seeing the Shivas, because this is the ultimate vision item. Seeing everybody around in this radius, and they're smoking up again. No Echo, no Egg. Why are they doing this?
This is kind of like a typical Nigma player. They do want to get the surprise. This is something they're known to do. Like, especially, you know, sometimes when they lose a hero or something, they go for the unexpected smoke. They're always so nice to watch because they do the unexpected all the time, and this is really what they're trying to do. And Beast Coast actually respecting them a lot here, even though the fact that they do have everything ready for Beast Coast and Nigma doesn't. So I wonder if that's a read or they're just setting up for the Roshan really here.
And they should get a Wisdom Rune on this as well if they hold up here. They have a Deso on the Dawnbreaker, who seems to actually be trying to connect with this one, so they could take a tower maybe if they have some good enough vision.
Oh, mass TPs. Rainbow coming from Nigma.
My lord. Yeah, they really want to fight for their own Wisdom Rune.
If they can get the Hex, they're going to get him, I think.
They will. Looks like they do have it to start here. They have the Dawnbreaker ulti as well. But here comes Illich. He's looking at it, but they don't get the initiation. Instead, he's going to get the RP. It's on to 3, but this damage, it's all getting spread out. They'll take down 3 immediately. The Egg, it's just not in time to stop anything from happening here. So you lose the Tiny to start, but there's still more than enough damage to take down this Nigma lineup.
Goddamn, I mean, it's a really nice setup from Nigma, first of all. Getting everyone ready in time for the bound rune. They understand that they want to make the fight happen, but then Illich is just ready at the perfect position to get the RP, and then Moose holding the hookshot for the perfect timing, and then, yeah, it's it's so brutal. Whenever you see the Echo, whenever you see the RP, they just immediately, it's so much damage coming out from both of these lineups and these teams.
So, the Ancient Seal did go into the Earthshaker, and he took about 2,000 damage from where to right clicks in her ulti. Like, there's so much magic damage amp happening there, and if you don't get the BKB off, if you don't have any magic protection or even a pipe, like, there's just so much you're gonna nuke down from.
Yeah, for sure. And I mean, we're talking 2 seconds here. We're not talking 5, 6 seconds, right? So.
Oh yeah, it was so quick, and so far it looks like they might actually hold up on the high ground. Pyke doesn't want to stay here too long, especially with some of these heroes going back up. But yeah, I don't know, man. Without that sort of magic protection, Pyke still feels like he has a very free game for his damage at the moment, as long as he's able to sit back and hit. And that's exactly what they were enabling.
For sure. And I mean, Nigma, they're going for the smoke once more here. They understand that they need to get his Aegis, at least deny it from Beast Corp, because we keep bringing it up, right? It comes down to the spellcasting, whoever gets to hit your RP or your Echo first. And if you have an Aegis, you're able to break all that because you can't just throw spells at an Aegis, especially these ultis. So this Roshan that is going to happen right now, it's going to determine a lot of what's happening in this game.
Everybody is so hard committal right now. Even from the supports, we have Finger of Death and Egg. Like, it's very hard committal from these guys when it comes down to it, and they're trying to fight for this now. Watcher, they're on a ward with smoked up.
Who's gonna get the vision?
He's invis. Yeah, they're gonna have the dust on him. They section him off, but he has the BKB. Hookshot is gonna split the difference on everybody. Miracle still having the BKB of his own.
Nice
but he gets RP'd in, and they still have the damage spike trying to turn on him, but not as much damage now that he has the BKB out. Maybe Miracle could get away on this one. No, they are on top of him, and Illich will take him out. They have 3 dead already. It is a buyback on the Phoenix, but your team has already perished.
Did I get that right, or did Miracle just get destroyed by Pyke through his BKB?
It looked like it. There was still a lot of damage
buyback
taken.
from GH as well.
GH. Oh, no.
What is that damage? The power with the tree toss.
Oh, Lord. So actually, Miracle took a lot of his damage from the Tiny, but even that was a lot of magic damage. He took 700 damage from a single toss, which I think was after the BKB. Yeah, so it was after the BKB worn out.
All right.
Oh, man.
But now, you know that GH doesn't have buyback. You don't need to go back for the Roshan if you're Beast Coast. You can just go for the push.
They just cracked this game all the wide open. And it didn't seem like it was a free start for them, right? BKB used really early. Hookshot completely misses, but Miracle, unfortunately, just grouping up right there with Bird.
RP mid-dive as well into GH, ensuring he doesn't get the egg off. If the egg goes off, that's a bit of a different fight. I'm not sure if it's going to swing the other way entirely, but, you know, not getting the egg off is definitely crucial, right?
Oh, yeah. Now they're at least going to lose a single Rax here, Pyke. We'll have the BKB up by the time that we do have Shaker and Dawn, but it looks like they'll be forced off the high ground still.
Radiant are scanning.
Can you save it?
Okay. Looks like they got R, right? Wait, they're so scared. They're worried about the toss back and spear back.
Right.
Oh, so close.
There we go. Deny it.
Well, it's gonna regen because it's the melee Rax, but...
It doesn't matter. It's about sending a message.
True.
If you deny your Rax.
Well, now you've got an Aegis on Pyke as well, and yeah, this guy is jacked.
I'm gonna start, even though it is a, Earthshaker carry, there's already a few different things going on here. I kind of wish that I saw a little bit more of like, even, again, SNY I feel like really melds with what they want from this Earthshaker in the lineup. I think the physical damage as well. But they're going all in on, like, we want to see you, we want to burst you with our spells and see what happens after that. As you said, with Aegis now, that makes everything so much harder.
Yeah, I mean, I know where you're coming from with the SNY, but then it's SNY Shaker, right? I feel like the proper question to ask is, like, did I draft the right hero to make this job happen, right?
I suppose so.
I mean, they did have a different approach for Enigma. I feel like they want to burst them, like you mentioned, and they want to be the ones getting the initiation, but it's not easy. You're playing against the Shadow Blade Tiny, you're playing against so much mobility for against Beast Coast here, and now we got an Aegis on Pyke as well.
Yeah.
If we take a look at Pyke for a second, I wonder, is he going to consider getting the Magic Rest 25 talents? Because that would make sense in this game. It's not something you would see pretty much ever on Murta, I want to say.
No, especially because maybe on pause 4, but you also don't see that happen too often when you get to 25. But yeah, Gunslinger chances so much damage overall, especially when you're playing into an egg that you might also have to focus. So getting that extra chance to hit other targets while you're focusing the egg always feels good. Ooh, big stun, but coming in with Lumpy. He's got the avalanche, tossing up the line, just gone immediately. Miracle's already taken so much damage, has to back away, but they just get the RP on Lina anyways, and Samael is more than worthy of a target to get that RP on, so now they have to back out. GH still taking so much damage from this Skywrath Mage and Pyke. Doesn't even need the ulti just yet. Taking down a few of them already. Force-staffing forward for more. Trying to find Noob here. They want to get back into the base. Miracle, he's dying in his own fountain, and they have the damage. He'll die. Only Dawn left, and I have to imagine we are nearing the end of this game here for Enigma, as they have no buybacks for a long time.
Yeah, no buybacks, no barracks, and yeah. Here they call it. I mean, in this last fight, we saw Samael. He gets the BKB up, but what does it matter? They're so jacked with this Empower coming out on the Tiny and the Murta. It's way too much damage to deal with.
Yeah, I think they maybe made a committal too hard for what their support needed to be. I really wish we saw that Lina 4 as well, now looking back at this draft, because Lina, had a great lane, and even with that lane, just couldn't really pull up in this mid game, in this late game to try to get the team a win.
Yeah, for sure. I mean, Beast Coast playing, just a steady game, right? They're executing their lineup properly, getting the right items, using the right timings. Nigma, they didn't roll over though. Like, I think they did a lot of cool moves in the early game, especially playing around this bottom lane, enabling Miracle totally. But I mean, this game kind of leaves you to question: was the Shaker the right thing? Were they prepared for the Magnus properly? Yeah. I'm not so sure. I feel like if you're gonna give the Magnus to Beast Coast, which they've shown what they can do with it, Ilish was completely on point with the Magnus this game. If you want to give it to them again, I feel like you have to do better.
Your answers just weren't enough, right? It feels like in every way. I understand what the Phoenix was doing for it, but there was so much overwhelming damage. You can see in all these replays, man. Pyke, whenever he's hitting that ulti, there's just so much damage, especially with the Ancient Steel amping it all up. They never really had an answer for that. So you can't just heal through with the Sunray. I mean, you see it even in this one, the Sunray is always there. I feel like even the Egg in most of these too. There's just not enough heal in the world for that damage.
Yeah, for sure. And I mean, the Shaker, he definitely had his moments in this game. And here we see again, Ilish. Every highlight really, it's where you just see Ilish RPing 2 or 3 heroes and they just immediately die, right?
Yeah.
But going back to the Shaker, like we discussed it, they want like a boss carry type of archetype, and they went for the mobility, kind of. Yeah, I know where the Shaker we're talking about, but it's when you're going for this axe build, you're meant to like ambush and kill people and burst and stuff, and it's not your Wraith King or what have you. And it doesn't really make sense with the Phoenix Sunray and the Dawn ulti. I think it would have made way more sense for them to go for something that just sits in front, like a DK or Alchemist, or obviously these heroes are not available, which is where you have to consider is the route and the approach we took, was it correct?
Yeah, I mean, we did talk about even like we see these teams, they may make a good focus on, there's going to be a time to focus on the draft, but what about the play? Do you think there was any play that we could have seen differently from Nigma to make this draft work, or was it just torched from the start?
I mean, I think they did a lot of good things. The only really crucial thing I want to highlight is like they used this minute 19 smoke in the nighttime, and they went on this Scarab. You remember? I mean, it's hard to say exactly how good it could have looked if they executed better. Especially, I would have delayed it another minute to go into daytime, because that's the point in the game where they have their timing. They got their daggers, they got their BKBs, or the Aghanim Shaker rather. They're ready to go. I think it's when you're playing this sort of lineup that doesn't have good ways to kill towers or Roshan, and it's not really farming oriented. You need to nail your timing so well. And apart from that one, I don't have a specific where you could say like, oh, this is where you screwed up or anything. It's not like they played a terrible game or anything. It's
no.
I think it's just a bit too tricky for them. I mean, they don't have the farming potential. They have great team fight, but they don't have farming potential and they don't have objective potential. So that means you're gonna have to force fights. And then if Beast Coast, they're playing well around it, they don't give it to you, then well, you're gonna have to bring it anyway. That's kind of your only choice.
Yeah, it feels like outside of RPs, right? Like it seems like they were playing the fights really well, but as soon as there was an RP, it feels like almost every time Ilish was still finding the Lina for that one, and it's enabled Pyke's game for so much. And I would agree with you. I feel like Ilish is got to be a bit more of a focus maybe for Nigma going into this next one. First off, one of the newer players on the team, it always feels like it's pretty beneficial to focus that person, because even the other team might not know what they want to do with this guy. So now Beast Coast have won. We know we really want to play Magnus with this guy, so maybe we're taking that away and find something else now that you can beat us with. Because on the other side, I think you're right. They just had to play a standard game on Beast Coast, and it looked really nice.
Yeah, for sure. I mean, always like the benefit of Magnus right now is that it gives you everything, right? You can flex it, you can put it on the offlane, you can put it mid, you can put it carry, and it just gives you exactly what you want in this meta. It's a very bursty meta. It comes down to teamfight execution, and it's very easy to build your lineup around it as well. If you don't have like X or Y and Z answer to it, it's gonna just be simple. You RP somebody or you screw them back, and then boom, you have overwhelming damage, you have BKB locked down, and you need to be really solid in your ideas to answer it. If you don't have it, it's gonna look like this, where every RP is a kill, and then it's hard to play if you're the opposition.
That's true. We're going to see what they do here, because we're going to go to a quick break. We'll find out if Nigma, they're going to make the right adjustments to get themselves a new answer in this game too, or if Beast Coast We'll roll them for 2 games. We'll be back in about 10 minutes with game number 2.
Takes more than money to force a change. Takes more than time to heal the pain. Heartbreak will light the fire. Heartbreak will light the fire. Fire will light the fire. Fire will light the fire. Takes more than money to force a change. Takes more than time to heal pain. Heartbreak will light the fire. Heartbreak will light the
Think about it every night when I close my eyes. You're on my mind. I try to quit a million times, but it takes me high. Like you're so divine. You give me everything. Don't know what's happening. I need you like medicine. You're my everything, everything. And when I think about us, sweet lullabies, I wanna keep this moment here forever, no goodbyes. And when I think about us, sweet lullabies, I wanna keep this moment here forever, no goodbyes. Think about it every night when I close my eyes. You're on my mind. I try to quit a million times, but it takes me high. Like you're so divine. You give me everything. Don't know what's happening. I need you like medicine. You're my everything, everything. And when I think about us, sweet lullabies,
serotonin slide with me. Sequin in the light, embalming your energy. Riding through the night, serotonin slide. Slide on over here by my side. Slides up in your eyes, desire. Caught up in this chemical high. Angel, can you take me high? I'm on fire from the dopamine. You're all I need tonight. Promise I'll give you all of me, darling. Serotonin slide with me. Sequin in the light, embalming your energy. Riding through the night, serotonin slide, slide, slide. Serotonin slide, slide, slide. Serotonin slide. Slide up out of here like we're tired, but really we just about to get wired. Loving at the speed of light. Your body, I can help but admire. I'm on fire from the dopamine. You're all I need tonight. Promise I'll give you all of me, darling. Serotonin slide with me. Sequin in the light, embalming your
Hello, everybody, and welcome back to ESL One Bangkok, powered by Intel. We've got ourselves a game 1 already under our belts here. Coming in for game 2 in Handskin, you're saying that we had a lot of stuff that maybe went wrong in this game 1 in the draft, but the play went really well, which I have to imagine is one of the easier games to kind of come back to in a game 2. Like, we're playing fine. Just draft a little bit different and we'll be fine.
Yeah, I would say so. I mean, first of all, we already mentioned it, but why not again? Like, giving away the Magnus, you need to have a really good plan, right? I think the Phoenix approach that they did on Nigma is super smart. It's very, very strong.
Yeah.
That's a trade you can do. But then going into the Lina afterwards, that's where they're kind of losing me, at least, because
yeah,
I never want to play core Lina into Magnus, first of all. I think that's one of your worst matchups you can do as the core Lina. So it's probably has to do,
on it, right?
Yeah, it has to
clockwork after it really enabled his game.
The Tiny as well, of course, and then
yeah,
it's like maybe they're thinking a bit too much about the counter pick coming out from, you know, the Lina against them into their own Phoenix. That could be why they went for it, as you mentioned in the draft. But I feel like I would have, if I'm Nigma, I would focus a bit more on my strategy compared to counter picking, especially since they're very well known, these guys, but they're still a fresh team. You know, Curry's not there anymore. You got a noob on a new role. You got, there's a lot of changes, even though you have familiar faces. And I think nailing down the basics and your fundamentals as a team, that's going to take you very far, especially when you're on the new side.
You see that so often where it's like, we need to focus on our game, play our game. And a lot of times that's a very mystical thing that you just say and you don't really know what it means. But I feel like I've gotten more and more used to it. It's like you draft for what your team is good at. You draft what your team wants to play. And if there's something that, counters that, then you ban out those heroes. And maybe you let the meta slip through a little bit more while you still play the heroes that you want to play. And then you also make these aggressive moves, right? That's another thing that kind of comes through when it's playing your game. It's you make those smokes, you play them how you want, instead of always reacting and TPing to those aggressive moves from them.
Yeah, exactly. That's like if we switch it to the opposite end, where you look at a team that is very, they have results backing them up, like Falcons or Liquid or somebody. The script is completely flipped for them. Everybody's looking for them. How can we deal with their heroes, or how can we deal with their strategies? And then if you don't have anything to put your feet steady on as a new team, it's going to be so hard because you're going to question everything. You're going to focus on the wrong things. And I think building your basics is the way to start it.
Man, this DK hero, another one that I feel like, did you really want to leave that one through? Because now, at least we knew where the Magnus was going last time. It was almost like 80% going into the off lane, maybe a little bit of flex into mid, but now DK, it could be 1, 2, or 3. No idea which one it is. Doom is already banned out. Beast Ghost, they could go for the Shadow Demon and create those DK illusions.
Yeah.
Or they could go even Timber and try to like force him out of one of these lanes. What do you want to see?
I like your Shadow Demon suggestion. Also, the Phoenix could be a thing for Beast Ghost. I like both of those ideas.
Yeah, that's
DK,
true. Sometimes
DK is not a hero that, like, one of the best strengths, aside from it being like a really strong scaling carry, is that it's so hard to push out of the lane. Basically, it's kind of the Timber equivalent of a carry. You're just sitting there and you don't really care what people are throwing at you. You don't die, basically, and you're just farming and chilling. And one of the upsides of being able to pick this DK so early is that there isn't, any simple one-to-one answers. You just pick an offlaner and then you've kind of solved it. And
that
so, yeah,
is not what I expected.
Yeah, I'm not sure I like it so much. I guess they're kind of doing what they like. They're doing their comfort. I guess the Muerta carry should make sense into DK, right? Because you have a lot of magic damage.
Yeah.
Aside from
the
that,
DK
though,
also gets a quick BKB, right? So your damage is already going to be a little bit decreased, and like right out the gate.
He also gets a blink early on into the games, and that's always trouble for Muerta. I mean, it did work out last time around, but we're gonna see it here. How it goes for him this time.
I don't know. Sometimes I like, especially versus like these flex picks, you get another flexible core that like answers well into it, and that way you also have this like mobility. And Beast Coast on the other side, they actually have the last pick, so they had a chance to kind of like, play as long as they want on this one. Still, Muerta has some flex to it, so we saw Pyke play a wonderful game on the Muerta last time. He had the Ancient Seal amp, which I honestly want to see again. From what we saw last game, we had the, is Sky very good? Is Earthshaker very good? I believe in the Sky after that game.
Yeah, I mean, I didn't actually consider it when, we cast the Dream League together a couple weeks ago, and we discussed that the meta has definitely shifted, from the auras and the 5-man of the death ball to more of like, we're gonna burst people, we're gonna, the fights are gonna happen in 1 second, basically. We saw Snaking mention it in the ESL One Unmuted. If the fight lasts more than 5 seconds, it's time to get out. And this is kind of the meta right now. So I was advocating for the Lion, if you remember. But Sky kind of fits the bill on that as well, right? You're just gonna have to somebody else provide the stun, and you provide the insane amounts of burst.
So Shadow Demon is getting banned out more often. We're leaning heavier into burst. Skywrath might be a hero. How long until we start seeing Legion Commander again?
Ooh, good question. Pretty good blade mail hero as well.
Yeah.
I'm actually not... Yeah, that seems pretty good. The question is, what do you pick it into, though?
That's a great... I mean, I feel like Muerta isn't the best one sometimes, but again, with the addition of like Skywrath Mage, it makes it nice. So we'll see. Maybe the other side. I don't know if you do well into the DK. I feel like DK probably still likes that matchup.
Yeah. They go for the Beast now, which is definitely cool. I think having, you have a lot of control with the Boars and the Hawk in the laning phase, and also damage with the Axis. If you have another hero that provides some kind of damage, that can be enough for the DK to push him away and potentially get a tower, because he doesn't really clear all these creeps early into the game, well, as the DK. And I think it was Shopify who did it earlier today. They played this matchup. They had a gyro carry as well on Timaro. They just rotated him over through the gate, and then that was kind of the end of the game for DK. And I could see Beast Coast building something similar here.
Yeah, and I think Gyro is actually going to be a big hero for the rest of this draft, because he also does well versus the Beastmaster. So if Nigma want to commit this flex on the DK and then kind of put him somewhere else, Gyro's already looking pretty good, especially again with Doom out of pool. Feels really nice to play.
For sure. I wonder if there would be some merit for Nigma to steal the Gyro here, because it is...
Right? They could pick it right now. They have the Ogre, melee pause 5, but they'll go for a support first. Strong support duo, lots of stuns, lots of nuke. And I like it. They got one hero that plays the fight and one hero that plays the trees.
Yeah, that makes sense for sure. I think Ogre is a hero that has... It's been looking pretty good this tournament. I'm going to confirm it right now, but it was sitting at 100% win rate earlier today.
Ooh.
Okay, it's at 75% right now in 4 games. So not the biggest sample size, but still.
I mean, I do like it in this game specifically because your other one would be Tusk. We've seen a lot of him. He plays even very well with the DK, but you're playing into a Merito, right? So Merito's able to toss down the calling when you land that roll. So it makes it a little bit easier to play Ogre where you're not as committal. You can just kind of make that laning stage still very free, even for a DK if that's who you're playing with.
Yeah. The downside for Ogre is I feel like he's not the best board killer, which is always something you need to check off when you're playing into Beast. Because if you don't, he's just going to go for the Dominator as well, and then his creeps are going to be overwhelming, you know, around that minute 6 to 7. And yeah, Beast Coast, they're doing exactly the thing that Shopify did, pretty much. And Clinks, I don't know.
Well, where's this going? Is this carry or is this mid?
No, this has to be carry, I think. You lane it into the Beast, you have high movement speed, you have a lot of damage, and you try to go for some... Yeah, you eat the boar, and you have a lot of kill threat with the Ogre as well, but the question is, what do you do when Beast Coast overwhelm you, when they bring 4 heroes? How are you going to stop that? Because I see no way player for Nigma right now, right?
Right, yeah, no, there's not a save right now, and they're pretty all in, right? You see both the Beastmaster and the Tusk, like a lot of single target lockdown. Thankfully, there is a DK, something that we were kind of missing in the last one. Not even Shaker wants to show up to start like a fight unless he's getting an echo. So at least DK now is a hero that can step up, can itemize to be tanky, and at this point in the game, even though it is a Ogre Magi 5, it would be double melee in this lane. I'm almost a little bit sad that we don't see the DK carry, but I mean, DK offlane will do the same thing. He'll jump in, get that blink initiation, he'll build tanky. And is that good versus the gyro? Like, is he going to be able to stay in that lane? Because I know the rocket barrage, man, that does a lot of damage.
Yeah, I mean, I think the DK can definitely do fine over if he's in the offlane. There's still a chance that he goes mid as well. But if they want to put the DK offlane, he can do fine into the gyro, but he's not going to pressure him ever. Basically, it's not easy to pressure the tower either because, as you said, the gyro has so much kill threat onto the DK. So if they want to run the DK offlane, what they're going to have to do is they really have to get control of this top lane if you're Enigma, because if you can't,
and you gotta commit early.
Yeah, if you can't pressure yourself, then you have to alleviate pressure, and then that's where I feel like it could get tricky for Nigma.
Yeah, I mean they will choose in this next phase if this DK is going mid or if it's going into the offlane. Finding a hero that pressures gyro is really hard. I mean, in the days of Timbersaw being so dominant in this meta, Gyrocopter was still a carry that you actually like playing into it because it does such overwhelming damage. Thankfully, you do have a Hoodwink. I could see a world where you pick something else in. Maybe just try to like nuke down this gyro in his lane. But that means that you're putting the DK mid pretty early. And I'm sure the Beast Coast can try to maybe take advantage of that too.
Yeah, 100%. I mean, if you wanted to go for the approach where you try to pressure the gyro, I could see something like a Primal Beast maybe for noob.
Okay.
That would make sense with the Hoodwink. I think that's a lot of kill
hard into the Tusk, but
yeah, sure. But then you put in the DK mid, like you mentioned, and then you're gonna have to consider, what's gonna come then? Like, is it gonna be? Do you have to deal with the Monkey King, or it's banned? But there's other things you could do for Beast Coast, right?
Yeah.
Hyper ban. Okay, so they go for it.
Yeah. Not the easiest of all games, but I feel like at this point, if you want to toss up that Timber into the mid lane, I feel like either way, either you're playing into the Primal or you're playing into the DK. I feel like Nigma are kind of hoping that there's some sort of flex that they can put either of these heroes in either lanes, but I think Timber does well to both of them.
Yeah, no, this looks like an amazing Timber game if you're Lumpy right here.
Yeah, it all depends on if he feels comfortable. We talked about it. You got to play your own game, play what to play. So if he doesn't want to play Timber, then we ain't seeing it anyways.
Yeah, I mean, it's so good. I feel like, I'm worried if I'm Nigma. I'm going to be honest. Like,
yeah.
It looks so solid for Beast Coast, right? It doesn't leave you with any question marks, like what are we gonna do, who's playing what? Like I don't know, it just seems straightforward. And if you're Nigma, question marks, how well is this Clinks Ogre gonna do first of all into this Beast, and then what happens when the gyro shows up with the gate play? Because you can't leave this Beast unchecked. He's gonna take your tower, right? So you're gonna have to contest him over and over and over, unless you decide to sacrifice the tower. But then it's gonna one tower after the other. I think Nigma, they're gonna have to be really, really proactive here, and I think we're gonna see another game where farming is not the focus for Nigma and also not for Beast Coast necessarily. It's gonna be a lot of brawling, and I think, yeah, the game is gonna play out in a similar fashion as to the last one.
Yeah, I mean, I'm also feeling like there's some damage issues. This Clinks doesn't honestly do a ton of damage early on. He's going to want to get maybe an Orchid first, and that should help out with things a little bit. But, you know, the support duo of both Almar and GH, these guys are mostly control. Sharpshooter is okay damage, but most of the time in these engagements, you're going to be a lot of control for your team. Sumail, hopefully he'll pump out some damage. Hopefully Noob will get to as well. But once Pipe comes out, I'm very worried for this Nigma roster.
Yeah, I think you put it well. There is a bit of a problem in the damage department for Nigma. And I think the main issue for me when it comes to damage for them is that it's so item reliant. You need items on the Clink, the Hoodwink, and the DK. I mean, they can scale super well, don't get me wrong, but it's like Beast Coast, they're bringing a lineup here. They have a Timber that's going to start rotating. They have a Gyro, which is the fastest carry right now, potentially. And you have a Beastmaster as well. So there's a lot of pressure coming out. And you need to find a way to stop, to like keep the game balanced for you to hit that timing. If you can't do that, then it's hard, I think.
Clinks with a Bloodthorn, man. He pumps damage. You never really expect it sometimes, but he just comes out of the woodwork and really owns on it. And he even went for the suppressive fire. So you get this mischance as well that you apply with your archers. I think this is my favorite facet on this hero. We've seen some people who go for the one that like transports you, but since you're going to be eating those boars in lane, you do not want to be transporting yourself right next to the Beastmaster.
Yeah,
do that, so
for sure. Definitely makes sense.
This is a lineup that I want to root for so badly. And unlike the Earthshaker, I feel like we have a little bit more of a standard lineup. I have thick boys who go in. I have stuns. I have a ranged damage dealer. You know, like these things make a lot of sense, but it's the hero matchups that we're a little bit worried about. And man, this tempo of the game looks really good for Lumpy.
It does. It does. I mean, the scaling for Nigma is amazing. Like they have the Bloodlust, especially on the DK is really good. And a bit of an underrated thing, I guess, onto the primals while giving him move speed, right?
True.
But yeah, overall, Nigma, I feel like they're going to have to do a lot. They're going to have to play clutch in this one. And I mean, this is something that they're known to do, right?
Yeah, and they have to win lanes. I mean, you're saying it. You can't get behind you. And one thing. Oh, GH.
Might be fine. Yep.
He should be, yeah. And actually, Miracle and Elmisha are going to hit each other. I didn't really think about it because I could just kind of assumed that it was Muerta 4, but it is Gyro 4. Whenever we see Muerta and Gyro in the same lineup, it is usually going to be the Gyro carry, but in this one, actually Pyke wanting to run back the Muerta here. How does that compare? Maybe was that because of the last pick Primal?
Maybe. I would probably assume that it has more to do with the DK than the Primal, just because Gyro Beast is definitely a lane that has skill threat onto the DK. You know, you get the level 3 boar, you like get the Rocket Barrage level 2, and then you can just run him down potentially. So I would assume it has to do with that, but because I'm not sure you want to favor the Muerta carry in this game compared to the Gyro. I don't really see the reason for that, at least.
Right? Yeah. I see the lane, like at least Muerta does have dead shots, so like if you do get trampled on or if he tries to onslaught you, you can kind of like turn him away, and that is like your defensive way to play the lane. Gyro is more like, I'll kill him, and I think that also works sometimes.
Gyro into Primal is like, I don't care about defense, I care about offense. Like, I'm gonna kill you while you're running at me, basically, like you say, so. But yeah,
I love it so much.
Yeah, Pyke, he played a really good Muerta last game, so no reason to doubt him, even in a hard game, I guess.
How much do you think that factors into these picks whenever it's like, you know, it might be a better Gyro carry game, but like I just played Muerta last game and I really liked it. Like, does that actually factor a lot into it?
I mean, depends who you ask, right? If you ask me, then I think it matters a lot. I think Dota is so, like, it's a video game, right? It's emotional. It's designed. Oh, here we see Elmisha going down.
Oh, Elmisha going down, which means that they were wrong to put him in the pause for. Muerta wouldn't have died there.
Oh, they're gonna get him. GH is level 3. I mean, essentially.
Yeah, and it looks like there is a decent stick for Illich, but he's still slowed down. Need a little bit more damage. The tick. Dead. It's enough. Elmisha coming in just at the last second. It was too late, and my God, nobody told him that he was a 4 Gyro because he went 101. He doesn't have the stun yet.
Oh, I mean, I think this is okay, but you definitely don't want to get stuck into a fight, especially when the Ogre levels up, right? He's so scary.
Yeah. Ogre turned in from the best level 1 hero to maybe the worst level 1 hero, but a great level 2 hero now.
Oh, is he dead again?
Dude, the ignites are so good. Use your flat cannon on him. Ah, it didn't work.
That's a bit of a problem for Beast Coast. But for Enigma, they're doing exactly what they need to do. I think, you know, one of the benefits to transition GH to the 5 role, which I did for this season, is that Miracle and him, they have so much synergy. You know, you remember back in the day, they used to play Wisp all the time. Sometimes they would do these lanes where they swap the Tusk to the off lane, or to the safe lane rather, and stuff. And I laned against them a ton in my career, and I think they are really good at finding opportunities. These two together.
You've seen things.
Yeah.
You've seen terrible things.
I've been in the spot where El Misho is in right now, and it's not a happy place.
It also seems like part of the way that they transitioned it is that he's really only playing the lane as a pause for, because that guy was farming a lot more than Omar was. Like, Omar was the one that was mostly getting the wards and mostly letting the Phoenix farm. So I wonder if they're going to do that again this game.
Yeah, I mean, in that sort of sense, since we're talking about it, Omar used to play with Carry, right, back in the day, and he was known to be the greediest 5 out of them all, potentially, right?
Maybe that's just what it... And maybe that's a different archetype that I'd be interested to see, where the 5s are allowed to farm. In this game, maybe we could see the Midas Ogre. Maybe they're going to give him some space for that.
Oh, yeah. Mode Fada. That would be...
Yeah. Oh, noob. Without Deadshot, I'd be a little bit careful stepping up on that Primal Beast, but it looks like they're fine for now.
Yeah. This was Sumail. He's doing actually incredibly well mid lane right now.
For somebody who's playing into a Timbersaw, Sumail just completely surprises me. Every time I see a lane he should lose, it just doesn't matter. And then this top side, it looked like it was going well for the Clinks. They turn around, but Omar is going to TP in for this one. They get the return kill on El Misho, but that does, yeah, it's going to leave Noob down here by himself. A little bit unfortunate for him.
Yeah, and I mean, that is huge for Beast Coast. El Misho picking up the kill there onto Miracle, getting the boot secured, and Illich, he's not getting touched for it, right? And you know, top lane, considering all these kills, it's still looking fairly even right now, and that's not the best sign for Enigma, if I'm gonna be honest.
Oh, there's a single creep still left in the camp, which should completely stop this, yeah. Oh, and now it's gonna come back. Noob wanted to cut the wave, instead going to just kind of get worked, and this trample, it's good, but it's not gonna take down any of the creeps. Now he's got to run away. A bit of a disaster down here.
He doesn't have mana to TP though. This feels bad for Noob.
Moose is just able to follow him. He doesn't have to do anything.
Think.
Oh.
All right. I guess at this point you want to die if you're Noob, right? You don't want to do the walk of shame to base, I'm sure.
Oh yeah.
Oh wait.
Oh no.
Oh, he had it.
Oh, I thought for sure he had it.
Now for sure he had it if he was ready. I guess he didn't.
Whoa.
Didn't expect him to regain his mana.
Yeah, I guess not. Huh. Well, what a bold move there from Noob, honestly. I feel like even he didn't think that one was going to work, but it does. Yeah. So now he's going to get to walk back into lane. And, dude, still in this mid lane, Sumail kind of owning. He's got 10 denies as well. Completely turning this lane on its head.
For sure. And I mean, oh, Miracle in trouble.
Oh, he should be. He already died once here. Looks like he will die again. Has a Lotus to use as well, but it'll only be delaying the inevitable. GH kind of was trading in the triangle, it seems, so wasn't able to come back here and help the Clinks.
Yeah, and that's actually a very hard move to read if you're a Miracle, because GH actually had info onto the gyrocopter in the triangle there, so that's a Tusk rotation, right? Tusk walking back to base after kicking out Noob, TPing up top, and then making the move. It's not an easy read for Miracle at all. So really heads up by Moose there.
You can see the levels. My lord, Clinks. Having another rough start here, honestly, on Miracle, and at least this one should feel a little bit better. Clinks is definitely a hero that is able to farm. It's not so bad. And on the other side, Sumail having a very good game. Should have an even better one. Oh, Omar had to get the kill. Might have gotten away there on the Tusk.
Yeah, Sumail doing really good, like I mentioned. I think a lot of it comes down to the fact that Omar was able to make the rotation onto the water rune earlier, ensuring that, you know, Lumpy didn't have resources for most of this laning phase. And yeah, Sumail just enjoying life as a result. He's going to have a really fast dagger this game. That's going to help them play aggressive.
Ooh, okay. GH going down, who had a 4 kill streak, by the way.
That's pretty big.
A lot of gold.
Yeah, and experience as well.
True. No. Rocket gonna force Sumail back. It shouldn't be this way. We saw the early pick DK, and then we saw the Beastmaster, we saw the Timber, saw the Gyro, and all these were like, yeah, he's never gonna get to pressure a tower. But somehow in the mid lane, already have almost half the health down, and they're bringing even more heroes. He's got the hot hand. They're gonna keep on feeding it, and GH took a lot of damage immediately to start. Maybe they could just turn and get a kill here. Instead, Moose trying to run away, does have the snowball. Looks like he doesn't need it though. Oh.
Maybe. Another nuke from Omar. Or, no.
Oh my.
Don't even need it.
Oh, well. Another time. I thought he was going to escape. Unfortunately, just too much chase down potential on Nigma.
Yeah, Enigma, they're doing the right thing this game. They're trying to not give any wounds to Lumpy, and they're trying to play around this DK form, which is it's definitely the right move. It's very smart. You know, letting Noob recover on his own, which is Primal is the perfect hero to do that, and leveraging their advantage where they have it.
You know, I know that like he's very farmed on Sumail right now, and that is very important. But yep. Ogre has 2k net worth very early on, almost 9 minutes in. That's a very good net worth for support, let alone one that like doesn't feel like it farms too well.
Yeah, it is, and it makes you wonder if the Midas is looking appetite.
Chew it up.
I feel like GH is not the guy to do it, right?
Right.
I feel like he's way too nice.
GH is way too disciplined of a player to ever like consider it, I feel.
Yeah, he's like, I'm gonna solar my Sumail and my Miracle, and this is nice.
Well, he's dead. You don't get out of that one. So roar, call down.
Dead.
This is too much.
Yeah, Beast Coast, they decided to go for the passive approach with the Beastmaster, going for the Aghanims compared to the Dom, which I guess playing into the Clinks, you're always gonna hesitate about the Dominator, but I think when they play it this way, the Timber doesn't really have anybody to play with properly, right? He's gonna have his supports, sure, but then considering the fact he's so far behind already, then he's gonna have to do moves like this, and we're gonna see if it works out.
Noob, look at how much damage he just gets ripped on through. And Lumpy with that other chakram does so much damage, but he could get gone on now and dead. He just instantly falls to Sumail. He does so much damage. The level advantage of the DK in this lane provides so much in the breathe fire. And now Moose will fall as well. Sumail with the double. This DK could be the saving grace of this laning stage right now.
Yeah, no, Sumail is doing everything right so far. I mean, it feels so bad if you're Lumpy, right? You're getting slowed down in the early game. Oh, here we see.
Oh, I think he's gone. Another set of stuns. GH the one to pick up the kill this time. I think they wanted to give it to Miracle, but the Ignite actually does too much damage.
Yeah, and that's a tower as well, potentially, right?
You know, this Clinks hero, one of the best things that he does is kind of wrapping around.
It is. Now opening the mid tower as well. You know, Sumail, he basically, it's the dream scenario for him, right? He's getting a pre-minute 10 dagger this game. He doesn't even have to go for the smoke, right? He just responds to the move that Lumpy did on bottom, gets the kill there, then rotates over to the mid, gets like another kill into the tower, and then they haven't used a single smoke yet, right? So the game is completely wide open for Nigma, and I don't know. I think Beast Coast, they might have some regrets right now in terms of how you know, putting the gyro on the 4. And then going for the passive build on the Beastmaster, I don't know, you know, I feel like I would have liked them to play a different tempo this game than what they are currently. We're gonna, because now you're playing into DK Blink and you're playing into this Clinks, and that's not an easy map to play, you know, like, I'm not sure how much time you're gonna have to farm.
Ooh, GH is seeing these, even just sapping this XP would be nice, but I think something even worse could happen here. I think they could take these stacks with Sumail.
Oh no. Yikes.
This is a disaster. If he gets all this gold, that was everything coming back. Now, thankfully, the other offlaner is being abused, so at least the rest of the team is like, look, it's okay. He's dying, actually. He's having an even worse time than you are.
They're gonna go for the fight, but they don't have much mana. I'm not sure about this for Beast Coast, actually. Oh, Lumpy.
It's hard, but look at the rip through. No, the stun, it actually doesn't let him get through, and now he's taking so much damage to this Hoodwink that he wasn't able to nuke down to start. Now Sumail's able to fight the whole way away. They're sitting in the hot tub. That is a dangerous place for you to play, and look at them encroach. You have no way to get onto the high ground. It's 2 supports sitting in a puddle. What will they do? Miracle taking a lot of damage to this rocket barrage, but he'll get a double kill. And there it is, Nigma getting control of this game thanks to the good positioning they had.
Yeah, I mean this time around, Enigma, they're dictating. They're going for this ancient stack. I mean, Beast Coast, they feel like they don't have a choice, right? They have to contest it. In the end, they show up, they miss a bunch of spells there, and in the end, they just get scattered around too much. And Enigma, their communication is on point. They are able to separate. I mean, when they Puppey's in trouble.
Do they have the damage? He only has 1 point in his passive. Clinks will shred through him, and he does. The only way that they solve these damage issues was by winning this lane, and so far, Sumail really enabling his team in that way.
Holy shit, look at Sumail's net worth. He's super jacked.
It's cracked.
Holy shit. I mean, he's gonna have a Mage Slayer now as well, making sure that the Gyro and the Timber. Also, the Beastmaster, can't forget to mention.
Everything.
All this magic damage. You just...
Every single hero here will hate playing against the Mage Slayer.
Yeah.
And even the outgoing damage from the Muerta. It seems like, you said it, they needed to have a different solution for these heroes. This time, they focus a little bit more on the Muerta, and they have the answer. Now Elmisho trying to get the call down to get the kill, or at least survive versus Miracle. It looks like he should live actually through this one, just barely getting away. But Sumail on the other side takes him down. Wants to play on this side for the Wisdom Rune. They are continuing to encroach on this off lane of Beast Coast, and now they get another set of Ancients. They will get the Wisdom Rune. Beautiful moves right now from Nigma.
Super well done, and they're gonna get a double wisdom here. Looking like as well. I mean,
oh, they actually get the double. Whenever Beast Coast did this last time, they only got the 1 wisdom rune, and now they actually kept Miracle back here, getting the other wisdom for them. And it seems like a completely different game right now.
Yeah, no, for sure. I mean, this is a driver's seat Dota from Nigma. Getting a tower and playing with Blink Tigers, it's a different story, right? Screw waiting for your Aghanim Surf Shaker. Let's go right now. Let's go minute 10. You know, this is what Nigma is about.
And ooh, Lumpy.
Okay.
Ooh, wow. Okay, I didn't think that was possible. There's no Orchid on the Clinks, so I thought that the Timber would always live, but no, he just goes down.
Yeah, I mean, the Maelstrom makes a ton of sense for that, right? Even, I mean, we did mention he doesn't have the highest level reactive armor just yet, but Maelstrom Clinks is so much damage.
It's a lot, and I think we've seen a lot of people go in for the Gleipnir like very quickly. This time, because especially with a few of the nerfs that we've seen on the Gleipnir so far, just going in for the Dragonlance instead. Really great stats, especially for someone who probably is going to get roared in a few of these fights.
Yeah, and I mean, Illich soon, he's going to be able to finish his Aghanim, but then, yeah, we did mention the Mage Slayer, and it's not like he has a Blink or a BKB. It's not straightforward at all. Like,
oh, dude, another kill this time on the Gyrocopter. And yeah, I mean, with the Beastmaster, you usually make that decision really early.
Pike.
Oh, Pike. Oh, he could go down here. This is a big one.
They need a stun, though, so it doesn't... Yeah. Oh, he dodged.
Oh, really nice with the ulti right away. Now could turn on Noob. He's got a Blade Mail, so now you have to stop hitting almost on the Muerta. Noob will get to run away here. And they might just take this tower still. Oh, they ain't done. I didn't hear no bell. Right on top of this Beastmaster. Illich forced the war get away, but the Ravage! Omar locking them all up. It'll at least stop them from saving Illich. And this is very deep on the enemy side of the map, but Nigma show no signs of stopping.
Yeah, I mean, this is the worst position to be in if you're Beast Coast now, because you're already dodging them. You're not ready to fight at all. And now you're all cornered in your base, and you're playing against his Clinks, and you're playing against his DK with a dagger in nighttime. You don't see anything. You're not going to be able to place vision, and this is exactly the spot where Nigma want to be on the opposite.
And now Elmisho just forced to try to push out these waves. It's really the only thing he can do. And if he's dragging everybody up here, honestly, feels pretty good. Giving the team some time to de-ward and get some farm on Pike. Especially if he doesn't die. I honestly thought he was toast.
Yeah.
He actually could live here.
He could.
Yeah. The decision to go for like Ags is very premeditated, right? You choose a facet, you either go the Ags facet essentially or the Helmdawn facet. And he's still waiting, and on the other side, look at how much damage he's taking right away. He does have it. That is a quick barrier, but that was just a barrier rune, right?
Yeah, shield rune coming out, and if he didn't have that, he's toast for sure.
Oh, yeah. No, they still almost killed him there. The tick damage wasn't enough. Really good for him, because again, if he dies there, he's still waiting on some items that he needs. Yeah, instead it's going to be Elmisho going down. Continuing with this aggression, literally like 2 heroes bot lane, and then 2 heroes top lane. Nigma are everywhere.
Yeah, averaging a kill per minute right now for Nigma, and I don't think it's gonna stop anytime soon, if I'm gonna be honest.
Still going for more here. Lumpy forced to show up, I think, a little bit earlier than he wants. He is going for Ags. Okay, that's what I knew he was going for it, and I saw the barrier pop up, and I was like, there's no way. That guy typed dash gold for sure, but the shield rune, yeah, much better.
I mean, once he gets this Ags, it's gonna change a lot for him, right? Then he can frontline properly and stuff, but what about initiation? Still, if you're Beast Coast, it's gonna have to come from the Beast, right?
Yeah,
then
no,
you
he's
don't
gonna have to be the one.
But then you don't have a BKB, and it's like you're gonna have to find extremely, you know, beneficial or like good angles.
That 4v1.
Yeah, kind of, right? Like it's not easy. Basically, that's the message.
It is very difficult, and you have 2 kill streaks you can see there on both Clinks and DK. If they're able to find another one of those out by themselves, it could be nice, but instead it's Miracle who is finding the Timber Saw here. There's a lot of damage to Noob, yes, but certainly not enough to live. And now on the other side, we find Moose as well. He'll try to stop the aggression for a second, but as soon as this roll is complete, he will die. Another one for Nigma.
Yeah. Their kit is coming in together nicely. Noob is gonna have the pipe in here in about a minute or so. They got the Mage Slayer on DK, they got the Hurricane Pike, Solarn to EH. Everything looks very organized and synergized for Nigma. And I think there's no worries about objective damage or Roshan damage in this game. I think
lineup cohesion matters a lot. I wouldn't even say this isn't some like drastically worse draft from Beast Coast. Like I like a lot of what they brought to the table. I think Village is also a fantastic Beastmaster. So I don't think that they are playing against something worse, but their draft itself is like a lot more standard. We have Big Boy who stands in front. We have damage, and the laning from Sumail propelled them into this mid game.
Yeah, for sure. And I mean, also Sumail's laning skill, and also the fact that Omar.
Oh my god!
Wait, what?
He got 5 bounty roots.
That was like 2k gold swing right there.
He didn't need it. They're already so high up in the net worth. Now it's a 10k net worth lead, stepping into the 20-minute mark, which means Roche could happen at any time. Both teams are smoked up, but Lumpy, he's the one showing right now, still doesn't have the Aghanim Scepter. He could just fall here. There is no snowball save, and now the Tusk in danger for sure. Another kill. Miracle is just continuing to collect these kills.
Yeah, for sure. I mean, Beast Coast, it's so hard to read the map, right? They don't have heroes that are able to show, and then this happens. Like, you just don't know where Nigma are gonna be at, right? And then tries to clear the bottom way, just dies, and Nigma, they're deciding not to go for the Roshan here, which I think can be smart in a situation like this. You're playing cat and mouse, and sometimes the Rosh is only gonna slow you down once you know the other team is basically dodging you regardless. You don't need any ideas to keep going. You just have to find them. So I kind of like this approach.
They're not gonna kill you once.
Yeah. High control.
Oh, big jump. Have a lot of magic damage already, and another bushwhack. God tier from Omar. Pike will turn for a second, but certainly doesn't have enough damage for that.
Is he gonna get out on Illich? He is. Yes. Okay.
Just barely. Miracle doesn't have the Gleipnir up for a few seconds here. But that's another great... dude, these bushwhacks from Omar are insane.
Yeah, really, really good. I mean, I want to go back to the experience showing from Nigma. Like, it's so hard to read this move if you're Beast Coast, right? Because you have to wonder, like, okay, Nigma, they're going for Roche, surely, right? But then they're already TPing, smoking on you. This is a matter of seconds, right? So you don't have...
Yep.
Because you need to farm if you're Beast Coast. If you don't take to farm, you're not going to come back. So... I feel like Nigma, they look so comfortable. They know exactly what they're doing in this game. It's so nice to see, actually.
Yeah, a lot of teams will play checklist Dota, right? Like we've gotten to this point. All right, it's 20 minutes, so we need to go for their Tormentor, and we need to go for their Wisdom, and then we need to get Roshan, right? You need to like get these things off the box so you can go high ground. But as you said, Nigma, they're not playing that way. They have an idea like, look, we're just killing them on the map, and why would we want to stop? They have no items coming that are going to change the way this goes. There's already Ags on Beastmaster. What else are they waiting on?
Exactly. I mean, it's nice to see because, like you say, it's a lot of teams are playing checkbox. Okay, we got Miracle going for a solo attempt. I'm not sure this is going to work.
The Pavis was a nice touch, and it actually may have saved him. I think Miracle, if he saw just how low that Timber got without the Pavis, he might have stayed in for the kill, but instead, hey, nice shot from the gyrocopter there.
And what you said about, you know, a lot of teams playing checkbox Dota, I think you called it. It's like Dota has moved and transitioned more and more over the as it got more mature, the game. It's like it moved into more technicalities and less like, you know, sports or like man-to-man aspects. And I think this is what Nigma is super good at, actually. They're good at playing the team play. They're going to beat you as a team. Not necessarily with the strats, but they're going to beat you with, like, they're simply the better team. And I think this is where the experience comes in. And sometimes where they struggle is where the game gets too technical. But in this one, I have no concerns at all for them. Everything's looking great.
I like it. They're not playing the man-to-man. They're playing the zone defense, all right? A lot of rotations. Got to play that help defense, good communication.
Exactly.
They're doing it well.
It's in YDK as well, so he feels like he doesn't need a damage for Sumail. I kind of like this build. It looks good. He's gonna be able to, like, what are they gonna do about him, right? Yeah, he's thick as hell.
And the roar doesn't really stop him. Looks like they do have the punch in to start here. They roar up Clinks on the back line, but they've already lost moves. And look at the damage. They're actually pumping it into Miracle. Can they connect on him? They'll get the first kill on him. It's Sumail with the Aegis. So he'll die once, yes, but his team around him has already fallen. Lumpy's going to try to stay in here. Noob has to turn this around in a big way. Pyke doesn't have the ulti anymore, so a lot of their damage is low for now. If El Micho goes, that was a lot of their extra damage too. Looks like Sumail, with the help of this Primal, should be able to turn this one back because Lumpy cannot take that fight for his team. So they'll get some good stuff out of it, but still end up losing 3 at the end.
Yeah, good signs of life for Beast Coast at least. They're doing the surprising play. Like, they're going for the move regardless, potentially catching Nigma off guard there a little bit, as we're going to see here.
El Micho actually pumped so much damage in this fight.
He did. And yeah, they're able to isolate Miracle. You know, Sumail, he's not the biggest threat. Definitely the right choice not to focus him first. And Noob wasn't actually ready here with the pipe. That might have been the difference maker, actually.
Oh, he had a pipe? Oh my. Oh yeah, that would have made a difference.
So regardless, it's a really nice attempt from Beast Coast. You know, yielding some return, but it's not going to transition into any sort of meaningful map control. And that is really the biggest word.
Though, right?
Yeah,
you're able
really
to take
good.
that fight and it went halfway okay. Imagine if there isn't an Aegis on Sumail. I mean, that's the fight.
Yeah. For sure. The question is though, like, what are you gonna do now if you're Beast Coast? Because you're, it's not like you can manipulate these fights to happen the way you want it to. That's kind of like, you got a nice angle there. You were able to isolate Miracle. He didn't have the Aegis. What if Miracle had the Aegis as well? It's like things can look way different than it did in this instance. So
yeah, I think the big thing is we're still getting more and more items on Pyke. I mean, this could still be a really nice late game for the Muerta. It feels like one of the biggest late game heroes right now, given that you have so much damage on that ulti and then the crit stick adds so much as well. But you got to get there, right? Muerta needs a strong foundation of items and she just doesn't have it yet. Roar?
Going for the roar. I'm not sure about this.
Right? I wasn't sure what was happening afterwards, and it looks like they'll still kill Moose actually, thanks to their Hurricane Pyke hits. Holy moly.
Yeah, and Sumail, I mean, we mentioned the tanky build, but now he's got the tankiness and he's about to get a Daedalus as well. He doesn't. And the upside of having Ogre as well, you don't need a attack speed. And here we go.
Oh, jumps right in on the Timber. He's trying to survive, has the barrier now, just in the nick of time. Without that, surely would fall. Nice job there from Illich. Now they have to try to hold the high ground, but without the roar.
This is very brave from Nigma. No way just going for it, but...
it's spooky.
It's looking good. And they know that there's no roar, of course, so the initiation aspect is very limited for Beast Coast right now.
Yeah, with so much tank on Sumail, it feels like the damage issue actually turns the other way now.
Yeah, the pipe and the mix layer really adding up.
Oh, yeah. Almost no damage from Pyke at the moment, but looks like for now, they will back off. Really nice for Beast Coast, honestly, to make sure they don't lose any racks for this one. Still looking strong on the base, and offer more time, hopefully, for this Muerta dish out a lot of damage in the next fight.
100%.
I mean, going for... I'm trying to see, like, what is the next item that really changes the way that these fights go for Beast Coast. I know things looked pretty decent in that Roche fight if there wasn't an Aegis in it, but still, we need to get a good start. Maybe it's Maybe it's the blink roar on Beastmaster, having them actually start outside of their base. Maybe that'll be.
Yeah, you need your BKB on Beast to really feel comfortable walking in. But then again, you're playing against a lot of physical damage, so it's not.
Dude,
it's not straightforward, even if you get it.
They just went back. They just went back to the racks, and Clinks just takes to both of them by himself. Lumpy's on the other side, like, yeah, we ain't fighting that one. You guys can try, but they do a lot of damage. I don't like it.
It's the infamous fake back.
Yeah,
really nice.
Worked out well. They will get 2 wisdoms, so Beast Coast, they're gonna benefit from a lot of this XP.
All right,
which their supports scale well.
Pike is in so much trouble. Wait, they don't see him?
No way.
What?
No
wait.
way. No, stop, Pike! Don't go! All right, well, the ulti is popped, and Noob is just gonna step on him a bit. Now he has the pulverize, and the damage is surely here. So almost avoided disaster just by fate, but still, at the end of the day, he will fall there on Pike. Nice kill there for Enigma.
Yeah, unfortunate for Pike. I mean, he has to farm somewhere. I feel like I keep repeating it, but he needs to find farm. But then it's so hard at the same time, like, because Enigma they're so mobile. They got these Blink Tigers. They got the Stray from the Clinks. They got the Bodas. They're able to move around anywhere they want. And then think about it. If you're never worried, as Enigma, if you're never worried about getting surprised or getting punched back, then what is really stopping you from just crossing the map the whole time? Just keep looking for Pike, and it's just mission impossible.
Ooh. They're seeing that there's a lot of damage being done by this shock room. They're going on Noob. Pops the pipe at the very last second. Still a lot of pure damage to offer from the Timber, but not if he just dies. The damage is way too much. They instantly turn on Lumpy. Now has to pop the BKB on Illich. Just thrown away from this one. How can they hold a high ground without Pike, without their Timber, and maybe without Tusk?
Yeah, power of Pipe solo, man. They can't get the kill onto Noob there, and even if they did, I'm not sure it matters, to be honest.
It was so close.
Yeah,
they almost had it, but yeah, no, there's a lot of magic damage coming out from these supports. So once the pipe happens, it's a bit rough. And maybe I keep wanting to believe that they have the damage. Do they actually have it this time? They do. Wow. In fact, a double kill coming through. Can they protect the Muerta now? They're gonna have to buy back on Moose, and Illich stepping forward, wanting to help out his team with this one. Miracle being a good friend and actually killing the Rocket. My team never does that for me. They're just like, you're dead. That's good on them.
Actually, really cool move from Pike. He abusing the power of his ulti there, just piking in, no fear, and works out this time.
Pike with the Pike. Gets a few kills out of it.
He wasn't able to save his melee racks, unfortunately, so that's going to be troublesome, but nonetheless, we see that he can do damage, and that's going to help him. That's going to help him get his BKB, which it
matters so much.
It matters a lot, yeah. They're gonna have to find proper angles still. Like, it's 23k behind. It's not an easy thing to just recover from, and but if it's gonna be any time, it should be now with the BKB on Pike.
Miracle has DD.
They have Roar.
Oh lord, is there gonna be a save for this one? Click him! Do they still have the damage pins? I don't know. They have the Roar. They turn it. Oh my goodness. They have it at the very last second. They'll still end up losing 2, but you killed the Miracle. That's still pretty big for your team. Reading through heroes might not be the best for it, but it's something.
It is something. I mean, this is without Lumpy and Pike, you have to remember, but yeah. What's gonna stop Enigma now? Because they might just go high ground, even without Miracle being present, right?
Yeah. Man, I feel like there was so much damage taken by that Beastmaster, and then he also took all that damage on the Bloodthorn as it popped too. So
yeah,
I don't know if he could have lived there. I think he was probably toast either way. But
yeah, because he didn't have his BKB. It was like 7-sec cooldown when the go happened.
We're trying to go for this last set of racks here again without Beastmaster. Definitely without this Tusk for a bit. They want to get Megas now on Enigma, and that's even without the Clinks. They feel so powerful at the moment.
They do. They are going to wait because they know that the Roar is about to come up, and they want to wait for Miracle. And as we know, Roshan is about to spawn as well. Don't want to take any unnecessary risks, at least not, without your carry.
Now Roche is bottom.
Oh, here we go.
Oh, they don't even want that. They get him for the Roar, but immediately stunned, chain stunned even, I think, on the Beastmaster. He's just gone. They're going to look at Miracle now. You may be able to kill him, but can you deal with this noob Primal Beast? Can you deal with the DK? I just don't know. Call down coming. Can they save the Timber? He doesn't even get the barrier off, I don't think. He just dies, and now they're going to turn around. Sumail is the king of the hill. If you can't kill him, you don't have a prayer. We'll get the snowball save or the snowball delay.
Yeah,
I'm not sure if it's actually a save this time.
Yeah, I'm not sure if this is where we want to be.
Deeper into the depths there, and that is a buyback for the Timber, but that's just it. GG. Game number 2 going to Nigma. They'll split the series early on in this group stage.
Yeah, what a difference though between game 1 and 2. You see Nigma what they can do when everything is hitting the way it should, and just pretty flawless game from them, right? Apart from like maybe losing Miracle once or twice in the top lane, I think they executed their plan, you know, perfectly almost, and the items, the cohesion, the game plan, everything just looked really solid for Nigma. I think for Beast Coast, you gotta wonder though, what would happen if they took a more offensive approach with the Beastmaster? I feel like because he went for the Ags route, you know, moving backwards, just farming your Ancients, that leaves Lumpy so stranded in terms of making plays in this game, and we didn't get to see the potential of the Timber. I think they needed to combine the Beast and the Timber in this game to really make something happen, because we discussed it in the pregame, right? Nigma, they're gonna need items, they're gonna need time to get online. If they get that, they're gonna be so strong. And Beast Coast, they kind of decided, hey, we're gonna play the slow game. We're gonna give you time. We're gonna try to beat you this way. And I think, unfortunately, it's just the wrong idea in this one.
Yeah, no, I think the laning stage advantage was definitely exacerbated there by Nigma. Not only did they have Sumail with a fantastic early start, but also that go and getting the triangle or getting the ancient camp. Yeah. It was like stacked, what, 5 times to the Beastmaster. Giving that to Sumail instead was a huge drop for Illich's game, because he would have had that Axe a lot earlier.
Yeah, 100%. I mean, it just... You can do this approach on the Beastmaster, like you going back to just play the slow and steady game, but then you're gonna have to have at least potential somewhere else on the map, right? And you have a Muerta carry, it's not really the hero you want to play around, right? It's not like a Gyrocopter carry, which they did have the option to run, keep in mind.
They could have.
There's a lot of...
It would have been a little bit better for me.
Yeah, there's a lot of untapped potential for Beast Coast in this game. And I think the game can look a lot different, but not to take anything away from Nigma, I just think that the game could have been more even.
Oh, definitely. No, yeah. Definitely could have been a little bit better there from Beast Coast, especially from what we saw in game 1. They know how to dominate a game. They started just like turning up. They had a lot of confidence in their lineup, I felt, in game 1. So they didn't really, fear any engagements that they were taking. But in this one, of course, they were splitting the map as much as they could. They were fearing the Dragon Knight, and this is a hero that we don't often see make it through the first phase.
14-0-15 for Sumail. What a beast.
He's thick. He's big and he's thick. And yeah. You even said it once the data list came out. It was like, what doesn't this hero do? He already had Mage Slayer S and Y, so you can't stun him. You can't hit him with magic damage. There's just nothing left. And even Lumpy, despite having what I would say a favored lane in the mid lane, he actually got just worked by Sumail, never dying a single time, even in that matchup.
Yeah, it comes down to the team execution from Nigma, right? They sacrifice Noob intentionally so that they can rotate Omar for the water rune, and that leaves Lumpy, if you don't have mana in a matchup like this, playing into DK who has this innate regen, you're not going to be able to pressure him out. And as we know, we've said it so many times when we were casting that if you don't kick out the DK from the lane, he's going to sit there and he's going to enjoy the splash and he's going to like what's happening. And this is exactly what they did. Enigma, I think they did a lot of good things this game. We spoke about it. They decided not to go for the Roshan in that crucial moment. They go for the smoke instead, get the kill on Pyke, and I don't know. This is what you want to see from Nigma.
Absolutely. And we know what you want to see because we have an interview ready for you guys. It is Miracle joining us up here. Miracle, how are you doing?
I'm good. I'm great. How are you guys?
Oh, I'm doing wonderful. Thank you. We saw kind of the tale of two cities in this one. I just wanted to ask you, what did you think was the biggest difference between game 1 and game 2? Earthshaker to Clinks looked a lot more solid for you guys in game 2.
I mean, the second game, I think we played more aggressive, like we should. We made a lot more moves, smokes. I mean, I in particular didn't play well, to be honest. I got carried, so I'll thank my team for that. But I think we were more... we took the initiative in the second game to make moves and get a lot done on the map. Yeah.
Yeah, for sure. It looks really good. I guess I can start with there was a pause after game 1 draft. We were wondering how planned the Shaker pick was, or what, there was some kind of discussion there with the admin. Is there something that happened, or what?
No, the pause is not related to the game, but Shaker, we had some idea with Shaker that game, but it didn't go as planned. But hopefully the next game it'll work.
Okay, nice. Sounds good. You've been cooking on it, so that's something that you guys feel like you could run in a multitude of lineups, or is that like a specific game that you're like, I think that the Shaker could work here?
Shaker could always work.
I like it.
I want to see more of it. Okay, you have to pick that in the next series so I can watch it. Okay, you got to do that for me.
We'll try. We'll try.
I also wanted to ask you, Miracle, about now you're laning with GH permanently. I know when I used to play against you all the time, this is something you, even when you had GH as a forward, this is something you did a lot with the IO and the Tusk and stuff. Was it just natural transition when he moved to 5, or has there been things you guys had to relearn? Maybe new heroes, or has it just been like a really smooth transition for you guys?
For the most part, it was smooth, I'd say. I mean, we laned together, like you said, many times before, even when he was 4, with the IOs and stuff. So it was pretty smooth, I'd say, for the most part. Of course, there was some moments that we, of course, had to work on. But I would say overall, it was relatively smooth, yeah.
Okay, and one last thing for me, because now, obviously, Kuro is not playing anymore, he's coaching, which is... I guess a bit of a difference for you guys, because he has always been known to be the leader mainly for a team. Who's taking the lead in the game right now, would you say? Who's covering his shoes, I guess?
I'd say GH. I mean, we try to all give some comms, of course, but GH is mainly our captain right now. Yeah.
Sounds good. Interesting to hear. Well, that's it for me. Do you have anything, Connor?
You know what? I think I'm good too. Miracle, thank you so much for joining us. I hope that we get to talk to you sometime else this week, but good luck in the rest of your group stage matches.
Good luck.
Thank you, guys. Thank you for having me. Have a good one.
You too.
Thank you, you too. Oh, he's so polite. Oh,
super polite.
Oh, that was wonderful. I was happy to hear that he was like, the Earthshaker, it could work a lot. And maybe he's trying to throw off the other teams, maybe, bait out some Earthshaker bands here and there. But I'm happy to hear that it wasn't just like this was one lineup that the Shaker could work. You can pick it multiple times, get that Shaker going, get it in your pubs right now, test them out, and make sure you at Miracle and tell him what games you think it can work out in.
Yeah, sounds good. I'm ready to see it again. I mean, it had some potential in this game. I just want to see it again. Why not?
Right?
Let's make some new and exciting stuff happen.
That's what happens when the patch has been around for so long. We're like, do you think he could make the Earthshaker carry work? I think that would be a really cool thing to see. We've almost seen it all so far, but the Earthshaker carry would be a great step in the next direction.
100%.
Well, we do have another matchup coming up for you guys, so don't go away because we have Beast Coast playing again on the stream. Actually, we're going to be going up with Paravision. Astini, my boy, coming back. I would love to see him again, but of course, Beast Coast, they get the 1-1 split. They've shown they can win these games, but so far they're only seen 1-1s. They want to find themselves their first 2-0 if they can in this group stage.
about one. You told me I was different than them. Now you got yourself another man. I hate to see you out with him. I guess I'm a little I'm sad about it. I can't let you go. I'm losing control of me. Oh, I'm sad about it. I'm sad about it. Tears that you ain't gotta act like that. I'm coming back to the core. Just leave it learn from me. Tears that so we should be floating to wherever we're going. 'Cause if the sky is in motion, then we're going slow motion. So we should be floating to wherever we're going. 'Cause if the sky is in motion, then we're going slow motion. Oh, I see you chasing flames. This world is yours and you choose it. And everything you ever wanted fades. Take what belongs, go beyond, and I won't give you what you want. Stay away, chase the break, the point at which you can't go on. Carry on, go beyond, and I won't give you what you want. And I try to live undercover. I can't lie, it's not me. I'm just afraid this distance. Take what belongs, go beyond, and I won't give you what you want. And when you can't go on, carry on, go beyond, and I won't just nothing. Ooh, what are you? People talk loud, I get what they're telling me. I fucked up, but I didn't give it. Ooh, what a true. Hey, I gotta say, something's going wrong, and everything's upside down. I'm falling. Hey, I gotta say, I'm always on a run. I'm getting closer to the light. All the time I'm changing my remedy, blowing up. I get sick and tired of this. What a truth. No one talk now. I'm feeling lost on it. Silence is loud. I get it safe from it. What a truth. Hey, I gotta say, something's going wrong, and everything's upside down. I'm falling. Hey, I gotta say, I'm always on a run. I'm getting closer to the light. And everything's going down. Yeah, everything's going down. Hey, I gotta say, something's going wrong, and everything's upside down. I'm falling. Hey, I gotta say, I'm always on a run. I'm getting closer to the light, and everything's going down. Yeah, everything's going down. And everything's going down. Yeah, everything's going down. Am I wasting time? 'Cause I'm already gone. So long. Can you stay the night? 'Cause you're the thing I want. I know you're feeling different when you're stressed out. But even with no makeup, you still stand out. 'Cause no one makes me feel the way you do now. Like you do now. The way that you move your body, you make it look like a hobby. Every time that you touch me, it's electricity. Things we discovered underneath last night's covers. Everything came so easy. It's electricity. Electricity. Whoa. It's electricity. Electricity. It's electricity. When it's late at night, I feel you on my skin. My skin. You're all that's on my mind. It's finally sinking in.
ESL One Bangkok is brought to you in part by Intel Arc, Acer Predator, DHL, Kadia, Monster Energy, 1xBet, and the United States Air Force.
Hello, everybody, and welcome back to ESL One Bangkok. It is powered by Intel, and it's me, Math Magician, and Hanskin here. And, the beautiful part about getting to cast this event is that the chat is almost no delay at all. So when you say mean things to us, I get to cry in real time. Hanskin, we already had game number 1. Beast Coast, they split it 1-1. What should they be focusing on in this series?
Getting the Magnus would be nice, right? But I think just play a steady game of Dota, right? Like, play... Yeah. Try not to make it too complicated if you're Beast Coast. You need to be able to bring tempo. I think it always comes back to this when we're talking about SA teams, right? And I think Beast Coast, they're no different. Bring the pace, bring the tempo, make the plays happen, Don't try to get too technical about stuff, because Paravision, they're a team that they're going to play fast against you. I think
yes,
they have a lot of cool ideas, and they're very unpredictable still. People haven't really figured them out. What are their strengths and their weaknesses? And I think putting the focus on yourself is always going to be the easy answer. And I think this is what you want if you're Beast Coast.
Oh, yeah. And this team, very methodical in their thinking of the game as well. Paravision, they're not a team that is relying on just, lumps of individual skill. They play very cohesive. And from the Beast Coast side, we saw them last game. Illich is able to play very aggressive. We saw him last time with that. Magnus, as you said, huge pick for them. They played the Muerta twice, only won once on it. Pyke has affinity for the hero for sure, and I'm sure that if Paravision are coming into this and know that Pyke wants to play that Muerta, gonna see a lot of mixed damage, maybe a lot of nuke coming out. And Paravision, man, this team definitely started off really strong right out the gates out of their formation.
Yeah, for sure. They've been looking really, really strong. No one is like, people were talking about him, saying that he was washed. Maybe he's lost his, he lost his, he lost his peak basically. But I think he's looking stronger than ever right now. And I think this team, they're just meshing well. I think they're gonna have a lot of ideas. Also, they have a really strong coach, right? Astini, he's he's one of the best out there. I want to say he's very, very underrated in the scene. Not many people put him in as high regard as I think they should. So.
Yeah, and we've got a little informative video for you guys about Paravision.
Paravision is a very new team to the Dota scene, with a roster of varying degrees of experience. They have everything from old legends to fresh blood, and they're making it work. The team consists of Chrysalis, No One, DM, 9class, and Ducalis. The players on the team have all had vastly different roads through their Dota careers, but they've all ended up together. And the wealth of combined knowledge makes Paravision a tough opponent for any team. With a 4th place in Dream League Season 24, ultimately falling to the eventual champions, Paravision really hit the ground running. The biggest test for Paravision will be if they can keep that momentum going, and if they will be able to perform as well at a big LAN event. Will they all follow the same vision, or will they perish? Either way, we're looking forward to see what Paravision can pull off here at ESL One Bangkok.
Perish is a crazy line. All right, thank you, Trent, for that one. No, I mean, this team, I will agree with you. I feel like I've seen Astini elevate every single roster, and it's not like he is the only thing here. He has very talented players. He's really bringing out the best in them. Now saw some almost instant action with him coming through, getting some very good placements as soon as he joined their team, and it seems like every time that he's bounced to a new team, I'm so surprised that the previous one let him go, because it seems he does so much for a roster.
For sure, and now that he's building, this is the building blocks of this team, like the players. It's not the team that you would expect, maybe, but Astini has built a team now around. So he was with C9 last year, right? Now he took No One, he took DM, and now he added some really strong players. Crystallis, who is he's known for Secret, but apart from that, not much. And then 9class, of course, coming from Tundra, played really well there. Obviously, didn't get to play TI because of visa issues, and then was left teamless. And then Ducalis as well from Quest. So these guys, they have a solid foundation. They have experiences from different places with varying degrees of history behind it. So modern Dota, old Dota, good coach. I think they have everything they need to be a good team, and I think they've already showed that they can play at the highest level. If anything, they haven't figured out themselves fully, and everyone else hasn't as well. And it's hard to really tear them. Where are they at in terms of strength? But I think potential is endless here.
Yeah, no, I mean, the team has only been officially founded since October. They only got staying towards the end of October as well, so a lot of stuff still coming together for them. And they've had some pretty impressive finishes all the way through since they've been doing it. As you said, like a few 3rd and 4th place finishes for them all around versus very good teams. And for a team, again, within the first few months of competition, this is kind of reminiscent of whenever Falcons just kind of turned up and became a team that can always get these like top 4 finishes pretty easily whichever tournament they're in.
Yeah, 100%. I think Beast Coast is they're probably more familiar with each other and they are more cohesion. Even though they swapped offlaner recently, I feel like their edge in this matchup has to be that, like the team play, the common understanding. Also, I mean, I'm not sure whether this is the case, but language barrier could potentially be an issue for Paravision in certain circumstances. I know that C9, they spoke English, so shouldn't be a problem. Also, 9 class played for Tundra before. But, you know, that's always something you have to wonder. Also cultural aspects. Yeah, go ahead.
I was gonna say, in these mixed nationality teams, I've actually heard a lot of times that sometimes whenever they have different languages that they have in comms, they'll actually choose to go for like a second language such as English because it feels like their communication is like straight to the point and not as like crass or maybe not as harsh sometimes. I've heard a few coaches be like, no, we do comms in English. Like they'll talk outside of the game in a different language, but in games we use English because it feels like they just are better whenever they talk in English.
I know that was definitely the case with C9, right? When they had the Astini coach, who obviously doesn't speak Russian, and you had a full Russian speaking lineup. They did English, like you said. I guess it removes unnecessary wording or profanity. I'm not sure, but makes sense. I mean, definitely it's gonna be to their benefit now, right? Seeing as they have a mixed lineup.
And dude, instantly in with the Monkey King. So can this get still flexed to support, or is this like we got some baller Monkey King players and you're gonna have to beat it?
I feel like it could be a flex, right? 9 class he's a monkey player, 100%. But they also have Crystallis and no one, who are obviously, I mean, especially Crystallis are known for his monkey. Anytime when Secret were playing, when they were in their prime with him, there was always Razor, Monkey Ban every single game, pretty much exclusively. So they have some confident monkey players. If anyone knows this hero the best, I mean, Paravision might be the team that does it, to be honest.
Yeah. Also, I like the Invoker pickup right after it. You're not able to dispel the stacks of Jingu that is placed on Invoker, but as soon as you get the full Jingu buff on the Monkey King, you can dispel that one with Tornado. So it already feels like you're kind of shoving this Monkey King. He has to play in the safe lane. And at that point, there's plenty of heroes you can play into a Monkey King or even, honestly, a Lion. Really nukes what that Monkey King wants to do in lane, and it makes almost any offlaner playable into him.
Yeah, for sure. I like your thoughts here with the Lion into the Monkey. I mean, when you're playing as a Monkey, especially in the side lane, but it's also true in the mid lane, you want to have stuns. Like, don't let him build a Jingu, don't let him move freely, and also don't let him abuse the tree, the jump thingy, right? If you're able to do that, you bring a lot of lockdown. This hero can look way different. I think, yeah, there's no Magnus in the pool, but it's not always the easiest thing to make this hero work if you don't get the ball rolling. We know what happens when you're ahead as the Monkey. You just take over the map, you jump everywhere, you kill everybody. Life is good. But what happens when you don't get there? Because you typically on this hero, you want one item into your BKB, at least. You know, you can't just go straight BKB. And then you don't have farming tools, you don't have a Magnus or anything, then you get an Invoker, you get a Lion. That can definitely slow down the Monkey tons.
Right. And it's not like crazy committal, right? I mean, Invoker, very good mid laner, does provide damage, provides a lot of control. Lion provides a lot of control and initiation. It does still leave the rest of your draft. Like, yes, you'll probably have to pick a more standard offlaner. You can't go anything crazy like a Death Prophet or something. But the rest of your draft feels like it's still pretty open if you open up with those two. And I'm honestly a little surprised. I don't think they're going to pick the Lion now, because if you ban the Puck, you're kind of accepting that you won't have some sort of Hex here on a support.
Yeah. I mean, I could see them going for the Phoenix instead with this logic. It's also a pretty nice counter into the MK. You cut all of the trees, you have attack speed slow, mobility.
Yep. And you throw it right down in the midst of that Wukong's, make it so that not even the Monkey can stand in there.
Yeah, exactly. You just have a stronger blender, I guess. Yep, they go for it.
There it is. Good pick, good pick.
Very nice. But Paravision...
Is this offlane Phoenix any chance?
I mean, I guess if you know, you have to know it's Monkey carry then, though. I feel like
that's true. there could be a world where still Monkey King support. Literally, the rest of the draft is way open for Paravision, and as you said, they've got some flexible supports.
They do. I think it's looking good for Beast Coast. There's not a lot of holes you can punch into here if you're Paravision. It's nothing major that's like. I don't see a big flaw or weakness. And they go for the Ogre. This hero is popping off in this tournament, man. It's like the new 5 block.
It really is, but it's so. I feel like it's just nice in every way. First off, people are really prioritizing. You're a strength hero. In Ogre's case, you're close enough, and you have a stun. You know, like that's pretty much all you need, or maybe just melee with stun. And you pair that with the Muerta now, which makes me feel like it's either monkey mid or it's monkey 4. We've now thrown away the fact that it could be a monkey carry in my mind.
Yeah, I guess so. I mean, technically, it could still be Muerta 4, Ogre 5, Monkey 1, but...
Theoretically. Hard, though, to do, like, whenever you pick up the Ogre and the Muerta, I feel like you're kind of accepting, like, this is a strong laning duo, almost like Dark Drow.
No, it is, for sure. It's one of the best, like... You scale at every level with these two, so... Yeah. A lot of lanes, you scale at level 3 and level 5, but not level 2 and 4 necessarily.
Yeah.
I mean, maybe on one hero, but not both. This lane gets stronger by each level, so...
And it's a little bit, you don't think about it as much, but a hero that can actually secure a range creep when you're playing with an Ogre is very valuable because you just want to get that level 2 as quickly as possible.
Yeah, 100%. Beast Coast. So, it's not guaranteed what role they're gonna go for here. Like, is it the offlane or the carry? So, there's no Beastmaster into the monkey, so... even though monkey carry is not the most likely, you still need to consider it. You can't pick a hero that just falls over against it. So they have the primal, which could be good for them, but then you're playing into the monkey. I'm not sure. You've got a Mars with the Invoker Phoenix. That would be pretty good. Into the Muerta as well.
Ooh,
I can see that.
Yeah. Oh man, that is a solid trio right there. I mean, Invoker able to participate pretty much from any point of the map with that. It leaves, again, the pause 5 can kind of be anything there as well, because you have the lockdown from your Mars, you have overwhelming damage from your Phoenix Egg. It feels like those two together, you don't need a 5 that necessarily fills a gap. It could be whatever you want.
Yeah, you could just go for a strong laner. If you don't want the Phoenix, well, they go for the Brew. That's interesting.
Oh.
Huh, so...
That is interesting. So Doom has been constantly banned out of these games, like very early on, which does open up the Brewmaster pretty easily.
Yeah, it does. I wonder if they're going for the Phoenix 4 now or the Phoenix 5, because if they want a 4 with Brew, it could be Scarif again, maybe.
I guess it could be.
But then you don't have stuns. I'm not sure.
Yeah.
I'm probably more liking the Lion.
Right? I feel like more and more. That's a fine one. It does have magic damage versus the Muerta.
Yeah.
And it also kind of stops the Monkey King from doing what he wants to do. You can even fear him out of his Wukons if you truly want to.
Yeah, it's pretty good. I like it.
It's not a point-click stun, though, and I'm scared.
Yeah, they are missing that for sure. I mean, we saw Nigma having this issue earlier today when they played against Beast Coast, so I think this is a gap in their draft that they have to fix for Beast Coast. You need something to, like... You can't just walk into fights and use split, right, and expect it to work.
One of these is the carry hero.
Yeah. All right, so... I have to assume that's a Gyro carry into the Brew and the Phoenix, right?
Yeah, I think so. Again, go back to where it was Brewmaster dominance. We had two different lanes you could do. It was either Weaver Grim, or you just go for the Gyrocopter and you overwhelm him with that damage again. And it seems like that would work in this one.
Yeah, for sure. So that makes me think that the Monkey's gonna be mid and it's a last pick off lane for Paravision.
I'd like that, because damn, they are squishy on Paravision right now.
Yeah. I mean, DM is very known to play these stable heroes, you know, getting the pipe and stuff. I could see benefits of a Centaur here even, you know.
Ooh.
Even, you know, adding on top of the fact that Beast Coast, they don't have stuns, and then you have a pipe Stampede for that. And you can easily manipulate. It helps the Monkey a ton, like getting, you know, stopped by all of these cold snaps, the brambles and the tornado and stuff. If he has a Stampede to get out of the split and stuff, he can easily kite and get back into the fights later on.
It feels like Gyro is your gamer in this one. Like, he deals with Egg, he deals with the Brewmaster, he does overwhelming damage, so Willow and Invoker shouldn't be that much of an issue. He buys BKB. Any offlaner that is enabling what the gyrocopter does. And Centaur definitely does that, right? You get to choose now. Do you actually want to hit the egg? If not, we can just get on out.
Mm-hmm. And like you said, Gyro, he gets the BKB this game. Beast Coast, they don't have anything to stop a BKB, so...
Nah.
It's looking solid for Paravision, and the upside as well with Ogre. He just helps your core so much. It kind of like... I guess we're seeing a trend right now with the Magnus being so popular. Ogre, I mean, it's not the same hero, but it offers similar stuff. It buffs your cores, and that's... I guess heroes in Dota, they just scale way harder nowadays, right? They have neutral items, they farm faster, there's universal heroes, etc. There's so many factors that makes heroes scale harder.
You used to only have like 6 item slots. One of them had to be a TP most of the time.
Yeah,
and backpack, you got neutrals, you got an eaten up moon shard, Ag shard.
Yeah, and then consider all of this, and then you buff them with Empower or Bloodlust. That just makes it exponential, right? I guess. I can see some favor behind this.
Now they're waiting just one more hero. It seems Brewmaster is the one thing that I don't love about him as an offlaner is that, as you said, it's a very nuke heavy meta right now. Brewmaster doesn't really love that. He wants these fights to kind of be like long drawn out. Then he gets to use his ulti. Then he gets to basically go again. So honestly, this carry still might have to be a hero that's able to step up on the front lines, take these fights with the team, because otherwise this Brewmaster, if he does get nuked down, where is your fight? Where's the rest of your team able to play in this one?
Yeah, I think so. Tide. Okay, the question is
yo!
Kind of like that. Because now you have to punish a Tide and do what you said, which is the front line, maybe a blink stun type of hero, and you don't want to play Sven and heroes like that into Tide.
No.
I could see maybe a Slark could be cool here.
Right, Slark, Ursa, both. I'm leaning slightly towards Ursa just because of how he lanes versus the Tide, and he can actually attack the Gyro, but I'm not sure if that's really what you want in this lineup.
Yeah, it gives you Roche as well. If you go for like the Slark approach, you don't have any Roche.
Yeah. It's a hard one. They don't have much time left. Hopefully they've already made their decision. Ooh.
Okay. That's cool, actually. Linking any of these cores is really strong. Yeah, BKB as well.
I like. Especially, dude, the BKB is actually a really big one. Because you look at both Tide and the Muerta, at this point it's like, I just need something that can build BKB and kind of run people down. And I also think it's fantastic, like both No One and Chrysalis, now you have a way that can actually like deal with these heroes. Even if there's BKBs, even if you're in Wukons, you're still stealing damage from them. However, is it enough for Pyke to deal with both having the BKB for DM, having the damage for Chrysalis, or No One, right? He can only really choose one of those guys in a fight early on.
Yeah, I mean, if you isolate the Razor versus any of these cores on Paravision, it looks great, right? But my main concern with Beast Coast's lineup is that when do you commit if you're Pyke on this Razor? Like, what is the trigger? Like, because you don't have this initiation. Like, you don't have any stun that is going to be like, okay, I got the stun on this MK or this Gyro. I'm going to press my BKB and chase him down. What is it going to be? Brew presses split? And Pyke goes in with his BKB, Chrysalis, and No One. They can just walk away, right? There's nothing holding them. Worst case, you just BKB TP out, and then... So I think item decisions has to be on point for Beast Coast. Like, you might be looking at an early Hex on Moose or Lumpy or something, because I think... otherwise, you're stuck in a position where, again, you don't have amazing Roche or objective damage, and you don't have, like, this... the best way of starting fights. So there's a few gaps in their draft, but not saying it can't work. They just have to fill these gaps appropriately.
I feel like the itemization, it's not like it's really easy to buy items in Dota 2, but like in this one, I mean, for Illich, it should be something like a Vessel into maybe Piper BKB, just because a Vessel, honestly, you don't have a quick dispel on Chrysalis or on Monkey. They both likely want to go for BKB. They don't buy like Manta style or early Satanic.
Yeah.
And then on the other side, it's like for Razor, if I'm Pyke, I'm Falcon Blade, Yasha, BKB. I don't even know if Manta is that necessary in this game, but he has a really good one. He could go for the Manta really early if he wants. But I feel like the items that they need are apparent to them.
They need to find ways to catch heroes, and I mean, the Vessel is good. It definitely has synergy with Invoker as well.
Gyro went for the Rocket Barrage facet. Interesting.
Okay.
I feel like I've almost never seen that one. It feels like you have so much more damage with the double cooldown, whether you're support or core. It doesn't really like switch with roles.
Yeah, right. I guess maybe it has to do with the Razor matchup. You want to have that extra move speed.
Oh, you are you're a genius. That actually makes like all the sense because you're just constantly going to be hitting him with that rocket barrage. And if there's a way that you could possibly like, you know, Hurricane Pike maybe yourself away, Hurricane Pike plus the rocket barrage speed might actually be enough.
Yeah, for sure. I mean, it definitely helps you in the laning stage as well a bit, right? Having extra move speed to chase people down, that could be something that helps you pressure the brew slightly more. So I like it.
Yeah. It looks like really early. It is a support on the Muerta. We saw last game where there was a Gyro and a Muerta on the same team, and Muerta was the one that got the call up. But this time, obviously the Gyro, it makes a little bit more sense. Even though both have AoE physical damage, Gyro just feels a lot better on the carry role.
It does. I think that Muerta, it has a few too many flaws. A few too many things has to go right for that hero to look really good.
I mean, it's so long. Your item wish list is insane.
Oh, nice.
Okay, 9 class is quick on the draw.
Okay, so
6 damage.
Yeah, DM went for the passive approach, going for the anchor smash already, which is it can work. I'm typically more of a fan of going for the gush when I'm playing into the Razor. I think it's because the gush is really strong. It's a bit underlooked sometimes when we see tides. I think way too often we see them, you know, default towards the I'm gonna have max Kraken Shell, max gush, and I'm gonna sit there.
Right.
Not
especially
always
the hero that actually can get like the link away from you, right? Because that usually is what would deter you from going like, you know, all in maybe with gush. But now for 9 class, I mean, you can literally just gush, and then if he ever tries to link you just push him back.
Yeah, and you can just sometimes the gush versus the Razor is like you can overwhelm him before the link gets to build up properly. So nonetheless, DM has a fantastic start right now. 7 CS already, so
right?
Complaints really.
No, it's working. He's definitely getting as much as he can in this one. In fact, both of these side lane cores damn near perfect on the first 2 waves.
Mm-hmm. They're gonna go for him. Yes. Oh, he's selling.
DM doesn't have a point in the passive yet, so won't have any free purges. And Pike gonna get all that damage that he wants. Feel like in this game, knowing that there is a Muerta in this one, it's probably gonna be like max Q. You still probably go 2-2-0, but I don't think we're gonna see like a 1-2-0 kind of lane from Pike right now.
Yeah, I don't think so either.
Doesn't seem like the aggressive nature of your lane is really gonna be all there. On the other side though, Crystallis, of course, he wants to get a little aggressive. You don't pick Gyro to just kind of like sit back, farm. You actually have a decent amount of like aggression, especially with Ducalis straight up 1v2ing these guys with the creep wave around them.
Yeah, so annoying to deal with this Ogre, right? I mean, this lane is insane, Gyro Ogre, because Ogre is not an easy hero to bully out, but if you try, then you're giving Gyro all the space to chase you down after, so you have to be really careful with your spell usage here in the top lane if you're Beast Coast.
Yeah, and he's, again, best level 2 hero in the game, getting that level 2 and Ignite right away.
Yeah.
Feels like the most value, and man, Crystallis as well. Both these heroes are just incredibly annoying to play against if you're any offlaner.
I mean, it's so much pressure. Double Ignite, flat cannons, and... Yeah.
It's hard for him.
You're probably wishing
at least this lane should be going well, but no one is actually still dominating. He's got himself 15 CS, 7 denies versus the Invoker. Lumpy. Oh no, and the EMP. It's only to secure the creep, and he doesn't even get it. Then he pauses on him and tips him.
Oh, I wonder if that's the targeting bug. You know that happens sometimes with MK. You can't target him. You have to restart Dota to fix it. It's super annoying if that was the case.
I have heard about that. He probably wanted to get the cold snap then.
Yeah, I would assume so.
Queued up.
Now you're fish food. I could eat a walrus.
And now everybody is making sure that they don't have the bug.
Yeah.
None of them have tried, but they will not want to find out later.
There's nothing more frustrating than trying to use your spell on somebody and you just can't for no reason, right?
Yeah, so I've never encountered the bug myself. Is it just some interaction with his what is it called? The mischief?
No, I don't know exactly where it comes from, but it just when you click the hero or try to use spells on the hero, it just doesn't happen, right? Yeah. You know, like you target a hero in Dota, it overrides your hero UI at the bottom. It just doesn't happen on Monkey for some reason sometimes.
Interesting. That's a feature. That is, part of the Looks like Ducalis. Oh, all right. There we go. Back at it. Gets a carrier for his troubles, and it looks like, yeah, Lumpy, gonna be a little bit of a rougher start. Thankfully, he should still be able to farm no matter what. I feel like this shouldn't get worse for him, but definitely really nice for no one because he's gonna be able to maneuver around the map and maybe start some stuff over in the side lanes for his team.
100%. And this is your block pick Invoker, mind you. Like, they saw the first pick Monkey and they instantly went for the Invoker. Right now, it's not working out at all.
Yeah.
And, I mean, if that happens for Paravision side, you're just so happy you didn't get punished on your first pick, right? And that's...
Yep. Their other lanes are already going well. I mean, maybe bot side should eventually turn up for the Razor. Eventually, I imagine there's just going to be rotations in the mid lane, and then, you know, Razor should do very well versus a Tide by himself.
Yeah, top lane, they're doing good on the CS, or like, they're behind, sure, but the big problem is going to be like the gold management, considering the fact you have to constantly be buying regen. Like, Brewmaster is not a hero that can just go for like a Ring of Health or something like we saw back in the day, so this spam is going to become overwhelming at some point, and it's...
Yeah, you can't play in between, right? Like, versus, look at this. Look at how much damage they just have right away, trying to kite away from Elmisho. And it looks like he'll get slightly far away, but 2 other flat cannon hits. It'll be a good amount, but not enough. If you play like far back away from the range of the gyrocopter, it can be okay. If you play up in his face, maybe try to charge him, it can be okay. But if you're in between, where this Primal or this Brewmaster doesn't really put the pressure on, neither does the Willow, you're just gonna take all that damage, and as you say, just have to heal up constantly.
For sure. DM is going to have his face puts delivered here in a moment. That's going to help him so much against his Razor. Definitely the correct build. He's also picking up the Windlace. This is a build that Free made popular into heroes like Razor and Monkey and similar.
Really nice, because again, I think there should be rotations coming through. I don't think 9 class can stay here for the full, you know, like 10 minutes of this lane. Yeah. So eventually, the Tide is going to be alone, and Pyke will thrive.
The double rotation towards the room coming out from... Oh, they're going for Razor right now.
They are. Found stuff. He's not able to get the link off right away. Turning, making sure the DM can't do too much damage. Has a big wand already, and Moo's coming in. He's not coming in just to defend. He's coming in to kill. Hits that last Fire Spirit on 9 class. Doesn't have any stick charges. That'll be first blood going to the bird.
Very heads-up TP coming out from Moose. I think Paravision anticipated the fact that Beast Coast were going to play for the runes here.
Oh, and no one. Oh. I mean, that's what we expected to happen for this lane, but finally happening here only 6 minutes in.
This is still quite an issue for Paravision. Yeah, now they're bringing 9 class over to defending as a siege wave. They might get the kill on Misha, actually.
He's low, and they do have some damage for him. EMP will try to stop them for a second, but the ignite damage, do they even need any extra help? Ducalis, that last right click, that might have secured it. No, he doesn't tick down, and now maybe a little bit too far gone for Ducalis. He's just gonna run over for the Wisdom Rune, I think.
Actually, really nice cold snap coming out from Lumpy there onto no one. Understanding that Ogre wasn't gonna be able to finish the kill off, and they stopped him from getting the Boundless in the end.
Oh, no one, he wasn't able to jump in. Now I think he's in a little bit deep, but getting the Jingu stacks, does have it now, Illich. Yeah, tier 2 tower will protect him.
Yeah, pretty good stuff overall from Beast Coast. Honestly, like, they're sitting 1k behind, but everything has been...
Yeah.
Everything has been going solidly for them so far. It's a really good TP from Moose down at the bottom, and then stabilizing everything in the mid. Looking really good.
The mid stabilization is really nice, but this offlane definitely needs some attention. Having a really rough time right now on this Brewmaster. They thought that they knew what was coming, right? There was a Muerta and a Monkey. Surely one of those heroes had to be a carry, but the third carry came out, and they weren't prepared for the gyrocopter, doesn't it?
Yeah, you always have to be ready for the third carry, Connor.
It's the best drafting you can ever do. And looks like, should get a kill here. 9 class, no ulti yet, wouldn't even matter. But Lumpy, quick with the cold walk, and looks like they'll ravage, making sure there's no way that Lumpy gets... Oh, wait. Yeah, they don't have any vision.
Out of range on the sentry.
Oh my goodness.
That is nuts. Good news.
I thought for sure there would be dust on someone. It's not like he just got a Shadow Blade or something. Like, he's had that invis from level 2. And now they're looking at Chrysalis. This is an absolute disaster. If they're able to get the kill on Chrysalis and live on Lumpy, this is about as good as it gets. Plus, they could get level 6 on Illich after this kill here. Tornado wasn't needed.
Okay, now.
And now, oh, they're on him again, but this time they have a sentry, and this time he could die here. A lot of Fire Spirits down, but the Boundless Strike actually collects this kill. Now, they do need to get some sort of kill here, so Illich can get his level 6. There it is. Now they turn to no one. He gets another kill. 9 class on the backside. Was able to get the kill on Misho, but he could still fall. No mana on him. Pyke about to see him with the Plasma Field.
If he uses it, though.
Ooh! That is a lot of
a bit
damage,
of
and now they're
tapping
going to try to
issue
cut him off.
This is a lot of space for DM, though, at bottom.
Honestly, yeah. At this point, I don't... That's big space. 9 class actually just took them for a walk.
He did. I mean, this is what we wanted to see, though, from Beast Coast, right? We were looking at the game before against Nigma and criticizing them a bit for playing really slow. This is complete opposite. They're using their heroes, and they understand that they can't let this Bruce sit alone.
I don't even think, like, Lumpy did die there very early, but I don't mind it. He's been hovering on the map this entire time, now getting a kill thanks to his aggression, and hopefully taking this top tower with Illich.
Yeah, but at the same time, DM sitting bottom, just getting this tower for free, which is nice for him. So far, things pretty equal. Illich didn't get to use his ulti yet, which is something that he's definitely looking to do in the next, like, as soon as he can, basically. And wait, are they able to defend this? They are. That's a big deal.
Looks like. Illich is really low, and he is going Radiance. It's an older build, mostly because it is a very greedy build. And then we got into the pipe meta, so you couldn't really go for the Radiance, but now the pipe meta is gone. Maybe Radiance is back on the table.
Yeah, I feel like the trend of Dota definitely makes the Radiance more valuable, but we'll see. I mean, considering the fact that he had such a slow start, I'm not sure if it's going to be in time, especially if he doesn't get to use his split soon, because this is not an ability you want to sit on. We saw DM, he used his Ravage, like, we're talking almost 3 minutes ago at this point. Even though it didn't yield a kill, he wasn't able to use it, and this is the mindset you want to have when we're playing these, like, offlaners.
There's a sentry here, but Lumpy with the quick hands actually still getting the EMP tornado onto Ducalis. Now here comes a call down, and Chrysalis is right on the mark, but the egg, it's gonna die so quickly. There's no way you can save that one. Beast Coast may have flown too close to the sun right there on Phoenix. They'll lose 2 and only getting the Ogre.
Yeah, and they didn't leave with the split. I mean, they had to use a split, right? If they get a tornado there on the monkey or the gyro, things can look way different. Misha in trouble as well.
Yeah, I don't think he gets out of this one. Nice kill there for no one. You had a good job kind of keeping him down after a decent laning stage. Now maybe offering him a little bit of a way back in. Quick BKB for him will be really nice. Looks like he's going for the Maelstrom first. And then his items kind of pop. I wouldn't want to give him that sort of space.
Yeah, for sure. And then Maelstrom and Bloodlust Monkey King, that's going to be a fast farmer. And also, I have a hitter when it comes to fighting. Yeah, I mean, Beast Coast, they're slowly falling behind. And I think a lot of it comes down to the fact that they haven't used this split properly yet.
Well, they haven't used it yet, I don't think. Regardless of whether it's been proper. And looks like in the midst of the Wukons here, Lumpy, he'll get a nice disarm. Still caught by the Sounds, but offering Pyke a chance. Come in, do the damage he needs. He gets a double kill. Actually, Moose gets a double kill. What a beautiful, quick turn on that disarm from Invoker.
Yeah, really nice Pyke getting the perfect rune in that situation and just able to clean them both up with the split. The Monkey Ring, it doesn't really do that much this early on into the game, especially without items on the Monkey, so...
Right? It's really good defensive for, like, the extra armor that you get, but there's so much damage that you're actually pumping through, and let alone stealing and getting so much damage from the Razor as the fight goes on. Meatball doesn't connect, but that's okay, Lumpy. He'll just take that at night. Think about what he's done.
So let's see. You still need to get this top tower away if you're Beast Coast, and you still need to use a split. So far they just haven't been able to connect, and it's a bit similar to game 2 against Nigma. Illich and Lumpy, they're not able to connect in a proper manner, and I mean, it's hurting, especially when you're struggling like this on the brew. I mean, it's not like it's awful or anything, but it's not the lane you wanted to have, right? When you picked it. Then you don't get to use your splits. It's like you want to get this radiance while you're making things happen, if you know what I mean. Like you want to use at least one split, if not two, even before you hit the radiance. You don't want to be
theoretically, a split should be something like 300 to 500 gold for you, right? Every time you use it.
Yeah.
Now that we haven't used it for a while, you're literally pushing back like 2 minutes potentially on that radiance, which is crucial timing when you think about this Paravision team, where their own BKBs matter a ton versus the Brewmaster versus the Voker. I mean, it's a no-brainer. Once those come out, fights are significantly harder for Beast Coast. And they might not even need it to get a rough fight here. They already turn up, get the kill on Lumpy. But here comes the first ulti from the Primal Beast. Still fighting in the Wukons, having to egg on the high ground, but can they keep no one around? It doesn't seem so.
Oh, nice dodge on the ulti there.
Wow. And now they're going to turn back, maybe even get the kill on Illich here, trying to find him. Ignited, gushed. But it looks like they don't want the kill. They'll settle for the tower.
Yeah, and now there's no split. You've got this Tide showing up with Vlad's and his Ravage, so I'm not sure you can defend this if you're Beast Coast, actually. Oh, no one maybe take us. He has a full vessel on Moose. Dude, look at that damage. That's like 80%.
That's a lot. Yeah, there's a good amount, and this is where I'm with you, man. I would love to have a Radiance right now. I feel like the delay on it really is starting to hurt them. And now, oh, the fear. Maybe giving a little bit of vision thanks to that Sunstrike. 9 class should fall here. And Lumpy picking up that kill.
Surprised they didn't commit a bit more there for Paravision side, actually. There's no egg and there's no split. I feel like could have went for it. I mean, not the worst scenario or results regardless. They're still able to move back. Everyone on Dire is ready to farm. You know, we got this Maelstrom we spoke about in a moment, and you know, Titus got his Vlad, they got Bloodlust, Gyro, we know it's Gyro, he farms fast regardless, and I think playing a slower and steadier tempo is not the end of the world for them. I think this Radiance is not really going to be an amazing game changer if you can't translate it into towers or Roshan or anything significant like that.
Honestly, the way that I'm seeing this right now, it's not necessarily the Radiance timing. It's like the Radiance plus BKB timing on the Razor. I love Pike's build. He's going right in for the Yasha, then into the BKB.
Yeah.
So he's going to be online pretty quick, and he'll be able to he'll make the Radiance look good. I think mostly because there's a Razor that's just pumping in the next fight.
Yeah, for sure. I mean, it's got to be strong. The question is, how do you make it happen, if you know what I mean? Like the Radiance, it's one of those things, the sooner you use it, the better, right? It falls off in a way. When heroes get tankier, I'm sure DM is going to get a pipe at some point in this game.
Oh, Willow. Should go down here, not the worst trade in the world if everybody else gets away. Big move from Paravision.
Yeah, thank you guys. There's no one who comes in and sweeps up the kill.
Right.
Okay, so DM went for Blink, actually. That is... I like that.
Huh.
It's not the most typical Tide build.
No, and I guess it's kind of like,
right?
Yeah, I guess it's predicated on the burst because they're saying like we need to kill the Brewmaster, we need to get him down as fast as possible. So whoever that initiation looks like to make that happen, it pretty much is all him right now.
Crystal is expecting a smoke here.
A little bit of like, I don't want to say greedy, but I've seen a lot of people go in just for Falcon Blade, then into the BKB, and then try to participate there. This Crystal stick is like a little bit more farm heavy. I don't mind it. He's been given plenty of space. I think he might have seen the Radiance Brewmaster and was like, yeah, I'll have time.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah, for sure. And I mean, he's going to be so strong with his Vlads and his Bloodlust as well. I don't think Razor is going to be enough to stop him on his own, right? Like, Invoy is nice, but they don't have anything to stop him with once he gets that BKB. If he's the strongest guy on the map, it's not... How do they stop him, realistically? 9-second BKB? I don't know.
You have to get some sort of... And when I think about what stun can you give him, it would be Link and then an instant tornado. So that you're still linking in the midst of the tornado, but then as he lands, the BKB doesn't feel as potent. Otherwise... It feels like as long as he's allowed to press BKB, I don't see how this fight changes at all. And there's also Phoenix pressing BKB. Thanks to the Muerta calling, you can never trust yourself to be unsilenced.
Yeah, but I don't know. What is this build, though, for Moose? I have to be like... first of all, 0 points in Sunray and then BKB Russian.
What?
I I don't know if I've seen this before, and I'm not sure.
Click off of him. Click off of the bird. I can't stand it. Oh God. I feel like I always I'm a big advocate for Sunray. I even think that sometimes 2 points in Icarus Dive can be like too much. Obviously, it's like the normal build, but I love to see more points in Sunray whenever I can. No points. My God, you got a Primal on this team? I swear to God, if I was a Primal and I died in a single fight and I clicked on my Phoenix without Sunray, I don't know, man. I'd be checked.
Yeah, I mean, not to go too off topic here, but I know that my ex-teammate FNG, he had a game where he went for a similar build, and that was his last on VP, I think so. Just jokes aside, I love FNG, but it's hilarious.
Oh, no. Looks like a really nice egg, though, Decalis. He kind of forced everybody away. I think Moose would have died had he not done it. And now a lot of magic damage just right up on 9 Class C. You don't get that kill if you don't have 4 points in Icarus Dive.
Yeah, and here's the Radiance Brew, but they're only gonna get an Ogre for it. Oh, Ravage.
They do, but look at Pyke already getting taken down here in the Wukongs. The disarm comes out just to kind of protect himself, and there's still a lot of damage on the Monkey King. Oh, almost sniped him on the Tornado, still taking down damage, but there's nobody else around to follow up on that kill. Really nice job from DM, making sure that there was just no way this Razor could off the ground. Oh,
he didn't cut him.
God.
If he cut him there, he's so dead. All right.
That was very close. Monkey King is like instantly going back to base. Like, I don't want to be here.
Oh, can they?
It's like DM. Hey, there's a lot of damage.
Crystallis is close.
Crystallis? Do not. Yeah. He'll drop the rock and like, this is all you get. If you live with that, then great. If not, I'm not dying for you.
Probably the right decision from Crystallis not to even considering going in there.
No. Only pain. Only pain if you enter there.
Yeah. I was going to say, because Beast Coast used all their cooldowns right before this. I was gonna suggest that Power Vision could potentially go into the Roshan, you know, with the Gyro Ags and that. But now that they lost the Tide, I think that's out of the question. So
no, for sure. He's so much of the tank and the minus armor there. You can see 9 Class. He tried really hard even to dodge something, but wasn't able to.
I mean, really, the big loss there is Pyke dying. You know, sitting very close to his BKB, and no one is so close to falling twice here.
Yeah. He's definitely a little bit fragile in these engagements still. BKB not quite out yet and won't be for a while. He's protected a lot from the physical damage since he does have both of the Wraith Bands. And then, of course, he gets the extra armor in the Wukong. So kind of prepared more so for the Razor. But that nuke damage, even from just like Willow with her ulti, it feels like a little bit too much for them to handle right now.
Yeah, for sure. And I think it's always going to come back to the fact that we did mention that Base Coast, they don't have this clear initiation, and I think there's 2 ways to make a Brew lineup look really strong. Either you go for that just straight up push, you go for like a Terrorblade or DK or something like this, and you pop your splits and you just play this way, you know? Or you have to get stuns, and they don't have either for Beast Coast, so they... I think the scaling is in the hands of Power Vision for sure. They got the Bloodlust, they got the Vlads, they got this, you know, double core MK Gyro, and yeah, I think they're gonna need control on Beast Coast to fill these gaps.
Yeah, dude, that's crazy. Nobody's gonna answer the net worth check from Moose. Wild.
Wait, he wants to know the Kali's net worth.
Yeah, dude, I want to know too. Although it's got to be, you know, you never want to be the first or the second one. You know, whenever somebody asks you for the net worth check, it's always better to ask first, because then they say like, "Oh, I'm at 7,000 net worth," and you're like, "Cool, I'm at 7,001." Idiot.
Yeah. I mean, he went for the max dive, so I feel like it would be a bit embarrassing to be behind, right? Oh.
That's true.
Sleek moves.
That's like all for him. Yeah, dude, no one's bouncing around for sure. Does he have the Simian Stride? He does, so a little bit easier for him to bounce around.
DM is very farmed, almost having the pipe as well.
Yeah, I think the big thing is that like from Beast Coast, Moose is like crazy farmed. But then on the other side, you know, Crystallis is very farmed. I'm sure Paravision will be a little bit happier to have the very farmed Gyrocopter in this one.
Yeah, but the question is still like, does it even matter that your Phoenix is very farmed instead of if it doesn't have Sunray? You know what I mean? Like,
yeah, no, it's definitely, it's all item based at that point, right? It's not about the levels that he has. It's all like, okay, what do you have and you're providing? The Vessel has been really nice. The BKB will feel like necessary, but it will not feel like it's super impactful. It's literally just enabling to play the rest of the game.
Yeah, imagine if it was a Hex instead on the Phoenix. Then I would be like, oh yeah, let's go.
Yeah. Even getting some stacks up for himself there. Crystallis, man, this guy is big, and I feel like his items just continue to elevate his game. I mean, the Hurricane Pike will be really nice for him to make sure that there's just no threat of the Link anymore. Then Daedalus Satanic. I don't know.
Maybe a Hurricane Pike. He's got it queued up right now on the gyro.
Yeah, I mean, he's got the crit stick already. I feel like you're probably satisfied with your damage if you're the gyro.
No, especially considering the Bloodlust and the Vlads. You're good on damage, I feel like.
But I mean, both teams are kind of just. It reminds me of Dragon Ball. You know, you just both sit in the corner, you charge up, and then when you have your full key, you can go and hit each other again. Who gets better with full key here? Is it Paravision or Beast Coast?
I think Paravision for sure. They're way more explosive, and they have. It's just simpler, right? You see two heroes, you press Ravage, and then they're gonna die. You don't have saves, right?
Huh?
And if you're Beast Coast, it's like, all right, we see heroes, we're gonna throw Cinderbrew and Cold Snaps at them, and then if they press BKB, we change our minds, we go back, or we commit. Yeah. They press their BKBs and run away. You know what I mean? It's
much more.
It's not. Yeah, it's not straightforward. I think there's a bit of an identity crisis with their lineup, if I'm gonna be honest.
Yeah. No, it definitely feels that way. Like, you have one side where I feel like both Razor and the Brew kind of want these fights to go like very long, drawn out, but you know, Phoenix and Volker, they're kind of all, you know, a little bit burst. You know, they want to drop all their spells and then be done.
He also went for the talent on Phoenix instead, so he's really doubling down on his Icarus dive.
Wow. I mean, it's a good spell. I know why people have started putting even 2 points in it, because of how much that damage scales, and it feels like it's better in the lane. But after that, I'm just not sure what the merit is to put so many points into it. Obviously, he's been getting a ton of farm, so maybe it is just like you're just getting a lot of gold.
I mean, that is true. You do get a lot of gold, but I mean, you'll get a Shivas and you have an AC as well. Those are going to be your auras of choice this game, which is definitely good, but yeah.
It's borderline the reason that a lot of Phoenix players even go for, you know, the burning, the mini radiance you get, Dying Light.
Yeah,
sure. Even the hotspot is theoretically like better in the late game, but like so many people still go for Dying Light because the lane is good, but also you farm so well. And because he farmed very well, that was 800 gold to get a bird.
Pipe finisher DM going in for the shard next, and now they're gonna have top control for Paravision, which means that Roshan is always gonna have to be something that you need to think about if you're Beast Coast, because it's gonna die fast. You have so much Roshan damage if you're Paravision, which is not
it's
the same
honestly a
story.
little surprising, man. 25 minutes in, and we still haven't seen anybody make a move for Roche.
Yeah. I mean, we do have to mention this is a LAN. It's way more tense. We know there's no crowd just yet in the group stage, but it's still a different vibe to play a LAN. Changes how you play, especially if you're a newer team.
Yep. Playing on different equipment even sometimes can be like a little bit different. You feel like you're having an out-of-body experience while you're playing the game.
Yeah, you have different chair, different desk, different monitor.
And just a lowly Sunstrike keeps them away from Roche for now, but Illich still stepping forward, has to be so careful. If he gets ravaged and somehow nuked down, this fight is over again. And dude, they cut down the tree of the monkey. It doesn't matter what happens the rest of the fight. You gotta run. There's no way you can win the rest of this one. Trying to get some vision with the Sunstrike again. They see the gyro running away, and Pike, he wants more. That's a bit far now, but they actually catch him with the fear. Trying to get close to him, dropping the call down. Wants the TP away. They don't have anything to stop him through this one. It's a BKB TP. It's Monkey King down. This could be Roshan for Beast Coast.
Yeah, I mean, that's one way to start a fight. You cut the monkey down and get the egg, and then what can you do if you know? And I have to wonder, was that the best way to make a fight happen if you're Paravision?
Yeah, I mean, it seemed like they kind of had Roche in their hands. They stepped so far forward.
Yeah. I mean, I get it. They wanted to go for the initiation, but this time around, it didn't work out. I wonder if Beast Coast are going to be brave enough to go for the Roshan themselves now, because, I mean, they definitely have damage to bring it down with this AC, but you have to consider the fact that all cooldowns are available for Paravision, except for the BKB Gyro.
But it is BKB Gyro in a game where we're like, we don't know what happens after he presses BKB. But without it, maybe that's enough.
Yeah, I mean, they're going for the smoke right now on Power Vision, so I think Beast Coast is doing the right thing right now, not hitting the Roche, anticipating the smoke rather, I think.
Yeah, but they're not playing under their own ward. Monkey King could get an advantage by providing that vision that they need, but Illich finds him here.
Oh, shit.
No one. Illich, you better press that LT soon here because they're going on him. Tornado up. It might have created enough space, and it does. He gets the split. Now no one forced to pop the Wukongs. Try to control some area for your team because otherwise it could just get too difficult. Sunstrike is going to connect. Oh no, they actually barely dodge it here. So Illich will be forced to run away with his last Bruling. He'll be fine for now, but you've kited out so much from Paravision. Running forward again, Pike trying to find his link target, does get it, needs the stun, but it's a little bit too late now. Now the Manta as well, creating so much space. Pike, he'll get the first kill, and with so much damage, I think he can just turn on everybody else as well. Kills the Ogre, turning back for the Tidehunter as well. No amount of passive stacks can help you with that one. And even through the Kraken shell, they'll get the kill.
I'm not sure he can get him though. Oh,
he does, and hops backwards with the shard. Maybe able to just jump out.
That was close. He might even get the Wisdom Arrow, no one.
Oh,
Moose is coming,
right?
No, he's got egg. He can cut him if he goes for it. He caught him!
How did he know? All right, somebody check this guy's computer. Does he have word.exe?
Wait, it's not on. Okay.
Oh, he's gonna get the Wizzy, but I don't. There's not a prayer for him to get out of this one.
Okay,
there we go.
Wow, 2 cuts in a row.
Mm-hmm.
We were criticizing Moose so much, but now he redeemed himself big time.
Oh yeah, no, he's gotten so much gold. He's actually as farmed as the Monkey King. Is it as simple as a spell that gives you so much more gold is worth it, even though you have the heal?
Yeah, I mean, going back to the fight, first of all, they got the cut on no one. Let's see here. Okay, we're gonna look at the second fight. This is after they used the Ravage to try to get the brew, but didn't end up working, right? This is your cue to go in if you're Beast Coast. This is Pike. He didn't have his BKB initially in this fight. He just gets it here at the very end, and he knows that when there's no Ravage, no BKBs for Dire, they can't really fight it back. So honestly, perfect positioning from Beast Coast. Illich tanking everything, tanking the Ravage, tanking Monkey BKB, and then from there, just easy commitment for Beast Coast.
Yeah, no, it was really nice, especially like seeing how much they were able to kind of take away from Paravision to start. And even the Razor did get stunned after he linked Chrysalis, but I think Chrysalis also got stunned since he didn't have the BKB available. So they just both sat there stunned, but since it was linked up already, it's still very good for the Razor there.
Yeah. I mean, if you think about how the fight started, they tried to go for the brew, right? They used the Ravage for it, but the Chrysalis was not ready to hit him. And they also missed the Boundless Strike. They can bring down this brew as long as they do it as long as they coordinate it. So yeah, it's got to be a bit frustrating right now for no one, making this call to go for the brew, getting caught twice.
Oh, El Misho. Yikes. That's a BKB.
Rip. Yeah, it is. And this BKB duration is actually quite a big deal. I mean, we stressed it so much with the BKBs, you're basically immune in this game if you're Power Vision, but if they're both sitting at 6 seconds, then suddenly, your brew gets tanky, your Razor gets tanky, now he has an Aegis. You get into a position where Power Vision are not strong enough to just go in and burst you with this Ravage and stuff. If that happens, if you get to this point in the game, then 6-second BKB might not be enough to carry you over the line.
The BKB, I definitely agree. Especially when you're playing into Evoker, like the BKB timing always feels like that's when you are at your strongest. Otherwise, there's a lot in the mid-Voker kit, right? As a carry, you're usually more focused on the right-clicking, but man, Tornado, EMP, the Disarm, there's a lot in your pool that like literally ruins your game if you're a Monkey King or a Gyrocopter without BKB.
Yeah, not to mention, yeah, you said it. Tornado, Deafening, Cold Snap, Ice Wall, everything. You got the EMP that pulls you back as well with the Shard.
That's true, yeah. Which is really nice actually to counter maybe, if somebody does have a Hurricane Pike or something to try to get away from this Razor. Even if something as simple as an EMP can keep them in the link. My lord. Bukala stepped up very far forward, and they'll take this kill. Should give it over to Pike, and that's even more for his Satanic. I like this. Sometimes you can go in wait for the refresher if you think the BKB is all you need, but so far it feels like just one BKB has been enough for Pike.
Yeah, for sure. I mean... Oh, let's see. No one in trouble. He's going to have to be forced to use his BKB here.
Oh, he didn't use the Shard. He actually wants to stay. Okay, there. That makes more sense. I thought he wanted to escape there with the Shard on his Jingu, or on his Primal, but that makes more sense.
Yeah, it does. But that's a 6-second BKB right now for no one. And I wonder if you're going to consider even poking the high ground.
6 seconds already? I feel like he hasn't been for that long.
Yeah, right. Chrysalis is at 7 seconds. No one is at 6. So definitely a big deal.
God. Yeah.
And Pyke sitting at 7. Okay.
Yeah. Yeah, I mean, Pikes is at 7, but 7 seconds is definitely long enough to satisfy. And you don't have to be any longer than that. So for him, it'll be fine.
Radiant are scanning.
Oh, Illich is going for an interesting build here. He's going for the Crimson Guard, which is not something you see a lot anymore, but obviously there's no Dispel coming out for Dire side, and they rely so much on this Gyrocopter to do the damage, and I think it might make a big difference here.
And they're not quite behind, but a lot of the net worth is on Chrysalis, so, you know, this Tidehunter, I don't think he's going to be getting any other items too quick, and Monkey King certainly isn't going to get a Nullifier anytime soon. Hurricane Pike forward, but does need to clear that anchor. Coming through with the stun now. It looks like they could lock in on this Volker. More than enough damage, just a little too far from home without the rest of the team around.
Yeah, a bit of a slip up there in the formation. Definitely don't want to have those heroes frontline.
No.
Anyone else, really, like the Phoenix, Razor, Brew, they can frontline, but not the Invo Willow. Unfortunately, they're a bit of a slip for them. They might lose the tier 2 as a result as well.
Yeah, I mean, they have a fortification, I suppose, but be a bit dangerous.
Yeah, Power Vision, they're looking pretty content right now, just taking the map slowly and getting a nice farm.
Ooh, BKB on the Gyrocopter, trying to turn this one around maybe, but oh no, that was BKB on the Phoenix. Yeah, I didn't expect that one, I'll be honest.
It's easy to forget.
I know.
Not every day is a golden bird.
That bird is scary. The bird BKB is probably one of the longest ones we have in this game.
Yeah.
Yes. Oh no, it's still 7 seconds for moves.
Huh. It's interesting. He's you know, if you're gonna get to BKB, you might as well use it in the right way, right? And he's kind of doing that right now. He's frontlining for his team. He knows that, you know, for them to kill him without him getting the BKB off, it would have to come from either an Ogre stun or a Ravage. And those are things that you can react to. So he's playing accordingly, like frontlining for his team instead of, you know, the Invoker or somebody. And that can be good.
Like his BKB needs to be like a long time. We're looking at the other side where you have the threat of so many spells that you need to be careful for. But for Phoenix, it's like, hey, you really want the BKB so that you're not in the calling or you're not ravaged. You just want to press egg. It's kind of similar to BKB on Primal, who also will probably have a low BKB, but it doesn't matter. You just have to get your ulti off.
Exactly. You're able to cast your spells. Maybe you get to kite 1 or 2 extra seconds from the monkey or the gyro BKB duration, and then that's it. You just press your egg for Phoenix. So.
Right.
I mean,
they want to get this Wisdom Rune. They're really encroaching on it, and the Willow stepping very far to start. And now they jump in actually on the Brewmaster. It's a little bit far, but even Moose, he is all the way in, and then he is all the way dead. Maybe a little bit too ambitious there. Now they're going to leash up the Illich. That is just way too far forward for you guys. Now Pyke forced to turn around with the BKB, but there's so much damage from Chrysalis. You have a Satanic, yes, but you don't have any protection for the physical damage that he's doing to you. He's trying to mount it and get it all away, but it's not enough. They'll get the kill on Pyke as well. 3 gone, and just way too far, way too quick from Beast Coast.
Yeah. Now let's see. They're going to get Lumpy here as well. How much he can do.
He's dead. Oh no, and then they could get the Willow again.
Is he gonna get the blink though? I tried to blink the wrong direction.
Chrysalis.
Alright, I mean, that was a bit of an optimistic dive, let's say.
Yeah, that was, first I was like, okay, probably shouldn't be there on the Willow, and then the egg was, my lord. I was way too deep in, and nobody could protect you from that.
Yeah, and after that, you just get the rocket onto the Brew as well, and he just dies so fast. I mean, the problem we keep stressing for Power Vision is the BKB durations and stuff, but if Beast Coast are fighting into you in this way, where they just super force it straight into you, and you're playing in your Wukongs already, it's not like everybody else can commit with you, right? That's the Phoenix.
Yeah.
Pyke can't just walk into the arena and expect to win a fight like that, so Just way too optimistic for Beast Coast, unfortunately.
And honestly, now we're starting to see, because there is the Radiance on Illich, he forced the Gyro to get an MKB very early. So now it's even like you're taking so much damage on the Razor. What are you going to do? Like, you can't build Butterfly. He's already has something to pierce evasion. Honestly, if I'm the Razor in this game, I'd consider an AC. I need some sort of physical protection from these guys. I'm not going to get it through evasion.
Yeah, I mean, Brew has the AC already, so probably not that, but I guess...
Oh, he does?
Yeah, he does.
They took that much damage through an AC already?
Yeah, AC and Crimson.
Oh, Lord.
So, I mean, the refresher is nice, but the question is it going to be enough to deal with all this?
Yeah. Oh, man, you probably just need a Nullifier then. This is the only other source of armor I think could be worth it for you as a Razor, and even that might be too far away. There's a Daedalus already on no one as well, so he's pumping some big damn. Ooh.
Double Daedalus, Bloodlust, Vlads. That is
Yeah. And no one is definitely popping up on his own net worth now, trying to find Lumpy, it seems. And Lumpy... Ooh. Oh, they have him. Tries to get the force away. Does have the BKB. Looks like he's fine for now.
So Parvision, they're not going to go for the tier 2, seems like. They want to be able to contest the Roche, or they're having second thoughts, I guess.
So they could... If the Roche was up now, I think it would be possible to take it. But this tower isn't going to last too long, so after this Parvision, they're going to go...
They're going to force them back instead. Right? Yeah, they want to force them back so they can get in control of Roche indirectly.
This is going to be perfect timing for Paravision, I think.
Yeah, I agree.
They're going to get the entire force back.
Lampy has no BKB, by the way.
I think they could, honestly, they might be TPing away from Roche as it spawns. I think that's exactly what's happening. Now they're right on top of the Voker. Now no BKB for him. Is there anybody who can save him here? The tornado hits, but the rocket actually does so much damage. The shard from Chrysalis does more than enough.
Flank here. This is... They need to get the proper link.
Pyke has a DD, sure, but how good is it here? Right on top of Chrysalis, trying to fight in the Wukons. He wants to step forward with it, even with the DD, but it's not enough. And now the Brewmaster, he doesn't get his ulti off. He just dies. They have an egg on the high ground. They're hitting it. They need to get closer. They'll take it out as well. They're falling before the eyes of Pyke here. He'll try to turn it through. EMP helping out from the buyback on the Invoker, and Pyke, he wants to turn around, but he just can't stay in. Amisho falls as well. It's 3 gone. Only the price of a Ogre Magi for Paravision.
What a sick call by Paravision. Just forcing them back. Beast Coast taking the longer approach, trying to get the flank, but it kind of looked good for a second there, but Illich not getting the split off. He held it way too long. I mean, it's not easy. You're playing against a lot of stuns and etc., but you need to get it off if you want to win these fights, man.
I will say I'm seeing hope for the refresher here from Pyke, because you saw he wanted to continue in with that leash into the Wukons, and he probably could have taken that kill. But without BKB, as soon as the Ravage comes out, you're sitting in a Wukons and you just can't fight it here. Even with DD, but look at how much barrier he had on Chrysalis.
Yeah, and it just outruns him very fast as well. Bloodlust. I mean, it's so smart from Parvision. I really have to give praise here. You could see when the tier 2... Yeah, before they decided to go for the tier 2 even, they were thinking about, should we go to the gates and portal over to contest the Roche? And somebody clearly made the call, no, we're gonna force them back. And in the end, when you put pressure, that's where enemies make mistakes and yeah, turn out perfectly for them.
Play in your own game. Don't respond to the move that Beast Coast is making. Make them respond to you, especially in this net worth, right? 20,000 up. You know that Paravision feel just how ahead they are in this game.
Yeah. But even if you're ahead, it doesn't mean that you need to take, balanced risks. You should always play the scenario that gives you the best or the biggest opportunity, and this is exactly what they did. So I think whoever made that call for them, props to that guy, because that might have just won them the game, really.
It really is that big, and now they're able to get Roche on bottom pretty much for free. And Chrysalis, you thought it was big bad before, popping Aegis on him, and this guy feels invincible. I don't know how you kill him twice.
Yeah, he is jacked, and he's got the flak cannon CD as well. So,
yeah, every one of the talents for Gyrocopter feels really good. Even level 10, having the 175 health really helps out with your farming and your early fighting. Everything feels good.
And really cool itemization as well. Double Lotus, of course, coming out from DM and Ducalis here, supporting him, and also Hex on DM right now. So Now they got this really easy, initiation tool. They don't need to spend the Ravage anytime they want to go for a kill.
Yep. And it's harder to link.
Yeah, for sure.
Radiant are scanning.
Pyke is really gonna need this refresher, but even so, it's not easy to commit into Wukong's command.
Yeah, I love the build. I really do, but it's just... It's going to take a bit. Reina Tarrasque is not a cheap item anymore.
Yeah.
And his courier is even hiding, which is hard versus a Monkey King because he can still jump through those trees and find the couriers. Looks like they do drop down the Roshan banner. Somebody needs to hit it. Looks like they need 2 more, but he doesn't want to commit to it. Thinks he still could die. And he's right, because he gets hexed up almost as soon as he jumps in. Will get feared away, though, on a few people.
Doesn't mean that Power Vision is going to stop, though.
Dude, there's so much damage here. They want to take down this banner, but even just the flak hits from the gyrocopter are doing way too much.
Yeah.
Oh.
Noticing everything off.
He's still taking a lot of damage. You would love to poke him down without actually having to commit anything. Here's the Satanic, and makes it as if you never touched him at all.
Using his mana before he gets burned. Good choice by him. Oh, El Misho just dies.
9 class? That is a support Huerta. He just killed El Misho.
Slow down. Holy shit, he almost killed Lumpy as well on the invo.
Yeah, but now they want to take this fight thinking that this could be their time. There was no BKB and the instant Ravage TM. Just eliminating any chance of the Phoenix having to turn this fight around, and now still locked up the fear. He can't get the ulti off. There's no primal sprint. Now you definitely don't fight in that Wukong's. The stuns are too much. Well. Oh, that was dieback.
Well, you have buybacks for the Brew and the Phoenix, but...
Oh no, that is an early BKB. Oh, no. Oh, no.
It's so scattered for Beast Coast right now.
They are feeling the pressure. They're trying to get no one, and they will get it. He's going to buy back as he sees the writing on the wall, understands that even without him, there's no Razor. He can just come back in and try to end this one out. Crystallis, still the hero of this game. King of the Hill by far.
Yeah, what do you do now for Beast Coast? I mean, it's so scattered, but this last fight, they are not able to execute properly, but
yeah,
it's not like they did anything super poorly or anything. It's hard, right? How do you manipulate the fight? Like, if Pyke commits, Power Vision are free to take a step back. There's no...
Oh my god.
If you buy BKB.
What is the reason for net worth if you buy BKB? That is so good, actually. All right, well, that's the... I want to say it's the last time that we'll get a net worth check, but I don't think it was. It was an interesting BKB game. I think it was necessary thanks to the Muerta, but I mean, 9 class definitely pulled up in some of these fights, making it so that it was so hard for Beast Coast to play, but Crystallis was just the top dog in this entire game.
No, he was for sure. He played a pretty clean game overall. I think there's a couple of hiccups here and there for Power Vision, but when it came to it, they did the right calls. They went, you know, especially this bottom play going up to high ground and stuff. They played really, really good, and I think they understood what it takes to win this game, and smooth sailing overall.
Yeah, a really nice job. It felt like the game was definitely back and forth for a long time. And I agree with you. I don't think there was a whole lot that you changed about this early. Maybe some of the itemization choices, but you see fights like this, and it's like, okay, you know, Beast Coast, you're not just in it. It seems like you have decent counters to what Paravision are throwing at you. Just what changed after this?
Yeah, I mean, this is probably the toughest part of the game for Paravision. They were trying to commit for the brew kill, but ultimately didn't get him, and he got to split off in time. But after this, there wasn't a single moment where Illich got to split off in a proper manner. Either he didn't get it off at all, or he got it off and it didn't mean anything. So as soon as they identified the issue, yeah, I mean, see here, it's there's no proper way for Beast Coast to commit together into this fight, and I think it's just a product of the lineup, and they didn't commit to an identity. You can play low stun lineups, but then you have to play more towards objective damage and push and team fights. And if you want to play, it just, if you need to play Brew and Razor, you need to have stuns basically. That's just it, right? If you don't have anything, you go for the BKBs. It's just so hard to make it work because we see time and time again. The Pyke goes in, Crystal presses BKB, runs away to his Bloodlust and his Lotus Orbs, and then what does Pyke do? It's too hard for him.
Which is a sad part because I feel like the Razor is a really good pick for this game. I definitely see what he does. He should be able to face up on one of these guys, but it just felt at some point it was him versus Power Vision for the most part, right? Like the Phoenix Egg wasn't really doing much. El Misho struggles whenever the BKBs are out, and Illich, unfortunately, just not able to press the ulti in some of these fights really makes it so that it's Pyke or nothing, and that's just not a way that you can play versus a dual core lineup, Crystallis and Monkey King. When Crystallis was super farm, but there was also a Monkey King with the Daedalus there too.
Yeah, for sure. And another thing I want to highlight before we go to break is that they did first pick the Monkey here, and they went for the Invoker counter pick, and it didn't really do anything meaningful this game. Not that Lumpy had a bad game or anything, but he just didn't slow down no one. And I think they need to re-look at a little bit of how are they going to deal with this Monkey going into next game, if they want to leave it again, or are they going to have something better?
Yep. I'll definitely have to go back to the drawing board a little bit here because they, I don't know, at least the beginning of the game, I feel like things did go well. I have to wonder if we didn't, on that Wisdom Rune, on the Tormentor, if we didn't toss out the Willow to kind of just get like pushed back, if we didn't Sunray into 5 people, an Egg, and then start to lose people after that, if that fight didn't happen or even just went better, like what happens? Does that turn around the game? Does that make it still winnable there? I have to feel like yes.
Yeah, I mean, probably. Like the game is, at that point, the game was looking stable for Beast Coast side, but they were in a position where it's not clear. How do we transition it? Are we gonna kill them, or are we gonna go for towers? Neither option seems like it's not straightforward. It's not easy for everybody to understand exactly what to do, and I think this is always gonna be a problem when you're playing LAN, right? I completely agree with you that this play that they made, it wasn't performed optimally. But even if they don't do it, I don't think it's going to be straightforward, and that's my thing. That's where I would like to see changes for Beast Coast. Not that they played amazing or poorly or anything, but I think they need to make the strategy, just polish it a bit more, and they're gonna look way better, I'm sure of it.
Yeah, because they did. They played fantastic fights, and similar to what we saw in last series when Beast Coast kind of felt like the other team. Last series, Beast Coast had a very good game number 1. They had a very standard draft, and then they kind of fell away from that in game number 2. And whenever Enigma came back, they made a very standard lineup, and we saw it work very well. So I'm wondering if they're going to do the same thing, where they have more stuns, they go for offlaners that are maybe more atypical in this meta, and then they come back and win this game. So we'll find out if they win this game number 2, or if Paravision will come in for the 1-1 or for the 2-0. So we'll be back just after this break with game number 2.
burning up all my desire to be great. I gotta just open the gate. All I need is saving from hitting the pavement. Understand it when I'm impatient. That only I give to me. All I need is a little love in lonely places. The strength to stand fear in the face. That only I give to me.
Hello, everybody, and welcome back to ESL One Bangkok, powered by Intel. Game 1, a little rougher for Beast Coast. We saw them strong out the gate in their first series. This one a little bit slow. Anskin, what do they got to do? You're saying just like pick a little bit more familiar lineups and we're good to go?
Yeah, I mean, maybe not familiar, but I would say more solid, if you know what I mean. Like, pick an identity and go for it. If you want to play push, play push. If you want to play team fights, get stuns. That's what I mean. So I think, if anything, they showed up with more tempo compared to game 2 against Nigma, which was nice. They did a lot of cool stuff early on. The only thing I didn't like about their play maybe was that they didn't use their split basically at all. I think he held it for about 5 or 6 minutes before he used the first one. And that's for me, already something is wrong. Anyway, I think they played fine. There's a few hiccups here and there. There's hiccups for Parvision as well. Maybe some jitters, especially for Parvision side. But yeah, Beast Coast, I think when they had the Magnus, they looked so much more comfortable. And unfortunately, I don't think they're going to get it. Their first pick this time, but I don't think Parvision is going to give it away.
They get 1 game of Magnus per group stage. They've already used it. Yeah, I'll be interested to see if they keep on banning that. Obviously, for Paravision, they don't feel like they need to change much. Crystallis was playing PoE for what, like 20 minutes? He's gotten plenty of practice. Now he gets to pull it in here, and now his game was fine. Even if the rest of his team was stressing, he was just chilling, doing what he wants to do, and no worries there. So there's no reason for Paravision to change anything in game 2.
Yeah, no, I think their strategy looked on point. I think their shot calling was on point. I think team cohesion was good as well. There was a few hiccups, you know, no one getting cut from the trees twice, and you know, trying to commit for the Brewmaster once it didn't work out. But these are like individual missteps or like miscalculations, let's call it. And that's not really something you can, you know, organize or practice on a team level. And I think maybe jitters, part of it, maybe not playing as Brewmaster for a while has a part in it as well. But overall, you should be fairly happy if you're Paravision.
Yeah, they've got definitely, I don't know, it seems like their formula is just working. And so far, this Paravision team definitely feeling comfortable as they're entering this phase of the groups. They already had a 1-1 that they picked up versus Baboon, which is, you know, a pretty strong team. So they got to be happy there. If they pull out the 2-0 here, they'll definitely be amongst the top in their group. Feel pretty confident rolling into day 2.
For sure. And also Betboom, I believe, if I'm not mistaken, was the team that eliminated them from Blast just a week or 2 ago, where they ended up in the shared 3rd and 4th slot. So definitely no shame drawing that. It's actually a pretty good result. Pretty solid bans. I think these 4 are kind of what we are gonna see a lot of the time if you're playing second pick. Yeah, Alok, DK, Doom, and Mag. The only one that is up for debate would be Doom, as I would say. I mean, Doom is a solid hero, fits the meta, but it has fallen off a little bit, maybe.
Yeah, no, definitely like Doom, Shadow Demon, Timber have all been kind of like cycled through there depending on who you're playing against. So Shadow Demon, it's so strange. I feel like that hero was like top of A, especially now that we still have a lot of like melee pause 5s. Ogre coming into a pause 5 meta doesn't change that at all. And Beast Coast this time, we're like, damn, that Monkey King looked pretty good. I want to try that for myself.
Yeah, I mean, you need to have something else up your sleeve, right? And for most teams, it has been the Monkey King. For Beast Coast, I'm not sure if it's like as scary as it is on Paravision, but at the same time, if you don't pick it up, you're gonna have to give it away. And I don't know. I'm on board with this. I think it's a good decision.
5 seconds remaining.
So we'll see. Beast Coast are gonna stick with the idea that the Invoker is the answer to Monkey, which didn't really seem to be in last game. And Paravision, when they went for the Monkey first pick, they banned Batrider themselves. So
interesting.
You can already see a bit of the differences in, you know.
Ideals.
Yeah, exactly.
No, that's interesting because I feel like I liked the things that Lumpy was doing early with the Invoker, but it wasn't really the interaction with the Monkey. Like you said, like he didn't really do much to slow down no one. I liked how he played the game. He was ghost walking around, creating kills on the map, getting these great escapes, and bringing the supports to him. I liked that, but you can do that versus most mid laners. It wasn't necessarily an answer to Monkey.
Yeah. And Monkey he's not really a hero that needs mana, or you know, like it's not like a I don't know, Tiny or something that hates mana burn.
That's true.
So we'll see. Batrider, this hero has been amazing. It's one of the best supports right now. Some teams play it in the mid lane as well, but I wouldn't expect that from Paravision necessarily.
No. I kind of miss those days. The Batrider from the mid lane was definitely like a high octane kind of,
Yeah,
you know.
it
You get
was.
the lasso, and if you didn't kill someone, it was like, oh no, how does the rest of the fight go? You know, it was really fun to watch.
Old school Batrider, or he just, if you didn't have a counter to him, you just auto lose the lane. That was
right.
If you didn't have like a life stealer or a weaver or something, yeah.
There's also so many more like mobile heroes in the mid lane. Honestly, versus Batrider, sometimes you just banned out Quap and it was like, surprise, you lose. You know?
Yeah, exactly.
Not a whole lot else.
I wonder if they're gonna go for the ogre straight for Paravision again. I feel like
It depends. I feel like the ogre has like some interaction with the Muerta, where it's like, if you know they want Muerta, then you pick up ogre. If you want the Muerta, then you don't have to pick ogre if you don't want to.
okay, they go for the beast. So they're doing they're kind of doing everything that they banned out last time. They went for the monkey. So Beastmaster obviously is one of the best laners into MK if he's on the side lane. You can pressure him. He doesn't clear the boars easily, and the hawk, and you can cut him down as well. No wave clear. Beast Batrider is not like already. I feel like you can't place this monkey in the safe lane. Like it's,
right?
It's so hard. Yeah.
Get bounced back. You almost like you can find a way to clear the boars and that house, but like Batrider already does something where like you can't build up the Jingu stacks, even just like Lion. So you're already not going to be aggressive versus this guy.
Yeah, and
something else. I would love to see Gyro personally.
Yeah, Gyro would be good. But the benefit of drafting like this, if you're Paravision, it kind of structures the draft and it makes it more simple to think about. Because sometimes drafting can be very abstract. Where there's so many, like if you think of it like a tree, it's like it can go so many branches, or like it goes so many directions and then it branches out. Now you're like, okay, if monkey is safe lane, we're happy. You know, you have that sorted. So you can think about, okay, what are we gonna do mid against him? We have so many options. And yeah, I think it's very logical and just a solid and smart way of drafting for Paravision.
Yeah, and it's not like this is only a counter to like, oh, please be Crystal Maiden Gyro, please.
That would be
please,
nice.
for the love of God. Please. I remember we used to see so much more Crystal Maiden Gyro because it was like push-pull lane. If you went to try to like stop the camp that Crystal Maiden was pulling, she would just like frostbite you. Then you would take the rocket barrage. It was impossible to play against. I actually love this, but it does mean, is there some end-all be-all mid laner now knowing this is Gyro carry that you can place against the Monkey King?
Good question. There's no obvious ones. I think Windrunner is fairly dead.
Yeah. I guess you could potentially Viper. It feels a little bit fragile to pick so early.
I mean, no one could definitely do it, I think.
Yeah. I think everybody that has a hand can play Viper. I don't think you even need two. I think you just need one.
That is fair. Could you do it? Do you have hands?
Dude, toss me in. Bench no one and put me on the Viper City. I'll play it. Damn it! That hero requires buttons. I'm done. I can't play anymore.
I mean, not if you're Thompson. You don't need buttons. You need a mouse.
That's true. That's fair. I mean, also, I will say, Sniper and Viper, they kind of play the mid lane the same way. You know, they are going to go like Hurricane Pike, double Wraith. In Sniper's instance, instead of going for a Mage Slayer, he's going to go for a Maelstrom and farm up. And so far, there's not a whole lot of catch. Since you already see Crystal Maiden as the pause 5, that's usually where this like jump pause 5 would be. Tusk. Clockwork kind of comes from that role. Seeing this, it almost feels like the Sniper feels free.
Yeah, no, right. It's super free right now. You need to get something. And Ogre as well.
Can you shove like, yeah, they take the Ogre. Can you even shove some sort of jump hero in on a support role, or does it have to be some sort of like jump initiating off?
I think you really have to draft your offlaner here if you're Beast Coast, because if you don't, not only are you putting your +4 on the prioritized pick, but you're also not gonna have the best offlaners anymore. They're gonna get banned later on, right? So I think it's crucial that you get a Mars, you get a Centaur or something like that. But even so, it's not. Yeah.
You want Centaur so much more than like anybody else that I've co-casted with, and I also want Centaur like all the time, but like no one ever picks it. It feels like it's so simple to be like, I found a guy, go get him, like stampede and just run at him. Like it always feels so nice, but people don't really prioritize that on teams. Why is that?
Good question. I guess there's just better heroes, but I think it makes a lot of sense with how the carry pool is looking, with how the mid pool is looking. I think. Oh, Earth.
Oh, wow.
Wait, so Gyro 4 or Monkey 4?
Please don't be Gyro 4.
Because I think you need this Gyro into the beast.
Yeah, like I think that I'm honestly willing to say, look, man, I know that you don't want to, but El Micho, you're gonna have just a terrible game. You're gonna be sad. You're gonna be playing Monkey King Pause 4 where it doesn't make any sense. We literally cannot put this gyrocopter anywhere else because it's so good.
Yeah, I mean, I do like the Earth. The question is just what is going to happen with this Gyro Monkey, because I mean, if Beast Coast was liquid right now, I wouldn't feel so worried because I know that like Mickey is like the best monkey care player in the world, right?
Yeah. That's where you transcend matchups though. You have to be somebody like Sumail in the mid lane where it's like, oh, that's Dragon Knight versus Timber, but that's Sumail in the mid lane, so it doesn't matter. He will still win that matchup. I don't know if I just don't know if that's going to be somebody who transcends the matchup difficulties there on Pyke. He's a very great player, but I also think he's a very great gyrocopter.
Yes.
I think you put him at his best whenever he's gyro.
Yeah, he's an amazing gyro player. So I think do that and then just find a way to enable this monkey to be 4. And it doesn't have to be like you don't need to overthink it. You don't have to go for a Death Prophet or an Enigma or something. Just go for a double melee and play wave pool. I think that's going to be enough.
Yep.
And then what you can do then is you rotate your monkey 4 to the safe lane and you go ham with the gyro and the CM. I think this is a solid way to make it happen, actually. Kind of what Enigma did earlier today, where they just let their offlaner to, like, he has to play his own game and recover and stuff, and then you play for other things. You gank the sniper, you gank the beast. You know, get a primal offlane or something that can recover easily.
Yeah, I think there's a lot of answers that do what we wanted to do, and the carry pool is also largely taken out from like the really good stuff, right? Alchemist, DK, even Bristleback, Broodmother, and on their side they even get to ban out one more. I don't think there's a ton of like, man, this is like the best carry in the game, we can just get it right now, you know? I think that you can do a really safe draft now from Beast Coast that plays against anything.
I think so too. But I think the key is that you need to have a successful top lane. That is absolutely crucial in this game.
No, it can't go wrong. It just has to win. Man, I am so in for this Centaur. I want to think of other heroes, but he's the only one that comes to mind.
No, Centaur could work. I think Primal would work as well.
Yeah,
just
Blade Mill builders also can be as simple as that.
Yeah, just get double Blade Mill, Earth Spirit, Primal, let's go.
Yeah. I think Blade Mill is literally that good right now versus the sniper already, and there's not a whole lot of offlaner or safe laners that are going to pressure this Primal in a bad way.
Question is, what is Crystal is going to play right now? Because he has an ogre to match or to play with, so
I can see a crazy world where it's nature's carry.
Ooh, I guess, but then you're gonna have to face these double blade mills running at you.
Yep. The only hero that can farm up the quickest BKB in the world, I think.
Has he played it lately? I could see, you know, if there was ever I mean, I wonder if they want more frontline because they have the sniper, or if they're just gonna go for like some Weaver or Crystal is classic. Here we go.
Okay, so they're abandoning the tried and true get an ogre, get a ranged carry. They're going in for the Bloodseeker, which means we get to see a fun world where he ruptures a blade mailed primal beast and then he dies to his own rupture. I would love to see that today.
Yeah, so I guess the idea is that they're going for the ogre Bloodseeker, like the double melee kind of clunky lane, because they understand that Beast Coast are kind of running the same script, right? Their offlane is super clunky, monkey primal. So they don't feel bad about the fact that they don't have an optimal lane, let's call it.
Yeah, Beast Coast feel like they've been on the back foot of this draft pretty much the entire time, especially after this Earth Spirit, because we knew that this was going to be essentially a sacked hero. There's no way that El Micho has a good game at all in this one as the Monkey King. So you're kind of playing a 4v5 for a little bit until he gets great items and starts enabling his team that way. Of course, he's not going to be dead the whole time, but man, this laning stage feels like it's going to be really hard.
Yeah, I mean, I think in terms of straight up laning, it's not going to be great for El Micho, but what he can do is he can make the proper rotations and he can actually win the game for his team if he does it well here.
Ooh.
I think the key is that you play around mid and top lane for Beast Coast. If you do this, you have a really good chance of winning the game. But if you try to stick in your lanes, you try to play 2v2, I think this game is going to be kind of brutal in the other way. I think for Power Vision...
to play the lane, don't play the lane.
Exactly. I mean, you want to make sure that the sniper doesn't get control of the game. You shut him down, make sure that he can't, do the sniper nighttime sitting mid and just bullying everybody and Beastmaster getting the game he wants. And yeah, Primal is the perfect hero to just sit on his own, recover.
Yep.
It
is an important part of it. And, Centaur also does this, but a hero that is able to just sit and accept that your pause 4 is going to be rotating lane by yourself. We've had a lot of those archetypes throughout Dota 2 history. It has been Centaur, it has been Timbersaw, and with the creation of Primal Beast, a super thick hero that also has some mobility, right? I think that's what largely enables him to be that hero that moves around. Even at level 2 or 3, you have the onslaught that can kind of get you out of trouble. And there it is. So
Rupture Universe are pushed when attacked by Bloodseeker. That's a good one.
Yep. And he did go for Inner Beast, which means you can pretty much click on them. If you take the one with the sword on it that I don't know the name of, you go for the Aghanim Scepter, but on Beastmaster, he's going for the minions. And we do have Learning Curve, of course, the best level 2 hero there for the Ogre Magi.
Yeah, nothing too surprising in terms of facets.
No, I don't think so.
Wait.
Oh, what did the Gyro go for? Was he right, or did he go for the Afterburner? Oh, okay.
Afterburner.
Man, he saw it. It was like that. Crystal's played a really good game with that. I thought that was something that was really good versus the, as you said, Razor. Well,
Yeah.
Why this game now?
I don't know exactly. It doesn't. There's no like. The only thing I could think about is like, you want to play really aggressive early game top lane. Really abuse this barrage, and that could be it, maybe.
That's true. Yeah.
But I'm not saying this is the case now, but way too often pros they just copy, which is hilarious to say, but people assume that the guy that plays the hero the most knows best, which is often true, of course, but it happens.
Oh, I don't think he's going to kill the creeps. Oh!
Wait, Moose is here, but this is a bit uncoordinated. They could have gone for First Blood there for sure if they went together.
Right. So, it's only one creep denied, not so bad, but also Bloodseeker doesn't, like, he can set up these creeps really easily if there's no one around. You only have to hit the range or melee creeps once, you're fine. You're going to heal up off of the damage you took by tanking these creeps under the tower. This doesn't change your game at all.
Yeah, I think you should not be killing these creeps though. You need to pull it, like behind you tier 1. I think this is the wrong approach. I mean, the thing is, think about it. When you pull the wave, what is Ducalis going to do about it? He doesn't have a spell.
Yeah.
So now you're just trading straight even. If you do the wave pull, then you're putting Ducalis in an awkward spot where he's like, am I going to chase them without
Oh, and it just keeps on getting better. First off, no one did go for the ghillie suit, so those shrapnels last forever. And also, yeah, we talked about like how good this Ogre Magi is level 2, and you're just basically skipping the first 2 levels of lane. So Ogre gets to play the game when he is at his strongest only.
Yeah, and exactly.
9 class, does he get this kill? I mean, 9 class pumps the damage, and the axes sniped out. DM gets the kill. Now Pike in danger. 9 class, he ain't stopping. In fact, the only reason he stopped was to maybe get the courier. And does he get the kill on Pike? He should do it. One more hit, but with the flame break, but a big stick turnaround. Pike can't get the kill. It's a double for DM, literally throwing 2 axes and getting 2 kills.
Oh man, that's a big problem. I mean,
oh yeah.
Everything going wrong. Like on every lane so far for Beast Coast, it's not the start they needed in this game.
And that was pretty much as bad as it gets there. And honestly, I feel for Lumpy because he showed up to this lane with 50% HP versus a matchup that you don't pick Air Spirit because of the lane. You pick it because you're able to get him in the game. So no one to start off this well. Oh, that is dangerous.
Yeah, and it's gonna be all eyes on El Micho now. Where is it gonna go? Like, because sitting bottom in this game, it's not gonna work. Like, I can almost promise. If he doesn't move at some point, either to mid or to the top lane, this game is gonna look... Yeah.
At this point, you might have to go to the top lane. This lane is not meant to be pushed backwards and take so much damage as Pyke is right now. But 9class is doing a fantastic job. You have to shove him back. You have to give this Gyro the free game that Crystal has had in game 1.
Mm-hmm. Okay, Omisha's setting up mid right now. No one is sitting at about 60% in mid lane.
Handskin. So what, 3 minutes in, you've seen likely 5 waves. So 20 creeps.
Yeah.
He has 4 CS on Gyro. Oh,
yeah,
he just got 5. And then no one got a double in the mid lane. They do trade out, but Elmisha was the one to get the XP and going, oh my lord, it's a disaster.
Feels bad, man. Okay, let's see. Elmisha going top lane now. I think this is the right choice. They need to get a kill on DM.
They need to get a kill. You need to start turning this around.
Oh.
Both of these heroes are made to counter this Beastmaster, and DM is already so far ahead in this lane.
Well, he's reading it right now on DM. I assume this comes from good communication from the Ducalis, actually. That's hilarious.
And they borderline have to tri-lane this lane, and I don't... How much changes?
I mean, this is so good from Paravision. Oh, what a...
Yeah.
That's a sick pushback. They're not even gonna get him, dude.
No. And this gets really complicated now because he also needs the XP on this gyrocopter, so you have to make these aggressive moves. Then you have to back out so he can CS. It's hard.
Yeah. I mean, you can't go jungle if you're Earth Spirits. You still need to make this top play happen. That's the only thing you can do if you're Beast Coast right now. Gonna block the stack.
This is kind of funny though. No, I thought he was going to. Oh, dude, I actually thought that was exactly what he was doing.
Why not, right?
I'm sure that he was like, what if I get sticky stacked, right? Then he just sees me and then it's over.
I guess.
Oh. This is a hard one from a roaming tree. I don't know. And to be fair, I can't even say that like he should be doing more because I genuinely don't think his hero does much more. Like, this is such a hard game for a Pause 4 Monkey King to play. It is impossible to find like the answer. It was truly up to your safe lane to win and your mid lane to survive. And I just... No, and he even dewards? Oh god, I would be so tilted. And looks like they're trying to get something done here, but he's already level 6. He is 2 levels up on Lumpy. You don't see that at all in the mid lane anymore, it seems. No one gets a kill. Now he's trying to turn around. They brought everybody to kill no one. Finally gets the kill. Now even bringing Moose to try to get their revenge on Ducalis. They still have yet to deal with the bat, but they'll worry about that later because they've gotten themselves another kill in this lane. 9class is just pouring out the damage from this Batrider. It feels like he's still got more in the tank if he wants to.
I mean, you can tell that Paravision did their homework. They're reading the game perfectly. They know that the only play that Beast Coast can really do is to go attack top or mid lane. And they just bring... This time it's a 3 versus 4, but it still just puts them at 2 for 2 in terms of kills. And then it's not going to be enough, right? Crystallis is super free farming. Already using the Rupture once. And,
oh, yeah.
I mean, DM, he got pushed back a little bit in terms of progression, considering there was a trial in, but he's not. Oh, man. It's not like he's completely destroying this game. He's doing completely fine.
Dude, Ducalis, that is a crazy ward to place, and it is exactly correct. I mean, Monkey King is trying to find couriers right now. I feel like he should be going in for the wisdom, but he's going to be too late.
He is, yeah.
Radiant's middle tower is under attack.
It was a cool idea, but unfortunately a little bit too late for him. Oh,
my. Okay. That is the second time I feel like I've seen a cut tree where it just... There was no reason. 9class is actually like eyes in the back of his head or something.
Yeah, he knew. You know this thing, you don't see the Monkey King on the minimap, right? But you see him if you pay attention, like if you move your camera. Maybe he
That's
did.
why I never see him. See those people who have like they put their mini map on a whole different screen.
Pike in trouble. He's so dead.
Oh yeah, no, he's got a little bit to turn around with, and here comes Illich, but he's still not able to step up. It's actually 9 Class who's creating an issue for the Gyro to step up for, but still get the kill and turn around for 9 Class as well. That is a 3 kill streak that Lumpy picks up after a horrendous mid lane. He needed that.
That is exactly what he needed actually. Perfect timing for Illich there. He doesn't have a TP right now, but I'm not sure Chrysalis can do this on his own. Yeah, he decides against it. Oh wait, no one is here.
Yep. Oh, cancels out the assassination, actually. A second kill on no one would be a disaster, but it looks like they will TP in the necessary bodies to make sure that no one does survive.
Yeah, Power Vision getting stuck there into a response, but didn't yield anything. Oh, and they got a...
Oh, there's no Rupture. Bringing down the Monkey King. But a single silence actually might be enough to keep them away from
him. Unfortunately, it didn't hit the 3 dance there. I'm not sure it's enough anyway, but this is nice. You know, now Elmisha got them to a spot where they start responding to him. He can chain moves together, you know, Power Vision responds top, he can make a move bottom, etc. This is what you need. But unfortunately, it's just a little bit, it's a bit too little, too late. It hasn't yielded any significant kills and hasn't slowed them down.
Big dodge. Ooh, there we go. It's a cool one to look at, and those are the things that matter. It's about knowing that you can.
Yeah.
Yeah. You know, as somebody who plays Bloodseeker badly, first off, love the build. Only having the 3 points in your passive and then going right in for the attack speed afterwards, that is truly where your farm comes from. And then it can be really hard. You don't want to overcommit. Your hero is almost like a PA or a Ricky, where you want to dance in these fights. You don't want to hard commit on anyone just yet. So you need this BKB, and if you show up to fights too early and start fighting without it, you could find yourself behind again, even with this really good lane start.
Yeah, for me, this hero is a lot about the Maelstrom timing, and here we go. Yeah, you see how fragile he is? He just dies as soon as they chain 2 spells together.
And he died there because he didn't buy the BKB yet. If he had bought BKB, he'd live there.
True.
He has 4,000 net worth. I know he can afford one. It's just the whole lane. You only buy a BKB.
Sell everything. Get the BKB right now. All right, so this might be the first tower of the game for Beast Coast, actually, which is really nice.
And slowly coming back from a really subpar laning phase. Now, we understand the sniper should be ahead, but it's where the Gyrocopter isn't super fed. That feels kind of rough. There were already stacks for this Beastmaster to farm, so he's just going to continue to get bigger. That's going to be an issue. So even though this laning stage is like kind of okay, it only gets worse.
Yeah, but they're doing the right thing right now for Beast Coast. They're activating Illich. This is exactly what they need to do. And they're gonna get the Beast here, looks like.
Oh.
Or?
Fine for now. JK, unless they have the Pulverize coming on in. They do get the roar, and it actually sends everybody away. DM is still alive, and you have no prayer of getting over to him. Elmisho falls as well. Lumpy has to get away. I believe he got body blocked on that roll from the Ogre Magi. So Ducalis 2 times in a row, kind of owning on this Ogre. Whoa. How did he not? He didn't Lotus. He didn't wand. He was just like, I'll live.
What a baller. Yeah, I mean, they're trying to find these sneaky paths for Beast Coast, but they're just unfortunately a bit too under-leveled, so they don't have enough damage. Like, they can't even bring down DM when he's isolated as free. And yeah, it's just rough, man. Like, they can't play just a straight-up farming game because they don't have the farming tools. They need to use their bottoms, and they need to get to these blade mills, and they need it like minutes ago. You know what I mean? Solo kill again for a long.
What?
Oh, I guess it's
because he saw him on the Bloodseeker.
Yeah.
Oh, my heart. It's kind of getting into the point where like he's at 4K net worth on an Earth Spirit, which is fine if it was 2 minutes ago. Now you kind of need to be up here. Your Primal Beast is in the exact same position as you said. We need blade mails. It's going to be so long until we see that. And now a sniper is allowed to just encroach on the map, continue to play up. That is a scary sign.
For sure. I mean, it's okay to be behind on Earth Spirit. The problem is that you died so many times. I mean, he died solo twice now to no one, and it's like you can't have this happen. And I understand.
You can be behind.
I understand a lot of it comes down to the fact that, you know, he started the lane with 50% HP and stuff, but
yep.
It's just, you know, a few of these small things have gone wrong for Beast Coast. Unfortunately, in the lane stage, they didn't go for the wave pull bottom. They went for the wave kill instead. They started the lane mid, like he took a risk going for the Bound Rune on the Earth Spirit, and then when you do these things, you know, not correctly, it just means that your next move is going to be easier to read. Your timings hit differently, and then the game is tough. And now you kind of have to do the impossible if you want to pull this game around if you're Beast Coast, because well, look at Power Vision right now. They're ahead, but they benefit from farming still. So it's like the onus is on Beast Coast to make the moves, but they're not strong enough to make the moves, and it's kind of this impossible equation.
Yeah, they're nowhere like they can farm as much as they want. Think about the Bloodseeker. He's nowhere close to the MC truly wants in order to keep this game like, you know, active. He wants to get his Maelstrom, then finishes BKB, so he's got plenty on his list. Beastmaster still hasn't finished his Helm too. Sniper wants all the mobility items in the world. They have so much here that they're still hoping for, and they're 6,000 gold ahead. Meanwhile, Beast Coast, you said this is their time.
And here we see Power Vision gonna make the first move. Is that a Blink Batrider? It is. Okay, that's scary. Lumpy's so toast.
Oh lord, instantly with the blink. I don't think he even completed the roll just yet. Chain stuns are there, and man, no one. It's just a force to be reckoned with. Great jump by 9 class.
Really good usage of the Blink Tiger, especially getting it before the nighttime where we talk about. No one is in.
This is a TP and a half, and this could work out. They had the call down hitting him here, but no one. He's turning it around a little bit. Almost gets the kill on Pike. Has to back out because he is burning down. Moose is going to try to hold up Ducalis here with the Rain of Ice, and Ducalis should fall as well. Looks like a very good 2-kill turnaround. Unfortunately, Gyro does have to go like all the way back to base, or at least spend some gold on Rita. He's not able to just sit there and farm the whole way afterwards.
Yeah, a bit too cocky there for no one. I have to say, going to the right into the dire agents there. I mean, I understand that you're strong, but you're not that strong.
No.
Oh, Night Blast.
It was really nice. Illich is just like, I will TP in and kill this man. You know, that was pretty straightforward.
Yeah. And that's a comeback a bit for Beast Coast, but yeah, they're still in trouble.
Does get away. And the net worth lead didn't actually change after that one. Even though there was a lot of gold, they're still gaining so much on Power Vision thanks to the farming of the Bloodseeker.
Yeah, it's just like, there's no way Beast Coast is going to be able to match this farm. You have a Bloodlust on all these cores. You know, Beastmaster has his creeps to farm with. The other two has a Maelstrom plus Bloodlust. It's just, you can't match the farm. It's just that simple, and that means you have to make these plays, and that's not really working out for you either, so another lasso.
Instant in with the lasso. I mean, it is just a Crystal Maiden. Moose will gladly give his life for it, but I don't think there's anything else going on after that. It's not like your rest of your team can fight without lasso down.
Yeah, but you can see the mentality, right? As soon as you get the cooldown up, you just send it on anybody.
Yeah.
You're not waiting for the perfect opportunity, you're just waiting for a opportunity, and then you go.
Right. You have to fight with 5 people if you're Beast Coast. Even one hero down creates so much space for your team. And that's kind of the difference between, like, you know, being ahead of 8k or being down 8k. You really have to be selective on Beast Coast with where you use your spells. This Pulverize has to be really good. They'll see if they can find someone here. Trying to find no one, but the Roar connects. There's even a Bloodseeker here to provide some vision with the Blood Right. Yeah, dude, he's got the Blade Mail, but how much can he really tank out of this one? You're not on no one, and Pike is going to fall here. A really quick few kills, and it is a team wipe here for Power Vision. Not a single soul taken from Beast Coast.
Yeah, and you can tell the experience as well for Power Vision here. I mean, still, I don't know who is the shot caller or who's making these calls, but they are always ready when they need to. You know, they're going for this tier 2, they're bringing 5. Everyone is trying to protect no one, and you see 9 class attempting it there, but as soon as the Primal comes in, they just roar him, make sure that nobody gets onto no one. Crystallis is here, throwing out the Rupture as well, and then it's easy from there, you know.
Yeah.
It's they're playing really good on Power Vision. They're knowing every crucial aspect of the game. They're nailing it, and props to them.
Yeah, kiting out so well, and that's sometimes a really hard fight to take. I love the wraparound, but they didn't actually have any vision control on that outpost. It was all Power Vision. It was all what they could see, and Sniper thrives in that environment, especially with Gilly's suit, where you really do have to have a ward on him. On the other side, I honestly feel that this build is going to be a little bit rough for the Gyrocopter. I think this is one of those games where you needed to go right in for the BKB after the Ags and the Falcon Blade. I don't think he's allowed to take this detour for Crit Stick because now, I mean, BKB will be so far away.
Yeah, it will be. But even so, think about it, you get to BKB, you're playing into Lasta, you're playing into Roar, you're playing into Rupture, and a sniper hitting you. It's like, I'm with you. You need to get to BKB, but then what? You know?
Yeah, that's true. There's a lot. There's a lot needed on the item wish list for that gyrocopter. And on the other side here, poor old Monkey King. Again, El Misho, he's really just trying to offer vision information for his team. That's all that he can really do right now. And a huge step back from the sniper, instantly focusing down this primal. And that was with the BK or the blade mail going right through the Earth Spirit. Pyke will try to clean up a little bit, but he can only get one kill. In fact, he might get only one. Chrysalis will step up here. The rocket barrage almost took down the Bloodseeker, but there wasn't any help. And it is another team wipe, but this time they did get the Ogre.
They did get the Ogre, but I'm not sure if it's worth it. I mean, they're two, and I mean, they try, and I have to commend them for it, but...
A huge grenade.
Yeah, really big grenade.
He did take a lot of damage, honestly. Like, it was enough to get the first kill on him, and Pyke almost killed the Bloodseeker too. Chrysalis really being like, just a little too early, maybe. He got lucky, I think. Or he knows his limits very well and he played it. You know, it could be either one, but that was, whenever it comes within like 15 HP, man, that's close.
I mean, this is probably the best Bloodseeker player, though. I mean,
that's fair.
If there's anyone who has this hero as his signature, it has to be Crystallized. I can't think of anybody else. Oh,
only one who would pick it in this game. There comes Lumpy. Silence stop. Has the... Nope. Doesn't even have the illusion room to break the silence. 9-class steals it from him at the last second. And now we have two heroes here coming up with their Mjolnir very soon from Power Vision. And on the other side, I mean, we're just waiting on so many items. We need a BKB from Lumpy. We need, I think, also BKB from the Primal. And I think I also need a BKB from the Gyro. And as you've said, that's not even the only answer. That only enables them to play the game. Even after that, how much do they really do as they're playing the game?
Yeah, when you get to BKBs, you're gonna need, I don't know, a Blink on Primal at least. You're gonna need a Shiva or something. There's a lot. And I think the window is really before no one has his BKB, but he's about to have it in like 10 seconds when the courier delivers it.
Shivas feels crucial in this game when you're playing against a Ghillie Snoot sniper. I mean, it provides at least some way to find him even whenever you're not seeing him on a ward. And I mean, no one is taking this game and running with it, having the BKB coming to himself soon. I don't know if he even needs it, but why not? You know, what else does he really need in this game?
Yeah, right. It just gives him insurance, basically.
Yeah. And with that completed, I mean, this is a great foundation for Sniper. He's got the Shard, he's got the BKB. I don't think he really needs the Hurricane Pike. And they're just going to run high ground. Almost 1,000 net worth lead per minute. And since he has, you know, long shrapnel, he's able to just toss the shrapnel up the high ground and hit from below.
Yeah, no worries for no one. They're just gonna go walk up. They have the pipe, they have this creep to push with, and I don't know. Are you just gonna give up Rax if you're Beast Coast? It sure seems like
if you give up this one without a single spell being casted, they're going to the mid lane.
Yeah. They could also go for the Tormentor, I guess, but might as well force them back first, right?
Yeah, if you're not even gonna show someone here, that's what you have to cast some sort of spell. At least make them know that you're around. Without it, I just don't see it. And now, you know, Batrider even trying to find someone here.
They really want them to go back. This is kind of similar to what they did in the game before. They really want to force them. And Beast Coast is doing the same approach. They're going to wrap around.
Oh,
the problem is it just takes so long, right?
Moose has buyback. I think he's actually going to buy back for this one. Going in on no one. They have him, but it's the pulverize. It won't last very long. They immediately get the roar. Now Lumpy just caught in the midst of danger. Pyke doesn't last long at all, and they're going to find themselves a quick team wipe and GG here. Paravision, a stomp and a half. Just destroy Beast Coast in this 2-game series.
Yeah, I mean, this game too, especially, you can definitely see a bit of a class difference, as sad as it is to say. I mean, Paravision, they played super well. They did everything in terms of decision making, team play, item choices, strategy. They looked on point. I mean, a few hiccups here and there, but as a team, they really showed up today.
Yeah. No, they definitely played really well. And Beast Coast, you know, we saw them in Series 1. They won one where it felt like they were really cohesive, played together, and one where it didn't feel that great. This game, it doesn't feel like they really made that rebound at all. 2 games where it felt like there was a lot to be desired, but on the other side, Paravision, they just hitting on all cylinders. It feels like they're really confident in their lineup. They're okay waiting for their item timings, and that shows great confidence in their drafter.
Yeah, I mean, they just seem so structured, right? Everything makes sense. There's no question marks. The only thing we could criticize for this whole series would be, they went for a kill, they couldn't execute properly, or like they didn't have damage enough. But it's not like this is a sign of a good team, if that's the only thing you can think about. Whereas if you compare it to Beast Coast, there was strategy issues, there were like micro issues in terms of like they didn't go for the wave pool and bottom, things like this. It's just they lost a top lane, which they drafted to win, and sacrificed Elmisha because of it. And there's things to figure out there for Beast Coast. For Parvision, it's pretty simple to analyze these games and be happy with their strategies. I feel like they didn't really get tested today against Beast Coast, at least.
No, it's strange because we felt like in game 1, like Beast Coast played well. I think their draft was a bit weird in some places, but it felt like their gameplay was still, showing what they can do. In this game, I didn't really feel the potential of Beast Coast at all in this one, and certainly, as you said, from that safe lane, having such a hard time, and it's not like there was some, early fight that really worked the gyrocopter or some way they weren't able to fight it. They just got outplayed in that lane, and that's not really a place that you want to be, especially where, a lot of teams like Paravision are going to come in with strong lanes and play it to their best. And with Pyke's gyrocopter, you got to perform.
Yeah, you really have to. I mean, back to the drawing board for Beast Coast. I think there's a lot to learn from these games, and it's crucial here that they take the right conclusions away from this, because I think game 2, it's not as much of a stomp as it looks like, in terms of there's way more potential in this game, is what I want to say. Like they can execute the bottom lane, they can execute the bottom lane way better, and they can execute the top lane way better. Also the mid lane, they can execute all of these lanes so much better, and they can make smarter plays. They can get themselves a better scenario to play the game from, and I don't know. I guess they need to not to wake up. It sounds way too harsh, but they have some adjustments to do. Like this is obviously we're a different tier of tournament now, which they're maybe used to lately. But I know that they can do so much better than this, and I think
exactly,
yeah, that's what we want to see from them moving forward.
Yeah, I think that's kind of it. Where we sat after game 2 of Nigma versus Beast Coast, and we're like, hey, there's a lot of good stuff that they did here. They can still build off of this one. It's not like completely, thrown away. This team needs to disband or something. Like they have really good stuff going, and they can build. And then after game 1, we were saying they have really good stuff going, they can build. You can only say that for like so many games before. Like eventually you have to learn from these, because these aren't, throwaway losses. There's still ways that you can improve as a team after this one. And on the other side, we have an interview, I think, coming right to you from the winner's side. It's Astini. Brother, how are you doing?
Hello. Oh, trying to fit in the camera. Okay. Okay. Hello.
You've been working out so much, you don't fit in our camera anymore.
I guess the opposite. Not working out, eating too much. But it's fine.
No. But you're winning games at least.
Yeah. That's what matters at the end of the day.
Yeah.
I feel like.
Hey, congratulations on a 2-0 victory here. Something that I'm interested in with your team. We talked a little bit, I think you and I actually, about teams that have different languages they speak during games. What do you guys use for comms in draft and game? Is it different? Are you guys always speaking English, or is there something else going on with your team?
We speak only English on draft because I'm there. In game, I know we have Crystalis there, but they speak some Russian when I hear the comms, when there are moves going on with Noan, Ducalis, and Nine Class, they might talk some Russian between each other, but I'd say it's mainly English.
Okay.
Makes sense. So, I guess we can talk about the draft, because I noticed something that was very opposite between you and Beast Coast in terms of the Monkey King. So both games was the first big Monkey King. When you went for it, you banned the Beast and the Bat. When they went for it, they banned the Invoker, and they seemed like Invoker is like in their minds, it seemed like they prioritized the Invoker as a counter. Is that something that you're ever worried about? Because for me, the Invo doesn't seem like a Monkey counter at all. I feel like you're very happy if that happens. That's what it looks like from the outside, at least.
I think Invoker is decent against Monkey, and that's all. You're not directly countering it, and you can play Monkey on 3 lanes. But when they don't ban counters such as the Batrider, the Beast, they're kind of like throwing the monkey under the bus and he needs to be a support. And I think if you pick a monkey and you plan to play him as support, it's not that good. It should be like ultimate case if they do something really surprise you, or you feel like it's gonna be amazing monkey for a game because you see like cheese last pick. But I think the way they did, it's not that good. I think like they just banned one matchup for Monkey King in mid lane. That's all. And then you pick a Beastmaster against a Monkey safe lane, he's gonna be screwed. We pick Sniper, another answer on mid lane, he's also screwed on mid lane. So they need to throw to position 4. So if they wanna go with the Invoker ban, they kind of need to go with Sniper ban, but also some Viper ban. So there are way too many bans. I think just banning Invoker doesn't make sense, to be honest.
Yeah, I agree with you. It seemed like for your case, when you went into game 2, they had a monkey, you go for the beast bat, and you're like, okay, monkey cannot be carry, we're just gonna have to make sure he can't mid, exactly like you put it. And whereas on the opposite end, you see the invoker, and you're already, from the first phase of the draft, you're like, oh, we can put monkey mid if we want to, or we can put him carry, we'll see what happens. So it just seemed like you understand the hero way better than them. I wanted to ask as well about the gameplay stuff, because I think your team made some really, really good calls today, especially in game 1 when you, if you remember, there was a moment when Beast Coast were controlling like Roche area topside, and your team was on bottom side next to the tier 2, and it looked like first your team was gonna go to the gate and portal over, but then they decided, we're gonna get to tier 2 and then we're gonna force them back to base, and that's kind of the game-winning moment. Do you have any insights on who makes these calls?
I didn't hear comms on this game itself, but macro calls could be anyone, to be honest. Like everyone's very active on voice. Mostly Duka would make it, or no one, I'd say, if I would bet in one of the two, but could have been anyone, to be honest.
Is that something that you like encourage within the team, that you don't have one specific shot caller for the whole game? You think that like elevates your team when you have so many people who are willing to like make those sort of calls?
I think it makes sense because like I'd say early game, whoever is the strong hero should like bring heroes around him, and during like mid-late game, everyone should feel strong enough to make calls. And you kind of know the objectives of the game, so like it's not someone is telling guy, there's this Roche guy, he's gonna drop Aegis. Do you guys know about this item, this Roche guy? No, it's like everyone knows Roche's there. So everyone knows you need to work around this one objective. So if you feel strong enough to do a call around this timing, like go high ground, go ahead.
Feels like very interesting that you have like so many people. Sometimes teams actually like say that can be a negative sometimes, that like there's too many cooks in the kitchen, man. There's too many calls going around. But I guess if everybody's on the same page, it just keeps everybody like the highest level of informed.
So I have a follow-up question when it comes to macro, because you put it, anyone can make this call, but from my experience playing, it always helps if you have like some sort of identity or idea that you're building around. So whether it's Roshan or Tormentor or Wisdom Rune or whatever it may be, like let's say you discuss it outside the game. Is that your role to make sure that you have a tier list of like, this is what we're really trying to do in the game, and then once you're in the game, everybody can be like, oh yeah, we talked about this? Because my guess would be that you're taking this role in the team, but how does that work?
Yeah, I'd say that's my role, like to define how we want to play the macro game, like around which objectives. Do you want to, I don't know, have gate control, or do you want to group up for runes? Do you want to do early Roche? How do you want to play the game? And then they have an idea, like around these objectives, which one is worth most and where they should connect. Because I think if you're just like being reactive to the map, like I call like shiny points showing the map, you're just seeing heroes and trying to react, you're always late. And you always feel like someone griefed your game. Because you see like, oh, I could have jumped that one time, but you weren't ready. Sure, the guy will not be ready because he doesn't expect. It's not a clear objective, a shining point in the map. But if you think about the waves in the map, if you think power up runes, bounties, Tormentor, Roche, everything of that, then you have like a sense of gameplay as a team.
Yeah, that makes total sense. And I want to say just good job, because I think your macro and team play, it was very clear watching the game and super flawless in that sense. I mean, there's some mistakes here and there, but as a team and macro, you guys were perfect today, I want to say.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, no.
Thank you so much.
I only have one other question for you. You've casted in a multitude of regions. You've been through SA, you've been to NA, and now you're coming over in Europe. is there anything that's really changed for you as you coach across the regions that you have to adapt to with each one, or are you a Stenny and you're bringing your coaching style to the team?
In the sense, I bring my coach style. I will not change because of players, because I think then it's not me really coaching if I just like kind of change my style. But I think the coach job is to get like 5 ideas plus mine idea and get like the 6 ideas become one. So in the sense, I will adapt to each one's idea, but I cannot change like my coaching style. Like I don't know, would be weird, I guess.
Yeah. All right. Well, thank you so much. I could talk to you all day, and I probably will sometime, but thank you so much for joining us, Stenny. Congratulations on the 2-0. Hope you guys have a great rest of the tournament.
Thank you so much.
Congrats and good luck.
All right. That's awesome. Another coach that I feel like I could just literally talk to all the time. I don't know if I might have told you this before. I think my first cast that I ever had in Dota was actually with a Stenny. He is just very insightful about the game, and you can tell that he brings that to all of his teams.
No, for sure. I mean, you can tell he also loves Dota, right? I think he's a very smart guy. He knows what he's doing and he works hard. I think, I mean, I'm not that close with him, but I met him the first time like 8 or 9 years ago at Dota Pit, and I feel like it's no surprise to me that he's been so successful as he is right now. You know, he's only been coaching actively tier 1 teams for like the last 2 or 3 years, and every single team, I feel like they're better with him than without him. So
literally, I feel like teams they obviously have like great like individual skill, and I think the testament really was to start with like he had coached across the SA region, and he had done a great job with those teams, but it didn't really have like the spotlight on it. Then when he went to Nouns, it was like, okay, we really elevated this team and they really like gelled together. I think that really showed like how he's able to not just do like the SA coaching, he's also able to jump to other teams and make that happen. And of course, Paravision are doing the best with it. And you know, guys, I don't know if you've been using those hashtags, but we're going to show someone who has been. Give you guys a tweet of the day. So many pretty people to watch. All right. Thank you, Dodie. I appreciate that. I know who that guy is. Yeah, you've done some casting for us before as well. Thank you so much.
Math magician?
We got it. We got the clout. We got the Dodie tweet, and that's all that matters. Nice. But you guys could also use that one. Make sure you use hashtag ESL1. And you can have your tweet shown up here as well, but only if it calls Hanskin and I pretty. If you don't call us pretty, then don't bother. Oh, and we got a highlight reel for you guys, so we can check that one out as well. We've had plenty of great games, and I would say the Nigma series really like excited me to see like how that worked out for them. You've seen what, 4 series already today?
I worked 2 of them, but I've been watching most of it. Or there's a lot of games to keep track of, right? But
yeah,
SR versus Boom. Okay.
Yeah, you've been working without me, man. It's crazy. This one was definitely. I'm happy to see that Shopify is playing really well. Another Earth Spirit in the mid lane, something we're probably going to see a lot more of here.
For sure. I mean, as you say, it's really good to see Shopify doing well. Hope they can keep it up moving into day 2, but I feel like it's healthy.
This was a rough one.
Oh yeah, this was a rough one. This was the great RP on the mid dive Phoenix.
Yeah.
Boom.
Oh.
And this was the game where we were praising Beast Coast today, but unfortunately they didn't keep it up. I mean,
you know what the difference is?
No magnets, right?
Skywrath again.
Oh, Skywrath, that's the key. How could I forget?
Need to go back. I'm sure that it wasn't the magnets. It was all the Skywrath. I'm sure of it.
True. The Skywrath Murata combo, the hidden synergy we didn't think about.
Dude, that's actually crazy. I mean, there's been so much like in damage amplification that you have in this game, and part of the reason why Ogre has gotten so like prioritized because of how much he amps. I almost wonder if Skywrath could become again that sort of hero, especially with Shadow Demon getting banned off so often.
I mean, definitely could work. I think combining it with heavy stunts is always a good thing. I mean, considering the fact that you're not gonna be playing as a mech and a pipe and all these things every single game, I can definitely see it working. It's a strong laner. But yeah, it's too early to say exactly how good it's gonna be, but I think it's a hero worth looking at for teams. I would way rather see more Sky compared to like a Rasta if we're going down the like bursty hexy route, if you know what I mean.
Yeah. And you can see here so far for both the groups, Na'Vi sitting down at the 0-4, but still plenty of time to come back. Otherwise, actually pretty even throughout Group A right now.
Biggest surprise, Liquid maybe?
Yeah, that is astonishing, actually. So who was there? Who gave them the 0-2?
Let's see if I can.
Oh, that was Bet Boom team. Oh, that's
okay. That makes sense though.
Yeah, that's a hard one. I mean, I guess you always want to cope it up and be like, we played the best two teams first. But Liquid, of course, they believe that they are one of those best two teams. So I'm sure that they're not happy with that one. But plenty of time for the rest of the group because tomorrow we've got plenty more games. It doesn't end today. So they're going to have a chance tomorrow. You can see there, Team Spirit versus Avalos, a huge one to start up the day with. Of course, we didn't get to see them today, but I know you and I are both pretty happy with Avalos. Want to see them succeed.
Yeah, for sure. I think they're still not over the line, but they are growing every single day, and every single LAN they get to play it, they're going to do better. And I think it's still early days for them, so I'm excited to see. They can definitely beat these top dogs, but they're not going to do it consistently just yet, I think.
Yeah. They definitely have a lot still to grow together, and we have a few of those teams. Of course, Paravision, also one of those teams that we're liking. Boom and Falcons. I mean, Boom, it feels like they're kind of 1-1ing a bit, so they want to get a definitive 2-0. But hey, the 1-1 versus Avalos, 1-1 versus Shopify, nothing to be sad about there. And then Na'Vi, a big day tomorrow for them. They really have to get, I want to say, at least 1-2-0 out of this one, if they want to still be in it for this group stage.
They need to get a couple of wins at least if they want to stay in this tournament even. It's looking rough already. Right. I'm excited for Paravision versus Liquid. I think that's going to be a banger of a game.
Oh, yeah. Paravision, I think in every way, it's like, we're not sure where they land yet. We know that they're like a top 4 team in some of these tournaments, but can they do it consistently? If they finish top 4 in this one, I think they're confirmed like essentially top 4 team in Dota right now, which is obviously where they want to be, especially in how long they've been in the league. That's a huge place to be.
It's insane. I think it's looking great for them, and I'm excited to see what they can do against Liquid tomorrow. Here's another one that's going to be a true test. I guess Shopify versus Falcons. I mean, Shopify, they had a good start today, but whether it's just new ideas, fresh motivation, you have a lot of wind in your sails, or is it going to, are they actually good, like playing as Falcons, that's going to show a lot.
And you're going to watch all these games tomorrow. Shopify Falcons is where you'll start off with Ricky, and then you'll finally come back to me with Beast Coast and Gaozu. So that's going to be another one. I've seen a lot of Beast Coast. Granted, I feel like I'm so in love with SA Dota, so I love seeing a lot of Beast Coast. I really do hope that they succeed tomorrow, because we've seen 3 games where we know they have things they can improve on. It just hasn't happened quite yet. Maybe they just need the day to look at it and figure out what's going on.
Yeah, and they're going to play against the Gaozu. I'm not sure how to pronounce it, but the new Chinese team that, there's been some roster changes there, and excited to see what Beast Coast can do against them, because that's a matchup that I would say is probably the most favored for them tomorrow, at least, because they have Bet Boom and Liquid afterwards. And I think if they can get some good momentum against Team G, I think that can potentially give them the momentum they need to get at least one game against Liquid Bet Boom.
These multi-series day definitely offer that. If you have a team that you think that you can take in that first series, you can really ride that momentum and ride kind of like that good feeling into the second day, especially if Bet Boom haven't actually played at all in the beginning of that day. So, or if they have a long break or something. So definitely a lot of opportunity for Beast Coast there. And opportunity for you guys to see more Dota 2 and tweet tomorrow. Remember, using hashtag ESL1. We've been powered by Intel and Hanskin. I think that's it for us today. Anything you want to say before we dip out?
No, just thanks for watching, and if you guys haven't watched it already, I really recommend you watch ESL One Unmuted, I think it's called, from Birmingham. It's one of the best content pieces in a while in Dota, and people miss True Sight, and this is ESL's version, so make sure to give them some love so they keep doing these things, because we love it.
Please. If you guys don't watch it and they stop doing it, I'll be very upset, because I want to watch another one.
He will come to your house, guys.
Find the addresses. So thank you so much, everybody, for watching here. We're going to dip out today, but come back tomorrow for more Dota action.
ESL One Bangkok is brought to you in part by Intel Arc, Acer Predator, DHL, Kadia, Monster Energy, 1xBet, and the United States Air Force.
Longing for your dirty souls, the wolves are hauling. Can you hear the voices calling? Do you feel how they are dragging? Waiting for a second to push you to your limits, going stronger, feeling better. But do you feel them? Can you hear them say?
Welcome to the other side.